Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And the Astros are down to their final strike. With Clerk ready now, 1-2 pitch, ground ball, second base. Simeon's got it. On to first to Nate Lowe, and hello World Series. The Rangers have won their third American League pennant. They stream out of the dugout and are jumping up and down between the mound and first base. For the first time since 2011, the Rangers are going to the World Series after having 6 consecutive losing seasons. What an amazing year this has been. And there's more baseball to be played.
And with that, we start the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ on your home of the American League champion, Texas Rangers. We're going to the show.
Yeah, the show, man.
Wow.
That's this is about to culminate with the most remarkable turnaround I can remember in baseball. You'll see the Braves 91
local baseball or
yeah. I mean even
here or just throughout the sports history.
I mean, not throughout the history, but like in general, like you don't go worst to first. You don't go 100 loss to World Series very often. That's very like Marlins buy a title-ish. That you've seen like the Braves in the 90s, like the first Braves team, 91 Braves. They did that. The Twins did it. When the Twins won both their World Series, they went worst to first. 87 and 91. Doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
And football, you could see it happen. You can see it happen in the NFL. It doesn't happen in the NBA unless you're Cleveland and you get LeBron. But this is kind of in that range, right? You don't see this in this sport. It's very, very rare. It's a lot of things. A lot of factors have to come into play. You've got to get the right guys in place. They got to have career years. And then you got to get hot at the right time. And they have absolutely gotten hot at the right time. Maybe playing on the road helped them.
We welcome back Pepe from Vegas, Mr. Ranger Predictor. He has nailed this throughout the entire regular season and the postseason. You're finally now watching the Rangers lose on the big screens at the sportsbook. So welcome back to an American League pennant, Pepe.
Oh, it feels so good. And I apologize to the Rangers Nation out there. I will never, ever step foot in Vegas while my sports teams are in the playoffs because that was the most brutal 3 days of my life to see them suffer 3 straight losses. I've never been like a hostile crowd before. Like I've never been able to root for my team on the road where like when something bad happens, there's cheering going on because it's the other team's ballpark. There were the sportsbooks were filled probably 70-30 Astros fans or people that bet on the Astros, right? So every time something good happened for the Astros, I'm miserable, but they're cheering. And it's just so loud in my ear and it makes me depressed. And that was awful for 3 straight days. Because I dragged my friends up there and said, we're going to watch it. We're going to watch this team win. They had a chance to win the pennant while I was in Vegas. That was going to be really cool. They lost all 3 and then we came home and they won 2 straight.
And you dropped $200. I saw the betting slip.
Oh, I was feeling myself. I said, all right, if they lose game 3, because I was like, I don't know if I want to bet on them when they're riding high. I want them to lose 1, then I'll bet that game back. 4. And it dropped 200 on game 4 money line to win. I think 179 it was, and the Rangers did not win that game. So down 200 just like that.
Look at the run that you just went on, and we got time for this over the next couple of days until game 1. In Arlington on Friday. You have home field no matter what.
Yeah, maybe a bad thing.
You get the Phillies or the Diamondbacks in Arlington no matter what with the home field advantage starting Friday. But I'm trying to think of a run in 2010, 2011 that had more highlights, will be more memorable than this, or a series. You start off the playoffs undefeated. You do it all virtually on the road. Then you beat the hated rival. You knock out the champs in the ALCS. You do it with all the Adolis. I thought this thing was done after
Game 5?
After Game 5.
That was a classic, too.
That was done. That's over with. It's only a matter of time. You're not going to go to Houston and win both. And then you take Game 6, and then you are on the short end of the starting pitching matchup. You're going up against this year's version of Madison Bumgarner, I think as you called it last week, in Christian Javier. You get Max Scherzer. If you get 4 innings from Max, you're feeling great. You're doing Adolis cartwheels. You're feeling fantastic. The offense dominates, and we watch all the armpit trickle out of their stadium as you get ready to open up the champagne. What a freaking run.
Yeah, it was. Like in 2010 or 2010, if you want to call it that instead.
The Yankee series.
You beat the champs too there. And at the time, the Yankees were without question your biggest rival. They were the only team you'd ever faced in the playoffs. Basically prior to that year. Because 96, 98 and 99. And then, you wind up getting Tampa the first round that year. Then you go play New York and you lose the first game. And then you wind up winning 4 or 5 after that. And you win that series in 6 games. They were the champs. I mean, they were like that team was on a 12, 14-year run of just dominance.
Yeah.
It's this Astros run times 2. So, that was huge. And then this, because here's the thing. The difference between the Astros and anybody else is that you live amongst them. You live amongst Astro fans. Your kids go to school with Astro fans. That's why rivalries, and the sidebar, that's why the Cowboys don't belong in the NFC East, because rivalries are about being close to the other team. Regional. Close to the other team you play. Why is Auburn and Alabama? Why is Ohio State and Michigan? Why are they such big rivals? Because you go to school with those kids who are fans of the other team.
Yeah.
It makes it that much more nasty.
And the most positive moment probably in the franchise history, the mark that jumps into my mind is the strikeout of A-Rod in that 2010 series. What would this one be? Again, this is probably discussion for the next few days. Is it the Adolis Granny? Is that the moment from these playoffs? Is it the fight after getting drilled? Is it that the most positive Ranger moment? I guess we can get to that over the next few days, but I'm already reminiscing.
I'll try to think of that one because it's not. There's a few of them. I don't know if the fight would be one. Because I don't know how positive that was.
Yeah.
But the Grand Slam, yeah. The first inning, Seager, third pitch of the game or whatever.
That was a bomb. An absolute bomb. Evan Carter then walks. They take advantage of Javier, allowing a 90% steal rate. Adolis admires his single that I thought was out of there. He was catching some flack on social media and on my text. Stop pimping. Please stop pimping. He ends up stealing second anyway. Garver with the bloop. That drops, makes it 3-0, and we are off to the races. And then you're like, okay, just hang on for dear life with Scherzer. Please, just try to get through an inning. I was getting ready. I had the tweet sent. My wife said no. I said, after the second inning, for every clean 1-2-3 inning that Max has, I'm going to start Venmoing out $50. Just random Tolos. I didn't care. It's like hedging it. I lose the money, but I ultimately win the greater prize, which is Scherzer getting deeper and deeper into the game. That does not happen. And then Jordan Montgomery comes in, 2 1/3 scoreless innings of relief work on 2 days rest. And the offense just takes over from there. Adolis Garcia, the ALCS MVP, 5 bombs in his last 4 games, 2 last night. And this man has the most runs batted in the history of a playoff series for the entire sports time.
Yeah.
15 runs batted in the ALCS.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing. If you think about it, if you just break it down, he averaged over 2 RBIs per game. That's stupid. That's stupid. That'd be on pace for 324 RBIs for the year. Just go ahead and think of that. No one's ever had 200.
And I really thought, and I was DMing Brett Boone hit me up in Game 5, and it was Game 6, and I was like, in the midst of the 4 strikeouts, he's over swinging. This guy's trying to make it all up with one pitch, and Brett hit me up, and we'll have him on tomorrow, and he was worried that Adolis was crumbling from the moment, that he was letting the crowd get to him. He was letting all the voices get to him. He was letting the moment get to him. And then with one swing of the bat with the granny, he sheds all of it and then has 4 more hits last night to win the ALCS MVP. And your Texas Rangers are the ALCS champs, and they get the winner tonight of Filthy in Arizona. That is Game 7 going down. Let's take you inside the Rangers clubhouse for the celebration. And as if it wasn't a magical enough Monday, the San Francisco 49ers lose with Monday Night Football. This is your home of the Rangers, and we're going Rangers from beginning to end with Sean and RJ. Everyone back together again. Glad you're waking up with us to party on the Fan.
Coming up in the next.
To left field. This is deep. Back is Brantley at the wall. He's looking up, and that ball is history. It just barely makes it into the Crawford boxes. A 2-home run game for Adolis Garcia. That was a moonshot. 15 RBIs in this series for Adolis. It's 11-3 Texas.
And you talk about the sweetest revenge. You can't write it.
No.
You just cannot write it. Adolis Garcia, the bad guy, going into enemy territory, grand slam, game 6, and then going crazy last night as he wins the ALCS MVP as your Rangers take out the armpit in 7, 11-4. This is Sean and RJ.
Prior to yesterday, there were some questions. Like we were wondering who was going to win the MVP of this series.
We know who John Smoltz wanted it to be. Wanted to be Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, that
Wanted
guy.
to be Thurman Thomas in a losing effort.
That guy is stupid, man. Holy cow!
I don't know how he doesn't hit 400 every year. The Tolos came back and said he's always hurt.
He's always hurt.
But
that happens.
Forget Ortiz. This was pitching to Bonds. There's no way out.
Yeah, there's
no
no
escape. The triple he hit, that was I mean, what do you do? My buddy texted me. He's like, oh, you're lucky that didn't go out. I was like, no, there's no way I thought that was going out. How did he reach for that and hit it off the daggone wall for a freaking triple?
I mean, the one he hit off Chapman in game 2 or whatever, that was one of those super outside pitches that he was able to just pull. This one he went with, and if you saw the side angle, it looked like he popped it straight up in the air. It's so short down there to left field, the Crawford boxes, and he gets enough backspin on it, and it just continues to carry and carry and carry. The guy's so strong, so big, he can cover so much of the plate. He's impossible to pitch to, and he's relatively speedy. He's not the fastest guy in the world, but for him to get to third, he was moving pretty quick. Where was Tavares on that one, backing up?
Yes,
I know he was obviously shady to the right field a little bit, but I think you got to be there at some point.
Over the last 4 games of the series, Adolis Garcia drove in half the runs. Drove in half the runs. He gets help from Seager. Evan Carter helped to break things open as well. Here is Adolis on stage after the win.
I want to say thank God, thank to my family, all the fans. This team right here, we are a family, and they push me every day to play hard. And that's why I just made adjustment today, just try to don't do too much. And if it's not for the love of all my teammates, man, this can't be possible.
Game 5, that crazy game, and of course you get hit by a pitch, and it seemed like that inspired you. Did that get you guys going? Did that light the fire?
I mean, we stayed together. We knew it's gonna be a great fight, hard, and we just push. That's it.
So Adolis hits the solo to right in the third. John Smoltz said that's the best at bat he'll ever have in his life. He didn't chase a pitch, and the Rangers made 2 adjustments. One for sure last night. They wanted to get on top of the Javier fastball. They were talking about it during the broadcast. I stayed up way too late to watch the post. Nate Lowe said it. I think Evan Carter said it. They all said we wanted to get on top of Javier's best pitch as they chase him quickly. And then...
Which isn't easy, by the way. That's not easy. There's been people that try to get on top of that pitch. They seem to be able to do it in the regular season. But in the playoffs, maybe enough teams don't face him enough. That's one of the advantages of being in the division and facing these guys all the time. And that's one of the reasons why you might not want Philadelphia is because they have seen Scherzer a billion times, so they know they're familiar with him. Whereas Arizona may not be as familiar with facing him as much. Even though they were in the National League, they still you play the Phillies and you're the Nats and the Mets. You're playing them 19 times a year.
And then the other adjustment in Game 6, Smoltz asked, are they going to go the other way? Who's going to be the first Ranger to not try to pull the ball? And last night in that 3rd inning at bat, Adolis never chased, went oppo, turned around and pimped that as well. And he tied Juan Gonzalez's record with a home run in 4 straight postseason games. And then in the 4th, he hit the 2 RBI single. And they were questioning, why are you pitching to him? You have first open. You have first base open. Josh Young got a fastball for some reason. I don't know why I saw any other pitch except for a breaking ball. He singles. Simeon walks. Seager singles. 1 out. Evan Carter hits the 2 RBI double. So you have second and third. Why pitch to Adolis? They were hoping for the strikeout. It did not happen. Bruce Bochy opening up the champagne. This was Bochy's message to the boys in the clubhouse after.
First of all, I'm going to tell you what an honor and privilege it is to manage an incredible team, so much heart and determination. Came in here against all odds. You went to Tampa, you went to Baltimore. I can't say I've ever seen a club that played with more heart. And I'm going to add this. Congrats on wearing the horns in Texas and going to the World Series.
And that champagne spray was epic.
Yeah, it was.
He disappeared in that. Disappeared in all that. Saw Pat Doney in there. Newey Scruggs will wake up one of those guys from our TV partner, NBC5. Sandler was in there as well. Chris Young was getting it. Jordan Montgomery. Was it Montgomery? No. It was Dane Dunning. Kept taking the Budweisers and filling up the buckets. And he was just going over and giving everyone a Gatorade shower. And, of course, you had Mad Max acting like a lunatic right off the jump.
He was it reminded me of Marv from Home Alone, where he's getting electrocuted. What's going on here? What a nut. What a lunatic that guy is. He's an absolute lunatic.
And now we have the other side. And tonight, you get to sit back and relax, decide who you want, who you don't want. Just be an observer and kick your feet up until Friday. It's one of the best feelings in all of sports because your ticket is punched, your reservation has been made, and we're getting a Game 7 in the NL.
Seawald ready. And the 2-2 to Marsh with 2 outs in the ninth. Strike 3 call, got him looking. This one is over. Game 6 belongs to the Diamondbacks, which forces Game 7 in this National League Series tomorrow night, right back here at Citizens Bank Park.
And you have the booze and filthy as the Arizona Diamondbacks, Snakes Alive, was trending all night long. Snakes Alive. Arizona wins 5-1, Game 7 this evening.
This was to me the most surprising result of any game in the postseason. I didn't think there was a chance in hell that Arizona was going to win a game there. No. Philadelphia had been dominating teams at home. They've got such an amazing home field advantage.
Nola on the mound.
Nola on the mound, who's been fantastic in the postseason, and he didn't have it. They got on the board early. You get Pham to hit one out. Another home run.
That's the way baseball goes.
You get double, you get a good base run, you get a mistake here, a mistake there, and all of a sudden it's 3-zip, and it's like, well, okay, now you're back on your heels, and now it's about survival for Arizona. I was stunned. Merrill Kelly was on the mound, who had already commented on the Philadelphia crowd. He was like, I'm sure that Marlins Park was just as loud as that during the WBC. Okay, man.
WBC with all the countries there.
Yeah, with all the countries there. It's a bowl game, bro. Everything was shaping up for Philadelphia to walk away with this one, and they didn't. They couldn't hit, and they couldn't pitch, and now you've got an anything goes Game 7. No one wants to be in the Game 7.
No.
There's not a single team out there that wants to be in the Game 7. The only team that wants to be in the Game 7,
Arizona does,
is the team that was down 3-2.
Yeah,
they're the only ones that want to be in the Game 7.
Exactly. And you didn't think this morning could feel any better. 3/4 of the Tolos didn't even realize there was another game going on. Monday Night Football helping out the contenders in the NFC.
16 seconds to go in the first half. Cousins on 3rd and 6. Big blitz, like Pete said. So Cousins fires over the middle, and it is caught by Addison. 20-10 touchdown! That time, Jordan Addison stole it from Charvarius Ward, and it's a 60-yard touchdown, and the Vikings strike in the shadow of halftime, and they lead 16-7.
Paul Allen on the Vikings call. Are you kidding me with that touchdown right before halftime? And then I said, okay, they're going to go ahead and give this away. Brock Purdy with the ball late again, just like in Cleveland, throws his second interception of the game. Here come enjoy your Dak Prescott treatment. With no Cowboys in action, Bobby is in. He's hugging Pepe already in the producer's room. You can see it live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And the Minnesota Vikings give San Fran their second straight loss, 22-17, with no one left on the roster. There's no Justin Jefferson.
No.
Kirk Cousins and the Vikings beat San Francisco at home.
How? One of the most stunning results.
Now, there was no Debo and no Trent Williams.
Still, Brock Purdy has been fantastic.
Do you know what the spread was on this game?
7.5. Is that what we talked about yesterday, Bobby? It was 7.5. And I know that they were missing some guys, but Shanahan's always found a way. So I always been told that at least he can win with anybody, win with any quarterback, and he does do a good job of getting guys open. They just didn't do it.
As a Tolo said, power rankings in shambles, but more on that tomorrow. Bobby's in. He looks like he's ready to celebrate. Let's party it up on your home of the American League champion Texas Rangers next on The Fan.
The K&C Masterpieces. From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the 1-0 pitch to Seager. A swing and a high drive, well hit right field. That is hit a mile. That ball is history. A mammoth home run for Corey Seager into the upper deck. And the Rangers grab a 1-0 lead in the top of the first.
What a sigh of relief. And Corey Seager had been hitting line drive outs. Same thing for Marcus Semien when everyone was screaming for him to bunt throughout the course of this series. And Corey goes up there with his old, faded, chipped-up bat and hits a freaking bomb. I was like, get a new bat. Maybe the thing has no more pop anymore. It looks like it has been through it. And Corey just releases the emotion, kind of like Nate Lowe did after his home run.
Yep. Seager
hits the bomb, 1-0, and he comes up a triple shy of the cycle. As we got the entire squad here, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt back together again, Peyton back from Vegas, Ryan live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube for an ALCS Tolo Tuesday.
A lot of times in these game sevens, just set the tone, score first. Now, and that turned out to be the way the Astros and Rangers, or the Astros had won a lot of their games anyway.
So going into the postseason, teams to score first were 24-9. Teams to out homer the opponents were 19-3.
Yep.
and 52% of the runs have been scored via the home run.
That's a lot of percentage.
Check, check, check.
Yeah, and they're continuing to play this way over the last couple of days where, teams that out-homered won the game. It's pretty simple. I'll tell you, one of the best, most underrated offensive player in this series for the Rangers was Kyle Tucker's glove out in right field.
Yeah,
that was fantastic, man.
Kyle Tucker
contributed to more Ranger runs than Astros.
You're welcome. That was from me harassing him in Game 5.
Yeah,
he never recovered.
That's right.
God, what a miserable guy he looks like.
He looks like he's down pretty bad right now.
It makes Corey Seager look like, he's smiling 24/7.
When he hit the home run, that was obviously fantastic, and I still don't believe that was 440. That was definitely like 620 the way that ball flew out of there. But I'll say that when they showed him get to home plate, he's such a robot in so many ways, Seager, that when I saw like how intense he was, I did think to myself, I was like, all right, they're winning this. There's no way that Seager's way too amped for this. They're winning this game tonight.
Oh, you didn't know?
Screw you, Christian Javier.
You didn't know before the game? Like freaking Tom Verducci coming in on the 7th inning. He goes, I told Rosenthal blowout. I told Rosenthal this could be a blowout tonight. I told him earlier. There's just something about this Rangers team. You'd have the nuts to go ahead and say it early on. But Seager shows the expression, and then Jonah Heim helps to chase Javier. In 4 postseason starts, Javier gave up 5 hits. Last night, 4 from Texas. Gone. See you later.
Yeah.
Out of here.
That was quick.
As Dusty starts the beginning of the march to 8 Houston pitchers.
Yeah, and
he wasn't close with this stuff either. And that umpire, you had to be on it. I mean, he was consistent.
It was.
If it was a half an inch outside, and he was consistent throughout the entire night.
Yeah.
I thought the umpiring, I do agree with Smoltz. I think the umpiring has been pretty good, but if you were a half an inch off the plate, you were not getting the call. He wasn't even a half an inch off.
No. He was not in a good spot yesterday. And listen, I mean, this game was destined for 4.5 hours because you knew the inning and a half later, Bochy was going to come get Scherzer before that thing got out of hand. But my goodness,
how many looked at their TV or on the radio and goes, "We're in the 4th"?
I did. I looked at we were the top of the 3rd, and we were already an hour in.
Yeah.
Hour and 10 minutes in. I was like, oh, God, here we go. 4.5 hours. But the parade's starting. The parade of relievers is going to start, and that's what happened.
Yeah, this was, I was just looking at it. I was trying to see exactly how long it'd been. His last 28 innings, 28 and a third playoff innings from Christian Javier entering this series, he had given up 5 runs, and he gave up 5 runs to the Rangers in 6 total innings.
And if you take away his relief appearances and you just go with his last 4 starts, it was 22 innings and 2 runs.
So
remarkable.
What'd we say yesterday? He's due. And even though he was really good in Game 3, they had hit him better in Game 3 than anybody else had.
Yeah, they had 3 hits.
But the exit velocity looked good. He wasn't striking out a bunch of guys. Like they looked like they had a better beat on him than anybody else. I will say that even though I felt really good with the Seager thing, when it was 3-0, all of a sudden I felt more sick about Max Scherzer than I was just like, whatever you get from when it was 3-0. I was like, if you blow this, Max.
So let's take it to Max then. Altuve, of course, part of his freaking legend. He knocks out the bottom of the first inning part of the scoreboard. He knocks it out. There it is right there.
Is that you're punching a little person.
First pitch, and then Jordan walks. Abreu RBI single down the line. And you're like, okay, here we go.
There we go.
Here comes 14-12. I think you tweeted out this is going to be a beer league softball game where hopefully someone's chair does not get stolen. So it's 3-1, and then Brantley hits into the double play. But Smoltz was commenting, Max's slider looked better than his previous start. What do we think of his stuff overall? I
think that we can still expect nothing from him. Whatever he gives you is a bonus.
But here's my worry. This is a bigger question for tomorrow and Thursday and Friday. But think about it. Is this just what he has left, or is this still coming back from injury? Like, does Scherzer no longer have nasty, I can get you out stuff?
No, I think he's got good stuff. I mean, he wasn't like I'm trying to think, like his whip this year was a 1.12. That's pretty darn good for a starting pitcher. It's not elite, but that's pretty good. I mean, you're talking upper echelon, maybe not the upper quartile of the upper quartile, Bobby.
No, not that, Mr. Irsay.
That's pretty good. I mean, look, his ERA, his earned runs allowed with the Rangers, 3.10, 3.20, 7, and then he got hurt.
I just feel like he's missing that I can finish you off electricity. More on that over the next few days. But he had 2 strikeouts in the second, the slider to end the inning. So through 2 innings, he threw 27 pitches. And then in the third, some totals wanted him to be left in. Bregman hits the solo. Jordan with the ridiculous triple that Evan Carter just missed. Abreu with the ground out. And then Jordan Montgomery comes in and gets Brantley to line out to short. And some totals were like, should you have taken Max out in that moment?
Yeah, so I was watching the game with a couple of listeners. So I was watching it with Twolo Eric and Tolo Steve, and we were commenting that first inning where that was a long first inning. Like, you had a pitching change, and we were already kind of thinking in our head a little bit like, is this the best thing for Max? Like, Max is already dealing stuff. Max goes and gets warmed up, and then he's got to sit for 35 minutes or whatever it is. That doesn't seem good.
His face in the dugout when they honed in on him, looking like he looked like he had been on a killing rampage.
He is a locked in madman. There was he's such a like routine driven guy, like we've heard about, and apparently he like protects his running routine and will not tell anybody like how he prepares, and it's a state secret. It's like,
and he's yelling out different hitters' names during his bullpen sessions.
He's just a maniac.
That's what you got to do, man.
He is a maniac. But look, I what you got out of him was I appreciate him battling, and I think that's about probably what you could have reasonably expected out of him. I think we've got, when you ask the question of is this just what he has left, he looks like 80% to me. Roughly. Like, I mean, I think he's healthy enough. I just think that he's about 80% of command of what he has. The slider did look a little better last night. I think he got, who did he get with that? Was it Abreu? He struck somebody out with it to end an inning. The slider that was really good, but
yeah, and I wonder, like, they'll have all the spin rate on that, because they'll judge his slider based off the spin. And this, if it's got that, because sometimes if as you get hurt, your velocity is different and all that stuff. The energy on the ball is a little bit different. That if they don't like the spin of it, there's been teams that will tell you to stop using it until that spin gets back to where you want it to be.
Mike mentioned one of the things that was the case in Game 3 when you watched Scherzer pitch was he was having trouble locating his fastball away. Like, he could get it inside, but he couldn't get it away. And I think last night, that was one of the things that I was trying to watch. He did seem like he was missing his spot a little bit whenever he would try to throw that fastball away. But the slider looked better. The curveball has been the one off-speed pitch that when I've seen him throw it, it looks like that one he's got pretty good command of. And it feels like he's throwing, I don't know, I'd have to look, but it feels like he's throwing more of those in these games than he did during the season.
And you got here, you're going to the World Series with a missing and banged up Scherzer and no Jake DeGrom. Are you kidding me? Plus all the injuries, the ups and downs, the roller coaster ride. They give away the American League West. Then you think they're out of it after Game 5. There's no way they're going to win 2 games in the armpit. There's just no way. And Bruce Bochy talked about the playoff path that his boys took to get here.
I mean, to go in Tampa against a team that won 99 games, go there, win there, go into Baltimore, they won over 100 games, and then come here and have to win 4 games here against an unbelievable ball club. It just shows you how tough they are. They just keep getting up, and it's as tough a club as I've had.
Then you're dealing with the news before the game that Abreu is going to be allowed to pitch. And we all expected this. Bobby's shaking his head no. RJ last night was writing this was going to happen, and this was the right decision based upon history.
Yeah, I mean, Chase Utley. Remember Chase Utley when he slid into Tejada a couple years ago at second base, broke his leg. He didn't get suspended.
Yeah, there was a lot of people who felt MLB was going to learn from that.
Well, no, I mean, like that. Their belief is that, whatever it is, it's too big to do it in the playoffs. We'll do it next year. That's a different discussion whether that's the right thing or not. But they're consistent, and I respect that. Just be consistent with your decisions. And they didn't suspend Gurriel when he insulted Darvish by doing the ethnic slur that he had, where He made a gesture.
Yeah.
They did not suspend Roberto Alomar when he spit in John Hirschbeck's face. So there's been it's going back years and years and years. Verducci talked about the broadcast 1988. There was somebody that they didn't suspend. So here's the other thing. If you go back to that game 5, you got to ask yourself, do they throw Abreu out of the game if Adolis just goes to first base?
Probably not.
And if that's the case, then they reacted to a fight. So that tells you they didn't think the intent initially may have been to hit him.
I think they knew there was intent. I just don't think they were willing to make a deal
and
if
they would not have thrown him out if Adolis just went to first, then there would have been no argument to suspend anyway.
Yeah, but that's like an impossible thing to.
It's an impossible thing, but it's also impossible to judge intent.
It's also impossible to judge intent.
Yeah.
That's true. What did y'all say about it yesterday? Just real quick.
I get.
Be honest.
I get why they threw it at Adolis. I really do.
No. Do you think it was intentional?
Yes, 100%.
And do you think it was intentional?
I think it was Maldonado that called it. It doesn't make sense to be intentional because
The game situation didn't make sense.
Game situation didn't make any sense. But Abreu hit Garver last night.
Yeah,
he doesn't hit guys. He doesn't hit guys.
Yeah, I think that was on purpose.
Yeah, I do err on the side of intentional, but I'm okay with them doing it next year.
That's a very interesting overall sports argument. Like Draymond, right? The baseball suspensions, I hate it. Arbitration, wait it out. You can still play. I hate that. I think it is an interesting overall discussion of should you just push it off until the regular season. When Draymond Green clotheslines someone, or when he hits someone in the nuts, should we be on here the next morning say, won't matter, should not matter. It's the NBA playoffs. You don't kick him out. He serves that suspension next regular season. But just look, I thought 2 games was harsh. I would have gone, if anything, 1 game. I did know that they were going to let him play last night based upon baseball's history. But man, it's like if you do something in that moment that could get you suspended for the next game, you should be suspended for the next game. That's my objective point of view on it.
Yeah, and you know, I was watching was it High Heat? They were talking about how, you know, the smart, if baseball was smart, they would, because of the impact of a Game 7, because of the bigness, suspend it for Game 1 of the World Series, or if they don't make it, suspend them for extra amount of games to start next year.
Yeah.
Because Game 7 is just too big.
That's his fault
to lose. Well,
that's his fault.
But again, it's, you know, judging the intent, like the Utley thing makes sense, right? He slid in hard, or the Gurriel thing. I think the Gurriel and the Alomar ones are different because, you know, those are actual.
I think Adolis
intent.
had to react like that to get him tossed.
Yeah.
I kind of go the opposite direction of you. Yeah, if he goes down to first, they're probably not throwing him out. But Adolis, everyone knew what was boiling in the pot. Was Arolis's intentional last night with 104 to the hamstring.
Oh, yeah.
He's so wild. I can't trust that anything's done. But I will say that
Abreu, he threw 499 fastballs during the regular season. He hit 1 batter. He threw 38 fastballs in the LCS. He hit 2, and Garver had to leave to get the ribs examined.
Yeah, in the same spot too. Like, I mean, it was like Adolis was up in the shoulder, and then it was just a spot down in the upper ribs for Garver. But it's ridiculous that he was in there to be able to do it.
Amazing revenge. 877-881-1053. The reason we're giving you that number, I want to take some calls. Let's just start celebrating your Rangers going to the World Series starting Friday in Arlington on this station. Truckwreck.com text line is open, same number. And you can hit us up to party at 877-881-1053. And Peyton Russell is going to give you Ranger goosebumps to go along with your Ranger phone calls next on Sean and RJ.
Personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
The 3-1. And that ball is hit high and deep into right field. Tucker going back. He's at the wall. He leaps, and it is gone. Nathaniel Lowe with a 2-run home run. He puts Texas into double figures. It's 10-2.
And according to Newey Scruggs, that is when the Astros fans started filing out into the humidity of the night, as Jared Sandler put it. Nate Lowe doing his thing as well. You can't wipe the smile off his face. That made it 10-2 on your home for Rangers baseball. And this is your home of the American League champs, Sean, RJ, and Bobby on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. And we want you to hit us up on the Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill hotline to celebrate. Calls throughout the entire morning at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Texas William tweeted out his show pie for the way it should be today, and he put in 20% Cowboys. No. Jerry Jones, and that's probably it, as we're probably going to go wall to wall. So just get ready every single segment, every single minute. And before we celebrate with the Tolos, Pepe put together a little Ranger celebration himself back from Vegas.
The worst thing he did was wake up the Houston Astros.
Here's the 1-0 pitch to Seager. A swing and a high drive, well hit right field. That is hit a mile. That ball is history. A mammoth home run for Corey Seager into the upper deck. And the Rangers grab a 1-0 lead in the top of the first.
Here comes Brown. And that ball was hit high and deep down the right field line. Tucker looking. It is gone! Inside the right field foul pole. An opposite field home run for Adolis Garcia. The home run streak stretches to 4. The Rangers lead 4-1.
And the pitch swung on, and a high fly ball hit to left field. This is deep. Back is Brantley at the wall. He's looking up, and that ball is history. It just barely makes it into the Crawford boxes. A 2-home run game for Adolis Garcia. That was a moonshot. 15 RBIs in this series for Adolis. It's 11-3 Texas. And the Astros are down to their final strike. With Clerk ready now. 1-2 pitch. Ground ball. Second base. Simeon's got it. On to first to Nate Lowe. And hello, World Series. The Rangers have won their 3rd American League pennant. The Rangers are going to the World Series after having 6 consecutive losing seasons. What an amazing year this has been. And there's more baseball to be played.
Nice job, Pepe.
C-.
Screw you.
What's passing?
I'm just
Passed?
kidding. That was an
Passed?
A. I was just kidding. I'm trolling. You're back. What am I supposed to do?
Was that your first crack at a montage?
You know, I think I did one Cowboys last year, and I don't think it went really well, so I took a break, but that was my first big one.
No, you're good.
Truck driver in Dallas, start us off. You are live as part of the 6 a.m. club to celebrate this morning. Go ahead, TD.
Sheree, good morning.
Morning, babe. Honk, honk.
Oh, my God, he honk.
Yeah, baby.
RJ, good morning.
Good
Bill,
morning.
Good morning. Pepe, good morning.
Good morning.
How about those Rangers? Hey, RJ, you were wrong, buddy.
What'd I say?
You said that the Rangers went from worst to first. They actually went from first to worst to first.
In your face, RJ.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They did, man.
yeah.
You're right. I don't know what you're talking about. But yes, absolutely. I was wrong.
Yeah, you said that they went from worst to first, but they actually were first. Then they went to worst at the end of the season.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
They're first, man. Come on.
You're right.
Where are you driving right now this morning?
I'm driving my big truck in Sherman, Texas. Sherman, Texas.
All right, well, be careful out there. We know you're
Hey,
celebrating.
Sharif.
Yeah.
I'm just proud of those Rangers, man. Listen, outside of not having good starting pitching with DeGrom being hurt, and our bullpen. We're really weak, man. But hey, man, the bats got hot, man, and those guys kept fighting, man. Listen, that's a resilient team, man. They look good, man. They look good. They look good.
Yes, sir. Thank you for calling, baby, and getting us started. Truck driver, be careful on your way to Sherman. Everyone else.
Yeah, everyone else. I think everyone else be careful is the key there.
Matt, how many swerves? If you were sitting next to that truck right now, how many left, right swerves there? Get ready for Franklin Frankel.
The back of that trailer's tipping.
Trying to get out of the blind side as fast as possible.
Matt in Fort Worth. Matty, you're next up on the home of the Rangers.
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing?
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm just excited, man. It's just been 10 years, 11 years, 12 years.
What was the mark, Bobby, of the last home? What's that?
So it was actually, this is the anniversary of the second most recent. I was wrong. Choppy pointed out the second most recent home victory was because this was the World Series Game 5 against the Cardinals, and they've only won one home game in the playoffs since then.
That's what I'm scared of. It's like if we get to Game 7 or Game 6, and we got 2-run lead with 1 strike left, I'm gonna be nervous, man.
You got to get the goggles out. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to gauge y'all guys' confidence, regardless of who we face, either Arizona or Philly. I just want to gauge y'all guys' confidence. And for 2, if I'm trying to think, I can't. My mind. I'm still a little hungover from. If Bochy pulls this off, where do y'all rank him as managers in the history of baseball? Thank you.
Great question. Thank you for the call. Well, the Bochy thing is a large discussion. I don't know whether you want to give away your World Series thoughts. I mean, we start with Peyton. Peyton nailed the regular season. He's nailed all the playoff series. I had the Rangers losing this in 6. I think you had the Rangers losing in 7. Bobby had them winning in 5. Peyton had them winning in 5. So, Pepe, you get first crack at how you feel for the next round, whether it's Filthy or Arizona, as they're playing Game 7 tonight.
First, it's just like how we wanted the Twins. No one wanted the Astros, but here we are, winning the American League pennant. You go with the Diamondbacks. You want the Diamondbacks. Philly, trying to win a game at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia is going to be really, really tough. It really is. And that Phillies crowd, that team is just so much better than Arizona. But Arizona could win today, and, you could be playing them. So I want Arizona, but I think it's going to be Philly.
I feel good either way. I'm going to favor the Rangers no matter who they play in the next round. That's
Arizona's obviously on paper at least, the much easier team to go against. Philadelphia has Castellanos hitting 7th. Like that's a pretty darn good lineup, and they've got 2 guys at the top of the rotation that are really, really good. Their bullpen's decent. So like that, and then obviously the crowd, you don't want to, that's just a nightmare of a place to go play. But Arizona doesn't belong there. Like this was getting over Houston this was the big jump. Now maybe they're getting a little bit old. Maybe you could see they're on the other side of the hill on this little whatever mini dynasty they want to call it, which is not a dynasty anyway, but they want to call it that, fine, whatever. But they're on the downside of that. These guys are getting a little bit long in the tooth. I think Arizona is obviously the easy one to face. I don't think there's a question about it.
Yeah, in theory, but they have given Philly a tough time. They dominated the Dodgers. This is a team that you couldn't beat during the regular season. They beat you 3 out of 4 times, and they beat you at 2 different points of the season. They beat you back in May. They beat you back in August. Philly, you did sweep. It was the very first series of the year. But I think I'd prefer Arizona, but just it does give me some pause to think how they played against the 2 teams during the year.
Andy, and then write down the Bochy thing for another topic, maybe.
There's a million managers in the history of the game, and a lot of them have 3, 4, 5 titles. So there's a lot to go through there.
Andy in New Brunswick. Andy, you're next up live on Sean and RJ.
Happy birthday, Andy.
Hey, thanks, Bobby. Hey, guys.
How do you know
This is Twolo Andy, who brought in the cutting board for Chop.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah. You know who I root for. So waking up on my 48th birthday was kind of a kick in the gut this morning.
Oh man.
But,
sorry, buddy.
What's hard? Hey, real quick, what's harder?
Congratulate the Rangers. Wait, what?
What's harder, being 48 or losing last night?
Oh man. That's tough, bro. That's tough. That's absolutely tough. But no, just wanted to call in and personally congratulate the Rangers. It was a great series. I always said let the best team win. They were the best team in this series. And I will absolutely fulfill all my Twolo bets for the guys that are listening and wear all Rangers gear for the entire World Series.
There you go. There you go.
Wow. Thank you for the call, Andy. We appreciate it. One of the probably like 3 Astros fans that I can give some props to because I was all up in it over the weekend. I mean, you know me. I'm just going to talk and talk and talk and be relentless and have to eat it if it goes bad, like Game 5, and then be insufferable if it goes well, like Game 6 and last night. I didn't hear from any Astros fans leading up. Like, I didn't expect to hear when you're down in Game 7. I didn't hear anything leading up until last night. You front-running chicken S. And I said this to start the series. Y'all can go after Emily Jones and cancel her Twitter, and you can go after her Tatos and write your little stupid Yelp reviews. You can't do anything to us. You can't do jack squat to us. So where's the talking now? Man, that has to hurt.
I saw it on my timeline. That's for damn sure.
Yeah? I didn't see it. I didn't see much of it.
Coming at my song?
We'll get to that.
This is, this was, Sandler was talking yesterday.
That was from Ranger fans, not Astros fans.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Holy cow. That was the amount of thank yous that I got from Astro fans was wild.
Sandler had said yesterday, he was like, even the media, even the Astros media has been treating it like, this was a cute little run y'all had, but Game 7, it'll be over. Yeah. And he's like, we had the same record, you idiots. Like, what is your problem?
Polo and Garland. Polo, you're next up on the home of the Rangers. Go ahead, buddy.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
First and foremost, I want to thank the Rangers for going to the World Series and giving me a day early birthday present.
Happy birthday, brother.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Going off the question that was just asked, honestly, who do y'all, I know you guys said who y'all prefer. My main question right now is why can't we win at home?
Why? I mean,
I want them to.
Houston's asking themselves the same thing, right? Houston's asking themselves the same thing. Why can't they win at home? Great question. This doesn't happen very often where you just can't win home games. Great teams generally do play well on the road in the postseason. If you go back and you look at all these dynasties that have happened, they play very, very well on the road. There's a comfort factor there. That's it. As to who you want to play, do you want to win or you want to have fun? Yeah, that's basically what it comes down to.
I'm not doubting them against anybody at this point.
I wouldn't doubt them. I do want to play Philly, though. I do want to play Philly.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you already took out Houston. Like, just go for the clean sweep of DFW hatred.
Yeah, it's
take them all out.
It's that. It's also like, that's a fun. Like, I want to be a part of that crowd. Like, I want to be a part of that series with that crowd involved. And let's say the Rangers go play Arizona, they sweep. Man, I want a fun series.
Yeah.
I want a fun 6-7 game series.
Let's continue with your Rangers calls and texts on the Truck.com text line. Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan. Will laugh at Mattress Mac losing $75 million. Is John Smoltz even more depressed than Astros fans? And apparently, last night, put Dusty Baker into retirement. All next on 105.3 The Fan.
segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it is Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim years of 4, it's all gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
The pitch to Carter. Swung on and lined down the right field line. Hooking. Fair. It lands right on the chalk. 1 run is home. 2 runs are home. The Rangers lead it by the score of 6-2. Seager ends up at third. Carter at second on a 2-run double.
That's when I took my first big exhale. And I was like, okay, we have some breathing room. Nate Dell with the call last night on your home of the AL Champs, 105.3 The Fan. Sean, RJ, and Roberto with you back together again. Peyton is back from Vegas. We got Rai setting us up live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. 7 extra base hits for Evan Carter in the postseason as he got moved up in that lineup. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. And Alex Rodriguez, who picked the Rangers, he chose Evan Carter as his guy to get it done last night. Derek Jeter, who picked the Rangers, said top of the lineup. And then David Ortiz, who's 1,000,000% clueless, as I tweeted, probably picked the Astros to win in 8 last night, even after the game. Even after, he's so freaking clueless. He has no idea where he even is. Same generic crap that he spews out. But Jeter and A-Rod were on Team Rangers. Derek just didn't believe that the Astros could score enough, and he ended up being right. I don't know. Maybe it was just a fear and respect for what they've done dynasty-wise and the lineup. It didn't feel like the Astros offense, to me, scored as little as they did. Like when Derek was like, I just don't think they're going to be able to score enough. I was like, what? I'm holding my breath until 7, 8, 9. I'm holding my breath. Altuve is a nightmare. Felt like he was on base all the time. Bregman ends up going yard. Alvarez is Barry Bonds. Kyle Tucker, MVP type numbers throughout the regular season. We're waiting for Simeon and Seager to break out. Same exact thing for Kyle Tucker. Abreu. Abreu at the plate did his damage. And I was like, man, are they really struggling that much offensively? But that's why Jeter picked the Rangers to win.
Look, I mean, this was a team that all postseason has just completely dominated on the road and overcome mountains of questioning. How are they going to win to start the playoffs? How are they going to come back from a Game 5 loss? How are they going to get over the hump of Houston? How are they going to beat the unbeatable Baltimore team? Like at some point, it got to the point where you just stopped questioning things. Like they were just, this has been one of those magical runs. And it really has. It's been a completely magical run to the World Series.
Yeah, and it's something where, I mean, how much were we talking about like when Scherzer got hurt or when other things were happening? We had the discussions on this show where we were like, just shut it down because even if you make the playoffs, you're not making the World Series. Like this team's not doing it. And they have proven everybody wrong with what is just a completely magical run in a lot of different ways, whether it's Evan Carter or what, Adolis Garcia has been doing, the fact that the pitching's been as stable as it's been. It's just absolutely wild that they're in the position that I didn't think they were going to beat Tampa.
And of all the trash talking I did last night, I think my favorite meme and message from the Tolos that came in was Bregman. Will the Astros repeat as champs? I guess we'll never know. Oh, I soaked in that. Oh, damn, that was freaking good. Absolutely love it. Is all the Astros fans dead quiet? You rats. You quiet mouse, just mice filing out of the stadium. Heard nothing after Game 6 and nothing in the build-up yesterday. At least represent. At least puff your chest out a little bit. Act like you have some confidence. You had the pitching advantage. And still none of y'all open up a word. I was there all day long. All day on social media, and nothing from any of you. So enjoy the Texans. Daryl in Grand Prairie. Daryl, you are live on Sean, RJ, and Bobby to celebrate on a Tolo Ranger Tuesday.
Good morning, fellas. How y'all doing this morning?
Fantastic.
Morning. How are you?
I'm doing real good. Thank you much. It's so wonderful for us to be able to finally get to the World Series again. I was at Game 7 the last time we got to go. Well, that didn't work out, but me and my son had a good time, so we're celebrating this win. And it's just so good to have a team that's built from the owner to the GM to the coaches to the pitching, and the guys are just awesome guys. It's one of the best games I ever watched in my life, and y'all just have a good day, and just go Rangers all the way, baby. Go Rangers.
Hell yeah. Thank you for the call. I'm not going to get too much into it, but when he's talking about the way the team was built and this and that, I was like, JD, John Daniels.
He did.
Chris Young. Man, Chris Young is a big, big man.
Yes, he is.
In case you needed a reminder last night, he was just towering over everybody on stage. CY with Jared Sandler after.
CY, congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, just awesome. I mean, I can't describe how special this is. I'm so happy for our team, our players. This is a special group of guys, and I love each and every one of them. And of course, Boach and the coaching staff, our entire organization, top to bottom, bottom to top. It's been a long road to get here, and everybody is poured into this and deserves to celebrate this. But I think most importantly, seeing our fans outside that dugout tonight and hearing the Let's Go Rangers chants, and I couldn't be more proud to be a Texas Ranger fan and affiliated with this organization, and the support we've received from our fans is tremendous. I'm just so happy for everybody.
Every time Fox breaks that out commercial break, Amanda and I just bust out laughing.
It's so funny.
It's so funny.
It's so funny. It's like everyone's leaning into this bit.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah, including the Minnesota Vikings, who helped use it to beat San Francisco last night.
Makes sense with Kirk Cousins, though.
That's right, with Creed.
Yes, absolutely.
And look, as if things couldn't get any better, it is sounding like last night the Rangers beatdown of the armpit is retiring Dusty Baker.
Yeah, so Dusty he's been telling people, and I think he told Fox that that was his last game. 2023 was his last season. So, it's about 6-7 hours ago that this kind of news started to trickle out there. So we'll find out over the next coming days if he makes it official and announces it. But it looks as of right now that Dusty is going to retire, and he retires the losingest manager in Game 7 history in the sport.
Oh, the Doc Rivers of baseball.
He's the Doc Rivers of baseball. And
Bochy's on the other side?
Well, he's 3-0 now in Game 7s.
Undefeated.
So we were trying to figure this out yesterday. I think Jason Kidd as a coach is undefeated in Game 7s, isn't he?
And 0-0?
And we've got because he beat the Suns. He beat the Suns, and then Pete DeBoer, we always know he crushes it in Game 7.
Yeah.
I think the three coaches in DFW might be undefeated in Game 7s.
Do not ruin my mood by bringing up the Mavericks and Jason Kidd in big game moments right now. Bochy ball, as they put up last night. Game 7, 3-0. Winner take all, 6-0. LCS record 20-11. This will be a conversation for tomorrow, the next day, but I was like, is this guy Phil Jackson? He looks like he's half asleep on the bench, just like Phil. I'm not even aware of what the moment is. I don't even know what's going on. And that calmness and that coolness just keeps the boat moving steady. Casey in Dallas. Casey, you're live on the home of the AL champs. Go ahead, boss.
Hey, check it out. It was a good win. Hey, man, those guys really did their thing. This is the question, though. Philly or Arizona, I haven't saw any one of them. What are the advantages and disadvantages that the Rangers would have if they played either or one of those teams? I'm going to sit back and listen to what y'all got to say. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Casey.
I mean, Arizona's easy. It's just a talent advantage. You got a talent advantage there, and they don't have a home environment that is particularly daunting. There's a lot of challenges with Philadelphia. They got a really good top of the rotation. Wheeler's a stud in the playoffs. Ranger Suarez is really, really solid. They've got, obviously, then you
Do they have as good, better, or a worse lineup than the Astros?
It's different. It's a lot of feast and famine. It's they've got a 40-something home run guy leading off.
I'd rather face the Phillies lineup, but I mean they're over the Astros lineup. But man, the Phillies can pitch. They can their rotation going into their bullpen, they can pitch.
Oh no, this is just another Twins Astros debate.
Yeah.
Do you want to go for it all and you're feeling invincible and you want to go through the armpit and filthy? Are you kidding me? A Metroplex dream scenario? Or do you want I hate those World Series where it's like Yankees, Diamondback. Well, Diamondbacks had some star power with Schilling and Johnson, but Yankees, Marlins. I want the heavyweights. I want Yankees, Dodgers. And Rangers, Diamondbacks would kind of feel like that, but I don't want pride to make me select a wrong decision here. Arizona's the weaker team, but it's like
sometimes the weaker team's more dangerous because you overlook them. Even though you probably won't overlook anybody in the World Series, you never know. I mean, weaker teams have won the World Series a lot. I don't want to be on a footnote. Rangers Diamondbacks might be one of the lowest rated World Series ever.
MLB is cheering for the Phillies, I think.
I don't want to be a footnote in that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And look, I mean, I want to have fun watching this thing too. I think it'll be fun facing Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Bryce Harper is a monster. Like
better than Trout, according to many.
Yeah. Okay. The amount of people who are like, do we have the discussion if Bryce Harper's better than Mike? No, we can't have that discussion. Can't
though.
All right, let's continue with your Ranger phone calls while celebrating. The boss is already up saying, keep it going till 10 a.m. on your home of the American League champs. We'll give you some other sports stories you need to know, though. Monday Night Football made yesterday even more magical. The NFC contenders are feeling better about themselves after San Francisco loses. NBA season kicks off tonight. Can the Stars keep it rolling? And Filthy makes a trade move that we have to ask Jerry about at 8:30. That's all next with Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here comes Brown. And that ball was hit high and deep down the right field line. Tucker looking. It is gone! Inside the right field foul pole. An opposite field home run for Adolis Garcia. The home run streak stretches to 4. The Rangers lead 4-1.
Listen to that crowd. Whoa, did you tweet last night? You thought you heard that Rangers representation last night in the armpit?
Heard quite a bit of it. I mean, I got to give them credit. Like, the road teams showed up in this series. Now, I wonder how much of that is because there's so many fans of each team that live in those respective cities. So that may have played a role in it. But there was quite a bit. And then you saw the postgame. I mean, you saw the postgame. Now, unless those were Astro fans that took their Astro jerseys off and had red, white, and blue on underneath it, but probably not.
It could be. There was a guy, Ruben had taken a photo of somebody at the Rangers game the other night that they would take off their Rangers jersey every time the Astros would do something well and reveal an Altuve jersey. When the Rangers would do something well, they'd put their Rangers jersey back on over it. Yeah.
6 straight games with a hit and an RBI for Adolis Garcia, your American League Championship Series MVP. 5 bombs in his last 4 games.
Is that good?
2 last night. And he sets the record for most RBI in a playoff series. It belongs to your guy. Your guy has the most home runs, most runs batted in ever in a playoff series. The Astros Wikipedia page was edited to show Adolis as the owner. Also had him as Abreu's daddy. He gets the trophy on stage. Of course, all the celebrating and the final middle finger to all the Astros fans who tried to make him and torture him as public enemy number 1 following what happened in Game 5. So congratulations to El Bambe. And after the game, Bruce Bochy talked about his team.
Unbelievable. I tell you what, I couldn't be more honored to manage such a great team like this. For CY to call me last November, I didn't know if I'd get back in or not. Here I am. I know how blessed I am, but I can't thank these guys enough. Ray Davis with his commitment. CY from the get-go had his vision, and here we are.
Boch, you were talking about it. You know, the last regular season series, a lot of teams, it could have hurt them and it could have gone the other way. It galvanized this team, that trip to Seattle. How did you do it? How did you come back from that to get and win a pennant?
Well, they've done it all year. We've had our streaks. We've had our injuries. They keep getting up. And, to come in here and beat such a great club like Houston, and congrats on their year, but it's great to be wearing the horns in Texas.
He dropped that horns twice.
He did.
He knows.
He knows the assignment.
He knows the assignment. You heard Bochy. Somebody retweeted the St. Louis Cardinals transaction move for Adolis. Like, the St. Louis Cardinals have traded Adolis Garcia to the Texas Rangers for considerations. Someone dug that up yesterday.
Boy, could you imagine the poetry of being carried to your first World Series title by a former St. Louis Cardinal?
Ugh.
Oh, no.
That would be pretty. And Jordan Montgomery doing his pitching the way that he has.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, you mentioned there that Adolis broke the record for most RBIs in playoff series. It was previously held by
David Freese?
Nelson Cruz in the 2011 ALCS against the Tigers.
Wow.
Freese has got the overall
playoff record,
which he's one away. Adolis is one away from, and he had a whole series ahead of him. Like that's how awesome this playoff run for him has been. It's really quite remarkable. We've not seen literally anything like it.
Now you await the winner. You get to sit back tonight and just relax. Filthy Arizona put up the poll question of who you want. Who do you prefer? And I bet the Phillies win out. Just may as well just go ahead and finish off all the enemies, right? The armpit and now Filthy, even though it's going to be hard to top what happened here. And Mattress Mac, people are sending out, this is an old Mattress Mac.
Yeah, it's an old video. It's from Philadelphia last year.
When he was MFing people who were harassing him. But apparently he had $75 million in futures on the line. The videos were on him. A Seager hit the bomb, and then Adolis Garcia goes deep as well. And Mattress Mac will be kicking out a lot of furniture. I might need to drive to Houston to go ahead and get a bed.
Where? How does he get this money?
gambling, clearly, because betting on the Astros has been a good bet previously until you ran into Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers.
Here are the bets. Astros plus 600. He put $2 million on them to win. That would have paid out $14 million. Astros plus 1,500 outright. The wager was $500K. It would have paid out $8 million. Astros plus 800. The wager was $500,000. Would have paid out $4.5 million.
Are you embarrassed?
Okay.
To win the American League.
All right. Okay. So he didn't lose $75 million, the money he bet. He lost $75 million in potential winnings.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't lose $75 million.
Okay. That's why I was like, wait a second. Where the hell is this guy getting this money from?
And whatever he hedges at the mattress store.
Which he, by the way, last year on the way to their World Series, he won $75 million. So he's got plenty of money to place bets like that.
Yeah, because what he does is like he'll place the bet of the team. If the team wins, so in the months leading up to, let's say all season, he'll do a mattress sale. It's like, okay, if the Astros win the World Series, your mattress is free. And if they don't, you owe me the money.
Yeah.
And if they win, that's why he bets on the team to win, because if they win, he collects the winnings and everybody gets free mattresses.
What a scam.
The Tolos just want us to ask Jerry all Ranger questions at 8:30. All Ranger questions to Jerry at 8:30 this morning when he joins us for the little bit of Cowboys talk. But we do have to talk a little bit more football because your Monday was even more magical after last night.
16 seconds to go in the first half. Cousins on 3rd and 6. Big blitz like Pete said. So Cousins fires over the middle, and it is caught by Addison. 20, 10, touchdown! That time, Jordan Addison stole it from Charvarius Ward. And it's a 60-yard touchdown, and the Vikings strike in the shadow of halftime, and they lead 16-7.
Crazy end of half touchdown on Vikings radio. Minnesota beats San Fran. Tolo just sent me the shirt. I think it was Tolo Aaron. We just lost to Minnesota.
Yeah.
The George Kittle undershirt. San Fran falls to 5-2, and this morning with the shows that can't talk baseball on the national level, which is basically all of them, it'll be Brock Purdy, a system quarterback. Is
That's
Brock
right.
Purdy totally overrated as the Vikings win without Justin Jefferson?
Man, isn't it true that you get look, all these national shows, they put football guys on. Ex-players, ex-football players are talking baseball. They're watching. They were watching the Niner game last night. But that's going to be the talk, or one of them. And now this is back-to-back losses for a San Fran team where their offense did not perform up to task. Now, granted, they had guys out. That's part of the game. I mean, Dak doesn't get necessarily the break when the guys are out, so why should Brock Purdy, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, the power rankings are totally screwed this week. All these teams lose. But hey, this is the Creed effect. Apparently, Kirk Cousins was talking about it again last night. Said after the game, he was like, "Yeah, Creed keeps taking us higher." And so they're all in on the Creed fad. So
the Philadelphia Eagles make a move. Bobby, you do not like it at all. Howie Roseman goes and trades for Kevin Byard out of Tennessee.
Yeah, Kevin Byard is a really, really good safety. I mean, that's a guy who even still, he's not quite to the level that he was a couple years ago when he was, in contention to be NFL Defensive Player of the Year, but two-time first-team All-Pro as recently as 2021, still plays at a really high level. This is just, I mean, you could argue now that these two move, like Tennessee has basically helped hand over the division potentially if the Eagles carry it, has handed over the division with two just gift trades of, okay, here's A.J. Brown, here's Kevin Byard. But Kevin Byard is a really good player. This is an actual needle mover. This is not the one that a lot of times fans kind of shrug over and go, oh, Howie again. This isn't Julio Jones. This is a really good football player.
His PFF grade is a 67.3. 67.3 for Kevin Byard for the unwatchable Tennessee Titans. As for the Cowboys, they're going to get the Rams coming up next, and Mike McCarthy says for the second half of the season, he wants to get off the roller coaster. The peaks and valleys, quote, have been different than what I've been part of as a head coach. Four of their next 6 games are at AT&T, where they've won 10 straight, the longest active home winning streak in the league. So he wants to get off the roller coaster, said it's been a little bit too bumpy compared to all of his past and previous years.
Which is, I'm glad to hear him say, because I honestly, my biggest concern coming out of the Chargers game was that would mask over their issues a little bit. That they would go, well, we won the game, right? Like, I mean, what ultimately matters is that W in the column there. That's what matters. I'm glad to hear him give a real evaluation, because typically these teams that have these ups and downs over the course of 17 seasons, if you don't correct it, you end up being a bad football team generally.
NBA season kicks off tonight with a TNT doubleheader. Lakers at Denver, Suns at Warriors. So 2 monster games in the West. Of course, tomorrow the Mavs kick off against Wemby and the Spurs.
How many trips up and down the floor will Joker be able to take this year? I'm going to set the over-under at 11 before he has to get taken out of every game. Because that dude did not do a dang thing in the offseason except for drink that Eastern Euro beer. That's it. That's all he did. He was scouting horses. He was partying it up, fist pumping to whatever that, Estonian music or whatever he's from, Serbian music is. That's what he was doing.
You got a great one tonight in Pittsburgh. The Stars at the Penguins. Stars with 7 points to begin their year. Puck drop is at 6:30.
Yeah, they got to win.
Go Stars, baby.
Over the Stars, baby.
Flyers.
Well, the Flyers on Saturday.
Let's get the Keystone Sweep, baby. Let's do it.
College football. Is Arch Manning going to start after Quinn Ewers had that dumb play where he didn't get down and got the shoulder banged up for the Longhorns? Sark says, no, that's not happening.
No, Malik Murphy's the better option right now anyway. Arch, we still got the what you saw from Arch in the spring and some of the other things, that guy is not ready to play football right now, I don't think. But, I mean, Ewers has been solid this season, but I've thought this whole time Malik Murphy was right there in line with him.
And look, Sark has basically said, and he let it slip a couple of weeks back when they were going to put Arch in the game, but the fourth quarter happened so fast. The time went by so quick in the fourth that they weren't able to, and they didn't want to. He said, burn a game on that.
Yeah,
which is that he's talking about his red shirt, so that's part of it.
I thought all fourth quarters for 15 minutes. I guess not.
What's going on in Michigan?
Well, this is bad. There's a guy named Connor Stallions who is a staffer for the University of Michigan, and over the last 3 years, he has bought tickets to 30 road games, 11 Big Ten schools. Which doesn't make sense because it's the Big Ten, and there's 11 schools that he bought tickets for. But road games, and he went on these road games.
Paid by the university, by the way, $55,000. They put him on leave, but still paying him.
Still paying him. So you said he's making $55,000?
Yes.
So $55,000 a year. He's not affording to go to all these road games by himself. Someone's fronting him the money. What he's doing there is he's going there. He's holding up a cell phone on the opposing coach the entire time. He buys 2 tickets, one on each sideline, and he has the phone on the other coach because they don't use headsets in college football. I'm sorry. They use headsets. They don't use microphones to talk to the quarterback, talk to the defensive player. There's no green dot in college football. So he's recording the signs that they're giving. Very Bill Belichick, very Houston Astros.
Yes.
And now the question is, what happens? Harbaugh clearly knew about this. So what happens? Do you vacate all the wins?
Dude, Harbaugh seems sleazy.
Oh, this is last year. If he gets suspended, he's leaving. He's going to go to the pros. The question is...
He's giving me some Josh Hamilton vibes.
Oh.
Some fraudulent vibes.
Oh,
Interesting.
okay. Dabo or Jim Harbaugh?
As what?
Bigger fraud.
Oh, that's a good one.
I think Dabo believes all of it.
Yeah,
I think Dabo's not built for this era. I think you're right. If Harbaugh gets in trouble for this, which he very well could, I do think he also would just go, okay, time to go to the NFL.
Yeah, that's the end of his college career.
Lincoln Riley and Jim Harbaugh both, I think, are ready to bail.
All right, we have a bunch of friends in that Rangers clubhouse for the champagne celebration. Of course, Jared Sandler getting the hugs from Andrew Heaney, Pat Doney with his little windbreaker jacket. But I want to get to my guy, Newey Scruggs. NBC5 is already awake, back from the armpit after the Rangers won the pennant. We'll check in with Newey to talk about the American League champs next on Sean and RJ.
QC Kinetics.
2 balls, 2 strikes the count. Jonah Heim on deck. And here's the pitch. Garver swings and lobs one in the air. Short left center field. Coming on hard is McCormick. Diving from left is Brantley, and it's in and out of Brantley's glove. Adolis around third. He's heading home. Here's the throw to the plate. It is cut off. Into second base goes Garver. And it's 3-0. Rangers in the first.
Nadell with the call on this radio station. Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Expressway. We are commercial free for the next 40 minutes up until 8 o'clock. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. I want to know what type of budget they're working with over there at NBC5.
TV money, man.
Not sending 1, but 2 people. Oh, plus cameramen.
Pat Doney does his own camera work.
Out there to ALCS Game 7, and the guy in charge is already awake. Newey Scruggs on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. My guy from NBC5 on Sean and RJ. Good morning, boss. What are you doing awake already?
It's what you got to do. By the way, we sent Meredith Yeomans and CJ Johnson, so we sent another reporter and a photographer, man. So, my man John Stone, he went all out for us to make sure that this Game 7 was, covered, man.
What was it like there? I saw you taking the video of the Astros fans leaving, and then take us inside that celebration as well.
Hey, man, they knew. I mean, they knew, like, yeah, we're about to leave. Okay, so the Astro fans were like, okay, man, it's 10 spot. Nah, let's go. And then I was down by the Diamond Club. That's where, all the expensive seats are and all the good food, all that kind of stuff. So I went down there, and those folks were all done. And then you can see the usher. We'll see you next year now. It was they had all that orange. People were like, yeah, man, we're checking out. So by the end, it was the lower bowl of the stadium was a bunch of Ranger fans chanting. And as I say this and talk to you now, it gives me the chills being back in Miami in 2011 when the Mavericks won it. And so by the end, all the Heat fans are gone and the Mav fans are right there and they're chanting and they're excited. It was really cool. One great moment. I'm so happy I was able to get the interview with Ray Davis, the owner. Ray does not do interviews.
Yeah, he spoke for 3. He gave
said 3 words.
3 words on the podium.
So Ray doesn't do it. I remember one time I was talking to John Blake, the Rangers PR guy. I said, what about Ray? He's like, he told me one time, he's like, don't even ask. I'm like, don't even ask. I'm not doing it. So I see him on the podium, and through the years, he and I have had some really good conversations, especially about when I was going to business school about things and accounting and stuff. So through the years, that's been our bulk of our conversations. Never about baseball, but about business school. And so I said, Ray, can I get you? He said, sure. And there he went, man. Got him. And he was great. And you guys remember the press conference he had when he had made the changes for the manager and the general manager about wanting to win and wanting the fans to win. And you have to give Ray Davis credit because he wrote the check. Yeah. So DeGrom gets hurt, and then he goes right back and says, okay, fine. I'll write another check to go get Max Scherzer and Jordan Montgomery. It starts at the top. We and Chop, you and I have been working in this market for 20 years, man, over 20 years. And just we see what happens when people want to spend the money and then the fans react. And so I'm really happy for everyone in the organization and also the fan base, for the people who've gone through this thing, man, because we've seen some rough ones, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Newey, the rep was that Rangers ownership was too cheap to spend. That they didn't care. They weren't going to go ahead and bust open the purse, and then all of a sudden, off season bam, and here you are with some big time salaries and names.
Sure, and I go back to John Daniels, who was the general manager who got Marcus Semien and Corey Seager. He starts right at the middle, and John knew that he had to get the bats before he could go get the arms, because pitchers don't want to go play on a team that nobody can hit. They don't want the ERAs jumping up. So that's starting that process. And then Chris Young, who was with John, finishes it. When I talked to him last night in the clubhouse, he made sure he gave John credit. And when I was talking to Josh Boyd and other people, they had mentioned, John and what he was doing here. So they started this thing, and they're 4 wins away from truly finishing it for the first time as a franchise.
Newey Scruggs, NBC5, back from Houston on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline. Newey, how would you describe this run? How would you describe this team and the run that they have been on?
I like to tell people, man, it's amazing when you ask God for something, you want His blessing, and then He takes you through all kind of turns in order for you to get it. And you think about here they are in Seattle, and you lose the division, and then they're criticized. Oh, you guys celebrated before you actually won the division, and so you leave Seattle, and then you go to Tampa, who had the winningest record at home in all baseball. You sweep them. Then you go straight to Baltimore, who won 101 games, and their crowd was electric, and you win there. Then you get one game at home. The fans pack it for the first ever Globe Life playoff game. You win that. And then after that, it comes Houston, a team that has dominated you, who's owned you in your own ballpark. You go win in Houston, you're up 2-0, and then they come take 3 straight. And it looks like, I don't know how they're going to figure it out. And then it becomes the Adolis Garcia show. Who thought Adolis Garcia could have a league championship series better than what we saw from Josh Hamilton in 2010 and Nelson Cruz in 2011? What we saw was sensational, and I'll tell you, just sitting there at the first base, because they put us in the TV, they put us outside, the boos, the hate, and he gave it all right back multiple times. These people decided to leave. Man, can't boo this man no more. I'm going home. That was something. I mean, remember when Drew Pearson was in Philadelphia and he did the draft pick and he was just giving it all right back? That's what Adolis Garcia did. And he just made them all take it. And Chop, you know I'm that big Carolina basketball fan. Yep. And when that Final Four happened between Carolina and Duke, immediately I just jumped on all my friends and said, you can't ever say anything to me. Nothing. Just the rest of your life. Duke swept Carolina last year. I said, I don't care. Got the Final Four on you. And so if you're a Ranger fan, Houston fans can't have the same thing to you. I don't care how many championships you won, because when it came time for me and you to go at it, you went down. And in your house 4 times. Not once.
4 times.
4 times. 4 times.
You think
they have championships, but when it came to you, me, and you, Ranger fan can sit up here and say, man, we got you.
Yep.
Do you think the Bochy impact was bigger after the Seattle series and heading to Tampa, or before this Game 7?
I think it started when he walked in here. I remember going to his press conference and seeing Bochy, and Simeon was there and other people. They wanted a guy like him. And when you bring in a Bochy, now you can go sign an Evaldi. Now you have a DeGrom who says, I'll come here because this man knows what to do. 3 times he's won the World Series. He went there 4th. I was there at the San Diego World Series that they lost to the Yankees. And the Yankees were just, that was a legendary dominant team they lost to. But that team was a heck of a team. And all the people who just believed in him and what he was doing, and he transfers it to the Giants. I mean, the guy's sensational. This is the second time he's beaten Dusty Baker in a winner-take-all series. It happened in 2012 when he was with the Giants and came from down 0-2 and beat them in Cincinnati 3 games. I just believe from the day he got here, and it just keeps happening because these dudes have so much confidence. He is truly, in my estimation, probably the greatest manager/head coach we've seen in this town since Jimmy Johnson.
Ooh. Yeah, because it just didn't make sense to me when they hired him. It felt like, something's wrong with him. Why
like a LaRussa going to Chicago kind of thing?
Well, LaRussa was felt like he was
way older,
but it's like this job is beneath Bruce Bochy. Like, why didn't anyone else want to go out there and hire Bruce Bochy? It didn't make any sense at all.
Cash, right? Because this is a shot in the arm for kind of the old school because the new teams, the new way it is they want to pay these managers $900,000 a year and just basically run them out there, have them run out there the lineup that the front office puts together, and that's different now with Bochy, and it was different with Dusty too in Houston.
You're right. And so here's the thing. It's Chris Young, former player of his, who says this is the vision, this is the strategy, and then Ray Davis backs up. Yes, we will give you the resources and everything you need. Bruce Bochy just wasn't going to come out and manage any team. He was going to do it, but also do it with the power to do it his way. And as you said, Chop, you weren't going to give him the lineup. You weren't going to go out and pick his coaches. He was going to do that. And they allowed him to do it, which I go back to. This is where you credit, Ray Davis from the top to empower Chris Young. And he spoke about that. Hey, I gave Chris what he needed. And then Chris was on point. And I mean, you guys remember when they got Parcells around here, things had to be a certain way in order to do it. There was some other stuff in there too, but to get a Hall of Fame type person to come out of it, they're not going to damage their reputation by taking something over that's not, something that they don't think can be good. There was a vision, there's a strategy, man, and they've executed it. Said four more, and wow, what would that be? And how about Bochy, first manager to take 3 different teams to a league championship series and win it? Wow.
We're talking with Newey Scruggs from NBC5. Newey, when you look at this,
Bobby!
What's up, Newey?
Bobby, all right.
When you look at the intensity,
Hey, is he annoying out there like he isn't here out at the Star?
Nah, man. Bobby, my guy, even though Jerry don't want to give him credit, Sean, RJ, and friends.
Friends, that's right.
Put that man's name on the marquee, doggone it. Put it on the marquee.
No, he put Bobby's name on the marquee. He said Bobby and friends.
Yeah, the first time he said Bobby and everybody because he forgot Sean Arch's name, and then he had to correct
everybody.
it. Yeah, then he had to come back and correct it. When you look at this series though between Houston and Texas, we were talking to Sandler, and Sandler talked about it's really personal. It feels like for people on both sides, like they really don't like each other. Did you get that sense covering this that this was like one of the more personal series you can remember seeing for a DFW sports team? Like, hey, we really just don't like these guys.
Yeah, I mean, this one is to me so old being around here. Miami and the Mavericks. Okay, there's no love lost for the Miami Heat. Even when D-Wade was retiring, came back, it's like, yeah, man, don't look for no gifts here.
Yeah.
Nobody's praising you here, not here.
Yeah.
And there was just that. So it's that that's there, and then that dislike that Cowboys fans have for the Eagles. Yeah, it's there for the Rangers and the Astros, and just being in the building, just as a media member, just watching this stuff and just being outside. That was the beauty of them taking us out of the press box, who were not writers, and putting us out there basically in the stands. It's just, you heard all the venom. You heard the stuff, man.
Mm-hmm.
And it was because I was surrounded by Astro fans. So I was surrounded by the Astro fans right there first on the first base side, and then down there, that Diamond Club, where we would have to go down to the press box and just do our stuff, in the lower basement area. You just saw how much the rich folks couldn't stand them, and then the college fans couldn't stand them. And they were there to boo. They were there and then the arrogance, okay? There was some arrogance around. We're Houston, okay? They got the World Series banners all around and the pictures of it, and yeah, they just assumed. And then in the media dining hall, there was one guy talking about, Philadelphia would have home field advantage. And we're like, no, Rangers have home field. But they just assumed that Houston was going to win. And I was talking to Jim Bowden before, because Jim had called Game 6. Yeah, no, I got Rangers. I said, what about tonight? Nah, it's Astros. So there was just this assumption that they were going to win and get it done. And it didn't happen.
Who do you want next?
Dude, do you think I want to go to Philadelphia? No.
You don't want to go to Heaven's Wedding Room either, though.
You don't. You pass on the Eagles game each year, right?
Dude, I ain't been in that Eagles game since 2018. Like, no.
What?
No.
Really?
See, here's my problem with those Eagle fans. Like, you can't even show up to wear like your NBC5 gear or have your mic flag on, because these dudes want to say stuff and jump on you and grab your can. I ain't the guy to be you grabbing and you half drunk trying to run up on me. I'm not that person. So I just, for my own personal and me slugging somebody, I'm not going. I don't need that.
All right. What about just
last night?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So here's the thing. Last night, Jason Bristol over KHOU told me, he said, hey, you guys need to get security up there. He said, we had to go get it last year. And that is truly the issue, man. They go after the media, and then, of course, the security folks around there, they let that stuff happen. They do. So if I got my choice, I'd rather see Arizona win, but the Diamondbacks president is a guy named Derek Hall. D. Hall used to be the PR guy with the Dodgers, who later on quit and did radio with me and some others in L.A. And so I'd love to see D. Hall be able to get his squad there and go out there and see him. And I'd rather go spend my time in Arizona than Philadelphia.
Wait a second. The Diamondbacks president is a former radio guy?
Well, he was a PR guy who got let go. And so during that time, he was doing radio. So he was on, it was him and John Ireland maybe together for a while. But yeah, so D. Hall was doing radio for a while. I'll tell you who else was in the promotions team for us back then, and I didn't even know it, but it was Tom Herman, former Texas coach.
Oh, wow.
Over there at Extra Sports 1150, and we were the Dodger station. So yeah, so D. Hall did it for a little bit. Then he somehow he latched on with the Arizona Diamondbacks and got promoted up to like CEO and president. Man.
All right, this one's just tailor-made set up for you. You interview him every year. You'll text us some questions or reaction after he comes on every Tuesday at 8:30. The number one question from the Tolos is, will and
came to him and said, Jerry, we'll give you the L.A. market. We want you to go get a team and sell the Cowboys. And he said no. So he helped Stan do it, blocked out Mark Davis of the Raiders and Spanos of the Chargers from getting in L.A. because the relocation committee had approved them to go in together. But Jerry bull-carded and got Stan there. So help Stan. Stan builds, a bigger Jerry world. Gets a stadium, and then he goes wins the Super Bowl. Jerry has to watch it. He told me, I screamed in the pillow watching Stan. So that's just Stan. You can imagine what he has to sit around here in his own town and watch.
What's the
question?
How do we ask him about it? Give me the Newey Scruggs question. How do we bring that up to him at 8:30?
You do it. You do it like Clarence Hill does. He does it. Jerry calls it tenderness. So you do it with tenderness.
Yeah,
Jerry, I know you love the community, and I know you're
so invested here.
Right.
So invested in
here,
DFW.
Right. You see Dak out there at the games, and people are having fun. They're enjoying what's going on here, but. Jerry, they're worried. We're wondering about you.
Yes.
No.
Is there a healthy jealousy?
See, there's that, but Newey, you also gotta, if you're gonna ask it like Clarence, you gotta push the responsibility onto the Nationals. So you gotta ask Jerry. You gotta go. Some of the national media, Jerry, are saying that you haven't won anything like the Rangers have.
Yeah.
Shady said your ownership's ass.
The great Newey Scruggs, already awake, back from Houston to recap everything.
I'm still in Houston. I'm still here, man.
Oh, you are? When are you getting out of there?
At 9 o'clock. I'm driving back, man. 9 o'clock.
Did the champagne burn?
It was mainly beer.
Okay.
It didn't burn because I made sure I could see where guys are coming to pour, and I would just step back and hold the mic out. I'm a vet on this one, man. I'm pretty good.
Was Scherzer the biggest nut job in there?
No. There was a group of dudes with Heaney that were just all into it. And they were singing the creed and everything, man. They were going at it pretty hard, man. They were going at it pretty hard. Will Smith was over there going at it pretty hard, and good for them on the road they've been on. Yep. This is major, and so much of it reminded me of the Mavericks run in 2011, which was not easy as well. And there was just every round they went, it was doubters. I mean, starting with that against the Blazers, there was doubt against the Blazers. There was they're not going to beat the Lakers. They sweep the Lakers, and then they go take out Oklahoma City, and then it's like, well, you're not going to beat the Heatles, and they did it. So this very much reminds me, because you think about who they beat. Tampa won 99 games, best record at home. Orioles, best record in the American League, 101, and then to come out here and beat the world champion, all at their place 4 times. None of us saw that.
Man, fantastic stuff. Thank you so much, brother. We appreciate it. Drive home safe.
Love you guys, man. Tolo, baby.
New dog, Newey Scruggs, my psychiatrist, my shrink, on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto, your home of the American League champion Texas Rangers. Jerry live at 8:30, but we got to hear. We'll get to your calls and Ranger headlines at 8. Calls and headlines at 8. We got to see how Pepe did in Vegas. got to get the Vegas recap.
Hang on. Every time somebody asks you about Vegas and your first thing is,
it's not good.
That's not good, man.
Yeah, not good because the amount of money I lost. Not going to gentlemen's clubs, of course, but just because I suck at playing blackjack, apparently. Or it's rigged there. I blame the dealer. They were terrible. Yeah, the city that never sleeps, guys. I mean, that's what they call it, right?
Yeah,
Vegas.
Yeah,
I mean, just a complete party fest out there. I loved it. I really did. I know
This
I
is
had
your first time?
First time I'd ever gone. I had high expectations. They were through the roof. My friends were hyping it up. Y'all had said what y'all, because y'all had been there. I mean, it was great. I like the downtown area. It wasn't like to die for. It wasn't like one of those where I'm like, oh, I want to go back tomorrow. I really do. But it's on the bucket list, and I would go back again, but I'd have to plan a little bit more ahead.
Yeah.
Because I let my friends plan. They had been, so I was blindfolded. I didn't know where we were staying. I didn't know what was around there. I didn't do any research. I was like, you guys plan it. I'll just show up and follow your lead.
So you weren't like, because when I texted or we were all talking behind the scenes, you didn't seem to like be blown away or in total awe for your first time there.
No, I wasn't. I mean, again, like I was excited about it. My feeling was, first of all, I had the free drinks, being at the casino. I was like, my expectation, my friend said I was dumb for thinking this. I expected the free drinks to be flowing minutes, kept going. And there were multiple times where we waited 45 minutes to an hour, and they said that was ridiculous. That doesn't happen to them. But yeah, I'd be playing blackjack. I'd get one drink here, or I'd order my drink, and then, it'd be 45 minutes till a lady came by. Now, I wasn't tipping $25, $30 like the guys next to me. That maybe that's why they were getting more drinks than me. But I mean, I expected the drinks to be someone to be right there at all times.
Okay.
So that was a little disappointing, but that's on me. That wasn't on them. That was just on me for thinking.
Were the tables packed?
Oh, yeah. I mean, no, there were times we went gambling at like 9 in the morning, 10 in the morning, right after breakfast.
That's when the drinks come quick.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to,
drink at 9 a.m.
whiskey Coke,
you better.
You better,
You're in Vegas,
right?
man. There's no clocks, right? There's no time is a flat circle. Is that the phrase in Vegas? Time doesn't matter.
Is that the phrase in Vegas?
I don't know. There's no such thing as time in Vegas. You just do what you do.
But man, they have liquor at the CVS's and Walgreens there. No idea. Blew me away. My friends were like, let's go get some alcohol in there. I was like, okay, I guess we can get some beer or some seltzers. And I walk in there, they got Crown and Jack Daniels. Is like, oh my goodness, this is heaven on earth.
Have you never been to like New Orleans? Because it's the same thing.
Or any other state?
Yeah, it's normal in a lot of states.
I've been to a lot of states, but no New Orleans, no Vegas. I had no idea. This is incredible.
Did you see the Sphere?
Oh, I saw it. I saw it flying in too. Now it was light outside. It was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon there, so I was like, I could see the eyeballs moving on it. I zoomed into my iPhone 15 Pro, and I could barely see the eyes. I was like, all right, just give me till about 6 or 7 o'clock when it gets dark in there. I went outside, saw it. Beautiful. I love it. There are a lot of people around it because it's like there's like a bridge right there. We stayed at the Venetian Hotel, very nice hotel, and like there are people there. It was like a tourist like just madhouse because people were waiting for the sun to go down and because the Sphere like kind of it changed, right? It would like show advertisements, then it would show the face. Everyone was waiting for the face.
But crystal clear, like worth the hype.
Oh yeah, it was awesome. It was really cool. I liked it, and it was right by the hotel too, so I got a great view of it.
Strip club.
No.
Oh,
I did not.
And
I saw the disappointment on your face when you asked this morning, Sean. You wanted the whole expressway to be Peyton's strip club talk, but
Yeah. You
did.
I let you down. I
Well,
really did.
you had to make the move for the girlfriend. Like, how did she react? Are you girlfriend and boyfriend? Is that official? Are you further along than Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift?
We have both shared our feelings for each other, and all I have to do is ask the question.
Huh?
All I have to do is ask. She's ready for it. She told me she's ready to take the next step. All I have to do is ask.
Wow. How was she while you were gone?
She was fine.
Was she jealous? Were you having to check in a ton? Did she have a strip club conversation with you?
Nothing. She said, go have fun. She said, go get drunk. And that I took it as a little.
Wow.
Now, again, we had been talking, for like a little over 2 months. So it wasn't like we were in this long relationship and we're like, she can like be kind of psychotic towards me and stuff.
Yeah.
So I couldn't tell if it was just like go have fun. But like really, she like didn't want me to have fun. But, she... no trust issues here.
She was
We're
cool.
Fine. Yeah, she was cool with it. She said, hey, go have fun. She has fun when she goes to parties and places. So I was like, you know what? I'll just do my thing. But I was texting her the whole time, talking to her on the phone. We were fine.
How was the sports book for the first time?
Amazing. I loved it.
Yeah.
I mean, I just went and sat down. It was like, just a giant movie theater of just nothing but screens and odds everywhere. Now, I'm more into betting than my friends are. So, like, it made more sense to me. But they were like, well, what does this mean? What does that mean?
Which one did you go to?
The first one I went to the Circa.
Okay.
And then the Win. and then the Venetian the third.
Okay.
Did you go to any amazing shows or restaurant?
We went to a sushi place, Sushi Samba. I had oysters for the first time ever.
First time ever?
Never had raw oysters.
And?
Loved it.
Oh,
now,
very nice.
I could not swallow. I had to chew. So
Now-
I know it's a big.
I've heard
big
that
issue.
about you.
Yeah, you have, haven't you? But no, I mean it was fine. I put like a little sriracha sauce on it or whatever they told me to dip in and make it a little spicy.
Horseradish.
Horseradish.
Cocktail.
Yep.
Cocktail. That's what it was.
Cocktail.
The red. There it
Shrimp
was.
cocktail.
Oh yeah, I loved it. But $6 a piece.
Yeah.
$36 just like that.
Yeah.
That'll
But
do
look,
it.
I had no budget there. I had no budget. I think every meal me and my friends said we're gonna go big or go home here. And so every meal I think our tabs were $70+ bucks. So we ate large.
Whoa.
Look
Before tip.
My gosh.
My goodness.
Before tip.
Did you get two
Before
things
tip.
of queso? Dear
Wow,
God.
just $70 in Vegas. That's not even lunch.
Oh, man. Hey, we got to change the name of Los Hombres.
Los Hombres.
to
Broke hombre.
Los Hombres.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. So welcome back. It's great to have you back.
Yeah?
It really is.
Okay, good.
It really is.
I missed y'all the moment I took off. I was like, dang it, I should have stayed.
I didn't think I was going to make it through Ross.
No, I didn't think Ross was going to make it through you.
I mean, I could have been much worse. If it wasn't for Bobby, it would have been much worse. I saw how uncomfortable Bobby was getting with your replacement when he was like making a mistake here and there, and I started to get tense up, and Bobby gets this uncomfortable look on his face because he's been behind the board in that situation, and he would just try to be like, he'll get better. Things will get better. So Bobby was getting a little uncomfortable, but whew, that kid, he needs to smoke some cigarettes.
I don't know. Smoke something else, maybe.
Smoke something else,
Something
whatever.
else. Calm him down. He was tense.
So speaking of living the high life, did y'all talk about this private plane yesterday?
A little bit.
We referenced it.
All right,
Yeah.
you already- so what? I thought this was a prank.
No, it was real.
No, it was
They had called me. It was Tyler and Colt, who I met at the game on Friday. A couple Tolos who live out in Wolf City. And they had called. They called me at like midnight. I had already like passed out after the game. Game
And they're the ones
6.
they upgraded your seats, bought you all the drinks.
Yeah, they upgraded, put me up there at front row of section 131. We screamed at Kyle Tucker all night. I lost my voice. It was great. And they had reached out and they were like, hey, we got 2 seats on the PJ. We're going to game 7 tonight. Taking off at Meacham this afternoon. We'll be back at like 1 in the morning. And I was just like, I would love to. I don't think I can cut away for 12 hours like that. There's too much crap going on.
So
but
2 seats, you said no, and then you got the offer.
Well, they asked me.
They asked if he wanted to, and he's like, Sarah would kill me. I can't do it.
He's
And
such
then
a chicken.
somebody else asked, can't name them, and they had a spot for Sarah.
Mattress Mac.
And she said she had
You
just
mean
taken
another private plane?
another one. Yep, but these are
a second private plane offer?
these were Astro fans, and that are listeners, and they were actually the same people I went into the suite with at the Ranger game for Game 3. They have one in Houston as well, and they had one for Sarah, but she couldn't get off work. She took.
That's the breaking news.
We figured ways around that before.
I know. She took last week off for vacation, and this starts their no break, no days off the rest of the year, like today or yesterday did.
All gas, no brakes.
All gas, no brakes for the rest of the year. So couldn't go. But
So 2 private plane offers to go to Game 7. That's kind of crazy.
I know
It is, and I was
I
very
just want
sick.
Game 3.
They were sending me.
Philadelphia
They
now.
were sending me texts and live video of them out there and photos of them in the Crawford boxes, and they were just living it up. They were giving it to Michael Brantley all night, apparently, and I'm very sad I missed it. But they held it down for us, I know, and they tagged like their company. They had tagged like the fan on Facebook, like, told y'all we were going, miss y'all, and so we missed the shot. I'm gonna regret it for the rest of my life.
You think Kristen would have let you go?
Yeah, I think they were saying Kristen could have gone because she was there with us at they upgraded her seats. But yeah, I think she would have been fine with it.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Get ready for your Ranger calls and headlines at 8 o'clock. What did I do out? Fair. Goldie's #1 voted barbecue in the state. Rowlett Park, Farmers Market, And I think that's it. It was a lot. I felt like I was out for like 7 days.
So I saw your review
Yeah.
of Goldie's, and then what was Rowlett Park?
Rowlett was just taking Ollie to an amazing free kids park.
Oh, cool.
So I went out to Rowlett, Farmers Market, Cannondale. I was all over the place.
Yeah.
Fort Worth, all of it. Nice. Yeah. So felt like I was out for a while. It was fantastic. Then to come back to you idiots.
Hey, you missed us.
Yeah, that's very
don't like we've seen you tearing up during the break and just being like, guys, I really missed y'all.
That was so
really
nice.
I missed this brotherhood.
877. All right, line them up if you want to celebrate on the phone lines. 877-881-1053. Let's all party together on a Rangers Tolo Tuesday. And your Texas Rangers headlines for winning the pennant, all followed by Jerry Jones at 8:30. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2-0. Adoli swings, hits a ground ball through the left side. It's a base hit. 1 run home, and here comes Carter to the plate. He will score. It is 8-2 Texas. And Adolis Garcia has a new American League Championship Series record for RBIs. How about that? 14 of them for Adolis.
And he will forever be known and can claim that he owns the armpit. Good morning, Metroplex. The Texas Rangers. Look at them showing these two idiots in this astronaut outfit.
No, don't you get it though? Jared Sandler told me this. NASA is actually in Houston. I didn't realize Space City or any of that.
City.
We have liftoff.
Yeah, that filled in so many gaps for me.
Yeah, it
that
did.
call when I heard that NASA was there.
I mean, seriously though, could you imagine being an adult and leaving the house in that outfit?
I can see closer to Halloween you can get away with it.
Yeah. But what do? Do you get dressed in the parking lot? You can't wear that in the car.
Right.
How are you going to, you can't, right? I mean, it has to be.
The Rangers retire Dusty Baker and send all those bandwagon fans out early with the 11-4 win. We're going to celebrate with you on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline, but I cannot wait to hear the Texas Rangers. By the way, Pepe has been spying on Houston radio. He says, pretty weak. Pretty weak so far, just like their fans and their trash talk. And Peyton said 610 is kind of like, oh, congratulations. Landry Locker from 610 sent me the text. Hope you guys go ahead and win it all. They're being way too gracious and classy about it. We need meltdowns. We need screaming, crying, and we need fits on the phone.
They know who Daddy is. That's what it is.
You know, I was really disappointed. I know several Houston fans, and they all said going into this Game 7 that they were going to root for the Rangers to win a title if the Rangers beat them. And I was very disappointed in that.
Weak.
It's very weak. It's very weak. It's like, well, you know, they deserve to have one. Everybody deserves to have one. Philly's got one. Arizona's got one.
No.
The Astros have 1.5. And, you know, the Rangers don't. So they were like, yeah, if they win, they would root for them. And I just hate any kind of growth. And I don't like that. I don't like that.
We are going to get to your phone calls here in just a second. But first, Texas Ranger headlines on the Fan. Start us off, Ralph.
All right, I struggle with these. I couldn't find enough innuendo on some of these, so I just had to really dive deep. Texcellent. Texcellent. Texas toast is a good one. Hugh can watch from home.
Hugh can watch from home. Okay. Made me think of Joe Davis, the play-by-play guy. I'm going to have to pull this audio. Let's see if Joe Davis comes back on the station. In recapping all this with Smoltz, he goes, Smoltz is like, I'm going to go to Six Flags in Dallas. And Joe Davis, play-by-play guy, is like, yeah, you can stop by Buc-ee's and get some Yerky. I heard that's the thing to do. Yerky, that's what I just thought of as.
Hey, at least he didn't say Busey's. At least he didn't call it Busey's, so that's a win.
I think Busey's would have been better than saying Yerky.
That just seems so obvious that he had to have been doing some weird bit or something.
Maybe, I don't know.
That's what I thought of when you said you just then.
Yeah, you can watch from home. Ranger Danger. The stick goes boom.
Got to get that in.
Garcia.
Ooh.
That was one of mine.
Malda, not today, Bia. And Texas Story.
Okay.
All right. So I had.
See, I needed more.
I was expecting a little more.
There's not enough sexual innuendo with Houston.
I had Garcia. I've got a picture of the Astros looking dejected. It says home sick. Not the word together. It's just home and sick. 777. You just put the slot machine up there for Bochy's third Game 7 victory. Go Power Rangers. Tuckered out. Kyle Tucker missing the catch. King of the Road. No way, Jose. 8 isn't enough with the 8 pitchers used last night. And then my favorite one, the silence of the cans.
Oh,
that's nice. Nice one.
Well done, Bob. Well done. And then everyone is making fun of Altuve holding up the iPad like the kid at dinner.
Screen time.
The kid getting screen time as his little reward. All right, let's party out with Mike in Fort Worth. Mike, you are up live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead.
Yeah, everybody was making fun of us when we signed Eovaldi, DeGrom. They said we overpaid for Seager and Simeon. Nobody's laughing now.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? We hit all the right buttons. We got the right guy as the skipper, and those guys down there in West Louisiana have a long ride to work this morning, man.
West Louisiana, very nice.
Thank you for the call, Mike. You still overpaid for the ground, but that's for another day. Brian in Carrollton. Brian, you are live on the Fan.
How about them Rangers?
Yeah!
I couldn't sleep last night, my God, bro. All them weeks we went through, bro, when the bullpen would just give a lead after lead after lead.
Yeah.
Finally here. And by the way, Choppy, we're still rebuilding, my guy. Just like you always used to say about them Eagles. Still rebuilding. We in here. We lit. Let's go!
Yeah, baby. G-Bag of the Day nominee.
That's the key. That's the funny thing. Like, we talked about a couple years ago, like the Eagles made the playoffs in a rebuild. The Rangers made the World Series in a rebuild. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
This is not the finished product yet.
This was a year early.
Yeah, they literally made the World Series in the middle of a rebuild. Like, that cannot go unnoticed.
David in Arlington. David, you're live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, boss.
Hey, fellas, good morning. Listen, Houston, they don't have a lot of room to be holding a massive L that they took in the World Series. So I got 11 things that they need to let go of. Those overpriced, overcooked turkey legs that they got down there. The Houston, Texas, Interstate 610 is always under construction. Anything served at Chacho's, which is like a Mexican restaurant that's like a Jack in the Box. James Harden, he ain't coming back. The overpriced chicken and waffles at Breakfast Club. All that bread on those Shipley's kolaches. Everybody working in the toll road building industry down there. Hobby Airport, trash, the Rockets, and last but not least, Texas Southern University. Shout out Prairie View A&M University. Ranger Danger Baby. Hashtag it's morphin' time. Go Power Rangers.
Wow.
Very nice.
That was
Very
epic.
nice.
That was fantastic.
Damn.
Hit us up.
He went after Shipley's. Jeez.
877-881-1053 here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby on a Rangers Tolo Tuesday. Let's get to Palmer in Dallas. Palmer, you are next up on the Fan.
What's up, gentlemen?
What up?
What's up?
Hey, y'all are talking to Jerry Jones at 8:30, yeah? 8:20?
8:30.
8:30.
8:30. Here's what you should ask him. Hey, we got some rich white guy that owns the Rangers. He gave his GM all the opportunity to go what he needed to do at the trade deadline. Now they're in the World Series. What has Jerry Jones or the Jones boys done for the Cowboys? I'd just like to hear a comparison of the front office. Thank you. I'm out of breath. I'm at the fair working.
Interesting comparison right there.
What, you went racialist?
Man, yeah.
That does, that has to sting. Hopefully it does.
Of course
sting.
it has to.
It's embarrassing. It really is embarrassing. Every other team over the past 25 years, the number of times locally that they've gone to the conference championship game or the championship round, and you can't even sniff it. It's embarrassing. It really is.
Stars have been to 3 Stanley Cup finals. Rangers have been to 3 World Series. Mavericks have been to 2 NBA finals since the Cowboys last won to 1. I'm counting 8. That's 8 championship rounds that DFW has been to since the Cowboys last went to 1. Since the Cowboys went to a conference championship game.
Yeah. Conference championship.
Justin
and Garland. Justin, you're next up on the home of the AL champs.
In 2011, man, my current wife and I watched the World Series in a Motel 6. And gosh, doggy, we went to the Motel 6 last night just to watch that freaking game.
No, you did
not. Sure, man.
Yes, I did. I put in my PTO last week for today because I knew damn well last night I was going to be sipping on some hen, taking shots with rocks. Right now, I'm sitting in my car smoking a Juan Black and Mild plastic tip, enjoying this day. And word to Chris Arnold, that's all I got.
Wow.
Wow, that's fantastic.
3 different nominees. Everyone topping each other for G-Bag of the Day.
Only problem there is that he had the plastic tip. Need to go wood tip, my guy.
Really?
Yeah.
You're a little bougie.
Did you smoke cigars at the Super Bowl party?
No, but I used to smoke Black and Milds.
Oh, okay. because I was like, I didn't see you smoking any cigar there. So do you have the expertise in that?
Look, I think cigars and black and milds, we're talking about two different things.
Yeah,
here.
true. All right, let's keep the calls going. I mean, with this quality of Tolo calls, let's just keep it going all the way up until Jerry Jones in 20 minutes. Ranger celebration continues with the Tolos, then Jerry next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Q. C.
Back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333, or just go to truckwreck.com.
Here's the 1-0 pitch to Seager. A swing and a high drive, well hit right field. That is hit a mile. That ball is history. A mammoth home run for Corey Seager into the upper deck. And the Rangers grab a 1-0 lead in the top of the first.
Nadell with the call on your home of the American League champs, Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Peyton back from Vegas, and Ryan has us up on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Jerry Jones live at 8:30 to celebrate your squad. They're going to the World Series, and they await the Game 7 winner tonight, Filthy and Arizona. 877-881-1053 to hit us up and celebrate. Truckwreck.com text line, Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill hotline. Tickets go on sale at 10. Is that what you found?
Yep, 10 a.m. Central. Individual tickets for games 1 and 2.
I think I'm going to game 2.
You think so?
Well,
pretty sure I'm going to game 2.
Okay, very nice.
So-
Press pass?
No.
Oh.
Press pass.
Do we have those?
Oh, maybe.
I know we
see.
don't have parking. I think 1080 for some reason has all of our press passes. Like the news station downstairs. La Grande probably has more press passes than we do. 1037.
And then Chicoline's selling them.
Yeah, he's got papers pool.
Yeah, he's sitting there scalping the tickets. All right, Rick is the Tolo. They got emotional with the KMC Masterpiece. He came and saw us at our Firehouse tour. Rick, how was last night for you, boss?
It was absolutely incredible. Every single pitch, you're just hanging on every single pitch. Watching it, my wife and I are sitting there. We're just nervous wrecks. After Seager's home run, we're just sitting there just amazed at the resiliency of this team. And then to watch Garcia, on Sunday, strike out 4 times. How do you strike out 4 times and then hit a grand slam?
Yeah.
This team is just absolutely incredible. To me, the best picture was Garcia putting his hand over his ear after he hit his second home run.
Yeah, like the Hulk Hogan, baby.
Yeah. It was just absolutely amazing. It's just, you said it, Sean, it's a team of destiny. How does a team lose Garcia hitting the wall, get swept by the Astros in September? Evan Carter gets called up. They lose 3 out of 4 to Seattle. They shouldn't even show up to Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
And they go on and they win, 9 games on the road?
Yeah.
9 games on the road. Nobody does that against the teams that they play. This is a team of destiny. That's all you can say.
Thank you for the call, brother. Again, we're going to have a separate conversation about all-time playoff runs and the least expected playoff runs in the Metroplex. Think back to all the championship runs, the teams that at least got to that round. How surprising was it with everything that they had to do? Because none of this makes sense. From the second half on, this entire season was a bipolar relationship. It was insane.
The 2011 Mavs run really stands out.
Future conversation.
Yeah,
Let's
I'm
get
just
to the
trying
Tolos.
to think. It's like there's so many of them. There's not so many of them because it's been so bad here for so long.
Yeah. RJ and Kent. RJ!
Yeah, look at that. We can only have one of us. One of us have to change our name.
2 of us now, man. Hey, I just want to say, Rangers they've been doubted this whole time, man. Let's stop doubting them. That World Series is ours. And one more thing. Everybody asked, how would it be if the Astros win back-to-back? I guess we'll never know.
God, I love that line. Oh, that freaking Bregman's little face sitting there. I guess we'll never know. And the meme got put out yesterday.
I don't like him. He chokes up on the bat. But be a man. Hit it from the handle. Swing for your colon. Let's go.
Antonio in Mansfield. Antonio, you're next up on the home of the AL champs.
Woo! Let's go Rangers! We did it. I'm so happy.
Man, you sound thrilled.
That sound really forced. You sound like you're nursing one right now. Did you just wake up? You sound.
I'm in a Quick Trip parking lot. I had to stop because I was like, I can't be driving. Yeah, I was so excited. Me and my coworker Rafa, we longtime listeners. We've been trying to go to a family, but man, we love you guys.
Thank you.
I was so torn last night. Oh, I'm sorry. I went to the Raw last night, and I was torn, but it was so awesome because everybody got into it. We're all yelling, "Go Rangers!"
Yeah.
Astros suck. And it felt like I was at the game.
I saw the chants from Raw last night. It was awesome. I retweeted it. Atolo sent like Houston sucks, go Rangers, and it was loud in there. Very loud.
Yeah, honestly, having been at Game 5, I felt like, just from watching on TV, I felt like the Rangers' presence was stronger in Game 7 than the Astros' presence was in Game 5 here at the Globe. Just personally, that's what I felt like it was broken down.
Josh in Whiteboro. Josh, you're next up on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline. Josh?
You there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, 2 points, man. One, these guys just set a beacon of example for every youth coming up of never quit and always keep your head down, keep grinding. That's something that can probably never be matched in these kids' lifetime of, on the road, doesn't matter what happens, stay with it, stay at it. And 2, now we know the best thing that ever came out of Houston.
And that is?
The LCS champ.
Thank you for the call. People are talking about like the maturation, and I had a little Adolis Garcia Last Dance comparison last night. So when Garver got drilled, and we got to have a separate discussion.
That was painful, man.
Was that intentional? And then Aroldis going 104 on the back of their leg. Magic and Michael said this. So, I'll just go with the more current one, which is the Bulls. The Pistons got under their skin. Scotty and Chicago reacted. Adolis and the Rangers reacted to what happened in Game 5, right? Should you have just gone down to first base? You riled them up. Oh, you woke us up. And now that quote is coming back to get rubbed right in Houston's face. And then last night, Garver gets hit, and they just knew it was done and over. I'll just take my base. You guys are done. It's finished. There's no more reaction. We're not going to stoop down to your level. Same thing with Rambis and the Celtics-Lakers rivalry. We're above you now. We don't have to engage, and we're moving on.
I bet it carries over into the first series next year, though.
Hopefully.
For sure. And let's face it, Mitch was not in a position to charge the mound there. I mean, he was trying to catch his breath.
Yeah, he's getting x-rays.
Yeah.
Aaron and McKinney. Aaron, you're the last one before Jerry Jones. Go ahead, boss.
Well, guys, first things first, get ready to set sail because we're going to the ship, baby.
Yes.
All right, guys. So first thing I got to say after that is these guys in the press need to put some respect on the Rangers' name. We have known here in Dallas that we were going to go all the way this year. We have known we had a special team. And now we're going to show everybody what's up in the World Series. And let's just hope that John Smoltz is okay, because I'm sure today he is choking on his words.
Oh, man, we got to
have a good one, guys.
Thank you, boss. We got to save it for Smoltz tomorrow and throughout the week. You know what? I want Christy to get the last word in Royce City. Christy, you're live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead.
That's right. You better put a woman on because let's go Rangers! And let me say this. I've raised 3 boys in this Metroplex. All play football, all play baseball. And let me tell you what, I gave them 3 choices when we moved here. You will root for the Rangers. You will root for the Dallas Cowboys, the Mavs, and the Stars, and that's it. No other ideas, no other teams. You will hate Filthy, and you will hate the Stros. Let's go, Rangers!
Wow! Christy with the ultimate lead-in for Jerry Jones live on Sean and RJ next.
Get you the all-new Platinum Ford in Terrell. Is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist owned store, Gilchrist Automotive, hooking you up on that brand new Ford car, truck, SUV, located between I-20 and Highway 80 in Terrell. Worth the short drive to save a lot more. If you're looking for that brand new vehicle at Platinum Ford, go see Adam Vinci. He is the GM, and he's going to get you into a Ford F-150 Lariat 4-wheel drive. You save $10,000 off MSRP. It's $9,000 in dealer discounts, $1,000 the bonus customer cash. How about an Expedition?
Rangers Tolo Tuesday on your home of the American League champs. This is also your home for Jerry Jones every single week at this time here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. And the Hall of Fame owner and general manager is brought to you by Built for Texas, built for you. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Good, Sean, RJ, Bobby, and congratulations. Those Rangers aren't. I'm just absolutely. I have to pinch myself that those guys are playing at this level, and it really looks good for our future, especially these next few weeks.
When is the last time that you attended a baseball game in person?
It's probably been a couple of years, and I've actually, because of our relationship with Legends, the Yankees and the Cowboys are involved in a company called Legends that basically service stadiums all over the world, and I, from time to time, will find myself up there in that Yankees box, believe it or not, with some of that great tradition as well. But make no mistake about it, I'm a Rangers fan, dyed and through.
When you see a team, locally make the championship, does that? Obviously, you're happy for them. You're probably friends with these owners. Is there also a competitive, healthy jealousy that also is in play there?
Oh, I think it's fair to. Really, I think it's more of an appreciation for how hard it is to do, and I would say that. Our fans might think differently about it, but I would say that. And no, it is when you have this kind of interest in sports, it lifts all boats, and there's no question that it's a lift to just my town against your town, Dallas, the entire North Texas area against the rest of the country, and that's alive and well with this great World Series we've got coming up here. It's more of that. You don't really, if you're in my shoes, if you looked around at sports in general and thought any team or any sport was excelling, and that gave you too much of a competitive jealousy, then you'd stay jealous all the time. And so the point is that it's exciting to see what happens when it comes together. It's hard, it's rare. When it does come together, you need to celebrate it, and boy, this needs celebrating.
So, Jerry,
your success.
Are you making like appointments to watch the game beginning to end, or are you just kind of checking in on it? Like, how invested are you in their playoff run?
Well, I stay aware of it. I look at it. I'm near communication all day long, just like most of us are, if you want to include that cell phone. So I'll follow them closely.
Jerry, we talked to Alex Rodriguez last week. He was previewing things with us, and he mentioned before just how much he values getting the chance to talk to you and meet with you and get your business insight and things like that. He also mentioned to us that he's mentoring Micah Parsons right now and has had several meetings with him. How important is it to you to develop those types of relationships with guys like A-Rod and then to have them pass on that knowledge to your players like Micah?
Well, of course, A-Rod is a former neighbor of mine, and in Dallas, and we live pretty close to each other when we lived here. But we've got time, as far as quite a bit of time that we go back, and of course, I respect him to no end. Certainly, he was one of the most distinguished players ever to play the game, but he's one of the great personalities of the game today, and that has been. And so I enjoy visiting with him, and we have, on occasion, really got to sit down and talk about the nuances of professional sports and many aspects of it. And he'd be at the top of my list of guys that I respect and enjoy communicating and talking with.
Who throws the best house parties on your block in your neighborhood?
Well, I know this. We have a curfew around here for music, and I'm not so sure that it's followed a lot. I've got Harlan Crow that is his parents' Trammell, or my next door neighbor, his parents are deceased, but the home that they had has since got another great new neighbor. And but I've got some great neighbors around here, and you want to be sure and take over some sugar every now and then, and when you're looking around. But seriously, it's a great neighborhood.
Jerry Jones here with Sean and RJ every Tuesday on 105.3 The Fan. So give us a little bye-week reflection, Jerry. First 6 games, how did you feel it went, and where would you like to see the most improvement or adjustments through the second half?
Well, I would have liked to have played better against the 49ers, and of course watched with interest this entire weekend's games, but certainly that one last night. And you see that it's a team step up there and play like Minnesota did, their quarterback did. But there can be had, the 49ers I'm talking about. And then you also see a Minnesota team like last night that needs to be reckoned with as you go down the road. Hello, NFL. And so I look at where we are, 4-2. I will take it for sure. And we've got better football ahead of us. I don't doubt that at all. No one should doubt that. And we're getting better. And consequently, we've obviously given our team several things to improve in. But we're going to get better. And we can get better when we get in there close in the red zone. We can frankly, we can do some things on big plays. Big plays have been a demon, a nemesis for us in a serious way. They always are, but they have been for this team. And I think we can eliminate some of those big plays. I think we can do a better job of we can get better, not a better job, but just get better. When we get in close, and we have got, boy, do we have a tough schedule ahead of us. And so it's going to be week to week.
Jerry, will there be major adjustments made philosophically to get the red zone in big plays offensively, or that stuff is already in there and it's just a matter of execution?
Well, I think it's important to adjust for who we're playing, and I don't think you excuse that in a question. But we go week to week on making those adjustments. But I do think that just from execution and from technique, we'll get better.
Jerry, I liked Mike's formula with what he was talking about and preaching early in the year. Defense is one. We're going to control, limit turnovers, and run the football. I really liked it when I thought that the defense was potentially special before Diggs went down. So my current question to you is your defense still good enough to play the way that Coach wants offensively?
Well, you mean is it as good as we had hoped it would be?
Yeah.
Not still good enough, but as hoped it would be. Now, you have to be realistic when you recognize that with our team, teams are going to come at us in the run game. That's a given. And so can we, as our personnel gets games under its belt, will we be better on the run? And I believe we certainly will be. We've got some players that size up in the middle. We got some players that are got the skill set that can evolve and play better. So I think we can do a better job against the run. And scheme will have something to do with that as well. So that's yes. I think we can play better defense, and I've got a chance. And not that has been the one thing that we're missing. We're across the board with areas that we can improve in, and so in that sense, I am looking forward to looking forward to how we evolve. Again, it's going to be week to week for us. But when we started this season, if you had told me we would be 4-2 at this particular time with these things staring at us, the challenges or the lack of some of the challenges that could be out there, I'd give it. I don't want to start over. Let's take what we got.
So when you see a team like a San Fran lose to a team we think is bad in Minnesota, or Philadelphia lose to a Jets team that you guys handle pretty easily, does that kind of ease the pain of an Arizona loss, knowing that this happens throughout the league?
Well, first of all, your question was when you see a team like San Francisco, that's the loss I was thinking of when I was watching San Francisco. And so that doesn't ease that pain. No. Those, first of all, on our record, those losses will bite you, boy. They'll be there at the end, and you'll wish you had one of them that you could have gotten back. So I think I look at that. On the other hand, what I look at more than anything is how we're playing and are we evolving. And our principally is do we have young players that are stepping up and getting better? That's paramount, and we do.
Jerry, do you still feel like you guys belong in that upper echelon conversation of NFC contenders with Philly and San Fran today? Do you feel that way?
Well, we belong in the upper echelons. I'm not going to say that we belong on the field with San Fran, and we haven't played Philly, but I'm anticipating Philadelphia being what they look like. And so I don't want to go that far, but we're in the upper echelon.
Jerry, Dak played probably his best game of the year against the Chargers. Just, really efficient, made a lot of big throws. Does this team, do you think, is their success going to be dependent on Dak's level of play? So in terms of, are you guys only going to go as far as Dak's play will allow you to go?
Yeah, but I think Dak will go, can elevate his play with his supporting cast. And that's trite even almost to say that, but it will elevate his play as we have better execution in the offensive line. We've got some things to work on from last week in the offensive line. But his play will elevate as he gets help, which is not help, but as we have less breakdown and more success there. And then, of course, big play and field position that the defense would like to provide is a big part of what can make Dak tick. And you're just hearing it said with different ways, with different voice inflections coming from me as opposed to Mike. But they got to complement each other and got to complement at the right time. And so, but I think we have a group that, again, is evolving. I think we have a coaching staff that can make the adjustments that need to be made, not only week to week, but in the ball game. And I think we've got the flexibility in our repertoire of plays on both sides of the ball to make adjustments during ball games. That's a lot to say right there.
Jerry, when you look at the trade deadline coming up for Halloween, there's been a lot of national discussion out there, different articles written saying, it looks like the Cowboys could be one of the more aggressive teams out there on the deadline. Do you anticipate making any moves over the next week or investigating any of that?
It'll have to come our way. I don't want to preclude it in any way, but it always does. You have a lot of machinations that you're working with every day. I do. And but the initiation of an opportunity to make a trade at this time that would help us principally has to start over on the other end. And so that's not showing a lack of aggressiveness. It's just that's where it starts. I like where we are with our personnel today, and so I'm not thinking in any way that we need to upgrade our roster.
Jerry Jones here on The Fan. I'm curious, Jerry, if you could take us into a second layer of that. Philosophically, why react to someone bringing the trade to you versus saying, we know this is an area, we should go out and get this? Why that philosophy?
Well, again, it's you're laying in wait, so to speak. I have areas on the team that, but we could, if certain circumstances happen, that you might improve. So you though know that your best chance to get it done is when it comes by you and you grab it. So that's just generally speaking. To go out and push it, the odds of getting it done at the price or the trade conditions or the just the price that you would expect is dreaming.
Jerry, we ask you this every year, and I know what your answer is going to be, but we have to ask it for the first time this year. the reputation was, Jerry Jones, gambler, he's going to overpay, he's going to go overboard, he's going to outrule everyone. And now the Cowboy reputation out there is way too conservative, and they're not going to be aggressive whatsoever. To that, you say what?
If you looked at the overall picture, you would see risk taking very much in my profile and very much in our profile. And I'm confident that we've got the balance right. There are times when you take more risk, you go forward a little bit. There are times when you kind of keep it close to the vest. I don't lose a lot of sleep over whether I'm leaning too far one way or the other there at all. I've just been around too long.
Are you that different of an owner today than you were 15, 25 years ago in that stance, in that regard?
Not as to taking risk. Not as to taking risk, which I think is where you kind of are looking to see here this morning, but not as to taking risk. No, I took huge risks just to get here. And our best, frankly, our best success has been when we were probably had the opportunity and made some decisions that had risk involved with them. I don't base a decision based upon, this is a good decision because it's got a lot of risk involved. I don't do that at all. And as a matter of fact, more often than not, you didn't know sometimes the kind of risk you might have been dealing with when you made your trade or made your decision. So, all of that is, what is all of that? What is all of that is that no pain, no gain, so to speak. And so if you're not got a little bit of ambiguity in the decision, then you're probably not advancing.
Jerry Jones here on The Fan. Jerry, are you and Steven more opposite or similar in terms of this discussion that we're having, making a deal, being aggressive, searching for it, or changing up your roster?
Well, I have a lot of respect. I give a lot of deference to Steven's decisions, or not decisions, but his ideas and his direction that he's leaning. And I give a lot of deference to that. We've been around a lot of very similar people. We've been around the same people for a lot of times. And then he has a perspective that I don't get. Steven's a chemical engineer. I used to walk 5 blocks around that engineering building when I was in school. Just didn't want to even come close to getting in that thing. And so my point is, you should listen to him. I should listen to him.
Jerry, when you look at, you say that it'd have to come to you guys. When you look at going out to make a trade, are you more likely to be aggressive in that sense and pursue that when your team you feel like is underperforming, or when you feel like they're on the cusp and you're trying to push them over the edge?
Both. I would really extend to improve our team right now. So that gives you an idea, because I think we have a team that's a contender. So I would do it right now. Would I do something that would take away from this team so that it could help us in the future? Probably not.
Jerry Jones, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Keep the noise down for the house parties, and we hope to see you in Arlington for one of these World Series games.
Mother called. I had a graduation party for Charlotte, and boy, did all the security and police came to shut it down. And I was talking to my mother the next morning, and she lived in a rural area, and I said, Mama, I can't believe my neighbors. I just can't believe they wouldn't let me have my party for Charlotte for her graduation. She says, oh, son, don't get hard on your neighbors. Probably wasn't them at all. Good music will get in these hollers and it will travel for several miles. Those complaints could have been coming from miles away, so don't get mad at your neighbors. Music will get in the holler.
Jerry, thank you for the quotes as always. We appreciate you, and good luck on Sunday.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline every Tuesday here on 105.3 The Fan.
I think, we always have the Fish has always had the line about Jerry Poppins where he's being a little optimistic or whatever else.
Yeah.
And so I think you got to sometimes try and read, okay, is this Jerry's, true God's honest feeling on this, or is it more he's just being the optimist in him? I do think that just hearing him talk there, that sounds like after a week of reflection, he does like where the team is. I think that is genuine that he does. Because that's, I don't think I've ever heard him say something like, we're in the upper echelon. I'm not going to say we're on the field with San Francisco.
Yeah.
I'm very surprised to hear him say something like that.
Well, he can like it, but there's no way he can love it. You can't love where the Cowboys are, in my opinion.
Yeah, as of themselves, no, but you can like where the Cowboys are I'll use a Jerry term, relative to the other teams in the NFC. Because the other teams in the NFC over the last 2 weeks have shown some major flaws.
Well, so there's two ways to look at it. There is, okay, they're going to trip up. So now how do we feel about ourselves after San Fran loses on Monday Night Football? Or you take them when we have them at the top of the power rankings and say, do we stack up? Yeah. I personally look at it as I still view, I don't like to judge it when the other team slips. I've seen enough, in my personal opinion, over the past few weeks, even though San Fran has lost 2 straight games, and you talk about Philly struggling with close ones, where I feel like they are a step above. San Fran, a bigger step above than Philly, than us and the Lions.
Yeah, it's
I just don't want, to me, that's a settling weaker mentality when you're like, oh, they lost, so we're fine. No, I like to be aggressive with it and be like, let's be realistic here. We got our ass kicked and dominated by them. We don't know what's going to happen against Philly yet. That's what I need to build off of, not, they just lost 2 straight games.
Yeah, I look at it like, when we talk about, coaches' clock management, and it's like any coach or their play calling. And if you look around the league, everybody's got nobody has good clock management.
Right.
So do we get as angry with the coach because their clock management is bad, or is clock management just bad in general? So it's not something to get really angry about. Is, in terms of the team, is every team just flawed because that's the NFL?
It's interesting. I was just looking over this. There were 10 teams, including the Cowboys, that were at or above 500 in the NFC heading into this weekend. And Dallas obviously didn't play. Those teams went 3-6 this week in the NFC. So the teams that are at or above 500, 2/3 of them lost. And, they probably, like you said, they probably examined it as this is what everything else looks like right now.
Jerry, with his first half review, he brought the 49ers quickly, talked about red zone, big plays on top of it. So there is your 30 minutes of Dallas Cowboys coverage in a 4.5-hour show, because we're going back to the Rangers. Jared Sandler with his eyes burning from champagne. Let's get Jared out of the Rangers clubhouse on your home of the AL champs. The Sandman joins us next.
Let's get your carpet clean.
DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And the Astros are down to their final strike. With Clerk ready now, 1-2 pitch, ground ball, second base. Simeon's got it. On to first to Nate Lowe, and hello World Series. The Rangers have won their third American League pennant. They stream out of the dugout and are jumping up and down between the mound and first base. For the first time since 2011, the Rangers are going to the World Series after having 6 consecutive losing seasons. What an amazing year this has been. And there's more baseball to be played.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Bell, Pepe back together again as your team is going to the show. Eric Nadell with the call on your home for Rangers baseball. Thank y'all for being Tolos. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. I saw him hugging Andrew Heaney in the clubhouse last night. Champagne out of the eyes from Jared Sandler, our Rangers insider on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Good morning. How was that?
Dude, that was top 3 like sports experience, as like whether as a fan or in this job. That was awesome. And to beat those guys at their place and to see Astros fans leaving in the 6th inning and to hear Rangers fans take over Minute Maid Park starting around the 8th inning, that was awesome. That was so much fun. And there are 4 more wins, right? It's not done, but let's also be honest with ourselves. The Rangers have only, Eric said it, the Rangers have only done this now 3 times in over 50 years. And this is incredibly special. And I just think that was awesome. That was so much fun.
When did you finally breathe last night and say, okay, I think this is over?
So when the Rangers, so it was 4-2, when the Rangers tacked on from 4-2 and made it 8-2, right? I think that was the progression. That was when it was 8-2, I felt really good. It still wasn't really, it wasn't over, but I felt really good about that. At 8-2, I started allowing myself to accept that this is probably going to happen. And I started making sure that I have some receipts. Guys, I got some
bring them out, baby.
Wow.
No. They're going to come out on Twitter later today. I've decided that to protect against the keyboard gangsters who, if you met them in person, would be the biggest cowards on the face of this earth, I'm taking a page out of my former nemesis, but a guy I've gained a lot of respect for, Deion Sanders, and I'm keeping receipts. So at 8-2, I allowed myself to make sure that I knew where my list of receipts were. But one of them is Alex Bregman and his cocky self after the Astros won the division. With his little, everyone was asking, what would it be like if the Astros didn't win the West? I guess we'll never know. First of all, dude, no one was asking, all right? That's really sick. Way to, create something out of there. And, a lot of people, Alex, are asking what it's going to be like when the Astros are irrelevant. Well, I guess we're going to find out here in the next few years.
They did.
Well, years.
Yeah, they did seem like they may have aged a little bit this year.
Yeah, and I said that. I'm pretty fired up right now. I think they'll still be good next year, but I don't think that. I said it last night. They're definitely on the back nine. I don't know if last night was the 18th hole. The Rangers sent Dusty into retirement, I guess, but they still have some guys. But their farm system, there's nothing. They got nothing there, and they got some disgruntled guys like Kyle Tucker, who's ticked off. He hasn't gotten an extension, and my goodness, that guy plays with about as little energy as anyone that I can recall for how good he is. But yeah, I do think that there was some sort of passing of the torch last night. It wasn't the Astros didn't willingly hand it over, but I do think that the Astros are going to take a step back from being the preeminent force in this division. Now, that doesn't mean they can't compete for division next year. But I think they lost a little bit of their sheen yesterday
because they didn't lose to some perceived powerhouse, right? They didn't lose to the Yankees super roster, the Red Sox super roster, the Rays like analytics super roster. They lost to a team that in their mind they're better than.
Yeah.
Like they are above the Rangers. And the attitude from Astros people the last couple days demonstrated that to the nth degree. They thought it was cute that the Rangers took this to 7. I don't think that a lot of people expected that butt whooping that the Rangers delivered last night.
Jared Sandler here on 105.3 The Fan. So, full honesty, I did not expect, I mean, no one expected it, but I did not think that Adolis was capable of anything close to that after what happened in Game 5. Brett Boone was hit me up with messages because I was like, stop over swinging. You're embarrassing yourself out there. And it felt like the moment was getting to him, Jared. And rather than respond to it, he was just going to continue to fail in it. How surprised were you with Adolis's ability to respond and take over the series?
Sean, that's a great question. Let me just answer it this way. The Astros are going home and the Rangers are going to the World Series! Alex Bregman, can you do my laundry today? You got nothing else going on, dude?
I was all excited because I thought I asked a great question.
Maldonado, hey, you know what? I got to go to the storage unit because I got a charity and I got to get some items. Can you help me with that? Because you got nothing going on other than trying to get your guys suspended. You turned behind the plate. Yeah, no, that was a great question. Adolis Garcia, I mean, I thought when he got booed and he was just swinging at everything, I was like, oh, gosh, what are we doing here? And then Ryan Stanek decided he wanted to throw him a strike. I don't know why he did.
No kidding.
Yeah, and then that got Adolis going. And then yesterday he was more locked in. Like he had good at-bats. He was laying off some pitches early. That first at-bat with Christian Javier, I mean, hell, they told us when we took off yesterday, flying time was going to be about 25 minutes. And, I mean, that was about the amount of time Christian Javier was on the mound yesterday.
Yeah.
And so he only had one chance against Javier. But, he laid off some pitches. I think it was a 1-2 slider off the plate that, he would have swung at the day before, I think. And, Adolis was like a few feet away from a 3-home run game. He kind of had that pimp job single, but that's okay. We can get by that now. That was impressive. But, we've seen this, right? That's if you asked before the series, hey, tell me about Adolis Garcia. One of the things you'd say is, man, this guy, he's streaky, but he can absolutely put a team on his back for a stretch of games, and that's absolutely what he did. I mean, he set a major league record for RBIs in a single league championship series, American League or National League. He broke Nelson Cruz's record when he was with the Rangers, and Corey Seager has the National League record. So both record holders in each league are with the Rangers. But that was impressive what he did, and how poetic, right? How poetic with Game 5, the way that it looked like he was stripped of this magical moment.
Yes.
And then to some, he was, partly responsible for that loss, with the way he reacted after the hit by pitch. Well, you can't lay any blame on that guy because he's a huge reason why the Rangers are moving on.
So Scherzer's stuff yesterday, what did you make of it? Did you think they could have or should have let him go longer, or was that just because it was Game 7 they weren't going to let it go any further?
Yeah, I mean, I think I said yesterday with Baskey and Corey, I think the biggest decision of the game is not going to be who hits third. It's not going to be what you do in the 8th inning. It's when you press the eject button on Max Scherzer, because you can play into, hey, this is Mad Max and, Cy Young winner, one of the best pitchers of his generation. But if you drink that juice a little bit too long and he gives up that big swing, it could, change the game. Now the Rangers got on the board early, right? So it wasn't like it was a deadlock, 1-1 game or anything, but it was clear that he was okay. But I think they made the move at the right time. They let him face Jordan there in the 3rd or whatever, and Jordan almost took him deep, had the triple, and then he did a great job getting Jose Abreu. But then you turn it over to Brantley, and it was Tucker who was due up after, and that was the right time to go get whether it was going to be Heaney or they chose Montgomery. I thought it was the right time, and I do think, as we look ahead to the World Series,
I think Max is still in that mode of knocking off some of the rust after missing a month's worth of time. But I do think he showed some signs of encouragement moving forward. But I thought they pulled him at the right time. They didn't have to be conservative. They could have been as aggressive as they wanted because they don't play now for the next few days. And if they lost yesterday, they wouldn't be playing for a long time. So, they didn't have to worry about, hey, we really need him to get 3 more outs because we got to kind of protect ourselves from the game tomorrow. They didn't have to worry about that at all.
Jared, when you look at, this past season, we all remarked on the fact that with this explosion of stolen bases, the Rangers weren't part of that this year. But, yesterday in the first inning, they steal 3 bases on the Astros in that first inning on the way to scoring the 3 runs. Was that, do you think, just something that was presented to them as here's the opportunity, let's take advantage of it? Or do you think that was a conscious decision from the Rangers of like, hey, let's be super aggressive, let's get out early, we've got to do everything we can to jump on this team?
Yeah, I think it was matchup based. Christian Javier is a really good pitcher. He's horrible at holding runners. This year, guys were able to steal on him at around a 90% success rate. Martin Maldonado, one of the worst behind the plate at controlling the running game. Guys ran on him successfully around 90% of the time. I mean, those odds are stacked in your favor. And, if you go back and look at those stolen bases, they really weren't close. Like, I think the Evan Carter one was the closest, but to the naked eye watching it live, there was no question he was safe, right? There were no like, oh shoot, let's go to the monitor type plays. So I think that's why, and the Rangers did this against the Astros during the regular season. Unfortunately, in Arlington, they were down a lot. Obviously it's been well documented, the Astros success. And so when you're down 5-6 runs, you're not going to run as much, but in close games, they tried their best to take advantage of Martin Maldonado. He's just, listen, I can't stand the guy. But that aside, he's no longer good at that part of the game. He used to be really good at that, but he's not anymore. He's slower. He's put on weight. He's not as quick twitch. And so it takes longer for the ball to get out. His arm's not as strong. And a lot of teams try to take advantage of Martin Maldonado this year, and the Rangers did that last night.
Jared Sandler here on 105.3 The Fan. Who do you want next?
Oh, you be careful what you wish for. I think on paper, Philadelphia presents the more imposing challenge. The key for this Rangers team has been their ability to get length from their starters, especially in a 7-game series, because that allows them to better protect what is a thin bullpen. Mm-hmm. And so when I look at Philadelphia, Zach Wheeler scares the crud out of me. And their bullpen's good, and, they got a good rotation. But what scares me the most, or what to me presents the most imposing challenge, that's a really, 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 really good lineup. That's a really deep lineup. But they also can work counts and take pitches. You think of guys like Kyle Schwarber, you think of Bryce Harper. They're not. There's one thing about a really good lineup, but man, they're free swinging and they're not going to work the count. And that lineup can still be really good. But this lineup, that's like the Rays. Like the Rays scored a whole lot of runs, but man, they swing it a lot. Philadelphia will work counts on you, and so they will make it challenging not only because of their ability to hit the ball out of the yard, but their ability to really drain you and force teams to go to their bullpen early. So they're the most, to me, on paper, the more daunting challenge. But with that said, you look at Arizona and their starting pitching. They're going to throw Brandon Pfaadt tonight, I think, and gosh, he's been outstanding. And it's not Merrill Kelly or Zach Gallen, who are their 2 best pitchers, and Merrill Kelly has been pitching really well. So the Diamondbacks are very athletic. They're very good defensively. They're not necessarily as sexy in terms of like fantasy baseball type stuff, which a lot of us are more inclined to look at, but they do little things really well. So no one expected the Diamondbacks to take this series to 7, but if they can get the win tonight, do not think that this is any sort of a layup, because the Diamondbacks are still a really, really good ball club.
Jared was apparently, RJ, in enemy territory yesterday, and here he was defending you.
I appreciate
on Sports Radio 610 against those nasty, nasty Rangers talk show hosts.
We don't believe in jinxes. We've been accused of jinxing many a times, but what are we doing here? Like, how are you this confident after 2 games? Hit a little bit of this, Figgy. I don't want to go all the way through it.
Let's get up, ALCS Game 3. Texas
We're World Series bound.
What?
And it's baseball.
What are we doing here?
World Series bound.
What are we doing here?
What a banger.
To the globe with
I'm looking for a
Rangers.
Grammy, I heard.
So what's the deal here? Is the confidence there?
Okay, Landry, first of all, you know RJ, and unfortunately your listeners don't. He's a big goofball, and a 2-game lead. I think, what was it?
Did we
7
wait 2
straight
more
wins?
games though? I mean,
I'm not disagreeing, but they're having fun. And plus, I mean, when you got that voice, how do you keep?
Oh yeah, yeah. You got to get that on the air.
Man, I appreciate that, Sandler. It could have been way better.
It could have been worse too.
Could have been worse.
I did. Listen, I was very. I had just made a trash can joke, and it was tough. If this was a non-Odyssey station, I probably would have come a little harder in the paint there. But I wanted to kind of just be nice and respectful. But that right there was the Houston attitude. The whole oh, you guys had a 2-game lead.
Yeah.
That's so cute. And you think World Series bound. Ha! John Lopez. Ha! That's in World Series bound. Yeah, that's cute. Let them have their fun, RJ. All right. Yep. If they were going to take some serious shots, I would have been ready to throw some haymakers back at them. But I knew that they were about to get an ass kicking that night, and I figured let's let them have theirs. It's okay. And plus, our friend Parker Hillis is down there running the show, right. And I didn't want to. Parker's a Rangers fan. All right, I can say that here. I don't know if I could say that. Parker's a Rangers fan. Parker spent 2 years running the board for Rangers games. I just, I wanted to be peaceful. Okay, I wasn't going to be Martin Maldonado calling for Brian Abreu to throw to Adolis Garcia.
So Jared probably is going to have the Twitter thread of the day, and people are making it viral. The experience captured last night, pictures, memes, videos encouraged at Jared Sandler to go ahead and get very emotional with your team going to the World Series. Thank you, brother.
Fellas, this is badass. Let's keep enjoying the hell out of this ride, huh?
Absolutely. We'll talk to you to preview the World Series with Game 7 of the NLCS tonight. Let's sneak in a few Ranger phone calls if you would like at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Rangers calls, then Rangers Crosswalk with KMC, all next.
Let's get you over to K Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official Roofing and Waterproofing.
by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Here comes Brown. And that ball was hit high and deep down the right field line. Tucker looking. It is gone! Inside the right field foul pole. An opposite field home run for Adolis Garcia. The home run streak stretches to 4. The Rangers lead 4-1.
Pixie with the call on your home of the AL champs, Sean, RJ, and Roberto on 105.3 The Fan. We want to continue celebrating with the Tolos at 877-881-1053. Today is your day. Savor all of it. Roberto in Dallas. You're live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead.
How y'all doing this morning? I am fired up.
Awesome.
I was thinking last night, who would I rather want to play in this World Series? I think the obvious answer is the Diamondbacks. They don't have as much firepower. They don't have the pitching that the Phillies do. But I think it'd be that much sweeter if we beat the lousy, stinking Phillies and the city of Philadelphia in the World Series. Just want y'all's thoughts on that.
Well, it would definitely be sweeter, but
I want the more fun series. For me, I personally want. I
would like the ring.
I mean,
2011 was fun. It was not fun at the end. It was a fun series, but I'd rather have the title.
Yeah, of course you'd rather have the title, but you could also be selfish and get both. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
I would rather win a 7-game series than sweep somebody.
If you give me those two options, fine.
Right.
Well, in your perfect world you just made up.
Yeah, I mean,
you give me 60-40 versus 50-50, I would like the 60-40 if you view Arizona as that. Yeah, you want to guarantee me a World Series either way, I would prefer Philadelphia, and fine, make it 7.
Who do you think Vegas would have? Do you think Vegas would have the Rangers as the favorite in both?
Oh, I mean, they would have the favorite over Arizona. I think Philadelphia. See, Houston was a minus 130 favorite yesterday, which is very, very close. Very, very close. I think they would honestly, I think the Rangers might be favored in both of them. If not, it would be a minus 125 for Philadelphia. Very similar to Game 7.
Jacob in Dallas. Jacob, you are up next here on the home of the Rangers.
Man, I'm so excited. Can't believe the Rangers are going to the World Series. I probably in my lifetime, I'm 26, maybe, hopefully the Cowboys can't even sniff that. But I was at the Raw event yesterday for WWE, and I was just watching the game along with a stranger right next to me. We were just pumped the whole game, and man, Garcia, man, he's a bad man. Just for him and Evan Carter, pulling up. We caught him up. We wouldn't be in this position without him. Just excited. I can't wait to win the World Series. Let's face the Diamondbacks. Let's go.
Thank you for the call. We got to get Banny on either way.
Yeah, we do.
Make a note for that. Get
Yes,
Jeff
sir.
Bannister on as they were focusing on him last night in the dugout. The RJ Choppy impersonator, Chappie, not Choppy, but Chappie in Dallas is live on the phone.
I just want to say this is the best birthday present I think I've ever gotten.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
I appreciate that. And I just want to say that there was a crazy party last night in Minute Maid Park, and I'm pretty sure the carpet's dirty. They're going to have to call zero res for that one.
Oh, man, listen to this.
There you go. Spell it frontwards or backwards. That's what it is. And listen, I want to let you guys know I'm writing my own song. I'm going to perform my own song.
Oh, yes.
And I'm going to be sending that to Pepe Thursday.
Oh,
Okay.
yes.
Very nice.
We'll play it tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the call, brother. Tomorrow we will get into RJ possibly not doing another song. He's in protest right now.
He's been bruised.
He's been bruised, apparently, of what I heard Friday. So there may be no RJ Choppy track that's laid down this week to get y'all ready for the World Series. May just have to replay the other one over and
I
over
think we
again.
just keep replaying that one. I'm not I don't do the whole receipt thing. So if I was a more petty individual than me would have gone back at all those fans and tagged each one and bookmarked each one. All right, but I didn't have 5,000 bookmarks.
Right. Well, I mean, you're kind of being petty if you're not going to do a song because of it.
I think you're pronouncing lazy wrong.
Oh, okay.
Is that what it is? Lazy.
Justin, you're up next here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto on a Rangers Tolo Tuesday. Go ahead, Justin.
Hey, I just want to say it's awesome that the Rangers got there. I'll be honest with you, I was deployed to Iraq in 2011, and we would work all night and then stay up all day and watch the games. Unfortunately, I missed the last game because of business we had to take care of there, but I am so happy. And then I retired, moved back to the local area, and was able to get tickets to Game 6. So excited.
Awesome. Heck yeah, thank you for your service, man. Appreciate you, Justin. You're appreciated. Appreciate it. Michael and Terrell. Michael, you're up next on the Fan. Go ahead, boss.
Morning, fellas. Morning.
Morning.
What's up?
Hey, I've been waiting to say this since I was 13, but the Rangers are going to the World Series, baby!
Woo! Yeah!
Hey, Top.
Yo.
Stick goes boom, baby. Stick goes boom.
Stick goes boom.
Last thing. You know, I was wondering what would happen if the Astros made the World Series, but Alex Bregman, I guess we'll never know.
Never know.
Never know.
Get the shirts.
Well, have a good one, fellas. Appreciate the call.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you for listening. Get those T-shirts out. I guess we'll never know.
Guess we'll never know.
That is fantastic.
That is a good T-shirt.
It's amazing.
That's a good T-shirt.
Hearing how many people are saying they were 12 and 13.
Oh, yeah.
How old does that make us feel? We started the show 2010, 2011, and now they're all saying they were 12, 13 years old.
Last time it happened.
Last time it happened.
Like this team, if you go look at it now, so they made the World Series in 2010, 2011, now 2023. That's 4 times, three times in what? In 13 years? This team makes the World Series every 4 years on average.
Tom,
you got to look at it like that.
Tom in Rome. Tom, you get the last word here on Sean and RJ to celebrate. Go ahead, Tom.
Okay, good morning, guys. Hey, look, I'm 72 years old, and I watched the very first game that was playing at old crappy Turnpike Stadium when the Rangers came to Texas. But I wanted to start you off with a little bit of history. The Texas Rangers are named after the famous Texas Rangers law enforcement group, and they had a saying, one fight, one Ranger. So I want to talk about the MVP of the game, and I don't get excited because I'm 72 years old. I could have a heart attack.
No, don't do that.
But just let me say, one fight, one Ranger, Adolis Garcia. Go get him, guys.
Yeah, Tommy. Right. Way to go,
Tommy.
baby. G-Bag of the day nominee, Tolo Chris. Got a shout out my baby girl's 7th birthday, Olivia. She's a huge Rangers fan. I'm gonna have to mute Chris. He's a Rangers psycho.
Tolo Chris?
He's the Max Scherzer.
He's all over the place.
Of Rangers texters. I mean, my phone. He draining it last night. I can't do it anymore. He's a nut.
I thank God. Bobby, thank God I got an iPhone because I was able to use my computer to text back.
Oh,
Otherwise, there was no way. There's no way I was texting it back on my phone.
Let's get to Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, and huge baseball fan as well. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Pat, obviously it's a Rangers Tolo Tuesday. Give us a little Game 7 preview, though. The Phillies went through your Braves. Who should the Ranger fans want to win or lose tonight, in your opinion?
Well, honestly, I mean, as far as matchups go, it would be more fun to watch the Rangers versus the Phillies, just, a high-powered lineup versus a high-powered lineup. But that being said, I want nothing but the worst for sports fans in Philadelphia. And I believe that the Rattlers have shown a lot of fight. They've shown just as much fight in their series as the Rangers did in their respective series. So I want the Rattlers to advance. I think that would be fun as well as far as storylines go because it's a matchup between Arizona and Texas that you don't really see. Like, when have you ever seen that at the World Series stage? So while power versus power, Phillies versus Rangers will be fun, and I would love nothing better than my Rangers fans to be the ones celebrating Phillies' defeat in the World Series. I would also love the Rangers being able to do that against Arizona, so that'd be fun as well.
Who would you pick between the Rangers and Phillies?
I'm going with the Rangers. I remember we had this conversation last week, and I said I believe the Rangers we're going to get past the Astros and get into the World Series. And I think that the Rangers right now are on a heater. I mean, they've stumbled a couple times in the Astros series, but you guys know, you baseball guys as well, and baseball gals who are listening, it's not about necessarily getting hot. It's about when you get hot. And the Rangers being one of the streakiest teams in baseball, when they're on, they're virtually unstoppable, and they got hot at the right time. So, yeah, they took a couple blows from the Astros, but, I mean, they're still hot. You saw Game 7, you drop 11 on the Astros in Houston. I mean, what else is there to say? This team is something else. And Adolis Garcia, I just want someone to just toss some holy water on him. I just want to see if it burns. That's all I want to see if it burns, because he's on demon time right now.
And there ain't going to be no rest issue. There's not going to be a no excuse built in for either team, because, I mean, there's going to be a 18-hour difference, 24-hour difference in who last played. So one team can't say, well, they got rusty, they got cold, or they were dead tired. There ain't going to be no rest issue. It's go time.
Oh, no rust. Everybody's coming in with the same level of fatigue, if that's how you want to look at it, the same level of readiness. And, I mean, whether it be the Diamondbacks or the Phillies, it's absolutely go time, like you said, RJ. It's going to be fun. And although as much as I would have loved to have the rematch of my Braves versus the Rangers on the World Series stage, my guys unfortunately could not get it done. You guys got it done. And you guys know, although I'm not a Rangers fan, I'm a huge Rangers supporter. Been to several games this season, last season, season before, and I'll go next year as well. Just a huge fan of baseball and good baseball, and you guys are playing some magnificent baseball. So please, just go kick ass.
Pat, thank you for the baseball audible. We'll preview the Rams on Thursday. We appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Talk to you soon.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Rangers Crosstalk with KMC. Was Bassick on TV last night?
I don't know.
I think he was. I think they're on there for all of it. I was watching A-Rod and Jeter be right about the Rangers, Ortiz be wrong and clueless about everything.
I'm surprised to do the Rangers team name. That's how clueless he was in this series.
Rangers Crosstalk with KMC as the party continues next. But you know who else?
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it is Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's all gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
The 3-1. And that ball is hit high and deep into right field. Tucker going back. He's at the wall. He leaps, and it is gone. Nathaniel Lowe with a 2-run home run. He puts Texas into double figures. It's 10-2.
Hixie with the call in your home of the AL champs. It's a Rangers crosstalk with Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors on 105.3 The Fan.
If the Rangers would have lost, I might have been skipping today, too.
Yeah, I heard you were out yesterday for a wedding.
Yeah, it was in Oklahoma. This is true.
Renewed your vows. It's awesome.
Not my wedding.
Congratulations, Hagee.
It was not my wedding, or I would never do a vow renewal.
Oh, in your face. Jess? Is that in Jess's face?
No, she knows that. And it was friends that got married. It was delightful. But
theirs was a renewal or fresh?
No, they were getting married for the first time.
Yeah.
So
what
good
would you
for
do in place of like a vow renewal?
Nothing. You already got married.
And then this diamond upgrade that you're supposed to do too.
Oh,
How
by the
many
way,
years
Diamond's
in is
direct
that?
if you wanted to do that.
How many years in are you supposed to do that?
The Diamond Factory?
Every year?
Every year.
No, it isn't.
I haven't done it one time.
Okay.
So Doug Christie?
I'm almost 18 years
Doug Christie
in,
had to do
so-
it every time at the free throw line. Jeez.
So I got at least a while to
right.
make that happen.
I like a good Doug Christie reference, Mike. Me
too.
Corey, what's coming up?
Rangers, 4 hours of Rangers talk. I actually think that.
What? I thought we were preparing for Mavs opening night tomorrow night.
No.
You thought wrong. Hey.
Yeah,
Boy.
no, I think it's just like we hopped on last night for the post-game show for the American League champions.
Yeah, where were you, Sean?
I was watching A-Rod, a real post-game show. A-Rod and Jeter.
Okay, well, I was with you until you said that last part.
No, but watching those guys next to Ortiz, they are they're so much better because they're next to David Ortiz. I really thought Ortiz was going to pick the Astros in 8 last night. Just the same generic. Anyway, you were on TV?
How are you
No.
feeling
I
right
did.
now?
I came up here till 1 a.m.
Oh, you did?
I was here with Chris Arnold.
Turn it on, leave it on,
Holy
Sean.
crap, how many future days off did Split Off to give you for that?
I had a Comrex at the house, so I just popped on at like midnight last night.
I was supposed to have off on this upcoming Monday because Bishop Lynch has their golf charity. I won't say charity, raising money for their school.
Like a scramble.
Isn't that the fake school that lost at football or something?
Called a fundraiser?
No, Bishop Lynch is the real deal.
Oh, that was
okay?
Bishop Sycamore.
So I'm going to have to call up Bishop Lynch today and just say, hey, I feel
charity.
like on that Monday I should probably be here after games 1 and 2 and getting prepared for game 3.
When did you all truly exhale and you're like, this is over?
Final pitch.
As soon as I realized or remembered that
Final pitch? You weren't fine in the 9th?
No.
I was. It was honestly for me. It was when they announced that Dusty was going to manage Game 7.
Exactly. That's how I felt too when they showed him and showed the record, and they're like, "Hey, but remember, in winner take all games, he's 2-7, so he doesn't just stink in Game 7. He stinks in all these scenarios." And Bruce Bochy never loses in these scenarios. I was like, "Hell yeah!"
Did Dusty do anything last night to make you say, "Okay, there's a slip up"?
My neighbor he's a big Astro fan. He's like, man, not using Verlander was just a give up.
Well, they were worried about him coming off Tommy John.
Yeah, I get it.
Let's go ahead and have extra stress on the arm. He's 40 years old.
Mm-hmm.
They were worried about that. Anything else that jump out?
Well,
You're like,
I will tell. I'm not going
too long.
And I'm not going to blame Dusty Baker as in I agree with you. I was like, dude, they should bring somebody else in. But that's the issue with, and this is general. Analytics are great. This is the problem with hiring people out of Ivy League schools who don't know what your sport is at all. On a computer, on a piece of paper, on MLB The Show, when you're playing it on PlayStation 5, using 9 different pitchers in one game makes a lot of sense. It does when you put it on a piece of paper, when you look at it, but all it takes is one guy to go bad in a hurry, and now it screws up everything. And when France started going bad, Christian Javier, But then, too, when J.P. France starts going bad in the fourth inning and it's in a hurry.
And he just leaves it. He left out there to die.
Yeah, you're just like, crap, I don't have another plan at this point because the plan was laid out on this piece of paper that all 7 or 9 guys I'm supposed to use are supposed to do their job and get 3 outs and give up give up less than 2 runs, because he did give up at least. But that's the issue with that, and that's why you really do need, and I know the Rangers aren't rolling with this right now, but you really do need 3 or 4 solid starting pitchers.
Don't worry about it. 2 is fine.
Wow, what a great job. Those foam balls worked, Corey, huh?
Yeah, they did. They figured out how to. They took that advice of hitting at the top of the baseball, trying to get on top of that, aiming about 3 to 4 inches higher than they felt they needed to.
And Choppy, you have on your Rocker B hat, which is a beautiful place to play baseball for
It's
kids.
this weekend.
I'm just wondering this. And look, I love Derek Holland and I love Jeff Fry. I wish they'd stop arguing with each other. And they're both professionals and both have
is
great
that
careers.
happening right now?
It's been happening for a while. But I will say this. Jeff Fry can stand 20 feet tall right now. Those dumb people, I almost called them bad names, that talk about dropping the barrel and lifting the ball and everything, that's a T-ball swing. That's not a real swing. Think about what the Rangers did. Think about what a real hitting coach and what the Rangers had to do to prepare for Christian Javier and different professional pitchers. Like, they had to say, you are not going to swing after contact. Keep the bat almost like shoulder higher below the shoulder on your finish. This has to be, because of we're facing professionals and it's not T-ball, to all the people I'm hoping that are taking lessons from these people that never played above high school. That I know there's some really good hitting coaches out there that didn't play Major League Baseball, but to try to teach a swing where we're going to create this angle, and every time there's an angle to get to, and it's the same angle every time. If the Rangers would have done that, John Smoltz talked about it. Yeah. They talked about it during the show. This is professional sports. We're facing the best. Or if you make it to college, you can't have that dummy swing that these morons are teaching and that these parents are paying thousands upon thousands of dollars monthly for the most stupid approach you could ever have, because your approach does have to change somewhat with who you're facing, with the way that the guy pitches. If you only have one approach to get into the zone one way, you will die in a hurry against higher competition. And you have to enter the zone a different angle, and you have to finish at a different angle against different pitches.
That would be one of my most significant statements about this team, is that they're adaptable.
Yeah.
Like, this team has adapted in so many different ways. I mean, they had 4 different aces at one point. If you count Perez in the offseason as your ace, then that's 5 different aces at one point.
Yeah.
But they've had to rotate so many different things and just become what they are.
What did you think of Abreu being allowed to pitch?
I thought it was bull crap.
Do you think he intentionally hit Garver?
Yes.
And
I don't think he intentionally hit Garver.
And do you think Aroldis intentionally hit them?
Yes.
Yeah, 100. That was awesome.
You think so?
100%.
Was it 1 and 2?
No, it was 0 and 1.
0 and 1.
It was so awesome because he did throw a strike, and then look, that's his Cuban brother out there in Garcia. You don't even have to have a conversation. I got you. And it got out of hand. I can't believe, Corey, because we had a caller yesterday say, do you think there'll be beanballs here in Game 7? And I said, I don't, because I think the game will be close. But I said, if the game gets out of hand, yes you could.
I thought Adolis was going to get hit late in the game.
I thought they were going to take him out at some point. Like just get him out of there.
But it's like, I don't care if you intentionally or unintentionally hit Garver. You smoked my guy in the ribs at 97. This game's out of hand, and it was from the same chump who did it before. And so it's like,
he is a chump.
It's like Chapman was like, all right, watch this, because he was throwing 98, 99, and then he bumps it to 104 on the hit by pitch. I mean, I don't think Chaz can walk today. I'm dead serious. Like, he might not be able to walk today, how bad where he got hit. And I will say this.
What a dummy for
I love the
backing
Texas
into
Rangers. It's a little bit dirty. It's our team. I'm okay with it because it's against Houston. To throw at knees is a little over the line. It's not like throwing at the head, but if you want to aim for the second worst spot to really take a guy out for a month, you aim at the knees.
Let's be fair. He had no idea where that ball was going. This is the same guy who doesn't know
aiming at his butt, Mike. He was aiming at his butt. He threw it as hard as he could.
He probably was.
Oh my God. Like, that was so awesome for like, hey, not only do we win the series, but we end at least this battle for now. But next year, those benches are clearing.
Oh, yeah.
100%
drilled.
There is going to be ejections and suspensions in the Astros versus Rangers series next year.
I wasn't here yesterday. Where did you stand on the initial incident being intentional or not, and whether the suspension was deserved?
It was intentional, 100%. 100%. Here's the other deal, too. If you were watching Game 6, Verducci just took the story and ran with it without really looking at it. He's like, there's slid step. Evan Carter was on, and then you watch the replay. You're like, lie. When you start one lie, you have to do another lie and another lie, and you're going to get caught in one of the lies. So to me, I thought he hit him anyways.
Cruz at the game.
Because they wanted to face 5, 6, and
Y'all's
7.
buddy.
Adolis had just hit a home run. They felt like we're going to get him, 1, for what he did to our guy Verlander, the Hall of Famer and everything. And then 2, we don't want to face him right now anyways. 1st and 2nd, nobody out. It looks like a big situation, but they liked who was coming up. Garver's a big double play threat. And if you look at the rest of the lineup, they felt comfortable right there. And I know Abreu didn't get the guys out. It was Presley but they got all 3 guys out. It worked out the way they wanted. It's just like roughing a passer. Sometimes you rough a passer and you take that penalty, but you're putting in intimidation. You're putting in a little bit for later in the game. There's obviously not a series going on.
So you think in a 2-run game, he purposely put a guy in scoring position?
100%.
Okay. I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I just
that's everyone's counter.
Right, and
they needed to shake up the Rangers' mental too. They needed to do something, and they knew if they get the live wire over here, out of sorts, that it would work for them, and it did.
But I don't think he should have been suspended in the playoffs. I said that yesterday, right, Corey? Yeah. I said, look,
history says
I hate it. I think it's stupid. He should.
I said, I think that you can celebrate any way you want. Here's where I've come to in baseball. You can celebrate any way you want. Do whatever you want when you hit a home run. Why can't I do whatever I want on the mound? Why would you be hypocritical and say do whatever you want when you hit a home run, but you can't do whatever you want on the mound? You can't hit them. They do get first base. I do get penalized. I might get thrown out.
Yeah, but celebrating isn't physical, right? Or hurting anyone physically.
It's baseball.
Yeah, but
getting hit by a ball hurts for a second.
No, but I'm saying,
did Adolis miss any games by getting hit?
No, but
Garver might.
Garver might, yeah, but I mean that was baseball.
McCormick would if he played it. He wouldn't be playing it. Yeah, no way.
That's part of baseball. That's the intimidation of. There's intimidation in baseball as much as we don't want to admit it. There's intimidation by that little white pellet. I had plenty of friends that didn't want to play because of that little white pellet.
Yep.
They would play football. They'd do wrestling. They were okay with that. They were scared to death of that little ball.
Yeah,
I agree with no suspension in the playoffs. They didn't suspend Utley. When he slid into
then
Tejada,
we should change it for all sports then. So when Draymond does something in Game 4, he should be allowed to play all the rest of the series, and it's an interesting, bigger overall sports argument.
Right.
So if you have this dirty play, you should be allowed to just continue the series because the playoffs are more important. And you can start the regular season.
I don't see it as that dirty. I see it as playing baseball.
No, but I'm talking about just I
understand.
A play like that, a suspendable play.
But to your point, David Stern, right? He intentionally let Miami win, and there's a 300-pound man going up for a dunk, and Jerry Stackhouse bear hugs him, and they both gently fall to the ground. And David Stern, he's like, Jerry Stackhouse is suspended. He can't play anymore, right? It's just like that sport. That sport, I love basketball. That sport is a little bit more, to me, rigged than all the other sports, that they want certain scenarios, they need certain scenarios. So I do think in basketball, to your point, when Draymond did that against Cleveland,
or anyone, anytime,
but they really wanted that to push. They needed LeBron to put, and so they're like, suspend him.
All right, let's let the fellas take over and enjoy it. Enjoy it all the way up until Friday with Game 7 of your opponent tonight. The KMC Masterpiece is next on your home of the AL Champs, 105.3 The Fan.
and studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com.
All I do is win, no matter what.
Casey Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Texas Rangers, wait for it,
And they stay there.
are going
Feels good.
to the 2023 World Series. 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation, anything Rangers related, shoot us some text. We'll do some call-ins a little bit later. But gentlemen, the Rangers are in the World Series. I know that's not really a question. I just wanted to say that as many times as possible, especially since we're the home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
That is so... I don't know, shocking's the wrong word because they had done a lot during the regular season. I still look at this team and go, they're in the World Series?
Yeah, man.
Like out of all the teams that we saw this year, whether it was Houston, Baltimore, at different points Tampa, and Tampa had their issues. They're in the freaking World Series, Seattle going into the season, and they're the best team in the American League from 94 losses, 100-something losses to now in the World Series.
Yeah.
And they did it last night emphatically. Like, there was no doubt after last night's game. You could, like, Astros fans could probably be like, oh, we could play that 9 times out of 10, whatever, dude.
Like, be like, well, the last 2 times you played it, you got your ass.
As long as we play them in Houston.
Yeah, play them in Houston where they can't see the ball because of the left-hander's hands, whatever. But yeah, man, the Rangers said, hey, look, we know how to do this. We closed you out emphatically. Never looked like they weren't confident in anything there in Game 7 and looked like they've done it before.
I'm really glad that you said the emphatically part because, look, none of the scores roll over, and I understand all of that. But in the last 2 games...
Although you have asked Jerry about that before.
For sure. I want that to happen. In the last 2 games, you outscored the Astros 20-6. You went into their building, whipped them, and then did it again. 20-6. My favorite moment, and I know we'll be talking about this all throughout the day, is I think it was like in the 4th inning. You could hear chants of "Let's go Rangers" when there was still a lot of baseball to play. And then to see all the Astros fans leave, to see new fans behind home plate because all the other fans had left.
It looks like Oakland.
Yeah.
I want to ask this question. I know it's starting out, we're celebrating, but did in a way the bullpen not being a consistent bullpen in the regular season prepare them for Game 6 and Game 7?
You had to be able to scramble.
The devastation of Game 5, what Altuve did. We've seen other teams in the history of sports not be able to handle that type of devastating loss, go down 3-2 in a series. But I feel like the Rangers, when you watch their interviews, whoever it was, Simeon, Seager, Lowe, go on and on, it was almost like, yeah, man, we had that happen to us 30 times this year. So
yeah,
we know how to handle it. Like, we won 90 games this year, and we went through that quite a few times this year. That wasn't like the 6th time we had that happen to us. That was like the 33rd time it happened to us this year. And it was like, we know how to handle that because we've been through it so many times. So when they got to Houston and got ready to play, they're like, no big deal, guys. We've handled this before.
So Kevin, I think maybe this topic should go in as a topic for a segment for today.
Okay.
Instead, you know how we do Cowboys thank you notes? Maybe we should do Rangers apologies. Because at some point, everybody in DFW doubted something about this team, a player, whatever. They doubted somebody on this team, or maybe the team in general. And today could be a really good day to be like, you know what? I'm sorry about that moment where I was hungry and forgot to say this. Like, this is how it was 110 degrees outside in Texas. It was hot. I didn't know what I was thinking at the time. But we also have trust issues here in DFW, and we have a hard time trusting that our teams are going to pull through like this because every team I root for lets me down. That's just the way that it is. The Rangers did not.
Let you down.
Well, we'll get into that. We'll get into that at 1 o'clock. But yes, man, last night they said, no, we're not going home. We're not done with this. Let's go do another one. It's awesome. It was great. It was amazing.
Can I ask you this, though? How scared were you, nervous, after you score 3 and then Altuve, Alvarez, and Abreu happen?
Of course I was.
Yes.
Yeah. I was like, oh my God, this is going to be 18-17.
Yes, I did think it was going to be one of those kind of games.
5 hours long, right?
Yeah, I did think it was going to be one of those kind of games where it was just like, well, you know what? We're going to have to be ready for another punch. They're going to punch back. But I guess, Max Scherzer did enough, but Jordan Montgomery's moment, we'll talk more about this throughout the day. Jordan Montgomery's moment was the time where it eliminated them being able to do anything. And so they couldn't punch back because we had that dude.
And I was so worried I was stuck on the Lowe and Young strikeouts in the first inning for a minute.
Yeah.
Because I was like, you should have easily been able to, not
one
easily.
more.
You should have been able to get one more. It should be 4. And then, it's 3-1. And and right when you scored again to make it 4-1, then it's 4-2 I did think it was going to be like a 10-9 type game.
I thought Abreu in the first inning hit a double. When he hit the ball down the line and it hit Josh Young's glove and it bounces off. So very quickly, Michael Brantley, I don't know if it was first or second pitch because I actually kept score. I wrote down double and I'm like, crap.
It was the first pitch.
Second and third. So first pitch. And when Simeon gets the ball and he flips it to Seager for an easy double play, I'm like, how in the world was Abreu not on second base after that hit? And so I texted somebody who was at the game and watching very closely, and he said, look, first of all, he's very slow. Second of all, he never really wanted a double. When he hit that ball and you're that slow, nothing against Mitch Garver. He doesn't run very fast either. You have to want a double out of the box. When you see that ball hit, you got to be sprinting when you're slow, and you'll get a double. That's even for slow people, that should be a double. So in a weird way, I don't want to talk about what Garcia did in the first inning, but in a weird way,
that's a good thing he stole that base, though, right?
Abreu deciding that he just wanted a single and didn't want to bust out of the box to get to second and third in 1 out caused them not to score a second run and possibly a third run. Who knows what happens, but instead of that ground ball being an out at first, Alvarez scores. It's a double play ball, inning over, 3-1. So thank you, Jose Abreu, 1 for being super slow and 2 for not even trying to get a double there.
I know you said you don't want to talk about what Adolis did in the first inning there, but Kevin's right. Like stealing second base. I will go back to that moment. I thought early on, Seager hits the home run, Evan Carter gets on, steals second. I was like, oh, we're going to small ball the crap out of these guys tonight too. We're, in addition to being able to hit the ball far, we're going to play the little game too whenever we have to. And then Adolis steals a base, and I was like, they're putting pressure on them from everywhere. They're doing everything tonight. They didn't hold back, and that was the beginning of it right there.
To your point, 1, Christian Javier's horrible at holding on runners. 2, Candy Maldonado back there, even though his name's Martin.
Now you don't ever have to learn it.
Is that he is bad at throwing out runners. And then also the Rangers, to your point, Corey, they came into the game, and I thought that Fox did a good job of this, is pointing out is they've tried to change their swing. They do not want they do not want contact and then a finish high. They want contact and finish around your shoulder area. They want the swing to be as flat as possible for as long as possible. Well, that's probably not going to be a home run type of swing. And so I do think that they're like, look, we have all of these things going for us here. We're not going to try to hit home runs. I don't know if that's going for you, but that's your approach against Christian Javier. Then we have a guy who can't hold on runners and a guy who can't throw out guys. And the Rangers really, I think, shocked them that they were doing all of those things. They were going to try to hit line drives, not home runs, take the high pitch. I thought they did a great job early in the game. We had a caller last night, I'm pointing you out, who said they did a great job early in that first inning of not swinging at Javier's ball out of the zone up.
I thought about that immediately when they talked about, he's a 2-pitch pitcher and the Rangers have been popping up a lot of fastballs. And I thought, man, if they're on to the fastball, they are going to win this game. Like, you have all kinds of theories in the first and second inning, and you don't know how they'll totally play out, but that was one of them.
From the 903, I think seeing Seager show emotion fired me up more than anything. Yes. After he hit that home run, he's, they show the slow-mo of him like coming into the dugout, screaming, his mouth's wide open. He's excited. And then after the game, you got to see a different level of Corey Seager in the clubhouse as he's partying with the guys too. But that's something you don't see all season. Very much like when Bochy got ticked off at his team and everybody was like, what's going on? It shakes you up a little bit. Kevin, you watched the show Thinking, what was the Shrinking.
shrinking.
And they talk about every once in a while you just got to poke somebody to wake them up out of what they're doing. And whenever Corey Seager does something like that, it changes everything, man.
I did love him in the post game too. They're like, "Hey, how about Adolskar?" He's like, "Oh my God, how awesome is he?" And like, I know I'm paraphrasing, but you know, he usually has like his thought out or kind of, you know, more closed off answers. And just to hear him straight away be like, "Oh yeah, he's badass."
Mike, to go back to what you were talking about with preparing for Javier, they knew it. They'd seen it in that the first game against him, and they knew where they messed up. They knew what they needed to do, and somebody just texted in and said, you can't understate the work they did in the cage to prepare for him. And in my mind, it's like once they got done with Game 6, they immediately, and this is how I see it, they immediately all went to the cages and said, all right, now we got to practice for Javier. We got to get this dude out of the game quick.
And go ahead, but I'll give the Rangers organization a lot of credit here. And I do think, look, I understand Chris Young shouted out John Daniels last night on the podium, and I get he has his fingerprints on this team too. But I do think there was a change in philosophy, and I don't know if it was after COVID. I'm going to put it after COVID. There was such a kind of core of striking out 200 times doesn't matter. Odor, Gallo, like we're trying to develop players that we could care less about their strikeout percentage, about their batting average, all of these things. And to your point, I think quickly they've changed that. And I think Chris Young did a great job of going, this isn't right, guys. Like, we're not going, if we just have uppercut swingers trying to hit home runs, or we tell our guys, whether it's a Nomar Mazara, whether it's a Josh Young, hey, I don't care that you bat 300. I want you to hit 30 home runs. You're like, wait, you could really ruin this guy. And it's good to have, I can't use the term that we used to use about Chiefs and stuff like that anymore. But it's like, hey, you can't have all Chiefs on this team. You can't have all home run hitters. It makes no sense. And I think analytic people struggle with that. And like, wait, you need a complete lineup. And I think right around 2021, 22 maybe, is where they decided, we have a really bad philosophy if we want to make adjustments like this. Because if you put together a team that's Joey Gallo's and Rugi Odors and nothing against those guys, it's never going to work because I can't make them adjust. They only have one way to swing a bat in one area to swing it.
And you won't have guys on base whenever it's time for them to hit that long ball.
That's a great point. From the 214, it's good and bad news scenario here. Have they announced when tickets are available? So they did the pre-sale yesterday. They're doing the actual on sale right now. If you're looking for tickets together, I do not believe those are available through the club. There's only single seats available, and they start standing room only is $175 per game. And then if you want to get an actual seat, I believe $250 might be the lowest.
$250?
$250, and that's for a single seat. So if you're looking for single seats, or you just want to be in the ballpark and you're cool standing, they are available right now at TexasRangers.com. You just obviously better hustle.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
And have money.
Yeah, I don't have money.
That's a good point. And have money and be willing to take money out of the college fund, whatever is appropriate. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, ALCS MVP is Adolis Garcia, and I think we all agree with that. But so many people contributed last night. Who was your Game 7 MVP? 877-881-1053. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, before we do that, I want to talk about Men's T Clinic. Guys, I've been going to Men's T Clinic.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Here comes Brown. And that ball was hit high and deep down the right field line. Tucker looking. It is gone! Inside the right field foul pole. An opposite field home run for Adolis Garcia. The home run streak stretches to 4. The Rangers lead 4-1.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers win the American League Championship Series. They are going to the World Series. Game 1 right here on 105.3 The Fan on Friday. Adolis Garcia won the ALCS. I think we would all...
MVP.
ALCS MVP.
Yeah. The Rangers won.
He won the
Sorry,
ALCS.
he won the ALCS. You're right.
Hold on. Yeah, seriously, because Micah pointed this out last night. Kevin, Adolis' 5 RBI beat the Astros by himself. The Rangers would have won 6-4.
That's a good point. So the Rangers and Adolis Garcia both beat the Astros yesterday. But my question is, just Game 7. I don't think any of us are disputing Adolis Garcia. Very well-deserved ALCS MVP. Who was your MVP of just last night's game? Because you got contributions from a ton of folks.
Well, I'm passing to Corey because Corey came on last night with Chris Arnold and me, and I asked you about your biggest moment. So I'm wondering if it's the same person.
Last night's game, my biggest moment was Evan Carter and his double. He sees a ball, and then the next pitch he just drills. Did he reach out and lift that one?
It was a changeup, so he was a little bit out in front, but was able to keep his hands back to still keep that ball fair.
And Kevin, that was the moment that cracked it open for me. That was like, okay, I know the discussion of when did you think it was over? Like, I'm dead serious. Last pitch, I was like, they could go on a run at any point. Like they could knock in a bunch of runs. I'm scared of it. But when
I don't think that's crazy.
When Evan Carter did what he did, that for me was when he said he put a stamp on this game and said this one's over with, guys. Y'all can go ahead and relax just a little bit.
I thought that was big because we talked about it yesterday. Is should you keep Evan Carter batting third? If this is a fastball pitcher, and not that Evan Carter's a bad fastball hitter, but Garver's a better fastball hitter. It's what he does. Should you move Garver up and Evan Carter down? Not, hey, maybe there's a little bit more pressure batting third and in a big situation. And it was Bochy just knows what he's doing. And in that situation, I pointed this out earlier in the year during the playoffs. He threw a curveball first pitch, and then he threw a changeup. That wasn't a bad pitch. That was a pretty good pitch to Evan Carter. But Pat Corrales, who recently passed away, taught me that like throwing curveball, then the next pitch changeup, it has to be a almost perfect changeup. Because what are you changing up off of? You're changing up off of a curveball. You're not changing up off of your fastball at that point. Now, I will say this because I'm hoping he's okay. I agree with Evan Carter. Like there's a lot to go with here. I thought Mitch Garver also, and maybe I'm putting in Game 6 too, and how huge he was in Game 6. But getting the double in the first inning, what he was able to do. I know he got hit by a pitch, and I'm really hoping he's okay.
Yeah, me too.
So I'm probably including Game 6 here, Kevin, but I do want to really point out Mitch Garver is Bochy's having to decide all playoffs long. Is it Grossman? Is it Garver? Is it Garver? Is it Grossman? And Garver in these last 2 games was just huge.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with kind of incorporating that. That's why we wanted to do this segment, is because there's so many viable options. I'm going to go with Jordan Montgomery.
Wow.
That's a good one.
And
it's a good one too.
It happened.
I have another one.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of this. And you talked about the Evan Carter double in the 4th, and I think you're spot on about that. I picked Jordan Montgomery because you already needed him to get you out of a jam in the 3rd after the Alvarez triple. And then he gave you, not totally, but especially that 5th inning was relatively drama-free at a time when you're like, I know the Rangers are winning, but it felt like to me there were 10,000 innings of baseball left.
Yeah.
And I thought, who the hell is going to pitch all these innings? So to go from we're in the 3rd to 3rd's done, 4th's done, 5th's done. Now you go into the 6th, and Corey's right with the offense scored. The game was, it felt over by that point.
I thought bringing him in with a runner on third base, I was like, oh, okay. Like usually you don't. He only had one relief appearance in his whole career, and I bet it wasn't with a runner on third base in the ALCS.
Right.
So I was like, dude, he's never done this before. So you're bringing him in with a runner on third, but he gets Brantley to softly line out. I won't say softly, but it wasn't hit
It made me nervous for
120.
a
But
half second, yeah.
I thought one of the biggest things that Montgomery did was in the fourth inning. It's first and second, 2 outs, and Jose Altuve's coming up, and I'm like, oh crap, he's. Like in my brain,
Yeah.
I'm thinking negatively, and I'm like, is this guy going to make it 8-5 by hitting one of those dink fart home runs in that Crawford box that is right behind the
Dude,
shortstop?
So many times I got nervous about those things that just went up in the
Yeah.
air and that crowd was
Because of right
erupt.
field too, right?
Yeah.
How short right field is.
And real quick, how much more nervous were you when it got to 3-1?
Yes.
I
That
was
was
like,
he
oh,
got to 3-1,
crap.
and he was able to make a pitch there and get the fly out to right field. And I just thought that was for me Montgomery's huge moment. There are other big outs, but I thought first and second, fourth inning, because if he does get a double or something like that, all of a sudden that building explodes, and 8-4 doesn't feel like 8-4. It feels more like 8-7, you know, type of deal. So he was great. And I know we haven't mentioned him maybe because he is a superstar, but what about Corey Seager?
Holy crap.
What
Corey
about what
Seager.
he did to kind of, for that team, Christian Javier has whatever, 0.82 ERA in his playoff career,
Whoops.
whatever. And then to second batter of the game to hit the ball 580 yards, it felt like when it left the bat, and then to just keep going.
And then he had a double. And then, like, when he came up in the 5th inning, I was seriously looking for an Elias Sports Bureau stat that said, what's the fastest cycle in postseason history? Because I thought, because we joked last week, somebody will get a cycle by the 4th inning. Corey Seager stepped up to bat with an opportunity to get the cycle, I believe, in the 5th inning.
No,
You're correct.
He's too slow. He
Does
couldn't
he
get
get
the
a
triple.
triple?
That double should have been a triple. And honestly, Evan Carter's double should have been a triple also. But Corey Seager, hey, I can't ask him to do everything. You know, he does a lot of really good things. He plays good shortstop and he hits the ball hard.
But he's such a smart player.
Yeah, he does.
And there was 2 outs on that. I thought there was 1 out when he was running. I was like, go, 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 go. And I give my 15-year-old son a lot of credit. He loves baseball. He's getting into it. I really believe he's going to play college baseball. He was like, Dad, there's 2 outs. And I'm like, hey, you're thinking. There was no reason, unless it's a stand-up.
First or third out at third base.
Right. You only go to third base there with 2 outs when that ball's in the gap. You only start running to third if you know that you don't even have to slide. If you believe you're going to have to slide because there's going to be a play there, you're fast enough. Corey Seager's fast enough to score on a base hit. So really smart. And then look, Jose Abreu took away an RBI from him. That ball was smoked.
Oh,
and Abreu was able to stop that ball with first and second. It's a base hit, but I mean,
Was that when he knocked it down?
yeah, and then Carter hit the double right
Yeah.
afterwards. But I was like, that ball was smoked. And you felt like in game 5, you felt like Seager got a little bit unlucky. He hit a ball, I believe, wasn't it? All the games are running he hit a ball 108 miles an hour off of Neris.
Yes.
Right at first base. And Neris is celebrating like he just made the greatest pitch. I'm like, dude, it was 108 miles an hour off the bat.
Then Abreu even bobbled a little bit, you know?
And I think that was game 6. But in game 5, when it was in the 9th inning, he hit the ball over 100 miles an hour, 400 feet. Unfortunately, he hit it where it was 410, you know, so it was like he was hitting the ball well. He was just getting unlucky, and he wasn't taking his walk. In a weird way, he wasn't taking his walk. So in the 5th inning, I really appreciated that Corey Seager locked in, was also like, hey, if you guys don't want to throw me a strike here, I will take my walk.
And his homer was 113. It's
Extra
like,
velocity.
Yeah, that was.
And I've seen some people send this in.
And it went real far.
And it is tough because we're focusing in on Game 7, but people have brought up, hey, shout out to Nathan Eovaldi because you're not in this position.
Oh, yeah, we
without
could do
him.
series MVP all day, too. Yeah.
1,000,000%. And we were talking about this. This is maybe something that I think it's looking more and more like we have Bruce Bochy on today, but you know what? Everyone's celebrating. So perhaps tomorrow.
I think we're going to have tomorrow.
My guess would be because Monty pitched as well, getting him on his regular rest puts you at game 2, and then you have Nasty Nate for 1 and Monty for 2.
Right. That'll be the case because since Montgomery, now he did a great job. He only threw 32 pitches in his 7 outs that he got. But if you look at it, he pitched yesterday, Tuesday through Friday gives you normal rest.
Yeah.
So he will be pitching like yesterday would have been like a start for him. So he can tomorrow, if he would like. This is where you got to know your body. Maddox has to really be smart about this, is how much do we want to throw a bullpen tomorrow? How much work do we want? Because you did just throw 2 1/3 right there. You should be good, but hey, you want to throw a 30, 40 pitch pen? Let's throw our pen and keep our routine to get ready for Saturday. And most likely Eovaldi and Montgomery, whoever you play, they're probably going to get 2 starts. I mean, I hope the Rangers sweep. I hope the Rangers win in 5. But most likely, whoever starts games 1 and 2, you have a good feeling will get another start in the series.
I would like to add 3 other names to this. I know this is like one of those.
And then I want to go back to that. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Hit that.
Just because
go hit it real quick.
Jess was asking me about that, and I said it doesn't matter anymore because it used to be, like in the Frank Viola days or whatever.
Oh, I like the sweet music.
You would go 1, 4, and 7 for your stud starting pitcher. That doesn't happen anymore, and so I was like 1, 5, 2, 6. You're probably only going to pitch 2 games. Yeah. Now I know how the series plays out might make a difference, but you're never going to pitch 3 games. And I also love Montgomery's answer. He goes, "Let's skip the bullpen. I want to get in the game if they need me."
The only thing that matters, I think, in the Rangers situation is what Montgomery did last night. If it does get to Game 7 of a World Series, Eovaldi might have to do that too. Because you only have nothing against Max Scherzer or Andrew Heaney or Dane Dunning. I don't know who's going to start Game 4, by the way, but you're probably only going to have 2 starters in this series. But whoever starts Game 5, if there is a Game 7, and Eovaldi was unbelievable in this role with the Red Sox, might need to throw 2 innings in Game 7 to get you to the back end of your bullpen.
I would like to add Chapman in there for hitting McCormick. I give him an MVP for that because that's a team thing more than it is that's a team thing. And like you said, like you're my Dominican brother. Hey, I got this taken care of. Cuban brother, I got this taken care of. Sorry. But then they're gonna get all this love, but Bochy and Maddox. Because somebody texted in and said, for a minute there, I thought Jordan was going to hit the cycle. He did have a home run, triple, and double last night. And
he is incredible.
Somehow, the pitching and their plan was able to limit his damage throughout the series. And last night as well, even though he had what he had.
He had a triple, right, Kevin? A legitimate triple.
How many RBI did he have last night?
Legitimate triple. That Evan Carter, I just feel for the wall. That's all I'm saying. Never mind. This is a positive. I just want him to feel
He should have caught that ball, but we love him. We love him. So
he is awesome.
He had 3 hits, triple, double, home run, and 1 RBI. That's it.
Yeah.
And the RBI was a solo home run.
Which you take.
So, yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying with the way that Bochy and Maddox manage their pitching staff together. That was huge because that dude can single-handedly win a game.
Alvarez.
Yeah.
And his RBI was in the 7th inning on a single.
Oh, it was? Okay.
Because
so he doesn't get the RBI on the home run.
He didn't hit a home run yesterday.
I have Altuve. My bad.
Yeah.
I see the A and I just
No. But I mean, no, he was unbelievable.
Altuve's a jerk, too.
Yeah.
The thing is, we're making good pitches to Alvarez, and he still makes. I don't know how he does it. And then there was one ball, just Altuve. Did you see the one ball that was 2 feet outside that he fouled off? I was like, I don't know how a 5'1" human being fouls that ball off, but I know he's 5'5", maybe.
5'6"
but
is what they say because Taylor Swift's 5'11", according to my wife.
Okay. Oh. So, anyways, man, that was, Spores. Holy cow, man. Spores was awesome. That was needed because, you think the game's blown out, but he gets you 5 outs.
We found, as I said last night, Mike, that's our Alexi Ogando. Remember, there was, with our World Series run, we had, 6th inning, we can go to this guy and he can pitch another inning if we need him to. But more importantly, he's going to get that section of the lineup where he can get these guys out, and Spores, they know he's going in and he is the bridge, as they said. I think it was Smoltz or Joe Davis that said it last night. He's the bridge from the starters to the closer.
Man, I know Jordan Montgomery owned him in the first game, but I was just looking at it for Yordan Alvarez, 13 for 23 in the last 6 games with also 3 walks. So he got on base 16 of the 26 times.
He's amazing.
He is. But you know what? Now he's got lots of free time because they lost.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Astro.
Astro who?
Astro not going to the World Series. That's from the 806, by the way. That wasn't my original.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basher.
We didn't talk about Max Scherzer. What did you think of his start next?
Here's something you won't hear.
Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground, unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
The pitch to Carter, swung on and lined down the right field line, hooking. Fair, it lands right on the chalk. 1 run is home. 2 runs are home. The Rangers lead it by the score of 6-2. Seager ends up at third. Carter at second on a 2-run double.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Guess what? They won, and the Rangers are going to the World Series. Game 1 right here on 105.3 The Fan on Friday. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bashak.
All right, so, man, we're going to the World Series. The Texas Rangers, we're the home of the Texas Rangers, the American League champion Texas Rangers here on 105.3 The Fan.
Is there anything else you want to tell me
to the World Series? Baseball Nuggets is brought to you by the Diamond Factory.
So good.
It makes all the sense in the world that the Diamond Factory would be sponsoring baseball Diamond Nuggets. You know
that does make sense.
Okay, so Max Scherzer. We have not talked about Max Scherzer. He started the game. He goes 2 2/3. I thought he was solid. Look, it's a huge game, obviously, for Christian Javier. He wasn't able to make his pitches. The Rangers were able to rattle him, and he only got 1 out. We talked about it earlier. There was a fear of in the first inning, oh no, hurry up and get somebody loose.
Yep.
But he got the huge double play from Michael Brantley because Jose Altuve decided jogging is the right move to do in Game 7 of the World Series. Thank you for jogging, Jose Altuve, and not trying your best to get a double off of a very easy double that you hit. Okay, that being said, Max Scherzer, what did I see from his improvement or non-improvement from his first game out to second game out?
Can I ask you a quick question about that?
Yes.
If this is let's go back. If this was game 3, they pull him there?
Maybe not, because he only threw 44 pitches, right? So the Rangers are winning 4-2. I'm just kind of looking at what has happened here.
Sorry to throw you off. I was just curious because I thought the hook felt like a Game 7 hook as opposed to a regular playoff.
I think you're right. Obviously, Alvarez he made a great pitch. Alvarez hits a 220-foot triple, but that's where the Crawford box is. Like, did anybody really think, I guess Adolis did, when he hit his home run in the 9th inning and he popped it up? I mean, I think the shortstop might have been able to catch it if there was no fence there, but they put a fence there. Thanks a lot, Houston, because you gave us some cheapies to knock you out of the playoffs with that stupid Crawford box 30 feet away from home plate. Okay, so he does get Abreu out on a grounder to third base, so Yordan Alvarez can't score, and then they took him out of the game at 44 pitches and 30 strikes. I think they would have kept him in. That's a good question. I was just trying to think. Obviously, you have lefties coming up in Brantley and Tucker, but I think they keep him in if it's game 3. Now, game 6, do or die game if you're down 3-2. I think
Probably not.
I wonder if you're up 3-2. If it's game 6, you might leave him in and try to extend him to like 4 innings of work and then try to use I guess you wouldn't use Montgomery because there'd be a game 7. But, yeah, man, that's a really good question. So, yeah, probably a game 7 hook more than that would have been in a 4-2 lead in game 3. But coming off of injury, then I'm wondering, would they have done the same thing if they're up 4-2 type of situation? Okay. I thought he was all right. I thought he made some pitches when he needed to. I think, though, I have to remember who Max Scherzer is when the Rangers traded for him. He was, stats-wise, Max Scherzer is going to the Hall of Fame. Max Scherzer is one of the best 5 pitchers in the last 20 years in baseball. But I have to look at what he did in New York. Yes, he improved when he got to the Texas Rangers.
Yeah.
But he's like an above-average starting pitcher.
Yeah.
He's not dominant Max Scherzer. Can he get back to that? Yeah, maybe so. But I'm watching him last night, and I go, hey, maybe I hate saying this, and I think Max would totally disagree, and I'd love that Max would totally disagree with this. Maybe he's just like, that's what he is now at close to 40 years old. Maybe he's like a really good number 3 and an okay number 2. Because I watch his fastball, and I go, can that be a swing and miss fastball now? I don't know. And because he doesn't have as dominant of a fastball, it makes at times his changeup not as dominant. It's a good pitch. It's still a good pitch. And his backdoor breaking ball, like to Yordan Alvarez, he was throwing some good backdoor breaking balls. And the Astros did a pretty good job of staying disciplined yesterday. And also we talked about it. There was a tight strike zone last night.
Yep.
I mean, I love Evan Carter, but
God,
I think on 3-0, Christian Javier 100% threw a strike. I called it a ball.
I spent a lot of time early in Max's start last night, Mike, looking at how he was throwing, how hard he was throwing outside, because you had talked about that in the show yesterday.
Right.
And you're like, if he can't throw hard outside, then it limits, all the
executing both sides of the plate with his fastball.
And so
I thought he did a better job of that. He was better in this game than he was in his first game back.
Yeah, there was 195 mile an hour outside, and I was like, oh, that's good. And I was like, I don't know what Mike thinks, so maybe I should text him. But then the next pitch that Alvarez just reaches out for, that was that one that you're talking about.
It's a great pitch.
I was like, dadgum, that's a good pitch. He just is who he is.
And look, I love Evan Carter, love him to death. I have a whole bunch of cards, and maybe on Friday I might bring some more to Buffalo Wild Wings. Which Buffalo Wild Wings are we at?
We're going to be in Grand Prairie.
Grand Prairie. That's close to where I grew up.
Right off I-20.
It's where I almost beat Kerry Wood in a game, but he beat me instead. So.
Do you early on, I'm sure,
yeah.
But how do you change your philosophy when the strike zone is probably different? It could be because you're getting squeezed.
Yeah.
It could be because it's a little bit looser.
I think it's a great question. I think if you have tremendous stuff, you're okay. So if you're a guy that has let's just say Evaldi has the best stuff on the Texas Rangers. It's funny because who might have the second best stuff, but it doesn't translate to victory after victory and all-star appearances is John Gray. John Gray's stuff is amazing. There's a reason he was the 3rd overall pick in a draft. His stuff is tremendous.
He's between the years.
I think when for me, I'm screwed. Like, I got nothing. Okay. I'm a fastball changeup guy with a doo-doo breaking ball, right? I mean, I am trying to get guys to swing at the edges and get ground balls. So I think a lot of people are in trouble in that situation. Max is okay, because Max has above average stuff. But when I'm watching him last night, I'm like, it's fine. It's good, and he's getting at times soft contact. I'm just wondering where we go from here, and look, we're going to get into, he's going to pitch game 3. He's going to be starter in Philly or Arizona. Rangers have home field advantage if you're wondering about that. But watching Max last night, I'm like, yeah, solid. And you know what? That's probably who he is at this point in his career. Maybe I hope I'm totally wrong. I hope next year he wins 18 games for the Rangers and has a 2.3 ERA. But I'm watching him just like Clayton Kershaw. You watch Clayton Kershaw against the Arizona Diamondbacks and he gets totally crushed. Well, Clayton Kershaw's not the same anymore. He's not that bad, but he's not the same anymore. So I thought it was really interesting watching Max, and he's going to start game 3 and he'll start game 7 if there is a game 7 in the World Series. Do I feel ultimately confident about that? No, but I also don't feel bad about it either, because I just have to remember that Max Scherzer's still a solid pitcher. But maybe not the name that you think of when you say Max Scherzer. If that makes sense.
And how much does that change? Because you think about it, if he was that old Max Scherzer, man, confidence levels.
Oh my God,
they might already be off the charts for the World Series, but
yeah, and you never know. Like, all of a sudden, will it click in game 3? Did anybody know it was going to click for Evaldi in Tampa Bay? I didn't know it was going to click like that. And then now, since that point, Evaldi has just gone back to June Evaldi.
And what's crazier, Mike, is how different he goes from not having runners on to when he has runners on. He becomes an even better pitcher. It's like every level, Evaldi just turns into what he is. I don't know if Max Scherzer can do that, because I don't know if he's ever had to struggle like that and get out of something in his career like that the same way. Maybe he has. I told you my biggest fault of my life is not watching more of Scherzer's career beforehand, and here we are getting to see it. But I do think he's just at a point where these things are, he's a good pitcher. A good pitcher. That's fine to have as your 3rd.
One guy that we haven't talked about is Jonah Heim. Jonah Heim had a very good game again. Jonah Heim behind the plate. And look, if people don't know this, because if you're kind of more of a football fan, the catcher calls all the pitches. That's not coming from the pitching coach. It's not coming from the manager. Now, Max Scherzer does have the overrule button on his glove. And you can shake. Guys shake, and then they have to push another button to get another pitch. But I think Jonah Heim, his growth as a not only catcher of throwing people out and receiving the ball and all that stuff has improved. I think he's improved tremendously in 2023 as he knows what pitches to call. He's setting people up. I think he does a tremendous job of that. I don't know. I'm giving him all the credit. Mike Maddox deserves some of that credit too. He's working with.
But I don't think Jonah Heim gets mentioned in that sentence as much as Mike Maddox. And Jonah Heim is another, and maybe this is a segment for another day.
Yeah.
Jonah Heim is one of several players on this team that I think went from, I hope that fits to that's a bona fide, not just a major leaguer, but that is a part of a championship lineup.
Yeah.
And he's shown that.
No, you're right. And now tonight, we're almost out of time here. For the fourth time in baseball history. Now, there used to not be an American League Championship Series. You just made the World Series or a National League Championship Series. But I believe I heard this correctly. For the fourth time in Major League Baseball history, there's another Game 7. Yep. So tonight, you might be baseballed out. I don't know. But I'm going to watch tonight. Tonight,
of course,
on TBS, which for me, that's channel 247. I have to tell my parents that sometimes. So if you don't know, that's on DirecTV.
I have to watch it on MLB because Fubo TV doesn't have TBS.
Okay.
That's weird. And so it's in the Spanish broadcast. So that's why I'm watching all the National League games in Spanish broadcast.
So tonight you can watch another Game 7, and whoever wins, after they win, they will be packing up and headed to Arlington. Philly is a pretty, I won't say huge favorite.
-170 is
minus 170, and then it'll be for later in the week. I don't know if you can bat Evan Carter third in the next series because both teams that you're facing in the World Series, they have left-handed relievers. So that'll be interesting on now Bruce Bochy, the genius magician, on how he puts together his lineup, knowing now that the other team can bring in a left-handed pitcher to face Seager and Carter.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, might not be mature, but this is going to be my favorite segment of the day. Bring on the Schadenfreude. What was your number one moment of Astros sadness last night? In case you're wondering what that word means, it's shameful joy. What was the happiest you were
SAT,
at Astros sadness last night? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Learned this word because of The Simpsons. Schadenfreude, shameful joy, is when you revel in someone else's misfortunes or defeats. Normally, you shouldn't do that. Actually, you probably shouldn't do that across the board. But guess what? Right now, what was your number one moment of Schadenfreude for the Astros yesterday?
Corey, you go first, but isn't it so much better that we beat the Astros?
Yeah, mine, yes. Yes, we will get into that more at 1.
Okay.
There's something really I want to drive home on that. But my moment, and this is very subtle, but it was Kyle Tucker's missed home run grab. Was it Nathaniel Lowe?
Go ahead.
When he went up to get the ball and ran into the wall.
Oh, last night, yeah.
It was last night's game because it looked like, you know when you do something, you've been struggling with something, and then it happens again, and you go, all right. And it looked like he had that, all right, come on, let's stop hitting it over here, guys.
Yeah, just the tip, right? It hit just the tip of his glove.
Right there on the tip of the glove, and then went into somebody else's chest. But that was the moment where I was just like, he looked frustrated by everything. I guess watching Kyle, and I dislike Altuve more. But it seems like Kyle Tucker.
Love Kyle Tucker. He did nothing.
It seems like he's a Rangers killer. All other times we faced him, he couldn't do anything in the playoffs against the Rangers. And I think it was the whole playoffs he was poor.
True.
But that moment specifically, every time he got up to the plate, I was just like, I hope this dude still hasn't found it. And he never did. But that moment where he went to go catch the ball, it gets off the tip of the glove, and he just looked like he looked defeated. Like he looked like he was done, and that was the moment that I was relishing the most right there.
For me, and I hope a lot of people say this, it was those two guys in the spacesuits. Like, I appreciate it.
I wish Carter had that available to put up on the screen right now. That would be
I
great.
I should have asked him. I was like, hey, can you get that? Because look, if it goes your way, everyone is partying with you, and all the headlines are going to be like, out of this world, Astros advance back to the World Series. But of course, that's not what happened. And what were all the headlines? Those two jabronis, and it said, Houston, we have a problem. And somebody brought up to me, at least he had a friend. Because if you were there all by yourself, and like, how much work did that costume take? How much time did it take to get on? Was it difficult? Did you drive with that on? Did you change in the parking lot? And now you're sitting there, and the game is over in like the 5th inning.
Did they ever move the visors down and just hide their face?
That's what I would have done. The sun shield.
Like the Saints fans back in the day.
I know you're talking about a moment last night, but I think for all Ranger fans, including me, because I've never truly hated the Astros, and part of that, look, I'll give you my bias. I love A.J. Hinch.
Yep.
A.J. Hinch helped save my career at one point. We played together. We're good friends. I love A.J. Hinch. I get what he did and what he was part of in 2017. It doesn't still mean that I don't love him as a friend and a teammate. But now, the Astro fans on social media who are so vile and arrogant and cocky, and it doesn't mean all of you. I don't know what the percentage is, 5%, 25%. I don't know what the percentage is of Astro fans who are just unbearable on social media platforms. They have to shut their mouth, because as soon as they decide to type something about our Texas Rangers, they know we now own them in playoff history.
Absolutely. It's the same way I felt like the sad way is after A&M and Texas played for the last time for a long time. I know they're going to pick it back up. I thought there was a terrible pass interference call, and that ended up setting up a Texas field goal. Well, you could think it's a terrible call all you like. Guess what happened? Texas made the field goal, and A&M lost. And that's just been sitting there for years and years and years. So, well, the Astros can do whatever, but the Rangers can be like, remember that last time?
Yeah.
You're in the ALCS?
Yeah.
How'd that go?
How are you feeling right now? You were the better team, remember? Everybody knew you were the better team. Y'all are the World Series champs.
You were definitely going to win.
Y'all are the ones, guys. Y'all are the ones that just had a classy, been there, done that champagne toast after everything was said and done with. Mike, this
pop the
Rangers
corks yet.
club is a
Yeah.
bunch of beer-drinking hooligans that just show up and party after they get any small, insignificant victory. Well, guess what? They party. That's what Bruce Bochy said. Bruce Bochy said, we're a party team. We're going to keep partying. Whatever. Was there a point? There was just, we got the Austin Hedges, whatever going on with his butt situation. So many cool little stories that are in the background in that clubhouse. But yeah, man, they just did a nice champagne toast. And the Rangers said, we'll do that party. We'll do a champagne toast. We'll spray beer all over each other. And we're going to do it in your house. We're going to do it on your property.
It felt so much better for those players. Look, if they would have ended up beating the Minnesota Twins, it would feel almost as great because you're still going to the World Series. There's nothing you could have done about Minnesota beating the Houston Astros. But beating the Houston Astros means a little bit more to those players and a lot more to the fans.
1,000,000% it does. Now, it might have been different if we would have finished off the World Series, but to me, this in 2010 are the standout ALCS. And I feel bad that 2011, good for you, Tigers. You did your best.
Right.
But it doesn't matter because that almost felt Shakespearean in 2010. The team that held you down in the playoffs all throughout the 90s against the player who almost derailed your franchise, and you got it done. This time, it's the team that came over from the National League and has been dominating and embarrassing you for years. You go in their building and whip the crap out of them.
Yeah, and I guess that feeling of, that series that we did have, the embarrassing series.
At the beginning of September, yeah.
That moment, was that the moment that turned it all around for this club? Not necessarily, because they didn't end up winning all the things they wanted to win at the end of the season.
Sure.
It didn't go great for them. I do have a question. Maybe you guys know, and maybe I haven't seen a story on this, but I heard Bochy say it 3 times last night. What's up with wearing the horns in Texas? That was a saying. I heard him say it twice once in an interview, once on the interview on the stage, and then once in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly what was it. Something he started with the guys, and he was
a
"Look,
little bit of a different saying than silver boot."
Yeah, hey guys, we want to go in there and be the Bulls. We want to wreck shop. I don't know what it is, but if we do get him tomorrow, that is certainly a question I want to ask him because I want to know.
I'm really pleased that a lot of people, I don't know if this went across social media, they called those 2 people in the stands the Sadstronauts. Which,
that's fantastic.
That's well done.
Yeah.
If from the 972 or the 817, if you guys invented that, good for you, because that is top-notch work right there.
Somebody did text in Kevin and say the best was when I could finally say, "You're done." No, you're done.
Oh, sorry, buddy. Maybe Dusty Baker will correct that in a postgame.
What was the percentage of, real quick, in the 9th inning? It was 11-3, but when it was a leadoff home run and then a walk and then Yordan Alvarez was up, I was just at 5%. I was like, there's no way they're going to do this, right? But there was still, is that just the Ranger fan in me for life of
Yes.
There should be no doubt in my mind. It is 11-3, but when it went home run walk, I was like, oh my God, please don't make me go through this.
We have seen, again, I go back to this, Kevin, things about DFW where you can say every team that had ever faced this situation was 654 to nothing.
Right.
Except for the Mavericks, or except for this, or except for that. And you're like, how does it always happen to us that we're that team? And that's why I was in the same boat as Mike.
That would have been the worst loss ever
in the history of sports.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would be sad until the end
I
of
guess
time.
28-3 would come close for the Falcons.
Yeah. There are a bunch of people who have texted this in, and I don't know if you saw it, and unfortunately we can't play the audio because it's almost nothing but expletives, is Mattress Mac lost a ton of money on this. Now I realize he's won plenty in the past, but he lost, at least based on publicly disclosed bets, $7.9 million betting on the Astros. But what I really love is there's a video on social media of him last night yelling, F you, at a bunch of Rangers fans who are going back at him. We can't play the audio, though, because it's almost nothing but Mattress Mac yelling the F word.
I wonder how much money he gets, because if you're ever driving through Houston in the spring or early in the summer, I think it cuts off on September 1st or at some point there. If you buy a mattress from him, or I think part like, I don't know if it goes into other pieces because he has furniture stores too, but it's all covered for free if the Astros win the World Series. I'm wondering how much business he gets where people are like, hey, we need a mattress. We might get it for free.
Sure.
I'm just wondering how much that is covered in that he loses these bets that he wins in that. I don't think wins, but it almost gets
kind of
somewhat
evens out because of the uptick
covers
in
him a little bit, that people are buying everything from him when the Astros have been good for 7 straight years.
And does he spend on marketing and advertisement, or does he just spend on these bets and then he gets free marketing and advertisement from the media?
That's a great point. I'm sure as he has lots of money and has figured this
He's
out.
a Bishop Lynch alumni.
To a T.
Yeah, so his money,
he's from here.
His money really is in the mattress.
That is true. Now, a lot of people are also, as you can probably guess, saying their biggest moment of shameful joy last night was Chas McCormick getting just destroyed in his leg.
I don't feel like he did anything against the Rangers, as
He
in
was
the
just
way
the person
Martin
there.
Maldonado or whatever. But man, he was the guy, and he was the guy who hit a big home run against. It was the first blemish in Chapman's career as a Texas Ranger, was the 3-run homer that he hit. I believe it was a 3-run homer in Houston earlier in the year against Chapman. And so Chapman was like, don't really want to face him. We talked about it yesterday, right? That was the guy that Bochy was trying to avoid Chapman facing throughout the series and in Game 6. It wasn't that he didn't trust Chapman. Chapman did a great job in Game 5. It was, I don't want Chas McCormick coming up here and pitch hitting against Chapman. I would rather have Leclerc. And so he decided, guess what? We were trying to avoid this matchup. I am going to avoid this matchup by, it is I can't do that. Like, when I could pitch, I could not go from 86 to 89 because I wanted to. I would try to throw the ball hard every time when I threw a fastball. And if it said 85, it said 85. If it said 88 or 89, it said that. I could not command or control 3 more miles an hour on my fastball. I was trying to throw my hardest, and it was only coming out in the mid to high 80s. But it just showed when Aroldis Chapman wants to get 103 for whatever reason, he can get it. And he decided against Chas McCormick in this situation, I'm getting 103 or 104 on the television.
And he's laying on the ground, and he's like, why?
Yeah, why me?
Yeah.
Why? Oh, isn't that Nancy Kerrigan?
Yes.
Why me?
Yeah,
He turned into Nancy Kerrigan.
Well,
he is a very good player. No, but I like, it's one of those things for some of these guys that we hate on the Astros, some of them, I'd be like, hey, if they don't want him, I'll take him.
It was
not Martin Maldonado. God.
How people watch this
Altuve?
game. No.
Is he your Dwayne Wade?
Yeah, I think so. He's good. I cut a
mine
promo
too.
on the TV when he hit that homer, and I was like, oh, good effing job, buddy. Guess what? You're still losing by 1,000,000 runs. Who was that to? He can't hear me. But I definitely.
That's how you much despise him.
I was definitely furious about that.
Did you guys see Marcus Simeon's interview at all on Fox Sports 1 with before they had to take the team picture? He comes over, he's doing the interview. They're obviously asking unbelievable questions. Those 3 guys, man, they really thought out their questions well. But he's holding one of his kids
over and over and
He's
over.
holding his youngest. He's holding his youngest son. Obviously, they have a baby that's just a week or so old at home, a baby girl. But he's holding like a 2 or 3 year old son.
Yep.
And he has no shirt on.
And he got in the pictures.
And there's a meme. Have you seen the meme?
Oh, no.
Oh, it says Marcus Simeon consoling Jose Altuve shirtless
Oh,
after Game 7.
That's nice.
I didn't see that bad tattoo on it.
There are so many amazing ones, but I think my favorite moment, and it's twofold, all revolving around the same thing, is seeing the group of Maine fans behind home plate change, because all of the Astros fans, they bolted in like the 6th inning, and to hear the Let's Go Rangers chants and to watch
you can see Adolis.
Yeah, when he held up the ALCS MVP and it was nothing but cheers, because those people were long
Wouldn't
gone.
you leave, though, if it was opposite? I left.
I
I'm
might
honest.
stay to the bitter end.
After 7 innings of Game 4, I told the boys, we're leaving. I didn't want to watch any more of the Astros. I didn't think the Rangers were coming back. And so I was like, we're good. I've seen 7 innings. We're not winning today. Let's beat the traffic. Great decision by me. The Astro fans, I don't know if they beat traffic because they all left at the same time.
as that chant was going on, Kevin, they would flash over to Adolis in the outfield, and he wasn't smiling at the Rangers fans, but he definitely had this like, still got to finish the game, but I hear y'all. I hear y'all chanting this. And Kevin, somebody's texting in. I know this isn't a Schadenfreude thing, but Bruce Bochy gets to manage the All-Star game here.
How cool is that?
That's what Ray Davis put on, like at the press conference. Ray Davis gave him free reign. I think Ray Davis is the number one owner now in Dallas-Fort Worth because he gave this organization, he said, screw it. Look, he's an older guy. He's going to probably, I get it. We could die before him. But most likely, when you look at like a Jerry Jones and a Ray Davis, they're not going to be around for the next 20 to 30 years to see how the organization does. They are more of a shorter term person getting to watch their team play. And Ray Davis pretty much said in these last 2 off seasons, screw it. You know what? My kids are going to have billions of dollars. I've set them up with billions of dollars. I don't have to worry about that the rest of their lives, even when I'm gone. But I'm going to go for it. It doesn't mean you're going to win it, but screw it. I'm going to go for it. I am going to now spend as a big-time owner, and I'm going to see what happens. And here he is in the World Series 2 years after making that decision.
Man, and I know we got to go, and I know lots of people have lots of opinions about John Smoltz and company, but the one thing about the game that annoyed me yesterday is when he was like, hey, look, the Astros are still great, and they're obviously far, far removed from all that cheating stuff, and they quelled any of those doubts. And I was sitting there, I was like, you know what? Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I don't give a crap about that right now.
They're always cheaters.
Yeah, exactly. That's a sports mentality. I realize it might not be grounded in reality, but also I was like, I don't want to hear about that right now.
Yeah.
Like, just talk nothing but nonstop about the Rangers.
That's like, for some reason, I guess playing. Like, I hate that people actually like Dwayne Wade. I hate that Tyrese Maxey hates Dwayne Wade. But I get it because he respects watching his game. I respect Jose Altuve so much. I get that what he's done and all these things, but when I watch him, I'm just like, son of a gun, that's one of the best players that I've seen in the last 8 or 9 years. But I guess I am in that way coming from the perspective of being a former player and seeing what he's doing rather than a fan because I can't stand Dwayne Wade. If Bally Sports shows again another highlight of Dirk Nowitzki and Dwayne Wade sitting on the couch, take that off. I work for Bally's. I have no control or power over there. Please take the thing off of Dirk and Wade sitting together. No Maverick fan wants to see that crap. He's a horrible human being in our eyes, and he will always be. Stop promoting Dirk and Wade together.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, you brought this up, Mike. There's another Game 7 tonight. Rangers fans, who do you want in the World Series? Because we can say that now. Do you want Arizona or do you want Philly? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Seawald ready. And the 2-2 to Marsh with 2 outs in the ninth. Strike 3 call, got him looking. This one is over. Game 6 belongs to the Diamondbacks, which forces Game 7 in this National League Series tomorrow night, right back here at Citizens Bank Park.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. So that was one of our questions here. Now that the Rangers are the American League champions on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, who do you want to see in the World Series, Arizona or Philly? Game 7 will be tonight. I want to give you an update on the World Series for people that have been asking. All the games will be broadcast over television on Fox with a start time of 7:03 Central for all of them. But you can also hear them with your hometown people that you know and love right here on 105.3 The Fan. Game 1 starts on Friday.
So at any point, though, Fox would be like, hey, let's put it on FS1 because of the Masked Singer. And so that's just making sure you have the Fan in your back pocket. It's a really good way to go about it.
This
or your
time
front
they're
pocket,
not going to do it.
Or just in your pants.
I wonder when you guys are better at this than I am. When do you get the rating? When do you get the ratings for
Usually there
what
should
Game
be
7 nationally and then what it did locally or what it did maybe in the state of Texas? I just think that
there's usually a quick overnight that would come out today and then it would get adjusted. So we'll be on the lookout to see if we can find that.
How close is the quick overnight typically? Is it usually pretty close?
It's usually pretty.
You get a good
close.
idea. Okay.
Within I usually feel like 10 to 12%.
Okay.
You're like, okay, I got a pretty good idea.
10%.
So tonight.
Yes.
Arizona or Philly? Do you have a rooting interest or do you sit back and watch the game and go, hey, we're in the World Series either way?
I'm going to tell you what was awesome the other day at Game 5, even though it didn't feel awesome after the game was over. I'm walking through the Lexus level because I'm big time, and I see a guy, and he goes, Mike, and I'm like, oh my God, that's Miggy, and not Miguel
Cabrera?
No.
Oh, okay.
But it was Miguel Montero, and if people don't really follow, it's really tough. He didn't play for the Rangers, but he had a 12-year career, 2-time All-Star. He was my catcher in AAA in Tucson for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and he was there scouting for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And then one of my other teammates,
scouting for the Phillies.
Mike Koploff, who we've had on the show, he's been scouting for the Phillies. So I'm like, Miggy, oh my gosh. And I know most people would say Miguel Cabrera, so I got to watch nicknames there because it's just Miguel Montero. But it was amazing that two of my teammates are the ones that are scouting for the two teams tonight, Arizona and Philadelphia. So they've been following, and I didn't ask Montero. I didn't ask him because he might have been scouting the Astros. Because Philadelphia has two people here. Arizona has two people here. One is scouting the Rangers. One is scouting the Astros. And so he could have been scouting the Astros and not the Rangers.
How much bad information did you give him? Were you like, oh, this Adolis guy, he's not very good.
He must suck at his job if he was like, I'll take your word for it, Mike. I'm just going to take off and not watch this game.
Yeah. But anyways, it was really cool that two of my teammates are here scouting. Either, I know one of them is scouting the Rangers. And you know what? I'll try to get Copy on after the whole World Series is over, or if Philadelphia loses tonight, he can maybe give more of a scouting report. Obviously, I don't like, hey, Copy, you want to come on and give all of your information on Josh Young and how you guys are possibly going to try to get him out, his strengths and weaknesses. But I think he can give that, not all the information, but give you some good information once that either the Philly Texas World Series is over, or if Philadelphia loses tonight, he can maybe give us some information. But
dude, I love that. Broadus came in the other day because you gave a great scouting report on air, and Broadus was like, love that stuff. I think there are fans that love hearing that.
So I don't know who I'm rooting for, honestly. But in a way, I'm starting to feel a little bit of 2011 Dallas Mavericks stuff. And why not beat all the best teams? We beat the 99 win team. We beat the best team record-wise in the American League. We beat the defending world champs who everybody thought they were going back. And then Philadelphia is the defending National League champs who would be going to the World Series in back-to-back years. If you go through Philadelphia, there's no doubt that this run, this stretch of wild card, divisional, CS, World Series, you'd be like, dude, they played all the best. Like literally you couldn't have, the Rangers at least couldn't have drawn a tougher card, and they beat everybody they had to beat. Obviously Atlanta, but they're out. You can't pick them. So in a way, I kind of, Bryce Harper, Schwarber, Trey Turner, they have the superstar power that will drive with the Rangers. I'm not counting out the Rangers. If it is the Diamondbacks, there's going to be a little bit of national coverage going, who are these two teams?
Yeah, I can totally see that. Go ahead, Kevin.
Do you want me to, and I know it will become more relevant tomorrow when the series is set. Do you want me to give you the betting odds against both teams?
Do whatever you want, man. It's
Save
your
it
show
for
when you're here.
Monday. No, I'm just kidding.
Monday?
Give it now.
Is Rangers are favored in both series, which I'm a little tiny bit surprised. I would favor them, but they're minus 120 against Philly, which is essentially, if it's easier, 54.6% odds to win. And against the Diamondbacks, they're a minus 160, which is a 61.5% likelihood of winning the series. So they'll be favored either way.
DeGrom will be better than he was in opening day, though. That's called being facetious. That's a joke.
DeGrom
so
is
if you'd like to
injured, Mike.
post that, just remember that there's times where I joke and it doesn't sound like a joke.
I think I would rather face Philadelphia as well, just because there's part of me that feels like the Arizona Diamondbacks are the little engine that could,
Yeah.
But then again, that could be the 2010 Rangers, right? Because
Or 07 Colorado Rockies.
Yes.
And then they got swept.
Squashed.
Yeah,
so
eventually their luck ran out.
But I think I would rather see the Phillies, and that could backfire. But I am at a point where I'm like, you're in the World Series, so...
Yeah, it's going to, either way, it's going to, I can't see it being an easy matchup. Baseball's so tough to say, oh, this is an easy matchup. I'm sure, I'm just guessing, Milwaukee, I know they lost their ace guy right before the playoffs started in Corbin Burns, I believe. But I'm sure Milwaukee looked at it and go, we got Arizona. We can beat them 2 out of 3 at home. And then LA Dodgers like, dude, we've taken on these Diamondbacks this year. Like, we're better than them. And they get just boat raced in that series. And then Philadelphia is like, all right, we just beat Atlanta. We have the Diamondbacks, an 84-win team who got swept by the Houston Astros to end their season. So I'm sure Philadelphia never felt like they'd be in Game 7 against Arizona,
especially when they went up 2-0. People are like, "This is going to be a massacre."
Right.
When they won Game 5, I bet there's a ton of people that were surprised that the Diamondbacks won yesterday. So credit to the Diamondbacks for staying in this series. I think the biggest thing that I would like to see is I want this game to go like 18 innings tonight. I realize you still get a couple of days off before Friday.
Use every pitcher.
But yeah, I want everybody to
exhaust
have to go do
them
their thing.
for it to be something like a bloop play that they just got lucky to win the game.
Like if Zach Wheeler has to pitch 3 innings tonight,
I'll take
this
it.
is Tuesday, not Monday.
Yeah.
So let's just say he
That
had
might take
to
him out of 1 and 2.
Right. They might have to look at it and go, hey, that would set him up for Game 3 and 7. He still would be available to start 2 games, but that might help out the Texas Rangers. It might hurt the Texas Rangers. You never know, but you could have a game if this one goes 12, 13, 14 innings where that team comes in a little bit where they're having to maneuver their rotation more than they thought they'd have to.
Last night, Mike, you let me say that the Phillies had gone up 3-0, and I just went and looked.
Look,
you
okay.
were a great teammate last night. Whenever we were on at midnight doing the post game show, Kevin, where were you?
We did it till 1 o'clock in the morning.
The
post game show.
I went and looked, and I missed. What happened was I missed the game. I missed a game, and it was when the Rangers. It was the night the Rangers lost 10-3.
Okay.
And the Phillies and Diamondbacks played on the same night. And I just didn't want to pay attention to anything else other than Rangers. I was just like, whatever. So I just missed that. But when we were discussing this last night, Mike, you had mentioned the Diamondbacks. You were like, I kind of want to take them. And I was like, I don't want to take a team that's coming back.
On paper, they're a lesser team.
I was like, I don't want to take a team that's coming back from 3-0. But but if they're hot and they go win hot, I don't want to take them on. And then I look at it a little more. I also don't want. Listen, I love Jeff Bannister. We got along well with him. We had our moments. We shared a lot of good conversations, though. And he's been, supportive when I've been up in Cleveland. He's reached out to me and texted to see how Lucy's doing.
Yeah.
So I don't want to play against him. I want him to be. I want that to be a non-storyline and us have to worry about that at all. So I'm not saying bring on Philly, just like I wasn't saying bring on Houston.
But you're saying bring on the Heat.
But I want to play. Yeah, I want to play against a team that I think A, we match up well against, and B, a team that I feel more confident knowing we can beat. We beat them earlier in the year. Now, that's two completely different things, but I will take that thing that we grew on right there.
Hey, by the way, I'm on Twitch. I hadn't got on Twitch earlier in the show, but I'm on right now. You know what's surprising to me?
What's that?
We have as many people on Twitch that we usually do after a Cowboys game.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
So I think the
Welcome
celebration and like, I don't know if they're new people or not, but thank you guys.
It was like that yesterday. There were a lot on Twitch yesterday, too.
So I think this run right now that obviously the Rangers are on and now going to the World Series has this Metroplex so fired up. I don't know. I think probably a lot of people, just because the way baseball is, I don't think they probably know a lot of Phillies. They know some of them, but I don't like if I went and just talked to 225 people right now on the Twitch and said, "Hey, tell me what you guys think about Corbin Carroll." They might go, is he like one of the white wide receivers on the LA Rams that we need to worry about? Like, you know, like,
I mean, like he's going to win Rookie of the Year. He's really, really good.
And he was an all-star this year, you know, and it's like, hey, do you guys know about Evan Longoria? They're like, yeah, he's probably retired, right? He played in Tampa. Like, yeah. So, I mean, I think that this is tonight. This game is a way for you before you get to game one on Friday night, a way to kind of get to know a little bit of these two teams. One of them you'll obviously be playing.
Kevin, I also always go back to when the Rangers were going up against either Tampa or the Yankees. I texted into a radio show and said, hey, give me the best team. You got to find out what you're made of. And that show laughed at me, and they didn't know who Evan Carter was at the beginning of this season. That's a different story for a different time. But this is a situation where you got to beat the best anyway. Like, so, like, whatever it is, the Rangers are the best right now. Let's match up with them.
And
Whoever,
then,
bring
real
it
quick,
on.
I feel like
Have
the
that
reason
mentality.
the Rangers won is because I went to Humpty Hump glasses.
Yes.
What have you done in your life that has really put the Rangers in the World Series?
Well, at noon, Mike, what was your Rangers superstition? So we will get to that.
Or creed.
We will get to that at noon. Coming up next, though, we're going to shift for, I think, the only topic of the day. It's time for Gridiron Gravy, another massive NFL upset. And then we'll get back into baseball. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground, unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
2-0. Adoli swings, hits a ground ball through the left side. It's a base hit. 1 run home, and here comes Carter to the plate. He will score. It is 8-2 Texas. And Adolis Garcia has a new American League Championship Series record for RBIs. How about that? 14 of them for Adolis.
I bet he gets another one.
Yeah. It was awesome. The Crawford box. What a joke. But we love it. Thanks a lot, Houston. That helped us out more than it helped you out, you fart heads.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Nice park.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Let's say...
Oh, it's football nuggets time.
We go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Evan Carter's fast. Really fast. Find the wall. Listen, he's a born center fielder. You're asking.
You still have to know where the wall is.
You're asking Mickey Mantle to play left field right now. Ken Griffey Jr. to play left field. He's doing it.
You know what? Since you brought up Mickey Mantle, just early heads up. I know it's about a month away. Just want to make sure it's on your radar. We will have a Mickey Mantle autographed item for Peace-a-thon. So
in your face, man.
Autographed by Mickey Mantle.
Yes, autographed by Mickey Mantle. What did you think?
Well, before he died.
Were you thinking, though, that it was just a Mickey Mantle item that was just randomly autographed by
Mike?
Yeah.
I can actually see that.
Here's a Mickey Mantle item, autographed
or Kyle from Dallas Car Show. He's like, I'll sign my name on that.
Kyle has a weird sense of humor when it comes to that.
I like his sense of humor. All right. The Rams have released Brett Maher. So if that was your biggest concern going into the game, Brett Maher no longer with the Rams. Corey, your immediate analysis.
We can't.
We have a great kicker.
We don't get to enjoy the Brett Maher experience whenever we play the Rams in a couple weeks. So
not in a couple weeks, isn't it? This
couple
Sunday?
days.
That's what I meant.
A few days.
Look, man.
Look, you got Rangers fever.
The Rangers have distracted everything from me. I don't know what the schedule is right now. I'm just going by Rangers schedule.
Stars are playing tonight in Pittsburgh.
You know what's amazing? Mike knew that. He goes, hey, the Stars play tonight, don't they?
I didn't remember who they were playing, but yeah, man, I'm engaged in Stars hockey. I will say I'll be flipping back and forth tonight between NLCS and Stars hockey.
I could see that. All right, let's go from that to, Monday Night Football, another major upset over the last couple of weeks. Are you more surprised that the 49ers lost or that Kirk Cousins won a game in primetime?
I'm more surprised about Cousins doing that, but maybe because there was an ALCS Game 7, he didn't feel like it was a nationally televised game.
Okay.
So I was wondering if that's how Kirk got away with that victory. I literally only saw one play. I went upstairs in the, I believe, 8th inning, and I was turning on the television, and it was on ESPN. So I'm like, well, let me watch this one play. It's in between innings. And Brock Purdy threw a perfect interception to the Minnesota Vikings. I saw one play of the whole game, and I was like, oh, my God, that was a horrible pass.
Yeah, the last couple of weeks, he has looked...
Come back to earth?
Yeah, and that's the thing is... Because I know people want to always compare, what about this person to Dak, X, Y, and Z. Is one of the things that Brock Purdy definitely had going for him is he's new, he's fresh. Like, same thing with C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud has started out great. Eventually, he'll put out some garbage games, and you'll be like, he's not that great. And the last couple of weeks, Brock Purdy in 2 straight losses where they have not looked good offensively whatsoever, he has looked pedestrian at best and below average at worst.
Yeah, Brian Flores did a pretty good job calling that one defensively last night for them. So
doesn't look good for that lawsuit, you know what I'm saying?
That is another story that goes along with that.
There's a lawsuit.
Remember, he had long-standing litigation against the NFL, saying they were trying to.
Yeah. Sorry.
But he's the defensive coordinator for the Vikings, and last night Shanahan was struggling to figure out how to get over on the Vikings defense for a while.
And I know the Eagles put it to the Dolphins pretty well, especially when you factor in the pick six and everything like that. But you've seen now the 49ers have been humbled. We've seen some of these higher echelon teams get humbled. Does that make you feel any better about the hierarchy of the NFL.
You know, when Jerry talks about kind of that mentality with it right now with the Cowboys, and he's like, oh, I feel pretty. He says he loves the position this team is in. I agree with Sean. I don't think you can love it, but you can like it. The Cowboys are in despite who you lost to, your record right now is 4-2.
Right.
And you're not that far away from where the Eagles are or the Niners. So
you win on
So you're in a pretty decent
Don't
situation.
forget about how good the Lions played this Sunday.
Well, that was
Did y'all talk about that a lot
not
yesterday?
much.
Zero.
Well, Kevin, I don't know if you noticed, but yesterday we had a big baseball game to get ready for. So we kind of talked about that. But yeah, like the rest of the league looks kind of like it's going to be down to the wire. The Cowboys still have work to do on the back half of the season, though.
And this might come up in football, Mike asks all the football questions perhaps tomorrow, but man, you talk about flipping some narratives. That Ravens-Lions game where Lamar Jackson is throwing the ball around and moving them, and they just crushed the Lions.
Yeah, I think this is, it goes into bigger conversations, but once again, doesn't it just put the Chiefs above everybody? That they don't have wide receivers. They're bringing back people that nobody want, and they'll figure out a way how to use Hardman as a number 3 receiver to, they just have 5 number 3 receivers on their team, but Patrick Mahomes will figure it out. And it's just kind of, as this season is progressing, I just look at the Chiefs and go, aren't they just going to win it again because Patrick Mahomes is 5 times better than any other quarterback in the NFL?
Well, something to keep an eye out on the Chiefs front, I just thought this was interesting, is Justin Ross was arrested on a felony charge of criminal damage in excess of $25,000. You got the standard, oh yeah, we heard about it, we're going to look into it, trust me on that. So just something to keep your eye out on. And then Chris Olave was also arrested on suspicion for reckless driving. But this one is a little different than the usual ones you hear. Usually you hear alcohol, 3 a.m, something like this. He was booked because he was going 70 miles an hour at 11:30 p.m. On the surface, doesn't sound bad. But then when you find out he was driving in what is dubbed a mixed business / residential area where the speed limit was 35 and he was going 70.
That's too fast.
Yeah, that's
you hit a little kid, dude.
That is not good at all. So he got arrested as well.
I really thought you were going to say mixed business / residential vehicle, and I was like, I don't know what that is, but
I don't either.
I would love to see it.
Everybody's
maybe a houseboat.
Everybody's different. Right. Evan Carter's 21, but he seems to be like a kid in one instance, but then like a 40-year-old mature man
when
in
they
another
asked him
instance.
about nerves, and he's like, it's baseball.
When do you feel like we all did some stupid things? I still do stupid things, but we all do stupid things more often in maybe our early adulthood life. When do you feel like a Chris Olave or whoever it is, just when do you hit the maturity mark? I know it's different for everybody, but when would you say is the general thing where Chris Olave would be like, man, that was really stupid what I did, and he doesn't even consider doing something like that?
Should be after you do something really stupid. That's what I usually think. But
ask John Moran about that.
You're right. Yeah. Well, and it also, I feel like really stupid, and you get the appropriate punishment for it. A wake up call punishment, like. And it doesn't have to be a punishment by law. You kill somebody on accident, that's punishment to yourself. I know people don't look at it that way, but you have to live with the fact that you killed somebody. And that should be something that's the wake-up call for sure. So, I don't know, man. I think 30 is a lot of times where a lot of people start to kind of grow up, but it feels like 25 should be another area where you start to feel that.
And that's what it was for me, but that also fell along with from the 214 after you start having kids. Is when Brandon was born, because then I realized that's another chain that I'm affecting. Like not that like when I got arrested for shoplifting, I'm sure my mom was like, oh my God. Probably a lot of other things too, and my sister and stuff like that. But now, like, this is somebody who I was tasked with taking care of.
Yeah.
And it felt like, ooh, I probably need to switch some things up there. So probably about 25. Not to say I don't still do stupid things now, because I do. There just feels like it's a lesser degree.
It's like when you see a Chris Olave, you're probably not going to see I could be wrong about this, Devontae Adams. Like, he's of the age now that you probably wouldn't see that in association with, he was going 80 and a 30. Like, it just feels like there's at some point guys understand their status. They understand, what could happen if they do something like that.
I love hearing this from the 325. As a brain doctor,
great.
The brain is not fully developed until around 26 years old.
I feel like isn't it a different title though? It doesn't say brain doctor, doesn't
Look,
it?
man,
It's like neuro.
I think if you're not really a brain doctor, you call yourself a brain doctor. But if you are a brain doctor, sometimes you dumb it down for the idiots and you're like, I'm a brain doctor.
See, that's a good point. Because remember we told the story about that guy who got busted with the crowdfunding for the poker tournament? And he's like, yeah, I got foot cancer. And they're like, hold on, what do you mean? And he's like, my foot. And he would just point to it. And people were like, it doesn't seem like you know anything about this disease whatsoever.
Do you? Because are you a foot doctor?
No.
Exactly. So you got to believe
But again,
the guy.
isn't that a podiatrist or something like that?
I don't know.
Okay. And then also, Corey, are you stoked about in-season Hard Knocks because it's the Miami Dolphins?
Ooh, that's not bad.
I mean, not only is that team good, that's your guy.
Yeah, I love Mike McDaniels.
I thought you were a Jared Goff
guy. Huge Jared Goff fan.
For coaches, he's Dolphin.
I love Mike McDaniels. Dude.
He's not Dabes anymore, is he?
No, he's Brian Dable. Yeah. No, I just thought that
Dable isn't able.
I can have lots of different thoughts on different coaches and teams. Every one of them is a different story. All people are different people. Ted Lasso.
True. We're the KNC masterpiece.
That is true. Like a snowflake.
Although,
So
never
we're all
mind.
snowflakes?
Never mind.
Like,
no.
When's the election?
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3. No. Coming up next. What was your Rangers superstition from last night that you're going to have to keep doing for the World Series? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
DFW. in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Texas Rangers, home of the American League champion Texas Rangers. Friday, game 1 of the World Series right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Kevin Hagelin alongside Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford running the show for us most of this week. You want to go find us on Twitter? I am at OhThankKevin.
I'm at In the Majors, and Mike Bassick said something.
At Mike Bassick, my name.
All right, thanks, Mike. And then
BACSIK.
all of us are from this area, right? Like Alec even is from, you grew up Mansfield kid, right?
Yeah.
And Mike's Duncanville, the city of champions. You're North Garland.
Yep.
And I'm an East Dallas, Bryan Adams high school kid. I went, that's all of us are from this area.
Hey, I'm big time. I have a vote for the Hall of Honor at Duncanville High School.
Look at you, man.
Oh,
Did y'all? I know Mike grew up a Rangers fan. I know I grew up a Rangers fan.
My father played for him.
Your dad played for the Rangers.
Yeah.
Kevin,
your face, Corey.
You've been a Rangers fan your whole life.
Kevin, did your father play for the Rangers?
That is a tough question.
Who knows? He took off.
Oh.
No, he did not.
You always said he drank during Ranger games.
That's probably true.
And Alec, did you grow up a Rangers fan out there in Mansfield?
Yeah. I don't think there's any bad backstory there.
Okay.
I feel like you peer pressured him there, though, where even if he is like, not really, and you're like, you better say yes.
So it's awesome. It's a really good feeling that knowing like today, on a day where we're getting ready to prepare for the World Series, that we all, we grew up here and all been fans here our whole lives.
And I think everybody knows the reason that the Rangers won last night is because of that one particular thing that each one of you did.
Yes.
Now, I want to know what it was and how you're going to recreate that, because from the 2-1-4, I watched the game at Chili's, but I have no idea how I'm going to get that same parking place every time from now on, because you need not only the same restaurant, but the same parking spot.
Have them towed. Whoever's parked in that spot, just call and have them towed. That's the way to do it.
It's got like a Diamondbacks or a Phillies sticker on it. You're like, get them out of here.
Mike, last night, I was sitting there, and my wife, I think it was 4th inning, she stands up and walks towards the hallway. And when she gets to the hall, she goes, I'm going to go change. And then she stopped and came and sat back down.
Wait, is this about the Ranger game or something
We're
else in
watching
your
the
life?
game. She stops. She wanted to go put on her PJs, all right, and get comfy. Lucy's at camp right now, so she didn't have all the extra responsibilities last night. And so
this is a very private story.
No, she's not putting on a nightie. It's not what's happening.
It's not a sex story. It's a baseball story.
Avery and
out of town.
Avery and Carter are still there. Avery's sitting in the living room too, but she just wanted to go get comfortable because she was still in her work clothes. And she stopped, turned around, and walked back and sat down. And I kind of looked over. I was like, I thought you were going to go change. And she said, no, I'm not changing my clothes because if they lose, it'll let you down. And I'm not letting you down tonight. And I was like, oh my gosh. And by the end of the night, I looked over at her whenever it was all said and done with. And I said, thank you for not taking your clothes off. And she said, that's the only time you'll ever hear you say that to me. And then she was like, yeah, I kept my bra on, and every woman out there knows how much you want to take it off after work. So there it was. That's my wife saying she was superstitious last night.
Do you feel connected to this team because you have the 2 and 3 hole names in your house?
Carter and Corey? Yes. No, yeah, I absolutely do. Yeah, I absolutely have that connection.
Is there any part that you thought about calling your other child Marcus or Adolis?
No, Avery was always going to be an Avery. Yeah. Lucy was always going to be a Lucy. So that was all. It was always built that way.
No Jonah.
No. Man, are there any other people in the bullpen that I can think of here?
Nate. There's 2 Nates.
Nah, we're good. But Lucy's middle name is Drew. So if we have a Drew out there, that would be Lucy Drew. All right. So that was my moment is I'm so that way. I sit at the same spot every game. I watch it the same way.
All right.
My wife, she decided she would not take off her clothes for the Rangers.
I was making fun of my glasses earlier.
Yes.
I love these glasses, by the way.
They look great, dude.
They are my Humpty Hump glasses. They're very controversial in my family on like or dislike, and I'm like, deal with it.
Who likes it, who doesn't?
My wife isn't crazy about them.
Oh.
So I told her I'm keeping them on all the time then. You're going to have to get used to them.
What a move.
But you know, I know how to turn up the volume.
I know.
So I have been keeping score of a lot of these Ranger games. Now, I've been only doing that working for Bally's, doing the post-game shows, and I didn't have last night. Mark McLemore had it. Leslie McCaslin's been doing a tremendous job. She's been a Tolo throughout this process, listening to us a lot, talk about the Rangers here on 105.3 The Fan. But I keep the score when I'm doing the pre and post, the post for playoffs. It really helps me out. So last night I had Clark, our producer. I'm like, I don't know where you get these. Can you email me?
Yes, the score sheets.
Pretty much the score sheets for both sides. So I still, throughout the whole game, I kept the score of the Ranger game, feeling like I am undefeated so far doing Bally's post-game shows, whether it was the wild card, the divisional round. I had games 2 and 6 of this round, and so I don't know what I'll have for the World Series, but I was like, let me keep the scorecards of the games, and it worked out tremendously well. In the first inning, I felt like, man, I am coloring in a lot of diamonds here for the Rangers.
Love to see it. And see, that's a good thing because it's beneficial and you like it.
Yeah, it also helps out this job too, to really look back at certain situations.
Unfortunately, other people are in different situations, and that's tough. From the 682, every time I've watched or listened, they've lost. So I can't watch or listen anymore.
Sorry, no World Series for you.
From the 214, but it'll be worth it. I never win bets, so I bet against the Rangers, and they win every time. I'm out a lot of money, and will continue to do so until they win the World Series.
Just do small bets. If that's the case, bet dollars. You know, that way you're not out a lot of money. I mean, dollars are a lot.
Now, this is a good question from the 972. I wore the same cap, shirt, socks, and shorts last night as I did for Game 6, and instead of watching anywhere else or with anyone different, they said they watch by themselves. But the question is, and they'll continue to do so, can they wash the clothes?
Yes, you should. You really should.
Did you wash?
Is that what Baseball Mike would say?
Yes, you wash them. You can wear them again, but you do wash them.
Okay.
Don't want to be the stinky person.
Okay.
But you're at home though, right?
By yourself, he
so
said.
like it's
Or
okay to
she.
be stinky at home. Like that's your place of being. So
Well, here's the deal. How about this? This is from Texan Track on Twitch right now. If, let's say, Texan Track has been wearing his Lucky Ranger hat, but he just ordered right now, he ordered his Texas Rangers game hat with the World Series logo patch on the side, which is very cool. You want to wear that during the World Series. That's probably a $50 hat or $60 hat that you just purchased. But do you go with now the official World Series hat on the field of the Texas Rangers, or do you stick with your older Ranger hat that has got you to the World Series?
You stick with the hat that has worked, which is why we also need to get some money together to send Alec Medford elsewhere next Monday. I'm going to take you to cut number 10. This is Alec at Monday Night Raw last night, which, by the way, I know there's a lot of Tolos there. We also gave away tickets there, so I hope you guys had a blast.
I won those tickets.
This is cut number 10, and the fans at the wrestling event chanting, "Let's go Rangers." And let's go to cut number 11 just to extend it out. They didn't want to leave the Astros out. This is folks, again, at wrestling, chanting Astros suck.
Astros suck! Astros suck!
Oh, that's awesome.
Astros suck!
Now, that chant caught so much traction that I was looking on a wrestling website where they were talking about the show, and they said the fans seemed very preoccupied during this match because of the American League Championship Series, which is amazing. So we need to get him on a flight to Monday Night Raw next week.
That sounds like listen, man, for the station is how we should do it. So let's expense
for
that.
America.
That is awesome.
Let's expense that and get him there.
In Game 4, I did do some Astros sucks chants in left field because, look, the Astros beat us. They were doing pretty darn well in the fourth inning, I believe, after Seager tied it up at 3. And so there was "Let's go Astros" chants in left field. And I learned this from playing for the New York Mets, is when it was Mets Yankees, it was mostly a sellout at Shea Stadium, and you would get a lot of Yankee fans there, and they go, let's go Yankees, and all the Mets fans would go, Yankees suck! And so for 9 innings, it felt like the whole game you would hear 50% of the audience doing let's go Yankees, and then 50% of the audience going Yankees suck. So I was like, when they started the let's go Astros chants, I would then yell back in between that deal, Astros suck. So hey, keep doing your let's go Astros. I am going to then go Astros suck as loud as I can.
From the 469, I'm an Uber driver, and every time I got at least 3 rides before the end of the 3rd inning, they won. So book some Ubers, make them short rides. My question for y'all is baby Noah going to get sick again? Because he's going to need to stay up. Because last night, we'd been traveling. He did not want to go to sleep, and he ended up staying awake for the first 6 innings.
What?
Look, he didn't want to go to sleep, and the Rangers were winning.
Because you were being so loud?
That's when he felt comfortable to go to bed. He's like, Dad, I feel comfortable going to bed now. It's 6 innings. It's getting a little bit later. There's a solid lead here.
Wobbled, and then decided to crawl the rest of the way.
I know Chapman's going to come in and just smoke the crap out of Chas McCormick in the back knee just to make sure we get payback.
So do we need to keep baby Noah up for these games, at least 6 innings worth the rest of the way?
Absolutely. Yeah, you can't let that child go to sleep before inning 6 is over.
You can get them on a baseball schedule. Mary Grace grew up on a baseball schedule, and that was her bedtime wasn't till about 11:30 p.m. Obviously, a pediatrician would not recommend that. But if you are on a baseball schedule, you do have to kind of change that child's schedule to a baseball schedule, which means their sleep time won't start till 11:30 p.m. and they will usually stay asleep till about 9 a.m.
My buddy Hickson texted in and said that he and I both got a couple of dubs last night on Warzone before the game started, so I guess we're going to have to do that again, which I don't think Adrian can argue with me whenever I turn on the PlayStation, right?
I'm just wondering for this segment, if Corey, if Game 7, it was important for your wife to keep her clothes on, but will you still say the same thing if it's Game 1, or will you say, it's just Game 1? We're okay.
It's the World Series. Keep those clothes on.
This is interesting.
Because it was Game 7. It was do or die.
Yeah.
Game 1 is not a do or die game.
Isn't it?
What do you mean?
Isn't it?
No, I don't understand what you mean. You don't have to win Game 1 to win the whole World Series.
Don't you?
No, you don't. You don't have to. That is a fact. But you can't sweep them.
Let me present this to you. Bruce Bochy, I believe, has now won 12 consecutive playoff series in which his team has won Game 1. I present to you that Game 1 is, in fact, a must-win for the Texas Rangers.
Wow.
Man, that is, I guess so, yeah. We need to make sure we win Game 1.
Straight facts, homie.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy.
Otherwise, Dallas can't win it,
that's
Kevin.
what Randy Moss said.
Dallas can't win it over Houston, like Ted Cruz said.
Yeah, that didn't work out super well.
I don't understand what he's saying there. I'm still trying to figure that one out.
Do you think when all the Astros fans were leaving and he left, he's like, we're going straight to Cancun?
Smoltzy is getting a little bit used to doing broadcast in Arlington because he recommended Six Flags when he has to go back to Arlington.
And I heard him they shouted out Buc-ee's along the way. But Rangers fans, I feel like they're kind of done with him, right? At least that's what social media.
He can win it back. He can win it back.
I do think he's giving great information, and I don't know why, right? I mean, I just don't know why, but they decided, Fox, Joe Davis, John Smoltz, we had them both on. I really appreciate them coming on the show, giving us insight. For some reason, they decided to do the broadcast from an Astros perspective, the series from an Astros perspective. It doesn't mean they were rooting for the Astros. They just decided to do the series from an Astros perspective. And I don't know. Are they going to do it from a Diamondbacks perspective? Are they going to do it from a Phillies perspective?
I think they will from a Phillies perspective. Right. But I think if it's Arizona, it's going to be a Rangers perspective. That would be my prediction.
Yeah.
During Game 6, there was a moment where, because Game 5, this happened. Adrian was sitting on the other end of the couch, and then she scooted close to me in Game 5. Adolis gets hit. Everything falls apart. So during Game 6, she tried to scoot closer to me, and I said, no, you move back over there. And she looked really sad when I said it, but I looked at her and I said, it's for the Rangers. Yeah. And so now she understands.
My wife, to be honest, hasn't really cared about the Rangers much at all this season, much at all
to keep
forever.
Not caring then.
But she has cared about this team in a weird way. I just wonder this. She's just like, this seems like such a good group of guys, and they seem like a family. And she's also now in love with Evan Carter too. I guess she sees him as like a son type of deal. But like, it's really weird that like my wife has gotten into this team in a sense that she feels like they really care about each other, and they really like, she just feels like this is a good group of guys and not a group of guys that are maybe, non-family guys. I don't know. It feels like every wife on the team had a baby this year.
That's the same way my wife feels, is because she was like, look how happy they are for him. And she was like, she cried like 3 times during the game yesterday.
See Corey Seager's wife go nuts when he hit that home run too. It's awesome, man. This is a great feeling today.
From the 936, we ate pancakes for dinner with breakfast sausage in the first inning. I told my wife if we fall behind, she's gonna have to fire the griddle up. That's the kind of energy we need going into Friday.
I'm thinking about breakfast for dinner tonight.
It's always a good decision. Always.
What's your favorite breakfast for dinner?
French toast.
Bacon and eggs.
Love French toast.
Okay.
Ooh, chicken and waffles makes a lot of sense too.
Bacon and eggs.
Okay.
All right.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Hash browns.
Right here.
Little toast. Some whole wheat toast.
What?
Whole grain.
What?
It's toast.
Coming up next, it's time for your phone calls. Rangers call in. What's on your baseball mind, and what does this win mean to you? Whatever else baseball you want to talk about. 877-881-1053. If you want to call in, we'll get you lined up. We'll do that next as we go into the Expressway on 1053 The Fan.
More now.
The 3-1. And that ball is hit high and deep into right field. Tucker going back. He's at the wall. He leaps, and it is gone. Nathaniel Lowe with a 2-run home run. He puts Texas into double figures. It's 10-2.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Your home. The pennant-winning American League champion Texas Rangers World Series starts Friday right here on 105.3 The Fan. And this Expressway is brought to you by QC Kinetics. Corey, we don't always go to the phones.
Oh, my gosh.
But the last time we did, people made you cry. Made y'all cry.
Well, Kevin.
You were out, right?
Yeah, you were out yesterday when we went to the phones.
inside.
You're getting better.
So,
true.
Yesterday we didn't cry. But yes, the last time we did it after the Rangers won, we definitely did cry from Rick and Burleson, who accounted everything he's gone through as a Rangers fan. And we were like, just let him go, man.
You know what? Because of that, I actually want to start with line 3. Let's go to Thomas in Burleson.
All right, Thomas.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. What's on your baseball mind?
So that win means for me is that I'm going to be up at 1 a.m. in the UK next week watching every single game.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just hyped. I realized I booked a trip to go see my long distance girlfriend, and now I get to watch the Rangers play in the World Series, and I don't get to be at home at all. But I'm so excited. It's crazy. I'm glad we got to beat down the Astros, and now I'm ready to pick off whoever's left. We're going home with the ring.
Woo! I love that level of commitment, both romantically and baseball-wise.
Mhm.
That is some top-notch commitment right there.
If things aren't going well, will he leave immediately and fly back from the UK and get back to America so they can...
Yeah, just say it's a bit of a sticky wicket, and you have to take off.
I got to go to the loo, and then I'll be back in just a bit.
All right, let's continue the calls.
What's a wicket? It's a stick.
I feel like that's a British thing. Like,
Do you play with that with the balls you hit in the
cricket?
Cricket? Does crickets? No, not cricket.
You're gonna get
the balls that you hit where there's little rectangle
croquet?
things. Croquet. Is that? Do you use a wicket in croquet?
I think you might. Yeah.
Is that what the wicket
I
comes
hope
from?
you're watching the fan cam so you could see him like pantomime out what was happening. All right, let's go back to the Boomer Jags Bar and Grill hotline. Let's go to line number 1. Gary in Euless. What is on your baseball mind?
Hey guys, thanks for talking about the Rangers all day, man. What a ride we've been on. But I'm 60 years old, and I used to listen to the Ranger games, laying in the front seat of my dad's truck on the radio.
Yes.
Dick Risenhoover and Tom Vandergrift saying goodbye baseball. Man, I'll tell you what, I got my backside warmed up at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning because that truck wouldn't start because I'd ran the battery down. All I got to go freaking Rangers.
That is what I'm talking about, dude. This is the feeling right now. It's a vibe.
That's an amazing story. And I kind of wanted to throw out when you were talking earlier about all being from the Metroplex is I feel like I learned sports at the old Blue Ballpark.
Of course, yes.
Not the Temple or anything like that. But
Arlington Stadium.
Yes, the old Blue Ballpark where in my mind every single seat in there was a metal bleacher. Is my
Pretty
mom.
much was.
Yeah. My mom, when she worked at Southwestern Bell, they would do company nights out there all the time and everything. And so she said that's when she knew I was going to do this for a living. And I was like, I wish you would have told me that. Is because I would just like chat everybody's ear off because they'd be like, why did that guy? And I was like, well, here's the thing. And so I feel like I learned it there. And to see them get so close and fail in the past or just not be relevant in the past, to see them back in the World Series it's incredible.
The relevancy part, I think, is the part that like where a lot of people might look at us. You know, the Astros whole like bit of, oh, they act like they've been there, done that. Yeah, man, we haven't been there, done that a lot. And so when we get these opportunities, like we're hopeful that the Chris Young era lasts for the next 20 years and that we experience this a lot. But man, there were some back and forths a long time through this franchise's history. And right now, you look like you're built for a very good future.
Before the next call, Jared Sandler was on last night. I was wondering about Chris Young. He did, I guess, get to shower and have a change of clothes after just getting doused with everything.
Was he wearing a wig at one point in there? I saw somebody wearing a wig.
Maybe, but I don't think he was. But I was just thinking about Jared Sandler was like, I don't know what to do because he has to get on the team plane and he is doused in alcohol and he can't take a shower with the players. That's not allowed, but the general manager can.
Sure.
So
thanks for getting me on the team. Hit the shower.
But I was just like, because if you're 6'10", you can't really borrow clothes from somebody else. That's a little bit of an issue to borrow clothes.
He must have taken a spare.
Sandler, what does he do? Does he run over there and see if Altuve has anything over there that he left in his
Oh my
locker?
God.
Mike.
Let me ask you this, Mike. Would you rather see Chris Young in Jared Sandler's clothes or Jared Sandler in Chris Young's clothes?
Well, look, I know Chris Young. I think it would be a lot more funny for him to have to take on somebody's 5'6", maybe, clothes and put on. Because, like, you're going to just have draping.
Like the whole
Sandler.
Looking like a little
Chris
kid in
Young
his
is
dad's-
going to have major issues with, showing off part of his body.
Let's go to line number 2. Let's go to Tim in Midlothian. What is on your baseball brain today?
So my son back in like September was like, Dad, I've heard you talk about the World Series. You went to both of them. I want to go. And I said, okay, you know what? If the Rangers make the World Series, I'll pony up the cash and we'll go to the World Series, right? And he was so excited, and he's been watching like so intently when he can stay up until he goes to bed. And last night, whenever the Rangers were, scoring runs in the first and just beating up on the Astros, his face was amazing. And like he went to bed before it was over, and I got to wake him up this morning, and I got to tell him that he's going to the World Series, and the kid starts bawling, and it's like the most happy father moment I've ever had. The Rangers, thank you. It's been amazing. I can't stop smiling, like Corey said on Twitter.
Yes.
I've neglected work today just because I can't focus because I'm so excited. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to the Rangers and what y'all mean to this city and everything you've given us in the past. It's been amazing.
What a delightful phone
That's
call
awesome.
that is. You know what, Tim? You did such a good job. I'm going to go to another Tim. Let's go to line number 7. Tim in Arlington. What is on your baseball mind right now?
Tim.
I think it may be Tim from Argyle.
Okay, what's up, man?
Did I
How's
say
it going?
Arlington? I'm sorry. I meant Argyle. I just have Rangers on the brain, and everything revolves
Hey.
around Arlington for me right now.
And who does it? Hey, you guys may know me better as the Tolo Tim that is a Hurtado barbecue delivery guy.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh
yes.
my gosh, I want to barbecue hug you right now.
Okay, so that being said, he is my nomination for co-MVP, and that's Brandon Hurtado. I tell you what, I'm so happy for that guy, just as happy as I am for the Ranger fans and Ranger Nation. Brandon is just a killer dude, great barbecue, and that's really kind of what I want to say. I made my predictions early in the season. The last thing I want to say, my shout-out to the young guys, Frisco Rough Riders, the Express. There's so many guys that came up over this past year that contributed greatly to being where we are today. So if you don't get a chance to go to the World Series this year, get out and see some minor league ball next year.
Man, that's fantastic. I just wanted to say, I didn't know if we would focus in on Brandon Hurtado, but as long as we are, somebody texted in and said, he helped me get my 1996 Leaf John Smoltz card autographed, so thank you to him. And also, I've been talking with Brandon about an experience to auction off for Peace-a-thon. So thank you very much to Hurtado.
Like you get to cook with Brandon.
Oh, or maybe you get to go eat an amazing meal
Oh
with
my
somebody
gosh.
from the station.
I love their
so
barbecue.
we'll figure
I will
something
buy
out.
that.
All right, Mike, pick a number between
1 and 10.
Yeah.
3 and then 2 because that's my guy Evan Carter. So 3 first.
Probably should have known.
I get it.
Let's go to line number 3. Cody in Burleson. What is on your baseball mind right now?
I want to say a couple of things. I care about 2 things in this world, my daughter and the Texas Rangers, and my daughter is named after one of those things.
Rusty?
So, Napoli.
Okay.
I like it.
And number 2, I just want to say real quick, I am a Chiefs fan. And my dad died before I got to see them win a I didn't get to watch them win a championship with him. And my wife just left me And if I have to give up my wife for the Rangers winning the World Series, I'm going to take it every time.
Woo!
That's what I'm
Man,
talking about, dude.
Wait a second.
Hey, find the silver lining.
That's a level of commitment from Cody right there. I do want to say I'm really sorry that this is the instance, but I also appreciate that he immediately pivoted to, but if that's what it takes to win the World Series, holy cow.
A lot of pressure on the Rangers now.
Man, that is do we need to send some of these to the Rangers or replay them for Bochy?
Oh, I think they hear it all. They hear it all, dude.
All right.
Trust me.
You said go to cut. You said go to
I say
line
2 because
All
it's
right.
my Evan Carter number.
All right, let's go to Bailey in Dallas. What is on your baseball mind right now?
Man, it's been such a weird season, and the only way I consume all Rangers media is through you guys, through Tolowin. And it was weird having Eric away from the beginning and the season, him coming back, and I'm just kind of weirdly excited to hear y'all, hear the station and everything get to broadcast a World Series again.
Whew,
Me too, man.
I'm pumped about that as well.
I'm not exactly certain. I wanted to ask Hicksy this yesterday, but I didn't ask. But I do wonder if Eric, who took most of the season off for his mental health, if this is giving him a different vibe. He spent so many years with this club and this run here as he's going through it. I love hearing him on playoff baseball. I love hearing Hicks on playoff baseball. Jared getting to do what he's doing. It brings me to a very happy place.
All right, so I do want to hear the final call here because he doesn't, Eric Nadel, I won't give it away, but
I loved
it's cut number 9, Eric Nadel, the final call, the final out of this game. Oh, he's doing phone calls.
Yeah.
Good setup.
That's okay. Alec, will you fire off cut number 9? Because I know it meant a lot to Mike, and I think it meant a lot to me too. And I think a lot of people in the Metroplex understand why this was such a great call.
And the Astros are down to their final strike. Leclerc ready now. 1-2 pitch. Ground ball. Second base. Simeon's got it. On to first to Nate Lowe. And hello, World Series. The Rangers have won their 3rd American League pennant. They stream out of the dugout and are jumping up and down between the mound and first base. For the first time since 2011, the Rangers are going to the World Series after having 6 consecutive losing seasons. What an amazing year this has been. And there's more baseball to be played.
Man, that's my favorite line right
The last
there.
part,
There's
yeah.
more baseball. I just got chills.
We talked earlier last week
Hello, World Series.
about Mark Holtz.
Yeah.
And how much he meant to so many people is, I bet there was a lot of people listening who were like, F yeah. Not that you wouldn't have been excited already, but hit you in the feels with that Hello World Series. I still think if they win.
No, let's just let it happen, dude.
Okay.
Let's just let it be right now. We can't do anything about it yet.
The Beatles. He doesn't like the Beatles, though.
Oh, yeah,
I
he
didn't
does.
say
He hates the Beatles.
Let's go to
You're
line
a bigger fan of the Monkees. I
number.
get it.
I have not thought about the Monkees in so long.
Hey, we're the Monkeys.
People say monkeying around.
Oh, it's not monkey around?
We're too
Monkeying
busy
around.
singing to put anybody down.
All right, who's the next one?
Let's go to line number 5.
The Astros, we'll put them down.
This is Brian.
Well, they lost.
Sherman.
They didn't do
Brian,
that.
what is on your baseball mind right now?
Hey, guys, love the show. Hey, I was going back through my text message here where I texted in at September 6th. I was listening to Dawson and the guys, and he was real down about when we took that little slide. And I remember I texted in saying, hey, it's been a great year. I feel like we've overachieved. We were picked to possibly do second, third in the division anyway. So it's like, it's been great, but it's baseball. Anybody can get hot. Fast forward to today, I just, after reading that, I was like, wow, called it. But yesterday I'm sitting there watching that game with my son, 10 years old, and I always make him go in bed about 8 o'clock because I like him to do well in school. He asked me if he could stay up because he's getting into sports now big time. And as we're watching that, he looked over at me. He goes, so does this mean we're watching baseball now instead of football? And I just smiled and said, yep, boy, we are. This is great. I love this for the town. I love this for all Rangers fans, and I think we get this one finally.
All right, I love that phone call. And Mike,
That's cool.
I hope this makes sense to you. I don't want to put it in like a negative Cowboys space or
Gotcha.
anything like that. But that's one of the cool things about sports is, like I told you, I went to Rangers games with my mom, and that's how I got into it. And I remember Colby said his dad was like, we cheer for the Longhorns. Got it? And like, that's what he passed down to his kids. And for so many generations of Cowboys fans, they went from, the Ice Bowl and Dandy Don, and you were hooked, and then obviously Staubach, and then it led into the 90s, and it just went on and on and on. And I'm really excited about the potential for both my son, who will understand what's happening, and my son, who will not understand what's happening, to like share this World Series with them.
Yeah, because we think of growing up, for me, it was first Odabe McDowell, then Ruben Sierra. And then, you start getting a little bit older, and so it's a little bit different in your favorite player. But now there's so many kids. I know that my nephew, he's in love with Corey Seager, right? Like his Ruben Sierra is Corey Seager for me. And so it's going to be really interesting. I do think they're going to easily now get over 3 million fans next year with the All-Star game, with this run to the World Series, hopefully becoming World Series champs. It went to 2.5 million this year, which was a very good crowd for a team that had lost 94 games last year. So I do think once again, we are now going to get in. There's going to be a standard. Now, maybe the Stars can get close to there because they're a very good team, but the number 2 team in the Metroplex, and it's really it's not close anymore, is the Texas Rangers. They'll never be number 1, not even close to number 1. But the team that is now I won't say just below, the team that's below the Cowboys is the Rangers, and it's not even close when it comes to nothing against FC Dallas or the Stars or the Mavericks. It's just not anywhere close.
Kevin, I know this is a call segment, and we played Eric Nadell audio. But Mike just mentioned maybe the Stars can get there. Yeah. Maybe, Mike, we can combine something with the Rangers and the Stars. This is Jamie Benn talking about what's coming up.
Now, have you hit a home run at the new ballpark or just the old one?
Yeah, both of them.
Both of them. So if you had to get called in for the World Series,
I'm ready. I'm ready. I mean, we got 2 big games coming up here on the weekend off, so if Boch needs me, I'm ready.
He just threw out Boch, too. I love that. That's awesome.
Let's keep an eye out on that World Series roster. See if there's any shenanigans.
Number 14, Jamie Benn. You know what I'm talking about?
I do know what you're talking about, Mike. And if you missed it earlier, I love the fact that Mike, who's like, hey, look, hockey seems fun. I don't understand it, has like really gotten into it. So much so that the day after the Rangers are going to the World Series, he goes, hey, the Stars play tonight, don't they? Yeah. And like unprompted, this is off air. We weren't talking anything about hockey, and he just brought it up.
I don't know who plays for the Penguins. I'm pretty sure Lemieux's retired, but I'm not 100% sure.
You know Crosby?
Oh, yeah. Bing Crosby?
It's not Bing Crosby. I feel like you know this.
Ben Crosby.
No, it's not Ben Crosby either.
Bill Crosby.
Who is Ben Crosby?
I don't know.
Okay.
Seems like he just went with all B names there.
Well,
okay.
Went close to Cosby.
I thought next he was going to be like, oh, yeah, doesn't he play on the line with Stills and Nash? I thought for sure that was the direction that you were going, but that is not.
No, but I'm into the Stars, but man, this Ranger thing is just amazing. I know we're kind of into Mike Likes It. We can take more phone calls during this too.
You. That's your call.
How many people are on?
I mean, all of the lines. Not to sound like Arnie, but all the lines are filled.
We're going to take more calls, but I'm going to get into this Mike Likes It segment, and maybe people can kind of give their emotions about this. I'll tell you what was really tough going into last night, and I was telling Sue this. I said, there's just no emotional break in the baseball playoffs.
Yeah.
When you compare it to last year and the hockey playoffs, there's the Stars play, and then there's a day off, or there's 2 days off, and then they play again. So there's this time to digest the emotional roller coaster of game 2 or game 3 or whatever. And same with the Mavericks when they've gone on runs. There's this time to kind of digest it. I guess because the Rangers have not gone on a run like this since 2011. Yes, they made the playoffs in 15 and 16, but it was really quick. It was like you're in and you're out.
Yeah.
And this one, you are now going to the World Series, but I was like getting ready for Game 7 last night. I'm like, I don't know if I'm emotionally ready for this because of what emotions you went through. Games 1, 2, day off, 3, 4, 5, all losses, and then you have a day off, and then you're like, Game 6, we did it. We made it to Game 7. You're like, yeah, Game 7's happening in a few hours. it's just, I don't know, for you guys, there's really not time to digest this. It's just like you are on to the next one. And I feel like emotionally drained in a positive way now. You're going to the World Series.
I feel like I would like that as a player because less time to linger feeds more into the every game is the same. Like, I realize that's probably impossible to separate for Game 7, but you're like, dude, we just friggin' played. Like, I need to get my body ready to play again. That's probably beneficial for them. I just wanted to throw this out there. Is from the 972. Just got my copy of the Dallas Morning News. I still have my 2010 and 11 ALCS ones hung up on my wall. If you get to see the paper for today, it's the entire page. It says, ready for the world. 2 years removed from a 100-loss season, the Rangers are back in the World Series, and it's an awesome photo. I think, is that Young and Garcia?
You know I love a good front page, dude.
Yes, yes, you do.
When we worked at the newspaper together, Kevin would say, all right, man, and I'd go design the front page, and then he'd make sure all the words were right.
Yes.
Most of the time.
Well, except for that one time. Let's go to, if we can go to line number 4, Ron in Dallas. Ron, this is a big deal. Mike is cutting into Mike Likes It just for you. What's on your baseball mind?
I got 2 words for you, baby. World Series.
Woo!
That's what I'm talking about.
All right, Ron, before you say anything else, do not hang up on... Right, Ron, listen to me. We're going to let you keep talking. Do not hang up on Ron, please. Ron, when do you sleep? Because you call into the G-Bag Nation all the time. You called in last night at like 12:40 in the morning, and you're calling in right now. Ron, how much do you sleep? And then you can keep talking Rangers.
Well, last night I had to sleep in the garage because my girlfriend said I was peeing too dang loud, so I slept in the garage. I do sleep every night, but I wake up and I bleed these Rangers every day, just like I do the Cowboys. But what a ride are we on right now, guys?
Man, I freaking love it.
It's unbelievable where the Rangers are. I just want to give a shout-out to my grandma in heaven right now who passed away the first this year. She would be so proud of these Rangers this year. Let's do it, Rangers. Let's go. Let's go win a championship, baby.
Woo!
Dude, I love that.
That's Riverboat Ron, right? That's his nickname on G-Bag. Am I right about that?
I think that is
correct.
correct.
Rodeo Ron.
Rodeo Ron.
Sorry.
I also hope that Ron turns into a drop because I really want that part when he goes, I had to sleep out in the garage. Like, I really loved it. And I will go back to this. I know I already said it, but that's another person right there with his grandma. Sports are, and you've brought it up, is the toy section. But also, you get some shocking ties through sports, whether it's family, friends. Like, how many groups of friends do you have, or how many friends that you can think of, and you're like, oh yeah, my Cowboys buddy.
Yeah.
And like that, you watch Cowboys game with him and everything like that. Sports can bring people together.
Dude, think about this. Mike was telling us yesterday, and I know he told you this morning, that like his best friends that he played basketball with who never cared about baseball.
It's really weird.
Are
Is
all
this like a Mike Likes It segment too? Go ahead.
Yeah, are all invested in this Rangers run right now. Again, their connection, their tie was basketball sports, and now it's rolled over into, hey, we got a winner right here.
It's crazy to me. It goes into like a whole nother segment. I do want to get to more callers. I have all of these guys that I played basketball with that my dad at one point, kind of in 4th and 5th grade, asked some of them, hey, you guys want to play baseball with Michael? I'm Michael in that instance. And they're like, no. Like, they didn't have any interest in really playing baseball. I don't remember in high school in the 90s these guys having interest in baseball in general, and now like they're all locked in. Like my buddies LeBrent and Lelton and Dana and all these guys that played basketball at Duncanville, they're like locked into this and they are following it and they know it and they know this game. And I'm wondering, like, when did you guys get into baseball so much? Because I don't remember you guys as a 4th grader or a high school senior being into baseball that much.
Do you think it has anything to do with maybe like the somewhat slower nature or more cerebral nature of
like
baseball?
The thinking part of
just
it?
Just because, like, not to say that you don't have to think in all major sports. Obviously you do. But with basketball and hockey, it's move.
Yeah.
Whereas baseball and football, obviously, to another extent, something happens, quick break. Something happens.
I do want to get to more calls here, but it is for another discussion later in the week, maybe later in the month or something, is like, does baseball, as much as we try to say we need the younger person into it, yes, you do. I'm not disagreeing with that. But I'm wondering if baseball, just as you get to like in your 30s, baseball becomes a sport you appreciate more
could be.
Than you do basketball or football. I get you appreciate football all the time, but like it seems like a sport that people like more the older they get, and maybe there's not much you can do for a 15 to 18-year-old to like it unless they're really playing it.
You might be onto something there. I really think you are. Let's go to line 6 if we can. Rigo in Dallas. What is on your baseball mind?
Hey guys, what's up? I got two things. And the first one's for Mike, and I know he's gonna like it. Mike, did this not remind me of the 2011 NBA Finals where LeBron and Wade made fun of Dirk, made him go on the run? Same thing with Maldonado. Tells him that he wakes up the Astros, and then Garcia puts him right back to sleep. Now the second is at the beginning of the season, nobody had the Rangers. Being this good, definitely not winning the division, absolutely not winning the league. Well, guess what? Now I definitely have them for winning the World Series. No matter who we face, that title's ours, baby.
I love it.
I agree with that prediction.
Yes. So the Baltimore Orioles were the Oklahoma City Thunder. Now it's a little bit in a different order, right? You beat Oklahoma City to go to the NBA Finals, but everybody believes, I believe this, the Baltimore Orioles are going to win a championship in the next 3 years. Now, Oklahoma City never did, and Baltimore might not either, but that is the up-and-coming superstar team. And then you have the world champs, LA Lakers, the world champs, the Houston Astros. And by the way, Dusty Baker's retiring. Phil Jackson retired after that game. Phil Jackson never coached another game after losing to the Mavericks in Game 4, the Mother's Day Massacre. Dusty Baker's never going to manage another game, and he's going to go into the Hall of Fame. Phil Jackson, same thing. And then when you look at the Portland Trailblazers, you could kind of compare them to the Tampa Bay Rays. Like, hey, really good team, injuries to Brandon Roy or whatever, but hey, you still took care of business there. That's a 99-win team. If you do take on Philadelphia, I don't know how to super compare them to the Miami Heat, but you would be taking on the defending National League champs, the back-to-back National League champs. If it's Philadelphia, if it's Arizona, it does go into another direction than the 11
And also,
Mavericks.
do the Phillies not have one of the most beloved/hated players in the sport?
Yeah, and Bryce Harper.
Yes,
you're
exactly.
Del Murphy of baseball, right?
That's right. I'm glad you're getting it. You want to take another call?
Let's take another call, but I'll leave this at this.
Okay.
I'm thinking about emotionally buying. I have put an offer on a $500 Evan Carter card during this segment.
I was going to do that in the break.
So I am possibly making an emotional purchase based off of this Ranger run right now.
I love it.
I do. I kind of hope this is Mike in the future. Let's go to line number 7. Michael in Arlington. What's on your baseball mind?
Man, just happy, guys. Stayed up pretty late past my bedtime. I'm a early riser and had my kids all up with me. But I do have a question for Mike.
Okay.
After screaming myself hoarse, I came to the realization that I just feel very uncomfortable with Leclerc getting anywhere near the 9th inning with a 1 or 2 run lead. What's your thought on this?
I don't think you should. I understand. Look, everybody's going to feel that way, whether it's Philadelphia, Arizona, or now Texas, the 3 teams left. If it's a 1 or 2 run game in the 9th inning, you know a bloop and a blast can take the lead or tie the game. And there's so many great hitters on all 3 teams left. And so I'm sure Philadelphia is not going to feel that great if all of a sudden Simeon gets on base and Seager is up to tie or win the game. Or if whoever it is, Josh Young is a threat. He might not be the best hitter left in the playoffs, but you're going to feel that way. When you're up 11-3, he threw a strike to Altuve. There's a part of you that's going, they're going to take a strike, right? I mean, there's part of baseball that says you take a strike when you're down by 8 runs. And Altuve didn't. He hit a home run. I hear you. Is Leclerc, Mariano Rivera, Trevor Hoffman, whoever else that's a Hall of Fame closer? He is not. But I do think right now, when you get to Spores, Chapman, and Leclerc, you have a pretty dang good chance of closing it out. I get you didn't do it in Game 5. I get they're not perfect. I get they're not. Maybe Chapman is a Hall of Famer, but I get that they're not future Hall of Famers. But I do think you should feel pretty confident with Leclerc, not just like, hey, let's put the kids to bed. We got this one done. But I do think he has taken to that role pretty darn well.
Man, an outstanding slate of calls. Sorry we didn't get to more of them. We will probably pick this up throughout the week. Appreciate y'all's patience. Yeah. A lot of people waited a long
look,
time.
If I put that offer on your Evan Carter card that's autographed, I mean, come on, man. Respond with a counter offer or say, let's do this, man. Let me give you some money. Let me give you some money for your Evan Carter.
From the 817, we might need to play that garage drop. I just got tickets for Saturday, $2,900 for 2 tickets. I guess I better get used to being in the doghouse. Ooh, you bought some nice tickets right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
You know what? I think we'll ask the question.
Oh.
Are the Rangers in it to win it, Mike?
That's a great question from 2011.
Boomer Esiason is on the Fan. Check out Kickoff, getting you ready for every game. Sunday mornings at 7 on the Fan. Presented nationally by Casamigos Tequila. Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we're still reveling in the Texas Rangers crushing the Astros like some mashed potatoes and advancing to the World Series. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I want to let you know I really don't have much direction for this segment, so let's just have some fun talking Rangers and see how it goes. The other day, I was talking with you guys, and I was saying I just can't lose this series. Like, emotionally, I can't go through this series specifically and lose it. And I think it was because of the Astros. And we'll probably ask that question. That's something we can do, is how much of last night was excitement for beating the Astros versus excitement for making it to the World Series. We'll get to that in just a second. Go ahead and text in. I mean, text chain has been crazy all day today. The truckwreck.com text line has just been moving. I've only seen a few times where it moves like this. It's awesome.
And we don't normally do shout outs, but Olivia Kate Navarre,
yes,
turning 7 today. Shout out to you. Happy birthday. And thanks for listening. The whole family.
I'm hoping I can see her at dinner sometime soon.
Okay.
That's my goal. But somebody did message in whenever I said I just can't lose this series, and I'm very serious about that. And somebody messaged in and said, "You act like you're part of the team." And last night, my son saw me. I was just sitting there smiling.
Which son?
Avery. And I was
the non-Ranger name. Yeah,
right. Thank you.
Braves name.
But I was just sitting there smiling like, I just say a big dumb kid. I just looked like a big dumb kid last night, just watching these guys celebrate, smiling. I know I'm not part of the team, but I felt part of it. And my kid asked me, he was like, "Why are you smiling like that?" And that's when I realized that being a fan is something that's very tough to explain, but you know it when you see it. Like, I couldn't completely encapsulate being a little kid from East Dallas who played T-ball for the Red Hot Rangers, watching them, like, showing up late to my first ever ALDS game against the Yankees to sit in the very top row with some seats that we got from my friend's dad, and me and all my buddies are sitting there and we're chanting Kenny with 40,000 other people, and we're sitting up there having the time of our lives in high school, you know, and my best friends are all sitting next to me, standing behind Mike Bassick while he and Arnie are sitting there at the sports lounge, and then the Nelly Cruz moment happened. This season, like, I can't encapsulate all that, putting all the stress.
I don't remember you there when the Mavericks lost to Oklahoma City, and then Arnie threw a chair and then tried to attack me.
That's a
That was a different time.
Oh my gosh!
Like, trying to put all of that into, like, all the stress and the love and the agony and the glory all together in one statement. Like, I don't think it would have resonated with Avery last night. I don't think he doesn't know everything I've gone through as a fan, and be quite honest, he is not a sports fan in the same way that I was as a child.
Okay.
We watched, that was our thing. We did that. We were connected to this community and the sports teams. And so for somebody saying you act like you're part of the team, I can't respond to them because they just wouldn't understand how I fan. And that's like the I fan. I have a certain way that I am about these things. I get emotionally attached. I felt relief last night. I felt relief rather than excitement. I was very excited for the guys because I know we have more baseball to play. But I felt relief that we didn't lose to that team. And here's something, somebody just tweeted this out, and I wish I could remember who it was. But I just saw them say, this wasn't our World Series. And for everybody that's experienced the 2011 season, that's the thing that I hope that the Rangers players are beyond that, and I think they are. Bochy's done such a great job of having these guys mentally prepared for the next step, and they get a few days to break it, you know? Like they got to, was it Max Scherzer the other day when he was pitching on the mound? He was like, I don't usually do my pitches hungover. And because they had partied the night before.
You saw him in that clubhouse last night.
He's probably feeling it today, and I hope so. He deserves it, you know? And that's where, I really, I've enjoyed this run, but I don't want to be done with it, but I feel like I got to where I wanted. I almost feel like we could just roll out the banner, mission accomplished, like G-Dub did. You remember that time?
No, we're not doing that. You still have 4 more wins to get.
That is the mentality now, right? Like, is that where we start turning our attention? We've had this great day of celebration, and now we got to start turning our attention tonight, picking the team who like finding out who we're going to play now.
Because I vividly remember in 2010, just as a fan, I was like, man, it really sucks that we lost the World Series, but it's not the end of the world.
For sure.
Like, it didn't feel the same as obviously in 2011 or, quite frankly, 2006 for the Mavs, because it didn't feel like they're like, hey, we just showed up here. Good for us. Like, you'd already been through the battles and in the Western Conference Finals in 2003 and everything like that. In 2010, I did feel like it sucks, but I think we're going to be okay, and I think we'll be back. And maybe that's the case with this team. Who the hell knows? But I still have scars, sports-wise, from 12 years ago. And now I feel like I don't care what year it is. It's our time right effing now.
So you have decided to, like, let your heart open up a little bit.
Sure.
Your sports heart is, because earlier on you were like, there's this little piece of me that's blocking it and doesn't want to let me get that emotionally involved in this thing. You're opening this thing up, man.
Look, ever since
you might 10-man cry some oil right out of your eyes.
I told Jess that could happen, and I'm afraid she's like, you didn't cry at our wedding.
Or what about when Noah was born?
Yeah.
You didn't?
No, I didn't. And so that's the weird thing. I will just say to that one person who says, you're not part of the team. Hear me out.
You're like Bill Parcells. Like, just show me the baby, right? What was his saying?
Is that...
Like, I can't remember what he said about the baby comment, but he was like, stop crying. Just show me the baby or something. I can't remember what he said.
Obviously, this is not applicable to all people, but think about how many people in the history of the Rangers that have played for the Rangers, how much time they've spent with this organization or thinking about this organization. It pales in comparison to many fans.
Yeah.
Like, if you're just here for a couple seasons, I know it's your job and you give everything and your love, but like, Rangers fans or sports fans in general, they're committed to these things for like 80 years sometimes.
Yeah.
All of the time.
Yeah.
And so you can't help it. When we get Bochy on, I'm going to go back to, you said in spring training. And in my mind, I was like, great. And I didn't really, he was like, hey, this is a team. You watch. This is a special group of guys. And I was like, great. What does that mean? Maybe we'll win 85 games. Well, who knew that it only took a few more to get into the playoffs and go on this magical run?
Dude, I think that other part of that is, you know, you can never really know how a team's going to come together either, because things happen in a season. A dude doesn't get a contract that he wants, and now he's mad and he forgets that, hey, we're focusing on the season right now, or a guy gets injured and maybe he was a key part of it. You never really know how these guys are going to like all band together around whatever rallying cry it is. Right now, it feels like wearing the horns in Texas. That sounds like something, or what's that number on your ass, Austin Hedges? And
things that wouldn't make sense outside of the world of sport.
Like Nathan Eovaldi, hearing the stories about him buying.
Can you imagine if it really is a tattoo? He's like, God, I shouldn't have agreed to this.
Well,
I kind of wonder though if it's for the World Series.
There's a lot of numbers right now.
Yeah,
like Nathan Eovaldi, the story is that he bought Rolexes or watches for all the rookies who had made the team, and he was like, you know, congratulations, you made it. But it's more than that. Like, that dude has become leader man in the clubhouse. He knows everybody. He's connected to all of them. You didn't know Austin Hedges would show up in this team, right? In the beginning of the season, that dude wasn't a name that we thought of.
And he became your best reliever.
You didn't know that Jordan Montgomery would come in. Hold on. Is he your best reliever?
No.
You didn't know Jordan Montgomery would come in and be your best reliever and starter. Like, those things, and then watching the way they're connecting. I mean, the Josh Young Adolis Garcia celebration. I want it to be a thing. I want people to be doing this more often. It's fun. They're celebrating together. And that's the thing that we couldn't have predicted when we were sitting there in spring training, talking to Bochy, having Josh Young telling us about his stories in the minor leagues.
Yeah, guys were just, well, I don't know.
I remember what happened.
He struggled, though.
He struggled a little bit. We have a drop of it somewhere.
Even though that happened, he still got called up to the big leagues, hit a home run his first at bat this year, made the All-Star team. Who'd ever guessed, Corey, that when we were in Oxnard covering the Cowboys, that Max Scherzer and Montgomery, the two guys you traded for, the main guys you traded for, that because you traded for Hedges, you traded for Stratton too, that they would combine for the innings that you needed in Game 7 against the Astros to make it to the World Series?
Yeah, when we were building this team, Kevin, I know I say we because, again, I fan like this with my teams from here. Deal with it, as Mike says. We thought DeGrom was going to be our ace, and we were like, fingers crossed that he stays healthy because what other options do we have after that?
There's no way. Like on April 30th, when he got hurt against the Yankees, I believe that's the correct date, that you'd be like, won't really matter. We'll be fine.
We're going to be fine without Jacob DeGrom.
Actually, a variety of pitchers will step up in his stead, and then they'll get hurt, and then a new one will rise.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin, your thought on Nathan Eovaldi when he got signed. Do you remember?
Yeah, he's just a guy.
Yeah.
That is exactly what I thought.
And he had a Cy Young worthy month.
I knew it.
Don't pretend like I'm the only one who's like, that's great. And actually, usually one of the things that the Rangers excelled, look, I will say one thing I always credited John Daniels with is I thought he did a really good job shopping in the bargain bin.
Yeah, Norm Hitchcock used to say he's a great bottom feeder.
Yes.
Like that was one of his best traits is that he could look at the bottom of the barrel. And Nathan Eovaldi wasn't that, but he could look at a Mike Minor. He could look at a Adolis Garcia. He could look at guys that nobody really wanted anymore. And he could be like, I see something there, or at least the organization sees something there, and he was really good at making those things work out.
Yeah, no, it's that's why like I'm sentimental about the thing, but now here we are kind of turning that page over and looking forward to, can we emotionally go through this again for another week?
We have to win this.
We got another week.
Not that if we don't, it's still a great year, all of these things, but we've been through this. Yeah. And I think that this team, Corey, to your point, Eovaldi's been through it with Boston and won it. Scherzer's been through it with the Nationals and won it. They've also been through it and lost it. And the same with Corey Seager. Corey Seager went through it and he won NLCS MVP, World Series MVP. He's won it, but he's also lost a lot with LA too. So they know the pain of losing too. Nothing against, look, Michael Young, man, the leader of the 2010 team, and I respect Michael Young, unbelievably. But Michael Young, somewhat the leader of that team, and there were other leaders, but somewhat the leader of that team, he had never made the playoffs. The Rangers had never made the World Series. Goal accomplished. Yeah. And when they lost to San Francisco, you could ask Derek Holland about this. He's better at speaking at it because he was part of it than I was. But it was almost like, in a way, who cares? We did things that weren't even thought of being accomplished in Texas. We did things not even thought of being accomplished in 2010. I don't think that's how Bochy, who's now in his 5th World Series as a manager, feels about this. Mike Maddox, who's been to other World Series with other teams, feels about this, plus the Rangers too. Like, I think there's a lot of leadership here and a lot of players here, not a lot, but some that are like, dude, we've been through this. We've won it. And we're telling you that's the goal. We've been here and we've lost it. They don't feel very good. There's going to be a lot of heartbreak and pain if we don't win this. So in a weird way, the Rangers haven't been here in a long time, but they do have players that have, and they're leaders in the clubhouse that have been through this already and will not go, hey, man, if we lose, we still accomplished something that nobody else has accomplished here before.
Yeah, and again, doing it with a patchwork bullpen, a patchwork starting rotation, and then a lineup that's full of dudes that love to hit. I did love this moment last night, though, real quick, when Jared tweeted out Adolis's 14 RBIs during the LCS is the most in Major League Baseball history in a single LCS series, breaking the record that was set by Nelson Cruz, who was at 13, Kevin.
And then he broke his own record.
And then he broke his own. He
continued
adding on to it. Adolis is our Nelson Cruz, and we're heading to the World Series.
Well, you know what? That analogy might be more spot on than you think, because the only two people that he trails in terms of all-time postseason RBIs in one postseason are Corey Seager, who's now on the team, and stupid David Freese.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So it's, and for Corey Seager, that's a little bit of a weird one because that was when 16 teams made the playoffs, but it counts. Can you imagine if the last ball hit, let's just say by the Phillies? I'm just throwing them out there. I'm not saying Arizona's not winning tonight, and Adolis has to go back and make a play like on the warning track.
He's going to grab it. He'll get it. He'll make an amazing
I mean,
play.
could you imagine if that really was the case in like the last, because my son asked me last night, he goes, how similar or different are, he couldn't remember Neftali Felice's name. He was 1 or 2 when that happened.
That's fair, then.
He is like, how similar or different are closers from back then to now? And I said, well, they're a little bit different in pitchers because obviously Felice was just blow it by you 100 miles an hour, had bad secondary stuff, never figured out how to throw a good breaking ball in the major leagues, which was crazy to me and to everybody who played baseball. Like, wait, why are you making him a starter when he has a below average secondary pitch? Like, he's kind of a one pitch guy. Are we sure we want to do this? And that one didn't work out. I'm like, well, they're similar in like kind of what they've done, but I was like, Neftali was probably more reliable at this point. Like, you felt better about Felice coming into the game in 2011. Nothing against Leclerc, but I'm like, kind of similar. And so could you imagine if Leclerc throws the final pitch, hopefully the final pitch, but the ball is hit to right field and it's somewhat of a difficult play?
We better have the hospitals staffed up with plenty of medical folks because people are going to be having heart attacks across the metro.
He's going to get it this time, dude. He's going to be ready.
Or what if it's hit to Evan Carter and it's on the wall, Kevin?
Just reach back. Just like you're an amazing
let's
athlete.
Go. Yeah, let's go practice some wall work.
Reach back. You could have caught both of those.
Wait, both?
Yesterday and then the one in an earlier series. We're the KNC
Didn't he catch it? Oh, you're talking about Baltimore.
Yeah, right here.
I thought you were talking about the one in game
where he
1.
Jumped. I mean, he still made that catch. Coming up next,
tomorrow, Evan Carter. What's his deal?
I love Evan Carter. I know you're excited about this segment. Rangers apologies.
Oh, let's do it.
Usually we do Dallas Cowboys thank you notes. Now it's time for Rangers apologies.
Apologize.
Who did you call out earlier in the season, or hell, maybe even a couple weeks ago that you're like, my bad, I was wrong about that. We'll talk about it next on your home of the ALCS win in Texas. Rangers 105.3 The Fan.
ACLB84522E.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
And the pitch swung on, and a high fly ball hit to left field. This is deep. Back is Brantley at the wall. He's looking up, and that ball is history. It just barely makes it into the Crawford boxes. A 2-home run game for Adolis Garcia. That was a moonshot. 15 RBIs in this series for Adolis. It's 11-3 Texas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. My favorite part of that particular home run is I believe that's when he did the Hulk Hogan ear cup right there. And he's like, oh, are you still there? Because by that point, didn't it feel like there was more Rangers fans in the stadium than there were Astros fans?
When I first saw him do that, I thought he was giving that to the Rangers fans as a, hey, I hear y'all, I see what's going on. But then when they slowed it down, you could definitely see I don't hear any of y'all Astros fans.
I loved it. And Corey, your stat of the day, the Rangers have never lost the American League Championship Series.
That's awesome, isn't it? Like every time we've been, we've never lost. Can the Astros say that?
Nope.
I don't think so.
Nope.
I will.
You just saw it happen.
Mike. Oh, good for them. They lost. But what I'm doing right now is
buying Evan Carter cards.
I've already gone past that. I want Adolis Garcia shoes. I want the.
That's right. I
want the Rainbow Sherbert Adidas. Those are Adidas. I'm 99% sure. I want the rainbow. I call them Rainbow Sherbert because that's what it looks like to me. So I think those would be cool, but I don't know. I don't see those on. I do see them. They're $140.
My buddy is
Come
getting.
on, Mike. We made the World Series.
My buddy is getting a pair.
When else will I wear metal spikes?
My buddy's getting a pair custom made as for his pickleball. He's going to get pickleball shoes that look like.
They're called Icon 8 Boost Hispanic Heritage Cleats. They are on Adidas's website, but they're metal spikes. I wish they didn't make them metal spikes too. That's the tough thing about baseball shoes, right?
You coach all the time. Just
do you know metal spikes aren't the most comfortable shoes? And 80% of fields now are AstroTurf in Dallas.
How do you think Boss would feel if you walk in here with metal spikes and just...
Aren't we leaving this building? Who cares? It's like the carpet needs to be...
I do not believe that is on air discussion.
Behind the closed door.
We're still a while away. All right, but... Jesus. I do not want to be in that meeting.
Never tell Mike things.
I know. Unless you want it to be spread around.
Yeah, it puts pressure on the building to make a deal.
Oh, man.
Always tell Mike things.
God. All right. So, Corey, you brought this up. Usually we'll do Cowboys thank you notes on Monday. No Cowboys game. And even if there was, we know where the focus is who do you owe a Rangers apology to? And I love this straight away from the 972. I owe Spores an apology. I didn't even want him on the playoff roster. Without him, the Rangers don't win that series. And that's from Jake in Louisville. He has been remarkable. I definitely get your text about, hey, what do you think about the bullpen now? Since I've brought it up like 4 times.
We know the whole bullpen. Don't ask me about the whole bullpen. But if we're talking about Spores, Chapman, and Leclerc, I get it. Yes, Leclerc did not. Now, he didn't close out Game 5. There is, since he weren't
part
here.
Of that's on Chapman, though, too, for not being able to get out of the 8th inning and give him.
Well, it was a dunk fart hit. Like, there is part of me that's like, I get it. Like, sometimes you're lucky, unlucky. You have to live with that. And that is the result that Kyle Tucker, he did strike out Yordan Alvarez, get Abreu out, and then Kyle Tucker hit a dinker over Simeon's head. But where I was going with this, which now I've totally forgot.
Who are you apologizing to?
I'm not apologizing.
Oh, okay,
to
all right,
anybody.
sorry.
But I'm just saying the bullpen as a whole, we have 3 guys that we can trust.
Sure.
Like
Okay.
there's 3
I'm
guys
with you.
besides those 3, unless we start putting Montgomery and Evaldi in the pen for certain situations. Like the other guys, love you. You guys have had a great season at times. But if you go into the game with the game on the line in the World Series, I will be very nervous.
Yeah.
I would like to apologize to Adolis Garcia. There was a point where I was like, look, man, you can't hit a baseball to save your life right now. And there was a stretch of time where we needed him, and he wasn't there. And I don't know exactly. Hitters go through slumps. That's probably Boch's best quality, is that he realizes baseball is difficult, and he's not going to freak out too much about anything, about anybody being in a slump or the entire damn team being in a slump at the same time. But Adolis, there were moments where I was like, just bring up Evan Carter and let's move on with this thing. And when he got injured, I wasn't like out there publicly going, just look, great, this is awesome for us. But the fact that he got injured and then he comes back, and now Evan Carter's your starting left fielder, and you have Jankowski and Grossman, all those guys coming off the bench, and Adolis in right field again, being an MVP. I apologize to Adolis Garcia.
Might owe an apology to Wyatt Langford, because it felt like he was this close to getting called up to the team. And if he would have crushed it, he could have been part of this deal right now.
Could you imagine? I mean, you'll never know. But Mitch Garver's done a tremendous job. Robbie Grossman has had moments. It's kind of been shared, but Garver's taken over that role a little bit more as the playoffs has continued. And so just wonder, if Wyatt Langford would have come up, I don't know. Maybe you're not in this position, because then you have to take away Mitch Garver's grand slam home run, and you have to take away a lot of those things. But there is another superstar, future possible superstar in the making in Wyatt Langford that will most likely join the team at some point next year.
From the 817, I owe Hedges an apology. I thought it was a pretty worthless trade, but he seems like the life of the clubhouse, an important part of this race. And you know what's interesting is, because you've seen that from a couple of other spots, from the 254. I owe Garver an apology. He's obviously our secret X factor. And that's the thing.
Interesting.
Adolis Garcia is clearly a huge factor for this as well, not only because of what he can hit, but because of that energy and vibe that he has around the team. And it kind of feels like maybe Mitch Garver is another one of those people. We know Simeon is, because when he got pissed, the whole team was like, oh, hell no.
And for Garver, he is in the Jordan Montgomery situation too, which we'll discuss maybe another. Yeah, right. Free agent. Yeah. And Montgomery now has taken, being 3-0 in these playoffs, he's now a $30 million pitcher. So I want him back. I think Ray Davis is going to bring him back, and Chris Young is going to negotiate the deal and get him back. But I do think he started off before the playoffs around 20, probably a hair over. I do think now that they're in the World Series, as long as he comes out of the World Series healthy, I do think now you're looking at approximately $30 million, and probably on a 5-year deal rather than 4 years.
Because Carlos Rodon got 27 per on a 6-year deal.
Guys, let's not talk about that yet.
Jordan
Montgomery's actually not that great, and
I don't know, man. I saw the ownership last night, and he was like, everyone was like, "Hey, thanks to you for going all in."
You're the best.
And I did see somebody say they owe Ray Davis an apology because they were like, "Look, a lot of people were really tough on him.
100%.
It felt like we were just looking for coupons left and right." But we got to the point where the last 2 years, they're like, you know what? Let's spend some money, and it's been magnificent.
100%. He's done a tremendous job in saying, look, I don't know how much longer I'm going to have here. I want to go all in while I can still see it, enjoy it, be a part of it, be in the meetings, and Ray Davis, and I think Bochy, Chris Young, a lot of people have said, man, he really, after kind of COVID was over, said, you know what? We're going to go after it. I'm not going to wait on possibly the farm system to develop and start showing signs of competing. I'm going after it now. And Chris Young, and if you want to include John Daniels in that, I totally understand, have made a lot of right moves with that money. Obviously, Jacob deGrom hasn't worked out. That was a lot of money that so far hasn't worked out and might not work out till 2025, but a lot of deals have worked out well for them.
It probably won't surprise you all to know that this name has come up a lot, maybe the most. The 214, I have to apologize to Leclerc for not trusting him to close. He's proved me wrong this postseason. And look, obviously, Mike, you brought it up. You can look at Game 5,
right.
But Leclerc's another one that you ain't here if he's not effective.
100%. This is where I forgot my point. Do you guys know that Leclerc was accidentally tipping his changeup pitch?
I know this because we talked about it yesterday, but Kevin, this is an interesting.
Yeah, so I guess he was doing something with his tongue or his lip somewhere there that when he was gripping his changeup, he was tipping. And the Rangers ended up getting kind of tipped off that might have been the case with the Altuve home run. And look, there's no cheating on that.
Yeah.
They have people that look at video. The Rangers people are looking at all the video in the world right now of all the Diamondbacks and all. They've already looked at it already, but they're looking more at it, at the Diamondbacks and Phillies. They're trying to see, is there any tell? Is there anything that any pitcher does that we can get tipped off on? You have to keep your mouth shut. Luckily, the Astros might have not kept their mouth shut enough. But to make sure if you get that tip, you can take advantage of it. Supposedly, I can't 100% confirm, but I'm pretty positive in at least bringing this to the airwaves that they had a good idea that he was throwing a changeup in that situation, which probably helped Altuve. Obviously, he's a great hitter, this and that, but it did help out that he might have had a great idea what pitch was coming there. And that supposedly has been corrected, supposedly.
From the 469, I owe Big Game Nate an apology. After coming back from injury, I thought he was toast.
I still have high hopes for Nate to be able to. Hold on, that's Nasty Nate, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I was thinking about Nathaniel Lowe, who we call Nathaniel.
Yes.
Lots of things. Oh yeah, Evaldi. Wow.
Probably game one starter.
That's all
assume.
Yes, all I can think of is just wow with that guy, and how lucky we are that we were able to get him, because he rises up in these big moments in games and gives you what I don't think. I guess Cliff Lee gave us a moment like that. Cliff Lee gave us.
Oh my God!
So game 1, 5, and 3.
Yeah. So
DS and CS.
But I guess the other part of me, Mike, is I feel like we kind of have two of those, in that Montgomery's been giving us those moments too. So I don't know, man. You're right. Big Game Nate is. I didn't need to apologize to him. Kevin might, because Kevin thought he was just a guy. I thought, hey, let's get to the postseason and see what happens.
Hey, I 100% thought that when they signed him, and I was like, hey, we need pitchers. But people were talking about him like he was going to be some sort of savior, and I thought, that's not really what his career reflects whatsoever. But in the first half of the season, we talked about it. I was pushing for him to be the lead or second choice for Cy Young candidate. I thought maybe he should have started the All-Star game when we were talking about it all along.
Right.
And then when he got hurt, it felt devastating, much like DeGrom. And then when he came back, it looked like he wasn't there. And then all of a sudden, bam, switch flips, he's awesome.
And then,
yes, please forgive me.
I guess, Mike, I'm going to ask you to apologize to Bochy.
You tell me why.
Because yesterday you said he's not bringing in Jordan Montgomery whenever there are runners on base.
I can remember Charlie Manuel doing that in a playoff game, and I can't remember the pitcher he brought in. I don't think it was Loesch, but I was like, dude, I think the bases were loaded in that situation, but still, even a runner on third, he's never done that in his life. And he did it, and Montgomery got the line drive to shortstop and got out of that situation. Usually managers will tell you they don't want to give a starting pitcher I guess if you want to say clean inning, which would be nobody on base, I guess you can say a dirty inning where people are on base. So a guy was on third base with 2 outs. He brought him in against Michael Brantley, and he made the pitch to get him out. I don't know if it was a perfect pitch. Obviously, the ball was hit firm.
Yeah.
But he got out of that situation and then did a great job for the next 2 innings.
And I think that's where I'm joking with Mike about the apology, because Mike, I think as much baseball as he knows, as much as we feel like we know, Bruce Bochy has made moves sometimes this year that we've been like, huh? And it's not that you're questioning the call afterwards, because most of them work out. During this season, how many times are we going, I can't believe he did this? Maybe once. And then the rest of the season, though, that dude makes decisions that he has thought out very well in advance, and he has trust in his players.
Yeah, he felt confident. Montgomery let him know, I can come in. If the runners are on base, I can come in too. And he trusted him.
Yeah. And now when he makes a move, I'm just like, it'll probably work.
Yeah. We were yesterday, Kevin, while you were out again.
Yeah.
You know where I was.
Yeah. Well, I get it. Rangers had a big Game 6 win. We get what you were doing.
Had to get fired up.
Where you've been all season.
Why would I be here today then?
You know why.
Well, hey, maybe you're on a high right now, I guess.
I think we're all there.
He kept Evan Carter in the 3 spot. We were questioning Evan Carter. We were just saying, hey, maybe Garver, better fastball hitter. Maybe you move what if you moved Evan Carter back to 9 just to reset things? You could move Leote to 5. You could move Josh Young up to 5. All these things. And he was like, nope, this is my lineup. And they score 3 in the first, and they score 11 for the game.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105 through the Fan.
All right, Adventure Seekers.
Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Heggie. It's great to see you.
Thank you very much, and I feel like terrific is the only acceptable answer.
He said terrific. You weren't here yesterday celebrating Game 6 too much. I'm glad you didn't celebrate too much or you're living on the edge right now.
Mm-hmm.
Dawson somewhat called a blowout yesterday. I mean, you didn't predict if you predicted the exact score, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, but you predicted this would happen to the Astros in Game 7.
I was feeling great about it. I actually predicted 7-0.
7-0, yep.
And I thought for a while it was going to play out. I was surprised Houston put up as much of a fight as they did. You know, it was clear as day to me, Hagee. I felt great about it. It was an amazing experience to be going into a Game 7 with very little anxiety, and then for it to come on and be validated.
How important was that for the fandom across DFW to put up a 3-spot straight away and not get drugged through like a 2-1? It's all on the bullpen to finish it out game.
Amazing.
Needed that.
We needed it bad. And the fact that it was Corey Seager, too. I felt like Seager was just due. And in a Game 7 game, he did it all the time with the Dodgers. He was going to step up and be big for you. You needed that. I think it probably... I mean, I would assume it helped out Scherzer as well. I know,
less stress pitching.
Yeah, right. And we didn't know what to expect from Scherzer in this one at all.
He was all right.
But to get that cushion, all of a sudden you're thinking the heartbreak that was Game 5, you bounce back for Game 6. Now you're thinking, okay, maybe this really is our time. The team of destiny, baby. Let's do this.
Okay, with that in mind, it is a rite of passage. Did you guys rush out somewhere last night to try to get all of the World Series gear? Because I know some people are like, I'll order it. Some people like to go be amongst the people.
I'm just going to wait and go to the stadium and get it. I'm going to show up at the stadium and get it straight from there. Can I say something? Circle back what we were talking about. I appreciate the Astros have some players like me that are lazy, that really don't want to try very hard.
They don't want to get a double.
Yeah, they don't want to an important game. They're kind of like, I really don't need to watch that extra. That extra Rams game. I think I could get by without just kind of doing it like this. But I do appreciate and applaud, Abreu, your laziness for not trying to hustle and put your team in a better spot. So, yeah.
That was amazing. I thought when that ball was hit, I was like, 3-2, 2 outs. And then Simeon's tossing it to second.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, my God, he didn't go to second base. I wrote it down I kept the score. I wrote it down as a double because I'm writing it down like, dang it, man. Now they got the tying run already to second base. And Brantley first pitch hits a ground ball to second. I'm like, holy crap, we just turned a double play. I asked my buddy who was scouting at the game.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, you were there because they never showed a replay of Jose Abreu. So I'm like, he's like, well, one, he's slow. I'll take out other words he said.
Right.
And then two.
No, tell us those words.
And then two, he was like, he never really tried. At any point did he think double. You have to, especially when you're slow, you have to think double out of the box when you hit it to get it. And he just was like, he was comfortable with just an easy single.
I applaud that for him. I really do. I'm glad his effort was not that much in a Game 7. That meant a lot to a lot of people. But I could sympathize with his lack of effort there.
Do you guys have a preference? I was just telling Corey, I'm excited to watch low-pressure sports this evening. I know Game 7 is a huge game for the NLCS, but either way, we'll still be in the World Series.
Stars Penguins, though. I mean, that's
earlier. That's true. Earlier start,
you gotta
too.
dual screening that thing.
But it is at least early enough in the season.
Stars will put some pressure on you now.
Absolutely,
they love giving up their shorthanded goals.
How did they win that? I still don't know how they won that game.
It's crazy.
Didn't commit. Luckily, Philadelphia didn't commit any more penalties. They should have just smoked. They should have just slashed the crap out of a guy so they could have one less guy on the ice.
Do y'all have a preference this evening between Philly and Arizona that you'd rather see?
I have rooting interest in Arizona.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a guy on their staff that is a huge Dallas Cowboys fan.
Jeff Bannister.
Yeah, and I have some interaction with him, and I'm pulling for them to be in the World Series.
Okay. Yeah.
I can understand that. I wanted Houston.
And I don't want to deal with the Philadelphia Flyer fans or Flyers.
They're all
Phillies.
they're all
the same.
All of them.
Or the Union or any of those other teams.
It would just be so cool.
No, it wouldn't.
To have a
No, it's not.
to have a World Series championship, and you always remember the path to that victory. The path to that championship was taking out Houston and then taking out Philadelphia.
Let's learn a lesson here.
And that's all I care
And then
about.
the next day you beat down the Eagles.
Let's not get smoked in baseball. They get smoked in football. Let's not do that.
Well, you can play scared if you want, bro.
I am
but
playing
I prefer
scared.
not to.
I'm playing scared right now.
You
Yes.
don't believe in the Rangers? You think the Phillies are going to smoke them?
One year, though, Bob Harlan.
What the hell is this?
One year, the president of
Your
the
show.
Packers, Bob Harlan, goes,
What do we deal with for 5 hours?
we can play the Cowboys. We got the Cowboys right where we want them. Home game. I'm like, Mr. Harlan, we ain't beat them in 7 times. Let's play the Carolina Panthers, who are an expansion team. That'll be a little bit easier path to us.
Well, it might not mean anything, but we did sweep the Phillies, and we had a losing record against the Diamondbacks in the regular season.
Yeah, when you needed...
We kicked the Phillies' ass.
When you needed 2 wins against the Diamondbacks, you just couldn't go get
No,
it.
but you got home field advantage against the Phillies because you swept them.
Yeah, whoop them.
I mean, you get home field advantage either way.
Yeah, but specifically against the Phillies.
Yeah, that
the
was
tiebreaker.
specific. It's just like the C.J. Wilson situation. In the All-Star game, he gave up the run, and then we didn't have home field advantage. There are things that you do in the season that end up lining up for you later down the road.
Damn right.
Was that the Steve Berline Panthers, Brian?
No, that was a Kerry Collins with a hitch throw. Killer
A year ago, I rewatched that game. Everybody got hurt for the Cowboys. I think Billy Davis was their number
That's
one
what I'm saying.
receiver.
That's what I'm saying. Bob
Holy
Harlan
crap.
goes, yeah, we got the Cowboys right where we want them. And Mr. Harlan, I don't think so. They found a way to beat us every time they played us. They beat us with Sandlot Jason Garrett at quarterback one day.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Brian, I know we have to go, but in that game,
No,
Dawson,
we're here for the next 5 hours.
in that game,
Overtime.
at one point, I can't remember who was calling that game. It might have been Madden or whatever, but the sideline report was the Cowboys are having issues because the receivers don't know the routes they're supposed to run. That was in a playoff game to go to the NFC Championship game because Michael Irvin got hurt like 5 minutes into that game or something, and they're running out Billy Davis, Kevin Williams, and somebody else I'd never heard of, and Troy Aikman's like, why don't you, like, he's having to call timeouts because people aren't lining up in the right spot. Eric Bjornson's our tight end at one point. It was
Eric
horrible.
Bjornson.
If you remember that game like you do, Mike, because you remember most of them, that Aikman threw the interception at the end, he was like, I've had enough. I'm not going to stand here and take hits. Kevin Green was like knocking him around and all that. He basically
Is that when his epic rant happened? Why do I got to be the bad guy?
No, that was
later in his career. I think that was the start of it.
Yeah,
He's
Greg
like,
Grant.
Yeah,
you have 3 wide receivers and none of them know where they're supposed to run when I snap the ball.
He threw an interception in that game. Like, I'm done with this. This is over. I'm not going to do this anymore.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Heggie. Thanks for asking. Just got confirmation from my main man, John Blake. We got Cy Young at 420.
Let's
Dude. Roll home with the
Coming to Club Mavs?
Bag
Club Rangers?
Nation.
Yeah.
We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say AL champs, Kevin.
AL champs, baby.
Bye.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a great day. General at your service. Heading to the World Series with your Texas Rangers. Here's Brian Broaddus. He's a Super Bowl champion. He knows all about getting to the top and sustaining it. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. You do have your Nosebleed brothers, Wolchuk and Chiafalo. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And yes, Chris Young is coming up in the G-Bag Nation at 4:20. He has been our guest all season long. He's been amazing. He held the line confidently in the final 6 weeks of the season when all appeared to be lost. Multiple times he would join us, say, guys, I still believe in my guys. And be like, oh, okay. And when he would join us, he would always leave me a little bit more optimistic.
Yeah.
But dang it, I'm not going to lie. I was just totally impressed, at times shocked and surprised about how this team has dominated the competition and left no doubt in Houston last night against the champions, who the best team in the American League is. How about it?
Dude, it's amazing. It's surreal is what it is. I mean, being able to watch that, Corey Seager gets it started. There were so many different moments. For a team that does not steal a lot, they're not a team that's going to run. They get 3 stolen bases in the first couple of innings of that
Javier, man.
I mean,
didn't know what to do with himself.
And it was amazing. I mean, Christian Javier came in with like an 8.6 ERA, 0.86 coming into the game. He was great earlier in the series. Tim Hires deserves a lot of credit, the Rangers hitting coach. They made corrections, and it worked out for them, knocking him out in the first inning. Boch knowing when to get Scherzer out, put Monty in. I mean, there was and then the rally that they had in the following inning at the top. It was an offensive explosion, and Adolis Garcia, build the damn statue now.
Yeah.
Yes. Holy crap, El Bombi.
What a beast, man.
Yes.
I just love how that ends, and he ends up setting a record, you know, for how Game 5 went and then Game 6 went, his 4 plate appearances, to end the way that he did. You know, right in the Astros' face for 24 hours in a row. They were stunned and stupefied. Had to leave early again.
Stupefied.
Yes. That's what made it even better. Like, winning in this fashion and it being somebody else that's your MVP would have been glorious. But knowing that everyone in that stadium hated Garcia more than anyone, and he was the guy that sent you home packing in the 6th inning is when everybody said, all right, we're good here. We're good. I mean, once they got up 8-2, and I'm with you all, Chuck, like Seager gets this thing started. You're listening to the guys in the pregame show, Matt and Jared and Nadell, and it's all about, hey, get a fast start against this guy. Get a fast start against this guy. We got it. We got the fast start. This is beautiful. And then once it goes 8-2, it was like, I know we're only in the 4th inning here, but
let's speed this baby up and let's celebrate.
I'm popping champagne bottles.
Yes.
Now, I got to admit, if it was back at the Globe at 8-2, I'd have been nervous. But because it was in Houston and they have this track record of failing so massively there, I felt very confident.
They did, man.
I started cleaning the house 7th inning.
Yeah.
I was like, well, shoot.
Let's just wait for the post-game celebration.
Yeah. It kind of had a regular season game vibe. And it was crazy because there's been so many nail-biter moments throughout these playoffs where you really got to grind it out and hope the bullpen doesn't fail like they did in Game 5. And didn't even have to sweat through that last night. Brian, how'd it go for you?
I'll tell you what. Once again, I want to thank Eric and Hicksy and Jared for getting me through the game. Didn't watch it, listened to it on the radio like I did the night before.
Heck yes.
That's a commitment to
Which was the way to go, by the way, because the national call, not the best.
Terrible.
I will say this, though.
I like Glavin's info, but man, he's dry.
I'll tell you, the Smoltz.
Or Smoltz. Yeah.
Yeah, they're all Braves pitchers, right?
You got it.
Yeah.
I felt like Astros
teammates.
If I wouldn't have known, if I just showed up, I'd be like, this is a former Astro.
Yeah.
Smoltz must have pitched for the Astros.
Astros television broadcast we're watching here?
Yeah.
The thing about it I thought was really fascinating about the Rangers broadcast last night is that Eric and Hicksy were trying to count their chickens before they're hatched. You know, like when they got and Jared wouldn't let them do it.
There you go.
Jared, every time
he had to be the adult in the room.
Yeah, every time Eric wanted to kind of talk about looking ahead. We're going to look ahead to Friday, and you could kind of feel that Jared wasn't going to let this happen. He was going to jump in there and kind of say something he had, and it got to the point where Eric kind of was making fun of Jared at the end, and I kind of liked it. That you're not going to let me. You're going to let me count my chickens now. You're going to let me count them now, and Jared had to come in, but. Great job again by the Rangers. Great job. I want to give a special tip of the cap to the Ranger fans that showed up in Houston.
Yes. Yeah, well done.
We heard you. You battled those those MFers.
MAers too.
MFers.
MFers.
I mean, they were.
I was thinking, those
mother asses.
I was thinking the guys up in Boston. Those
the sister's ass.
Yeah, those guys.
Your sister's ass.
But I was super proud of them and in the way that they were able to battle those. We've all kind of seen it. You guys battled Mattress Max and Mac, and I'm having trouble with my names today.
I guess he lost 13 mil of his own cash. He threw a little extra on top.
Yeah.
And ended up actually taking a pretty significant loss.
He was ticked.
Yeah.
Well,
too bad for him. But anyway, great job by and like I say, the lineup, the entire lineup, everybody had an opportunity in that game to put their stamp on it, and they did. Unfortunately, Tavares didn't get any hits, but everybody
he's had a great postseason.
Yeah,
he's had a great postseason. He really has.
And that's what they needed. They just needed everybody to step up, do their job, play some defense. They got some quality pitching with Montgomery. I mean, think about where, we talk about the Cowboys at times at trade deadlines and not doing anything. Look what CY did at the trade deadline to get a guy like, get Montgomery.
Huge.
Montgomery.
It's the biggest acquisition at the deadline for sure.
He just said, man, I got this team. And you're right. He had faith in this team throughout, and he knew that he had to go get more pitching, and he did. Now, did he get the complete, maybe the reliever set and all that he wanted? Probably not.
Yeah.
But he got starting pitching, and you look at it, Eovaldi and Montgomery, they won all the games. Those are the guys that won all the games.
Yeah, we're about to go win a World Series with two legitimate starting pitchers.
That's it. Yeah.
And two legitimate relievers.
Yeah.
I want to ask him what his thoughts are on the bullpen when we get there, because he never made a big effort to actually fix it.
I think he ran out of time. Me personally, I feel like that maybe that he got Chapman early, and I remember my buddies around baseball were telling me, like, man, we were trying to get Chapman too. I was talking to my buddy with the Diamondbacks, and I said, hey, he goes, CY beat us to Chapman on that one.
Yeah.
He beat us there. And he went early on the trade deadline.
He did.
And
they did that in June.
And Chapman was showing some good signs, so maybe he felt comfortable enough that things were going to turn around. It might have been a miscalculation. It might have been a miscalculation that he had enough.
I just wonder if he accomplished his goal. Like, every other team makes it a massive deal. We need an amazing bullpen to win the World Series. Did he look at it like, well, not so much. You don't have to overdo it. Was this maybe a little bit by design? And I wonder, especially because Jerry Jones saying today he's not going to try to force the issue on any trade. He's going to let it come to him.
That's where, to be honest with you, I mean, I'd like to talk about that later in the day if we could too.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I feel like that those comments, I think there's things holding Jerry back on that.
Okay.
I really do. But for CY,
are you going to do that in the corner at 240?
Yeah, I know we're going to talk about it. I'll be happy to. I'll be happy to, because I think there's some things about that with Jerry Jones. And I was on the Cowboys break today, and after our show, I encourage you to go listen to it, because I basically made a plea that, like, listen, they asked me, what do you think? I said, give me the old Jerry Jones back. Give me the old Jerry Jones. That
not 2 1s for Joey Galloway, but
you know what? But I made the point. I made this point, and maybe we don't have to do it right now, real quick. The point I made was he's better equipped with his personnel department 25 years ago than me sitting in that chair. He's better equipped with the guys he has right now to go give a high pick to go get a really quality player, more so than when I was sitting in that chair. He could stand at the dice table with the dice in hand and feel confident that his odds are good with this current scouting staff he got. Now, maybe 20, 25 years ago, he couldn't feel that way.
Well, and the trade market hadn't matured. Like, there weren't mistakes that had been made enough that you could learn what not to do.
That's what I'm saying.
Now he knows what not to do.
See, that's what I'm saying. I do believe that Steven and Will and guys are being physically responsible here. And I think that Jerry wants to stand at that table and roll those dice.
He did say today he is willing to make something happen.
I totally believe that. I totally believe that.
But he wants the person trading the big player to call him instead of the other way around, because he feels like he'll lose the negotiation.
The leverage. Yeah. He loses the leverage.
Yeah. You think CY in early July received a phone call and was like, you know what? This is a good idea to go get Chapman right now.
Well, he was calling the Royals.
He picked that damn phone up himself like an adult.
He gave up one of his really good young prospects, as we see now at the Kansas City, to try and make this happen.
Hashtag worth it.
So that's what I'm saying, though. I just feel like, though, that the Rangers, with what CY did, is he saw where his team was. I hope the Cowboys see the same thing with their team. This thing is wide open in the NFC. We saw it last night. I don't mean to digress
you're
away
good,
from
man.
Ranger
I
talk.
like it. I would say, just like in free agency, if you have a need, you got to pay more than any team is willing to pay.
Yeah.
You don't get bargains and go win it. You have to have the best offer, not the average offer, not what's fair. If you want to improve your team,
they're better equipped now. They're better
I
equipped
agree.
now than we were 25 years ago to make that call. I'm not gonna. I would never run away from that. That he could rely on these guys to help him with the right names if he wants to go do it.
817 Astros fan here. We're still the better team. I don't think you guys
still
are.
the better team. You just lost in a 7-game
You're
series.
in denial. And
I think they're trolling us. That's probably not an Astros fan.
I mean, it was a 9-inning ass kicking and a winner go home, all the marbles situation.
We got the hashtag keeping receipts clap back Sandler right now going off on X.
I love
it.
In real time? It's happening
in
now?
real time.
I heard the tease with Sean and RJ this morning. He
it's
said,
going down.
Did he go up? What's that guy's name? Taggart? What's the Houston?
Oh, the McTaggart.
McTaggart.
Yeah. Is it okay if they're celebrating now?
Yeah, that guy.
Oh, did they celebrate too soon? Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
What do you got for us, Chuck? Any great golden content over there?
I mean, some of the stuff is rather inappropriate to read, but some of it's good. Nice dream. My reality is the Astros win the ALCS again today. Jared Sandler, hashtag keeping receipts. Dang, must be in an alternate reality.
Man, I know Rangers fans love this, and I get the feeling that the American League belongs to the Rangers now, and clearly Minute Maid Park does as well.
Yeah.
So it took a long time, but dang it, Ding Dong the Witch is finally dead, and now it's our turn with Langford and Carter and, CY. I know they're going to have a bunch of work to do. I absolutely love that Adolis Garcia won Series MVP. He spent his last 6 at-bats completely destroying the Astros and shutting them up. I actually gained a little bit of respect for the Astros fans because when Garcia put them in their place, they just sat there. They accepted it.
They stopped.
They didn't
knew.
turn overly toxic like I thought they might. But they accepted it.
They put more security out in the outfield with the Adolis there. They were worried
that
a
was
little
good.
bit. The
Yeah.
fans might start throwing beers and stuff like that, and it didn't turn out that way.
Chris Young said last night he's never seen a player get booed like that, and to respond like he did speaks to the character of the person. Game 7 of the NLDS is tonight.
Go Backs.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I don't think the Rangers are going to be denied. Shoot, I mean, how much better are the Phillies than the Diamondbacks? I don't know. I know Arizona's super hot. They probably got the team of destiny feel to them
both
as well.
Challenges.
The challenge is, though, that Philadelphia doesn't roll over at home like Houston does. That's the challenge.
it's okay. We are road warriors.
No, that's
Undefeated. Undefeated on the road.
8-0 on the road, no question. But Philly has a pretty impressive road record. They're not like the Astros. I mean, we're not going to sit here and have a segment talking about how pathetic the Astros are at home.
And both teams have good lefty relievers, so it'll be interesting what happens with Evan Carter moving forward in the series.
Okay, yes, that is definitely something to watch as well. I do not feel good about Evan Carter. Is he still hitless against lefties? Totally hitless?
So far. I think maybe he has one hit.
One hit.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got one.
Cowboys getting ready for the Rams. They're coming off.
I'll have a report for you tomorrow on him. How about
Very
that?
nice.
Yep.
Looking forward to that. Rams coming off a loss to Pittsburgh where Brett Maher missed 2 field goals and a point after.
And he's gone.
He's gone now?
They got rid of him, yeah.
Yeah, they just cut him to
Made the right decision. Feel bad for that guy. A lot of talent. I mean, they did make the right decision.
But you're like, yeah, the right decision. Oh, I feel bad for
Well,
him.
I do feel bad for him because I know he's in like some sort of he's jinxed or he's feeling the yips. Things got really crazy. But for me, all my frustration is about the Cowboys hanging on to him like they did last year.
Yeah.
Going deep into the playoffs with Maher. The Rams, an actual championship organization, they don't even make it to midseason.
Yeah.
They're like, this guy's got to go. Cowboys are like, he'll be fine. Well, it's no big deal. It's just the divisional round. How many did he miss in the wild card? Did he miss 4 or 5 PATs?
I think it was 4.
Yeah.
It was crazy to the point where you were really nervous about it.
He did it to honor his quarterback.
Yeah.
Jerry doing the Lord's work over here. Michelle _Neat. Y'all have been running your mouths all season. Now it's our turn. Quote, Jared Sandler, hashtag keeping receipts. Well, I guess while the Astros fans ran their mouths, the Rangers players ran around the bases a lot. Tear them up, Jared.
Let's go Rangers! Hey, Jared's just sitting at home right now with a pack of beef jerky, just like you know how he's constantly
just pounding frozen grapes.
Frozen grapes. He's just typing, pops in a frozen grape.
He's living his best life right now, man.
NBA season opens tonight. Lakers, Nuggets, Suns, Warriors on TNT. Mavs open tomorrow against San Antonio. Ninth best odds to win the title at plus 2,500. Celtics and Bucks have the best. And then, Denver's third. They're trying to repeat as champs.
All our sports are playing right now, right?
Yeah, we're in good shape.
Hockey, soccer, football, everybody's playing.
We have G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. A little college football super segment coming up next as we'll get you fixed up on everything and that you need to know. Then we'll get you the best audio. And Krusty's Corner's coming up at 2:40 right here on your home of the American League champion Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Men's T Clinic with you before we do. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. 425, this is Hurtado Barbecue. Tim here. Hope those Astros enjoyed their participation trophy. What's up, Tim? I know there's a lot of Tolos out there enjoying it, but Tim's enjoying it perhaps as much as anybody. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online at truckwreck.com. Here's the Wooly Bully with the college football super seg for you.
Thank you very much. Shout out to our Texas Rangers, man. 102 lost team just 2 years ago. And I'm so happy for the fan base, for all the Tolos out there. Thank you to CY. And yes, we got a text. Ray Davis did indeed keep his promise. Bruce Bochy will be coaching and managing for the All-Star game at Globe Life Field.
Sure did.
It's pretty amazing, man.
Yeah.
So we got World Series Game 1 right here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the American League champion, Texas Rangers. This is what it's all about. Okay, very quickly before we get into G-Bag of the Day, you guys remember Kevin Sumlin, former A&M head coach?
I do.
Yes.
He's now the Maryland co-offensive coordinator. He was arrested and charged for a DUI in Florida during the team's bye week. Oh, my gosh. And the mugshot, if you want to do little Googles, our guy looks messed up.
He's cracking them pretty good.
Looks like he was cracking them pretty good. You know, just enjoying the bye week, having a good time.
Was it a crab boil?
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Yeah, he was getting wild tonight, Gronk. But
Who's getting wild tonight?
there you go, baby. Yes.
Little Old Bay.
Maryland Athletics said they're aware of the incident this past weekend involving football coach Kevin Sumlin. As this is an ongoing investigation, we have no further comments.
I thought you said this was an ongoing problem for him.
Yeah, maybe they are concerned about that. But I thought Kevin Sumlin actually, when you look at what he did versus what Jimbo's doing, did a pretty good job at A&M. And of course, it wasn't to their standards. Then
Johnny
he got
Manziel,
fired.
yeah.
Johnny Manziel, absolutely. Yeah. But that was a bummer to hear. We also have Pat McAfee. There was a survey of college game day fans,
Not a
and
fan
I guess
of his, are they?
49% of the fans don't like McAfee on college game day. And he said that this has been brought to my attention more than a few times for the last few days. And, well, he's not signed on past this year. So he said, game day fans, you might get your wish. Maybe I won't be back next year.
Yeah, he changes the vibe too much. McAfee does. He changes the whole energy of the broadcast. I think, if you want to do something with McAfee on college game days, have at it. But, like, as a member of, an established thing, it just changes it too much.
He had them kids in Notre Dame chanting F Ohio when he was up there. Yeah. Maybe they ran out of dump. They was nervous. They was like, oh, my God.
Oh, no. Yeah. I love everything McAfee's bringing to the table, but maybe some people don't.
Well, I think it's funny because the ratings aren't they really, really good?
I think they're really good.
I hope so.
That's the key. It's polarizing.
I mean, it's a toxic Tuesday, and I'm here for all
of it. You love them
or
you hate them, but the people that love them aren't tuning out. That's kind of the secret sauce.
This is a little bit ridiculous. I saw this on TikTok, but there's a Colorado football player, and I think there's several. They keep getting a bunch of parking tickets because they're parking right in front of the athletic facility, but they're technically not allowed to do so. They have to park a ways away and walk. So there's one Colorado football player that has $3,000 in fines over 52 parking tickets.
His last name Sanders?
Yeah. No, it's not Sanders. It's the running back. But you think Coach Prime's going to do something about this, right?
Sure.
Like, what the hell's going on?
He got a lot of parking
52 parking tickets.
He probably had a lot of them at Florida State himself.
What the bleep?
52 parking tickets.
Yes.
At what point do you realize that I shouldn't park here anymore? Why'd you let it get up to 52 before you said something about it?
I wonder, the problem did you guys have the issue that if you parked and had tickets or fines, you couldn't register for the following semester?
Yes.
Yeah, you had to pay your debts.
You had to clear that.
That's going to be the issue. It might be somebody that's not coming back and doesn't care.
Well, I mean, they don't mess around on these college campuses, man.
Hell
I mean,
no.
I got popped plenty.
Money.
Yeah, I chased a couple of cars down that were being towed out. And I'm having to like wave it down and like do some level of negotiating on college campuses. They're not bleeping around.
No,
I mean, Quinn Ewers, I think at Texas, it was I think it was last year. Quinn Ewers at Texas got towed on a game night. He walks out of the game in Austin and his truck or whatever is not there.
That's crazy.
That ain't right.
So when you caught up with the tow truck man, you negotiated? Like he actually let you?
I've done that before.
He took it off the rig?
He did.
They always said, well, once I get it on the rig, man,
it's
I'll
over.
Put it in the register, bro. I'm sorry, man.
Let's just, you hand that guy two $100 bills, he'll take that thing down.
No, my saving grace was I worked.
That's the key. That's the number.
That's
huh?
that's
200.
what this guy
For him it was.
Yeah, I was over here. This is why everybody takes Uber all over the place, and I get it and all that. I'm not from that generation, but some of these bars don't have places to park. So you try and park.
Oh yeah, downtown here it's rough.
Well, over here,
You're more from the drinking and driving generation.
Yeah, I'm well, I
Sure is.
Seatbelt for me. I can't move around properly.
I'm just telling you, man. The car
Where's
knows
my cigarettes,
the
kids?
the car knows how to go to Jack in the Box, and then it knows how to go home. So that's the era I'm from.
Man.
But anyway, that's the deal about it is there's like no place to park, and then literally I walked outside. I was out hanging out over here off Greenville with like all this crew that we used to hang out with.
Yeah.
That crew. And like it was up on the hooks, and the guy goes, I go, hey, how much to take it down? He goes, you got $200 on you? I go, let me walk around the corner and get it. I went and got it, come back, hand him $200. Lowered that thing, and I got it off the
Good
hook.
timing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you caught him.
Mm-hmm.
Man, did he know who you were? He's like,
No.
oh, Brian Broaddus.
No. By the way, thanks to my guy Derek at Spectrum today. He was really super nice. Yeah, he listens to us. Yeah.
Last thing here before we get into G-Bag of the Day. We didn't get to this last week, but the big rumor going around is Caleb Williams wants partial ownership from whatever team selects him in the 2024 NFL Draft. I mean, I don't know if this is going to be a new trend. And Caleb Williams, we talked about it yesterday. Some people think maybe they've lost 2 games. They're not going to make the college football playoff. He's probably not going to play in whatever bowl game they get to go to. I think Caleb Williams is going to play because he's the quarterback. He loves the game. He loves his teammates. He's not going to do that. But this is a very interesting development, and I wonder if this is kind of like maybe his dad, like a LeVar Ball type thing. But who knows? Maybe he's able to get some ownership stake. I think the first person that would ever do this would be Patrick Mahomes. He's the only one that should have an ownership stake.
Yeah, I have a hard time giving a percentage of my team in forever for a guy I haven't seen play
Like an
yet.
unproven. He might be amazing, and I think he will be, but you just don't know.
That might be second contract type of thing. If you could negotiate that, I'm not going to put it past a player being good enough to pull that off. But I know all of these owners are going to give a really firm no.
Yeah,
that would be like the biggest negotiation concession I think you could get from one of these guys.
So my favorite tweet in regards to this was the other day from Michael Lombardi, Broaddus' old buddy. He says the chances of Caleb Williams being part of the ownership is the most ridiculous story I have ever heard or read. It's comical. And if this is true, he's getting horrendous advice. He has a better chance of landing on the moon than making this happen. All caps, WTF.
Yeah, it seems, I mean, that's ambitious for sure. But, like I said, go out there and be the best quarterback in the NFL. Then anything is possible. Like, I think they were about to give Brady part of the Dolphins.
Miami, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go get goated.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
Proven guy, no doubt. And we wrap this up. Jared Sandler, hashtag keeping receipts. Michael Schwab. Well, would you look at that? Astros in first place back in September 5th. Jared Sandler, hashtag keeping receipts with the picture of the Rangers standing on the podium taking the AL trophy. Well, would you look at that?
Whew.
Beautiful.
Tear them up, Sands. It's time now for the G-Bag of the Day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Slip, slide, trying to survive. Yeah. Hey, man, it's World Series vibes out here, man. World Series vibes.
How about that?
Come on, man.
Let's go.
Been waiting for this for a minute. I hope Pat McAfee does get his ratings because I turned my TVs on purposely on the Pat McAfee show before I leave. I'm like, I'm turning it on. Make sure he gets his numbers. Oh, Pat.
I love what he's doing.
Yeah. I like what he's doing, too. I want to usher all those old fogies on out of there. Get a new vibe. If you can't get with it, old fogey, then you got to go. You got to get with it, man. All that hating they doing, they call this journalism. It's just hating. Just hating, bro. Just hating. Let's see. All right,
I feel
winner.
like you're talking right to me right now.
Well, if the shoe fits.
He's looking right
I wasn't
at me.
talking to you, but if the shoe fits. Zing. Hit dogs holler, as they say. All right, here we go. Our champion is a combo situation. It's comedians. One is a Tolo named Cherd. He's not an actual comedian, but he was funny this time. He hit us with a curveball, and he's our champion for this.
So I got a friend that's married to a girl and been married to her for close to 10 years. Got kids, starting to feel like she's not the right one, but is a little worried about pulling the plug. Family's involved, everything involved. What do I tell this guy?
Oof. That's a tough one. I mean, I'm kind of a stick it out for the kids kind of guy.
Good take,
I'm
Zach.
wrong.
That's
Maybe
good.
I'm wrong.
Good parenting there.
How would you feel that she's not the right one?
Yeah.
Here's
it has to be something she's doing.
Yeah. Now she's cheating on you or something.
Or just being hella disrespectful.
Yeah.
Never cleans up, super lazy or something like that.
Well, here's the thing. You guys know these people.
Oh,
you guys know these people.
Oh, well, I don't know that should we put them on blast?
No. The wife is Dak Prescott, and my friend is a Cowboys organization.
Hilarious!
Well done, Church. Oh, he got us good. We were having like serious.
Yeah, you guys are really trying to help
about this.
Hook, line, and sinker got us. Well, I mean,
You guys with a helpline.
let's figure this out real quick here.
Well, she hella disrespectful.
Two idiots going to help
Messy
you
as hell.
save your marriage.
Is she lazy? Can't cook?
Not spending all the damn money.
Luke just didn't care about anything else but being like lazy and messy.
I can deal with everything else.
And messy.
I can deal with anything else. But them things right there, be like, look, this might be it for us. And here's a real comedian right here, Dustin Nickerson. He was down there in Houston. Takes a shot at the Houston crowd. Here's a nice little curveball at him.
Houston, you may not want to hear this, but every time I drive by that stadium downtown, I'm like, what a bunch of cheaters.
Got him.
You liars, you scam artists, you cheaters. Yeah. Oh, I'm not talking about the Astros. I'm talking about Joel Osteen's church. Yeah. Someone should have hit a trash can for that curveball, huh?
I like
no
that.
trash cans last night.
No.
No. Did Chapman hit old boy on purpose?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought so. That's making sure.
104.
Yeah.
Put a little extra on it.
Hardest pitch he's thrown all year.
Yeah.
Leap of Ray, he hits Garver right in the side.
Just making sure, bro. I was like, I thought so.
Now you get Chapman on 2 days rest. He can pinpoint that thing.
I ain't mad at him. I ain't mad at him. He had old boy acting too. Oh,
yeah, he did.
Well, they showed slow motion, and it was like when a bullet goes through like an apple. It just kind of
nipple.
His hamstring was just like going.
I seen it. Shake that thing. You guys ever heard of McFadden and Whitehead? I've been listening to this, thinking about the Rangers.
No, sir.
Running back combo. Terrence Whitehead, Darren McFadden.
Yeah.
That's why you're a sports guy.
I think it was a podcast.
That's why you're a sports guy. Good pull right there. How about this? Ranger phone calls. Got a Tolo taking a shot at Houston again. Hold on.
Oh yeah, I've heard this one.
All right, here we go.
Hey, fellas, good morning. Listen, Houston, they don't have a lot of room to be holding a massive L that they took in the World Series. So I got 11 things that they need to let go of. Those overpriced, overcooked turkey legs that they got down there, the Houston, Texas, Interstate 610, it's always under construction. Anything served at Chacho's, which is like a Mexican restaurant that's like a Jack in the Box. James Harden, he ain't coming back. The overpriced chicken and waffles at Breakfast Club, all that bread on those Shipley's kolaches, everybody working in the toll road building industry down there, Hobby Airport, trash, the Rockets, and last but not least, Texas Southern University. Shout out Prairie View A&M University. Ranger Danger Baby. Hashtag it's morphin' time. Go Power Rangers.
It's morphin' time. Go Power Rangers.
I like that a lot.
Very impressive.
That was very good.
That was well done.
I remember saying like 2 weeks ago, I like to see the Tolos as G-Bag of the Day nominees.
Yeah.
Boy, when you speak things, they just come.
That was
I sure would like $5 million. All I need is 5. All I need is 5. I don't need a lot. After taxes. 5 after taxes. I've already calculated it.
That's enough to go?
I calculated all my dreams and it said, all you need is $5 million, bro. That's all you need. Yeah, it was like a name generator. I just put everything I wanted in. You just told me what it was going to be.
Now you're just generating passive income off the 5, you think?
Yeah, for sure.
Getting
Yeah,
that flow coming
100%.
through?
Yeah.
That mailbox money.
Yeah, that's what you need, Playboy. That's what you need. What was I going to else play for you guys? The person that holds the ball during the field goals. What is that person called?
Holder. Placeholder.
Placeholder. Okay.
Holder?
Yeah, Bosa is still out, Pete. You think another, what do you call it, ball holder? A ball holder?
Just ball. Singular, not plural. Singular.
I said ball holder. I got it.
He's a ball holder. All right, we're going with ball holders.
Singular, Maya. I love how Eli loves Peyton.
He does.
Everything he talks about is about Peyton or to Peyton. Or some memory is, well, Peyton, I was riding in the car with Peyton. It's always Peyton.
It is, dude. He
loves
idolizes
Peyton.
that guy.
He idolizes his big brother, dog.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Peyton's just letting him slide on a lot of stuff. He can totally roast him 10 times as much. But he's like, good job, little buddy.
You got me. That's my little brother out there, man. We're up against the crap.
Go ahead, man. Go.
Okay.
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay. I was going to play this yesterday. Tennessee Volunteers tailgate. They got some facts super wrong in here, but they're really excited. This is why I'm going to like slow down judging RJ Choppy because, I mean, I see it now. I get it now. I get it.
What is your game day routine? I wake up, I work out, I get here, I get pumped, I drink sweet tea, and I say go Vol! My question to you, what is a Vol? A Vol is a volunteer, and a volunteer is somebody that loves Tennessee, dog. What is the history behind the Vol?
Back in the 1700s, when Washington was president, we volunteered to take the Alamo. We took them boys out. We held our ground, and now we play football every Saturday. Get on it. Yeah, boogie, boogie, boogie. Let's go race.
Wow.
Yeah. Now I get it. Yeah. They just make up their own facts. And all other good stuff. just make it up. And now we play football.
Sweet tea.
Yeah, if I heard this, I'm running it.
Yeah, boogie, boogie, boogie.
I'm getting out of there.
Yeah. It's time to get our
Daryl
stuff.
Waltrip on
Let's get our stuff. Let's go pack it up, son. Let's go.
Kind of sounded like Texas, but on meth, you know? Couldn't quite put my finger on exactly what it sounded like.
I think you nailed it.
Is it the comedian combo, our two-time champ? Is it the Ranger phone calls with Sean and RJ, 11 things Houston needs to give up? Manning's on the holder, or the Volunteers tailgate, which I'm fascinated by, but also terrified by at the same time. I'm going with the Rangers caller, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, let's double down.
Lucian?
Combo.
2-1, Wolchuk.
I'll go combo.
2-2, Broadus.
Rangers callers.
By a score of 3-2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's the Ranger phone caller there with Sean and RJ. Coming up next, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I kind of feel like the Cowboys might need to make a trade for a corner. I'm going to run some names by you. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep, and they're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Whoa.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation on your home of the American League champion Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. They're heading for the World Effing Series, and now we're heading for Krusty's Corner. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. What was I going to do here? Kevin Byard, right? Yeah, I remember I asked yesterday afternoon to my gang of 7 what they thought of the guy. And one of my guys got back to me. Actually, a couple did, but it was kind of the same thing. I'll just read the one here I got. He's been good, not as great in coverage as he's been in previous seasons, but still a good starter and a plus player, both run and pass. So Philadelphia making a move at safety. Kind of with like a couple of the guys were just, that's kind of what they said about the player. Good player, but like I say, clearly not as good as he was, say, 4 or 5 years ago when he was playing quite well for Tennessee. So we'll see how that works out. Another thing I want to get into real quick. I was kind of noodling around on Twitter or X last night.
Noodling?
Not X. When you sound like X, you sound like you were taking.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds.
So what do you say?
Pornographic.
I'm going with Twitter X.
Twitter
I'm
X.
waiting for everybody to get with me.
Okay. Twitter X is a good one. I like that.
I wasn't on X like I was in the 80s. Yeah, like at the Prohibition Room and places like that I used to hang out at.
Hey, yeah, Deep Ellum used to have
Yeah.
X going crazy down here.
I tell you what,
I seen a documentary about ecstasy, and it used to be cracking right here in Dallas.
Right.
Get it for free to walk in the club.
Right down
Come
here.
on, fam.
Spreading it out like party favors?
Come on, bring the vibes back.
Right down here in the 80s at the Prohibition Room and places like that. Yeah, we were moving along pretty well.
Welcome in, and here's your drugs, sir. You have a nice time.
Have a great time.
Spend a lot of money. And
Please drink responsibly.
That's what I did. I spent a lot of money. Okay, this Christian Corona had this, and I don't follow Christian, but I thought this was really cool what he said. It was about the Rangers. He says, DeGrom goes down, Seager out a month, Garver as well. He says, lose 11 of 16 going into the break. Young out a month and a half, Evaldi 2. Lose 16 of 20, swept by the Astros at home. Lose the division on game 162. Lose 3 straight to the Houston at home again. And yet here we are. Kind of sums up the
just a wild roller coaster of resiliency.
That's what we all went through this year, with this team. And, there were times where it was just maddening and exhilarating all in the same. What they've done the last 2 nights is, and they even be out there, and with the loss of that, as gut wrenching as that loss was, Friday night, just how they went back to Houston. And I know me, I was kind of like, man, I'm not sure about
resilient, man.
Houston's going to figure this out at home. And to your point, Dawson, they never did. They never figured it out at home.
I didn't believe it until you won back there in Game 6. I was like, wow, they snagged the momentum like this, went home, and the curse still deflated their ability.
Yeah.
And your biggest shortcoming is your bullpen that's supposed to get you annihilated. Their biggest was they couldn't win at home. And that stuff is supposed to mean nothing once you get to the playoffs.
Right.
And damn it, it meant everything.
Sure did.
Meant absolutely everything. All right, I mentioned that, okay, if I can ask you gentlemen real quick, and you don't mean to be quick, but if you had to trade for a position, and I went on the break this morning. I work on DallasCowboys.com, and I love going over there and doing stuff. And I made a passionate speech to Jerry Jones about trying to do something here. I basically said, I don't have time for your salary cap. I don't have time for your, trying to keep things in order and keeping draft picks. I'm seeing what the landscape of the National Football League looks like right now.
Wide open.
Go take this thing. Go find a way to make a move.
Are you telling him to hashtag? Are you telling Jerry right now to hashtag go and take it?
No, that would be a good hashtag. But
Carpe Omnia.
But that's the whole thing.
The Rangers hashtag.
That's what they say. I mean, the Cowboys motto was about seize everything, right?
It was.
Yeah.
And and so for them to sit there and say, well, the deal has to come, and I understand he doesn't want to give up leverage. I get it. Don't give up leverage, but go out there and try and help your team right now. and they're always going to tell you, oh, we love our guys and this and that. This thing's for the taking. One player could make a difference, a huge difference in the rest of the season for the Cowboys.
Absolutely.
So I ask you guys this. I'm not asking you a player. That's my job. I'm asking you a position. I'm asking you something. What do you think the one position that you could go get that would make an absolute difference on this football team?
I got two of them, either a corner or a linebacker. The linebacker has to be outstanding. The corner just has to be pretty dang good.
Yeah, okay. I like that.
Yeah, I'm all in on the corner position. I think the coverage is certainly, there's been a drop-off there, and I think when you marry what they had at the beginning of the season when Trayvon Diggs was healthy with the pass rush, that was the recipe for a potentially great to elite defense, and that they're lacking that right now. I mean, you saw it in Monday Night Football against the Chargers. If Justin Herbert wasn't off target, they probably would have had 30 points scored against them because of their lapses in the secondary. So I would definitely go with a corner.
Yeah, this team is if they're going to win considerably, they're going to be winning because of their defense. I think you got to look on the defensive side, and corner would be the most important spot, I would say, at this point.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that's the corner as well. I think that I didn't want to believe that the Diggs injury I thought they could play through it. And I think playing Bland, I love what Bland has done. I think Bland playing on the outside has been fine. I think Bland is a better nickel corner. I think playing inside is his strength. And with Gilmore, I just watch the routes that are run across the field on him, and you can see separation there. And I worry about teams going that route. So corner's one I would say. Okay, the most popular name, and this is coming from my gang of 7 guys.
Okay.
If you could trade for a guy, that Jalen Johnson from the Chicago Bears is the guy.
Okay.
That everybody's
So he just had 2 interceptions after the game. He said he wants to get paid.
Yeah.
So that's a guy, much like we talked about with Surtain, you'd probably be looking at having to give him a new deal.
I would be willing because he's only 24 years old. That I feel like that he is in the final year, as you mentioned, of his rookie deal. Ryan Poles has said he wants to keep him, but if a contending team is looking to make an upgrade with a player, this is the guy because of just what you mentioned in coverage. I would think that if you went and got a guy like this and played him opposite Diggs next year, and I don't think he's going to command the money of Diggs. I don't. But I feel like though that you could really shore that thing up and then keep Bland at the nickel, because I think there's some liability issues there with Jordan Lewis. I think
for sure.
So that's just keep an eye on that one. Another name my guys gave me was Dante Jackson,
Carolina,
from the Carolina Panthers, and they're thinking that this is kind of a mid-round guy that you would have to Now we'll see what Carolina is going to do because they're 0-6.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking about trading Brian Burns, their outside linebacker, but that's going to be for a first-round pick. Dante Jackson seems like a guy that has got a very friendly contract, and he is, and it only costs you like a mid-round pick. Another guy
that's what the Cowboys would do.
Yeah, that sounds right up the Cowboys' alley.
Yeah.
The other one that they mentioned too was this Isaac Yiadom.
Isaac Yiadom, okay.
Yeah, and he's from the Saints.
Right.
And so
he's playing opposite of Debo, I think.
Yeah. And so when you really kind of dive into him, that the Saints haven't needed him because because of Marshawn Lattimore, Adobo.
Paulson Adebo,
local
guy from Stanford.
and then Alte Taylor is another one. Those guys are all playing ahead of him.
That makes sense. They got a surplus, it sounds like.
They got a surplus there, so that might be another one. And then the final guy that they were mentioned here was Mike Jackson from the Seahawks. And
former Cowboy. He was a Cowboy draft pick.
Yeah, and that he's like the fourth corner. Another team with surplus. They got Woolen, Witherspoon, and Trey Brown. And so it sounds like that the Seahawks, again, reading into some of this stuff, is looking for D-line help. So maybe you have something, maybe there's something that you have D-line wise.
Neville Gallimore, Dorrance Armstrong.
Exactly. That's the one.
That makes sense.
That's the one name. Everybody's kind of talking about Neville Gallimore. I had a couple of teams on my gang of 7 ask me about Neville Gallimore and how he's playing. But let's see if, in fact, that the Seahawks might be interested in trading a defensive lineman for one of these corners. So those are some names you got to keep an eye on as we get to the trade deadline on October 31st.
Thank you, Brian. The
Thank you.
806 says Rangers reacted to losing DeGrom by getting Scherzer and Montgomery. Cowboys need to react to losing Diggs. I hear you, man. I salute how the Rangers have made it such a priority to get this championship done and let nothing stand in their way so far. Okay, it's time for the NFL news of the day. Chuck, what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, we've got Micah talking about playing in front of the baddies, and I actually got an update on Jalen Johnson. That's next.
Okay, I want to chat Frankles with you before we do anything else, because if you
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Hope you're having a great day here on your home of the American League champion Texas Rangers. We do have quite a bit of baseball content coming up for you, including a Club Rangers with phone calls coming up at 4 o'clock. By popular demand, whenever the Rangers win a series, the Nosebleed Boys, they open it up for you, and they'll be looking for your phone calls coming up at 4 as we lift that velvet rope, let you inside. We'll be partying. Rangers Hodgepodge coming up at 3:20. Time now for Wolchuk's NFL News of the Day. Here's Zach.
Thank you very much. As we live in a Rangers paradise, the NFL season just keeps on rolling. And we were just talking about Jalen Johnson of the Chicago Bears, possibly a target for teams to want to acquire.
I was watching his highlights over the break, and oftentimes that's all Scout Gavin will do is just look. But I wanted to see how he moves. And good Lord, he's fast. He has great hands. He's stronger than most wide receivers, I feel like.
Yes.
He's an absolute unit of a cornerback.
So on 670 The Score, recently they were talking about an extension for Kyle Johnson. And he just had 2 interceptions this past week, including a pick 6 in their win against the Raiders. After the game, he said, I want to be paid. And their general manager went on 670 The Score, said, he's acknowledged the extension process with him is ongoing, and he's hopeful that things are starting to pick up. He mentioned the upcoming trade deadline and the uncertainty surrounding it, but expresses his eagerness to see what unfolds. So the Bears might be wanting to try and get a long-term deal done with him. I don't know. Do you think maybe that's just gamesmanship, Brian, with the trade deadline here?
Yeah, I think so. The Bears are a team that there just seems like so much going on now. Their coach is clearly the number 1 guy on the hot seat. Ryan Poles.
They don't know what's going on with the quarterback.
Yeah, they don't know what's the quarterback's kind of nicked up. They're trying to kind of find their way. They got a victory this weekend, which is a good thing. But I think that if you offer them the right package, they will consider it. I think their rebuild is going to be pretty steep there, and they're going to need all the picks that they can get.
All the picks.
So, but I just, listening to the McGanga 7 talk about Johnson as a player, and
he's a quality corner.
And then here's Scout Gavin jumping on board with it.
Got the long arms.
The former 2nd-round pick.
Yeah,
he's got makeup speed. What do you call that? Catch-up speed.
Catch-up speed. He is a good player, but I think it's going to take the right pick, but. You also have to know that you're getting a 24-year-old player that is going to get a contract extension. But could you have, 2 highly paid corners? But man, in this day and age, give me the 2 corners every single time.
Yeah, you'd have to find that money somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to be letting a couple of good players go, and I wouldn't have a problem with that. I agree with you. Give me pass rushers and corners. We'll figure the other stuff out.
It might be time to get a look at your boy Will Levis.
That's Broadus' boy.
Ryan Tannehill, if he can't play, according to Coach Vrabel, they might play Levis and Malik Willis.
Yeah, they need to try and play Levis. There's some the guy
switch him out.
Well, the guy's extremely tough. Well, that's probably because Willis hasn't throw the ball all that well.
Yeah,
that's the problem. I think with Levis, I think the guys will rally around him. He's a tough guy. Kentucky doesn't
really tough.
Kentucky didn't have a whole lot. I mean, Robinson. Remember back in the day with the running back came from there. I mean, there was
Wan'Dale Robinson.
Wan'Dale Robinson was a receiver, but they had a running back.
They had Rodriguez.
Yeah. So they've had some offensive linemen come. It's not a talent rich program that he played for, and they had some success.
They did.
So I would give him an opportunity.
So if Tannehill can't play, that's probably the route they're going to go. Now,
Jalen Johnson's also a tackling machine. Scout Gavin checking in here with more highlights.
This is perfect. I love this.
He just made a stop on 4th and 1.
Dude, he's good. He's a hell of a player. I would love the Cowboys to go get him. What did they mention your gang of 7, like what the price might be?
It's a goal line run, 4th and 1. He got in there.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
hell yeah.
Chief would love this corner. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, this is one of those deals where you'd probably have to give a 1 for this guy.
A 1?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Just because of how young he is.
Yeah.
So you're 1 plus you're going to have to pay him. But at this point, I don't care. Get it done.
Mm-hmm.
Get it done. Okay. And then we had Micah yesterday talking on the edge. And of course, you got Taylor Swift watching Travis Kelce. And he's talking about how if you have somebody there that's there to watch you, especially a baddie like Taylor Swift, naturally you're going to perform better. And everybody on the Chiefs, including Andy Reid, have gotten into this. Like, Taylor, you stick around as long as you want because we're undefeated with you in the building. And Travis is balling. Not that he didn't ball before, but here's Micah's thoughts reacting to Travis Kelce playing better when Taylor Swift's in attendance.
I saw a stat that Travis Kelce plays better when Taylor Swift is in attendance. Travis Kelce's my boy, best tight end in the league for like the past 3-4 years. So it's obviously not Taylor Swift. But I'm going to tell y'all one thing. When there is a bad girl and she's in attendance and she's watching you, that gives you an extra boost of confidence. When you pull up to the gym and your girl's with you, I don't care who's in front of me. Like, without a doubt in my mind, Kawhi Leonard could be in front of me. I gotta give him 30. I refuse to go in that car on the way home, and my girl's talking about, damn, he dropped you off today, huh? Nah, that's not happening. So you know what Kelsey's doing. I know what's going on. He was already doing it. So now it's like, yeah, I'm going to do it more now. Like, it's a swagger. It's a confidence when that thing happens. Y'all know how I go. Come on now, Pete.
So true.
Yeah.
Let him know. Yeah. And like last night, Corey Seager hits his dong ball, right? Mm-hmm. Immediately, they panned a wifey in the crowd cheering. Yeah. Corey's doing it for the fam.
Yeah, you done brought your girl to the court, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, he's doing it for his baddie.
She started watching your bag as you tried out there. You're doing a little too much. I know how it go.
When you don't want to bring your girl to the court, that's when you know it's probably trying to hang them up.
Yeah, this ain't your sport.
You don't want to see it. Yeah.
Oh no.
My girl can come watch me play football anytime, but she can never come watch me play basketball.
Not on the basketball court.
Last time I did, I remember her saying, "You're tired already?"
Oh yeah. She said that. That's tough.
Man. And the youngsters are calling you old school right here. Old school.
So speaking of Taylor Swift, her and Brittany Mahomes had this handshake deal that they did. So Cameron and Mace, who Lucius has introduced us to and plays a lot of great quality clips from them, they have OJ on every week, as Lucius just told us. So they have OJ on. OJ gives his comments on Taylor Swift and Brittany Mahomes during Sunday's game.
Uh-oh. Oh, did you see where Brittany Mahomes and Taylor Swift chest bump?
Yeah, I did.
What did you think of that?
I didn't know who the other girl was, but hey, I thought it was interesting. Just like you, I was thinking the same thing you was thinking.
The other girl was Mahomes' wife, by the way.
I was thinking, the bombolas was hitting each other, little turn on.
Little turn on.
OJ's risking it all.
Okay.
He's ready.
I'm willing to bet that OJ did not see that happen.
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet. I think he's just
he's just going with it.
He's just kind of riding. He's just kind of riding the conversation there.
Oh man,
it was kind of strange though. I don't see how like a chest bump between two ladies celebrating a touchdown could be erotic in any way.
They were very proud of themselves though. They pulled that off like they'd been practicing.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. All right, move. There we go. We got it, girl.
Yes,
like Reggie Miller and Mark
Spirit
Jackson.
Fingers, yeah,
the '90s playoffs.
Is OJ out in the hallway while he does these podcasts?
No, he's in his. He's actually like in this living room, I guess you would say.
Wow.
And he's got like a whole bunch of team paraphernalia surrounding him. Yeah, okay. USC, San Francisco, Buffalo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why does it sound like Lucius? He's like 8 miles from the.
Because he needs to get closer to the pause. He needs to get closer to the mic.
Yeah,
he sets the thing up and he's sitting way over here.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I need
so it's nice to see you, Cam.
Next world.
Hey, hey, how's it going, guys?
Yeah.
He's like in another
Hey,
county.
everybody. Man, we had a couple of wide receivers get arrested over the last couple of days. Chiefs Justin Ross was arrested in Kansas. He's facing 2 misdemeanor charges. And then, his is domestic battery.
Oh,
so that one's not a good one. But you are right about the other one. Chris Olave of the Saints was arrested on suspicion of reckless driving yesterday. He was going 70 in a 35-mile-per-hour zone. So he was arrested after the Saints game, or I should say Monday night. Yesterday he was arrested. The Saints obviously played on Sunday, but 2 wide receivers getting arrested during the season.
And nobody's learned from that poor guy at the Raiders, right? Going fast in these cars and stuff like that, drinking and driving. Nobody's learned.
I don't think people will, man.
Man, these dudes got everything to live for, everything in front of them. And they got all that money in their pocket. And the NFL provides them a number to call if they need a ride.
Yeah,
they have a car program.
No excuse.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Somebody on the fan text said OJ is in his killing room.
Oh, gosh.
Not the living room, but the killing room.
He's in the killing room.
That is really good.
Jeez.
I thought that was down the street a little bit. But.
Wow.
That's paraphernalia. Is that wrong when I'm talking about like gear and stuff? Am I saying it wrong?
No,
okay.
No.
I don't know.
Full of stolen sports.
I struggled in school.
OJ. Christian McCaffrey scored another touchdown last night. He is now 1 away from tying the record for most consecutive games with a touchdown, including the postseason.
16, right?
He's at 16 right now as he passed John Riggins and OJ Simpson, as this is an OJ segment. He's one behind Lenny Moore, who has the all-time record with 17 consecutive games with a touchdown.
Hey, Twitter world.
You?
I'm just glad he's healthy, because the Niners are struggling without Debo and Trent. If you would take McCaffrey out of there as well, it'd get real interesting.
Yeah, let him know. And speaking of that, how about Kirk Cousins? People are giving Kirk Cousins his flowers today. Threw for over 300 yards, got a primetime win, 22-17. And yet again, he was jamming out Creed before the game in honor of the Rangers as the Rangers went on to win Game 7.
That might be the secret sauce.
Vikings went ahead and upset the San Francisco 49ers.
Did you see? I didn't get butt cracked here, did I? Did you see Skip Bayless called him Kurt Cousins last night? CURT on the Twitter X?
I no longer follow Skip.
I was like, wow.
I didn't see it, but it makes plenty of sense. He's always trying to make up nicknames for everybody.
And I'm getting my ass hammered.
It might be to Brian's point that all you have to do in the national media is just know the Cowboys.
That's my if they said, Brian, hey, we'll pay you a lot of money, 6 figures to be just come on and talk, I would learn everything about the Lakers and the Cowboys. Everybody else, I don't care.
But as a writer, how could you not know it's Kirk?
Yeah.
How would you go Kurt?
I don't know.
Captain Kirk.
Get paid a lot of money to
he
know
doesn't
that.
know what the hell's going on. Okay, we're getting a lot of texts. It's memorabilia. And yeah, of course it is. But can you not say
Can you not say paraphernalia?
Paraphernalia just like smoke, like bongs and stuff.
Memorabilia. It's fine.
Yeah.
But it's not called paraphernalia. Like the actual definition of things like that.
You're fine. I don't know.
I'm not wearing it. I won't lose any sleep over
Yeah,
this.
No.
It's just miscellaneous articles, especially needed for a particular activity. It's paraphernalia or memorabilia.
This was shocking to hear, but Giants won, right? They beat the Commanders.
Also learned how to spell paraphernalia.
I didn't know how to spell it.
You didn't know that, did
I
you?
would have lost in a spelling bee if I had to spell that one.
Paraphernalia.
Yeah.
Very
weird.
strange.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
An extra R in there.
An ER. Yeah.
So Tyrod Taylor led the Giants to a victory. Might end up being their new starting quarterback.
He helped them score their first half touchdowns
Week
of
7.
the season.
All 14 points. That's all it took. The Commanders with Sam Howell couldn't score.
I'm just happy for him. It's a big milestone.
But he did set a milestone. He's the first black quarterback to ever win a game for the New York Giants in the history of their franchise.
How long has that been a franchise?
How many have they had?
They've
Gino?
been around for what?
Yeah,
100
Gino.
They've been since 1920.
Gino tried once when Eli got
1925.
benched.
Yeah.
The Giants started.
Hello, Jake.
They're one of the-
Cool, Jay.
They're one of the oldest franchises in the
They are
professional football.
1925. Yes,
It's unbelievable.
I wonder how many.
They haven't had
damn
many.
near 100 years.
Yeah, there's nothing to brag about.
What are they
There's
saying?
absolutely nothing to brag
He
about.
might be the first ever to start.
Are they the last
they did have
franchise?
Geno Smith.
Are they the last franchise to
I don't
to
know,
meet this
but
requirement?
I was like, what the hell? Are you serious?
Yeah, it's nothing to brag
Yeah,
about.
what are we
doing?
doing?
What are we doing?
Is that from Giants PR?
Yeah, they're putting it out there. And Dove Kleiman, of course, who's collecting
Dove.
Giants PR and then regurgitating
Dove.
it. That's what Dove likes to do. Stephon Diggs feels bad for people that he blows parlays for or fantasy.
Holy cow.
What they do that?
Wait, did we just start talking about Dwight Howard all of a sudden?
No,
It's a football
no,
segment.
Come on!
It's a football segment.
Man, come on, man. Let that man live his truth, bro.
We'll go around the rim later, bro.
Diggs said.
So will he.
Yeah, he will.
Hey, watch your mouth.
Diggs said, I ain't going to lie. I do feel bad when I bleep up y'all's parlays or fantasy football games. And I don't think a lot of players are ever going to come out and say that, but Stephon Diggs is a man of the people. And he feels for us.
How could you not feel bad? You know,
But he goes, I have a little to do with my quarterback. You need to have a word with.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm out here balling. All right. It's not my fault that Josh is turning the ball over at an alarming rate.
Him and our guy at Philadelphia, 8 interceptions, right? Lead the league.
Bad
Jalen
knee,
Hurts.
bad elbow.
Yep.
it would be funny if he said, "I ain't gonna lie, I feel bad for Bills Mafia every time Josh Allen throws that interception."
Probably
that'd be a pretty good tweet.
That's the burner account that he's putting out there.
Yeah,
we just got to go find that one. Their tight end Dawson Knox is going to undergo wrist surgery. There's no timeline for his return. And then Jerome Ford, who's really been a fun story for the Cleveland Browns, he's expected to miss 1 to 2 weeks. So now Kareem Hunt is going to lead their backfield after he just signed there a couple of weeks ago.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
There he goes with your NFL news of the day, most afternoons at 3 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, coming up at 4 o'clock, they're going to open up Club Rangers. And then at 4:20, Chris Young, baby. Yeah, Rangers GM's going to join us as they're heading for the World Series. Where are we going next, though, Chief?
Let's hit you with a little Ranger hodgepodge action, and let's put into context just how special last night was for our AL champions. Next, right here on The Fan.
Boy, you want to talk about special, though. How about I yap at you for just a minute or so about my friends at Window Nation, proud partner of the as much as we are. We're going to keep on rocking with you. My parents are flying into town tomorrow.
Oh, hell yeah.
They're going to game 1. They got seats, I believe, in 132, row 8.
Oh, nice.
So they're stoked. I'm trying to get tickets for me and Abby and the fiance wife, but they're starting at 6-7 hundo.
Are they starting the beer snake in her section?
Well, hey, they'll participate. Yeah. My mom will get after it now, cracking coldies. And we look forward to having a party all week long here on your home of the American League champion Texas Rangers, 105.3.
Sweet it is.
And here's Eric Chiafalo with the Rangers Hodgepodge.
Hey, looking forward to getting into the sports hub that is owned by our AL champions tomorrow in Arlington. Barlington, 2 days in a row. We'll be at Shakerton's on Thursday. Nice. But tomorrow, we got Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. We'll be doing our live show from 2 to 7. That's 5960 West I-20. Frontage Road there in Arlington, but it'll be Flagtober, so come pick up your flag, hang out with the G-Bag Nation, and at some point, maybe it's Thursday at Shakerton's, we'll have some bet payoffs going down as well. It's going to be a triple payoff situation.
This is a G-Bag, this is historical for us. 3 bet payoffs.
3 bet payoffs in one time.
I do think this is the first time we've ever had to dip into these waters. Yeah. We've had the double bet payoffs for sure. But yeah, this will be our first triple bet payoff week, thanks to Brock Purdy and the Niners absolutely pooping themselves on Monday Night Football last night.
That was insane, man, and
Suckers.
I can't believe it. I really can't. But I'm going to try to take down the gallon of milk challenge.
Okay, you're going with the Milk Me.
Yeah, I'm going with Milk Me.
Oh, milk it.
That one sounds easy to me, but I now have a history of overestimating my abilities in these challenges.
Okay, I think there's a lot to discuss when it comes to these payoffs, and coming up here in a few minutes, I think we'll have some time to do that, but I did want to pay all the respects to not only our Texas Rangers, but Adolis Garcia, and what he's done has just been so special. And I saw from Joe Pompliano's just like a wealth of information on Twitter, and he just gives like some bullet points of the amazing story that is Adolis Garcia.
Yeah.
Born in Cuba, plays baseball in Japan.
I'm Cuban, B.
And ends up having to pay his salary back to the government for whatever reason. Defected to the Dominican Republic, signs with the Cardinals, and then gets traded to the Rangers for cash considerations.
He was put on waivers for anybody to claim.
Anybody could have had him.
Anybody could have claimed him. He was
Anybody.
on. Yeah, remember Chris Young talked about that.
Rangers had him. He played 2 games. Rangers waived him.
Yeah,
anybody could have claimed him.
Anybody.
They didn't. Came back to the Rangers.
I mean, and now he's an ALCS MVP.
Damn right.
And he's the mayor of Houston. That is just fantastic. What he did shutting up that crowd last night was just absolutely beautiful. And as you go through some of the fun things, what do you guys think was the odds to start the season for the Rangers to win the World Series before the season started? Do you guys have an idea of what you think those odds might have been?
3,000 to 100. So 30 to 1.
Little plus 3,000 action.
30 to 1 was probably a good bet.
I'm about 4,500 to 1.
Plus 5,000.
There we go.
Cha-ching.
22nd in MLB. I would love to know the Ranger fans who are on this from the jump. Put down a little scratch to start the season at plus 5,000. Wow.
I was on the over for the win total, but not this one.
That's true. You did have the win total. Salute to you for that, Wolchuk.
When did the odds switch? Remember we were doing a show, and I think the odds were brought up. Was it before the playoffs that they were the favorite to win the World Series?
It was after the Rays series, I believe.
I believe it was after the Rays series.
After the Rays series.
The Dodgers and Braves had gone down 1-0.
Right.
That was a big key.
And then all of a sudden it's like Vegas immediately installed Rangers as like the favorite to win the World Series.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's so phenomenal. And to everybody that was accusing Choppy of doing a little Ranger jinx with his lovely ode to the Rangers in his remix of the Brooks and Dunn song, when you look at the slash line here for Adolis Garcia before Chop's song, it was 258, 281, 484, 2 dongs, and 6 ribbies. After Choppy's ode to the Rangers, it was a slash of 429, 455, an OPS of well over 1,000, 5 dongs, and 14 ribbies. So I believe that song was the catalyst a little bit for our guy Adolis Garcia to get going in a huge way.
5 home runs and 15 RBIs over 7 games.
9-4 says he did put $20 on the plus $5,000. Does it for all the teams he root for.
There you go.
Brandon Fort Worth, I got it at plus 3,000.
There you go.
Wow.
Dude, I love that idea. Just throwing $20 on your team every year, no matter what. I mean, I wonder if this Ranger fan did it for the last 6 years. Or if this year was kind of one of those turnarounds, like, you know what?
Feeling good, we got DeGrom.
This makes some sense here. But the Rangers right now, the road warriors that they are, they're tied with the Yankees, the 1996 Yankees, who go on to win the World Series with the longest road winning streak to begin a postseason. Wow. So they are just they're doing so much special stuff. And you went through it earlier, Broadus, of just like the insanity and roller coaster of this season, and the RN Rangers standing for resiliency. But it made last night so much more fun to like be able to exhale sort of early on in that game and just enjoy it.
Oh, yes.
For 9 innings of baseball, it was pretty stress-free after what has been an extremely stressful season, especially like the second half of the season for the Rangers. Last night, going 9 innings and pretty early on, I would say by the 4th inning, once you're up 8-2, it was pretty much
feeling pretty good.
Everybody's feeling fantastic, and that was just so nice of them. And I know it was good for you physically, Broadus, because your doctor was worried about you. He called you 3 times during that game last night, saying, "Thank God the Rangers are doing it."
I will tell you this though, that the first couple innings were very stressful, and then after that, though, it kind of I was just like, "Thank."
The Astros wouldn't lay down.
You know what's wild is the Game 5 was by far the biggest emotional experience. The victory in Game 6 and Game 7 on an emotional power had nothing compared to that.
Yeah.
And I wish I could get the equivalent of that excitement. I'll take the blowout win, though.
I absolutely take the blowout win.
Yeah. Especially with Adolis being the guy spearheading
Just
it all.
rubbing it in.
And maybe having is it one of the greatest Game 7 performances in the history of the sport?
I
think that's what we witnessed last night
his
from
whole
our guy.
series was the greatest hitting performance in Major League Baseball history for a series.
I think you're right about
5
that.
home runs, 15 RBIs.
But
it's a crazy stretch he's on right now.
But Friday night we watched him strike out 4 times,
and that's what is so
it's
amazing
weird.
about it.
It was not like you were just like, what's going on here, man? Even
homered.
Hicksy and those guys were like going, why would you even throw him a strike? He's swinging at the ball over his head, And there was a time there where you're like, man, is he just going to continue to expand the zone and just chase pitches?
It's kind of how he always has been.
But
He's a little feast or famine, but right now he's feasting.
But it was like that whole ordeal that he went with, just refocus. Well, I'm not going to say refocused, but it kind of brought him into like, okay, I got to get this done. I put this much pressure on me to, And
it might have been his first at bat last night, or maybe his second one. He took 4 straight balls.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it was a 2-2 count. Might have gone up to 3-2, but he didn't swing at any of them. And you don't see that type of discipline from Adolis. It might have been one of the best at bats he's ever had.
But he had some at bats in Arlington where you were like going, bro, just why? And then your question, why are they having him in the 4-hole right now? What's going on here? Is he just going to continue to miss pitches? But man, he pulled it all. He did.
They made some great adjustments, not only waiting more to try to take the ball the other way, but I really loved the breakdown last night of getting your hands above the high fastball.
Yeah, because that was Javier's bread and butter, and he really only has 2 pitches he can use, and if you take that away, he is screwed, and he was.
Yeah. Some great teaching inside crucial moments to the best players in the world. I think that's what separates coaching staffs.
Here's Adolis Garcia after the game when he became the official mayor of Houston.
Adolis Garcia, American League champions. You are the ALCS MVP. ¿Cómo te sientes?
Hey, me siento bien. I'm so proud of this team, this family. I'm glad to be here and be part of this.
You always said that this is your family. This is a part of your family. Your family rallied behind you when things went tough. You got booed in this ballpark loudly, but you responded. What was it inside of you that caused you to respond the way that you did?
That's what I said during. They was booing me. All my teammates, they say, hey, we got your back, and we're going to win this, and we got this tomorrow again. That's what we did.
And you did. Congratulations, Dolly.
Thank you.
El Bombi. El Bombi. El Bombi.
Man, I loved hearing Walchuk and Section 133, all of us in unison doing that at Globe Life Field, and I look forward to some World Series games where that thing gets chanted because there's just an energy that he brings. Like when he goes yard, it's like an infectious energy that is a little bit different than when any other player in the lineup does it. There's something about Adolis, the energy, the fire that he brings, and it's such a joy to watch. And then the players on the team, they get energized by him. And so it's really, really special what he's doing, what he's done, and hopefully what he will continue to do. But the Rangers right now, I mean, I think shout out to the young guys as well. I know you've seen a little bit, like they've had their moments like a Josh Young or an Evan Carter where you're like, okay, the postseason. But both these guys have an OPS of over 900 in the postseason.
So when you start the 4th and 5th most all time by rookies in Major League Baseball history.
I mean, it's just ridiculous, man. Like there's so many things to love. And then Montgomery coming in yesterday and giving what he gave you when we were wondering like what is it going to look like? How long is Scherzer going to be in there? And then what's the order of operations of who comes in, and for it to be Monty and him come in there and just it's like, dude, whatever role he's in right now, he is just freaking dialed.
And he came in with the runner on. We didn't think he'd do that.
No, in light of this postseason performance that he's had, I propose a nickname change. I know it was Gumby, and then he clarified with us it's Monty. He hasn't gone by Gumby ever. I think it's Money. I think it's Money Montgomery.
Money Montgomery, I like that.
Yes, dude.
You know what?
Yes. And he's about to get paid, by the way, 1 year and $10 million this year with the St. Louis Cardinals. That's going to be 5 and 100. So if you want to keep him, it's going to be time to back it up.
You know what? The thing, I think where Bochy, it's like he knew exactly what he was going to do. You know, the thought that maybe Montgomery, even in the pregame when we were talking to Jarrett, that, all hands on deck, you're not sure how it goes. Bochy immediately settled things down after he took Scherzer out.
Yeah,
what did he do?
Knowing the timing.
He just said, okay, I'm putting my best pitcher. Him and Evaldi, you could say, it's kind of splitting hairs there. But he immediately settled the situation down. Yeah. It's like, I'm not going to put, Gray in or something. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make Gray be a bad pitcher. But he put somebody in there immediately that gave the team confidence that whatever that we're going to do from the next 2-3 innings, it's going to be taken care of because we got our best guy in there pitching. He didn't go to just like save Montgomery for the very end.
Yeah.
He immediately went to Montgomery after Scherzer to make sure that thing held at 4-2.
Right, yeah, because he was 4-2, he's still tied. Then he gets the line out with Brantley, and then the top of the 4th rolls around. That's when you get the big RBI double from Evan Carter.
Right.
And then Adolis also gave you some more runs to make it 6-2.
I mean, maybe the wisest coach or manager of any sport that we've ever had in DFW. I put him up there with Landry. I put him up there with Rick Carlisle, and maybe I know it's tough to imagine, but maybe he's actually better than those guys. If you look at his Game 7 record and how he guided this team through absolute trauma and chaos, I don't think it would be wrong to say he's as good as anybody. Amazing. And if you want to say he's better than everybody who's ever coached or managed in DFW sports, I'm here to listen to it. I think it's legit. He has impressed me that much.
6-0 in elimination games in his postseason career.
It's incredible.
I mean, he's a steady force, and these guys have talked about it from. I mean, the moment we walked into the clubhouse at spring training,
and some of us sat down while they were talking.
There may have been some seated conversations.
Yeah, maybe some seated
in that clubhouse, but everybody was just like, my gosh, all these players were like, dude, this. Like Bochy, this guy's got the gravitas, and he got us all fired up to start this thing. And now he has been the steady force all season long. And what he did last night was awesome. And what the Rangers did, I mean, Bochy basically he ended Dusty Baker's career last night.
Essentially,
what happened. It's not like Dusty's about to let it go. He did
the dynasty
official, but he said he's going to consider. He's now on 14 of 15 postseason series. I mean, it's unreal.
It's amazing.
Coming up at 4 o'clock, we're going to open up Club Rangers. We'll get the vibes going a little bit more. We'll maybe play some audio cuts, more of their celebration. But we're going to invite your phone calls in coming up at 4 o'clock. If you've never heard Club Rangers, you're in for a treat. What do you see what Wolchuk and Chiafalo have planned for you? The Monday Nighter, though, does this leave you more excited about what's possible and what is the outlook for the Cowboys after watching the Niners lose again? And what's your outlook on the Rangers' outfield longer term as we now have an amazing Cuban hero to include in the plans? It's next year in the G-Bag Nation.
Let's get you that brand new Ford car, truck, or SUV, ladies and gentlemen, at the all-new Platinum Ford store in Terrell, and it's courtesy of Gilchrist Automotive.
on 105.3 The Fan.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet, and like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius, and thanks to everybody for making us part of your day. Club Rangers coming up at 4 o'clock. 682 says, well, what Bochy did before Texas doesn't count for being the greatest coach of DFW. Now, if he three-peats, okay, I yield, but it's Coach Landry, after which Highway 30 is named. You know, I appreciate your perspective. I think that makes Landry the most accomplished coach, maybe in Texas or North Texas sports history. I'm just talking about who I would trust with any group of guys to get the most out of any season, any game. And I don't have a great appreciation for how great Landry was at that stuff because, I mean, he was done by the time I was 12 years old.
Yeah, I grew up watching him, and he was tremendous. In an era, though, where players didn't move, you know, you didn't have free agency. If you want to talk about coaches that got the absolute best out of the players they had, Jimmy Johnson was that guy for me. And I know there was super talented players here, Hall of Fame players. And Tom Landry had his share of Hall of Fame players as well.
Sure.
But if you look at what Johnson did, you know, the runs that he was able to make in such a short period of time, I think that to me, I absolutely have the utmost respect for Tom Landry and what they did.
From personnel. I think Jimmy did a lot of the personnel stuff himself.
When you look at the motivational factor in what I think Tom Landry was really good X's and O's. I mean, you go back, he coached with, him and Lombardi were together. Tom Landry did the offense, the defense. Vince Lombardi had the offense. The innovations and things that Tom was able to do X's and O's wise, tremendous.
But if I had to hire one, I'd hire Tom. I think Jimmy would tick me off and want too much credit and get his ego involved. And after 4 or 5 years, he'd be done.
If you just said, let's go coach the team, which one would you take?
Jimmy. I think Jimmy. I mean, no disrespect to Tom.
No,
but,
I don't. I'm the guy, and
Jimmy's just a winner no matter what.
I watched 20 straight years of Cowboy football, highly successful, NFC championship games, Super Bowls. But
you had Roger Staubach.
Gil
Brandt.
Yeah.
Computers.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of edges that Tom got.
Lot of edges there that Tom but they were, if you just told me, give me 53 guys to go coach.
Yeah.
I think to get ready for a game, I would go take Jimmy Johnson.
Wash was amazing at that as well. The motivating, the managing of players, of personalities, keeping you in that great spot to compete. I think Rick Carlisle is an underrated basketball coach, one of the top 3 in his generation. We've had, some really good coaches over the years. I was just making the point, I think Bochy will stack up against any of them when it comes to in-game management and just having the wisdom to make the right call and then having it turn out. And these records in playoff series and game 7s and elimination games is just unbelievable. I don't think it can be luck when you're looking at that big of a sample size.
No, not at all.
Okay, the Niners are now 5-2. Philly's the only one-loss team in the NFC, right? But that's not what I'm talking about here anyway. With San Francisco losing last night, does this give you more hope or more despair about how average your offense is? Cowboys couldn't move the ball.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins was getting it done.
Yeah.
And now, hey, the Niners are getting ready to take on the Bengals. They might lose 3 in a row. So you might have been pantsed basically by a team, couldn't move the ball, couldn't stop them against a team that's about to lose 3 in a row. Like this, it's cool that San Francisco is losing and you have a shot, but the way that they absolutely dominated you made them look unbeatable. I didn't think they were going to lose. I thought they might go 17-0, Chief.
I know, dude. After that game, it was like, my goodness, these Niners they're head and shoulders above everybody else, at least in the conference. Obviously the Chiefs are doing what they're doing, which is pretty special right now. But yeah, I think it's hugely disappointing that the Vikings could go out there with no Justin Jefferson, a banged-up offensive line as well. They didn't have all their starters. They started Dalton Reisner yesterday. I think it was his first game of the season. I think they just pulled them off the street. And they were able to move the ball up and down the field against that Niner defense. So you could look at it either way. I'm a little bit more discouraged. Like, wow, you couldn't even. I mean, you weren't even hanging. It wasn't like you lost and it was a somewhat of a close game. It was like you got crushed when you played him. And now all of a sudden, Kirk Cousins on primetime is throwing to rookies and a guy named KJ Osborne, and all of a sudden he's making the Niners look like just a regular team.
Yeah, and it was interesting. Jerry this morning with Sean and RJ said, he would like to play better against the 49ers. You see a team step up and play like Minnesota did and their quarterback did.
Yeah.
They can be had, the 49ers.
He made sure. See that quarterback.
He made sure to mention, and their quarterback did. I mean, Kirk Cousins threw for, I think, 383 yards and a couple of touchdowns. He played really well.
Man, they have no problem blaming him every time they lose a big game. But they
They defend him, right?
And they're heading for a new contract, at least according to was it Josina Anderson yesterday? Somebody had a report.
I think Diana Rossini.
Diana Rossini. I knew it was a national female, but yeah, all signs are pointing towards they're heading towards a deal, but they are always losing big games and then saying quarterback's got to step up. I mean, I don't think that's an accident. Jerry said that this morning.
What was really strange, and here I am diving into numbers, but the 49ers played zone defense 70% of the game last night. And Kirk Cousins was 28 of 31 for 239, 1 touchdown. When the Cowboys played the 49ers, I think how much man coverage did they play against Dak? Well, they played zone 70% of the time. Dak was 9 of 18 for 96 yards, no touchdowns, 3 interceptions.
I mean, is Kirk Cousins better than Dak? He didn't even have Jefferson.
Because I was thinking in that game, and I was trying to remember how much zone coverage did Dak catch in that game? Because Dak usually will carve up zone coverage.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, oh, man, that was a game. Because remember afterwards, the narrative was we got surprised by the amount of man coverage they played.
Right, and would the Chargers then do that the following week?
Yeah, and that's the thing about it is I was sitting there thinking, no, the 49ers, in both these games, 49ers versus Dak, 49ers versus Minnesota, or Kirk Cousins, they played 70% zone coverage against both quarterbacks.
Wow.
And one feasted and the other didn't. And that's the interesting things to me.
Kirk did have much better protection. He was only pressured on 25% of his dropbacks.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
With maybe the offensive line's mid too.
But there was a time though too where there was a time where he didn't face blitzes. There was a thing in this game where I was just looking at it. I'd have to go back and pull it up. But in the game, the 49ers did not blitz that much in this game.
Last night
in this game. I'll get the numbers for you if you guys will.
Well, I think it's the offensive line is certainly a huge thing, and I didn't watch the game closely last night. I was monitoring it because I had the Niners in Survivor, so I was pulling for them last night. And then Jordan Addison takes the ball away from a defender 50 yards down the field before halftime and waltzes into the end zone. And I was like, okay, this is probably not going to be a night for Survivor victory for me. No problem. The Rangers got it done. Really. But I would imagine there is going to be something too if you went back and watched this game. Who's the head coach and play caller for the Vikings?
Kevin O'Connell.
A new age Kevin O'Connell from the McVay, Shanahan. Kirk Cousins was probably helped more by his play caller last night than Dak was versus the Niners a few weeks ago.
What has his entire career.
Okay, here's the numbers. When Cousins didn't face a blitz, dropbacks, this was 73% of the time he did not face a blitz. He was 28 of 33 for 244 and 1 touchdown, 7 yards an attempt. Versus the blitz, that was on 27% of his dropbacks. He was 7 of 12 for 134, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Average yards per attempt was 11.2. He handled the blitz really well in that game last night then, obviously, if you just look at the numbers.
Probably could have blitzed more, though. You did get a pick out of him, and it was closer to 50% than 75%.
Right. He was almost perfect against no blitz.
Yeah,
but against blitz, he was 7 of 12.
469. Yes, he's better than Dak. We're only going to go as far as number 4 takes us this year, and I don't think that's very far. 817. Dak can't read zone. Never has. I think he's been pretty good against zone.
That's the Fred Warner impact. Like, for whatever reason, Fred Warner is just in Dak's head. And you talk about the zone coverage. Yeah. Warner's he doesn't want to throw the ball where he is because he's got such an ability to switch off defenders. And to me, it's the Fred Warner impact on Dak is more so than any other quarterback.
Multiple texters coming in saying they would rather have Kirk Cousins, though. Okay.
Aren't they always kind of compared to each other when you start to talk about the top 10 quarterbacks.
Yeah, they've always been
aren't
very
they?
close.
Aren't
Who
they
you
like
ask?
one's 7, one's 8? They kind of flip order, right, of who you got.
I would say it's been much more in favor of Dak than 50-50, but at times it's been 50-50, and now I think it's back. Now I think it's, Kirk Cousins maybe better than Dak.
Their name for a while there, it was always like, I remember it was always Manning, Cousins, Dak. It was always those
I
names
remember,
when they were always together.
I think what I most remember is Dak stands thinking it's laughable that you would compare Dak and Kirk Cousins. And now maybe even they're acknowledging that it's a decent comp. I don't know. I think some of them are still, way dug in and holding that, Dak's an all-pro player and it's just the coaching staff and the offensive line that keep messing up. We got Club Rangers coming with your phone calls at 877-881-1053. You heard Wolchuk and Chiafalo. They've done Club Mavs. They did Club Rangers when the O's were eliminated, and they're back with what I think is it's the greatest bit going, and it's next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Miss any show segments? Tisk, tisk, tisk. But fear not. You can go back and listen to our fan show. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having as much fun as we are. As it's the first time in 12 years we've been able to broadcast on your home of the American League champion Texas Rangers, getting the job done last night in dramatic, no doubt about it fashion, perhaps ending the dynasty of the Houston Astros, possibly sending Dusty Baker back into retirement, and claiming Minute Maid Park as our official home away from home. The Rangers have 2 home stadiums. Or maybe just one, and it's in Houston. But whatever the case, Cy Young is coming up at 4:20. Woo! Chris Young, Rangers GM. And to celebrate just a little bit more, we have rolled out the red carpet. We're about to lift the velvet ropes. Here they are, your Club Rangers hosts, Wolchuk and Giafalo.
Let's do it, baby.
Let's welcome into the club the man who deserves it more than anybody, the ALCS MVP. No one swings a bigger stick. El Bombi! El Bombi! El Bombi! El Bombi! El Bombi! You did it!
Yeah,
the Mayor
baby!
of Houston, you are allowed in Club Rangers. Yes, sir! We're going to the World Series. We're going to the World Series. But before we do that, we got to swim in some champagne, boys.
Hell yeah. We're popping them bottles 11-4. It wasn't even close. Corey Seager, MVP. 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 Seager gets it going. He hits his 3rd homer of the postseason. Mitch Garver was brilliant again.
Garf sauce.
Oh, Garf sauce. How about game 6 for Garf sauce to set up the game 7? Evan Carter, an RBI devil.
The young buck.
Are you kidding me? 21 years. Do you have your credit card going right now?
I got it on my forehead. I got my credit card on my forehead.
Drinks on Broadus. Drinks on the Frosty Bastard.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, Rangers, you did it. You did it. You deserve your moment.
Oh, baby, Monty comes in. How about Bochy? Just knows exactly when it was time. Scherzer, thank you, buddy.
Bochy. Money Monty is the man. It doesn't matter if you want to start him, you want to get him in for some relief, whatever it is. When you need the money moment, bring Monty into the club.
Monty's the man. 2 1/3. Sportsy getting it done again. He's just been the hero of the bullpen all postseason long. And how about our guy CY coming up on the other side? Oh, the class act.
The big
Giving
man.
love to John Daniels, but CY towering above all the other Rangers as he holds up the AL pennant. Bleep you, Houston!
Bleep you, Houston!
Houston sucks!
Houston sucks! Houston sucks! Houston sucks!
Yeah, baby!
The worst thing they did was wake up Adolis Garcia.
Oh,
that's the worst thing they did.
Don't poke the giant.
I thought he was awake already.
My favorite part was seeing old Ray Davis in the corner of the club just making it rain on everybody with a double bird because we're going to the World Series.
Hey, Hedgie, what's that number on your ass now, baby?
4.
At 877-881-1053, you've just witnessed Club Rangers being opened for the 3rd time?
I think 3rd time.
3rd time.
We all wondered what it would be like if Bregman got into Club Rangers.
Wow.
But now we'll never know.
I guess we'll never know, boys.
Never know.
Line 11
Jackass.
over here, I see a former DFW resident turned Houstonite, Landry Locker. He ain't getting in this club, is he?
No.
Rejected.
Sorry.
You chose your home.
Oh, he wants to be in the club so bad right now.
There's no coming home for Landry. Okay, so I believe just for the 2nd or 3rd time in show history, we're going to bring you into the club with us. In line 1, we start with Gerardo. You're in the G-Bag Nation's Club Rangers. We're going to go to the hotline, actually. Line 10.
Yeah.
Choppy, the VIP, jumps the line. And Ralph James from Sean and RJ joins you now here in the Nation. Chopster, what's up, dude?
I don't wait in lines. I got a question for the Gen Zers, Giafalo and Walchuk. Am I allowed to dance with my hands up? Or does that show your age still? Is that allowed? Are we allowed?
Brian was just doing it.
There's no rules in Club Rangers.
Chuck, you know me, baby. I'm shoulders up. I got nothing else to work with. We're going hands up all damn night in the club.
He's all up top.
All up top. You got to be all up top, man. When you're fist pumping, I mean, I don't care if you look 50. You got to do it. I don't care if you look out of place.
Dude, you were the catalyst. You were the catalyst. I saw that El Bombi slash line before the Choppy Rangers banger, and I saw that Adolis Garcia slash line after the RJ Choppy Ranger banger, and it's a different player.
I needed it, and I'll tell you, because I was getting destroyed on social media. to the point where, everyone's calling for a song. I don't even know if I want to make a song for Game 1 of the World Series. I feel like Kanye right now. Y'all don't deserve my talent, my genius. after what the people did to me, those Astro fans and some select Ranger fans that came at me for jinxing. I'm not a jinx. There's no such thing as a jinx. There's no such thing as a jinx. He's the Grand Wizard. Please don't say that. Someone's going to think that is a bad thing.
I learned that the hard way last week. As a matter
No,
of
I
fact.
think we need a World Series song, Chop. I think we really do. Don't let the haters get to you.
The stick goes boom, Chop.
This is good luck, baby.
Come on, Chop.
Man, I'm gonna have to get. I'm gonna need to see some love. I'm gonna need some social media love. You guys set it up. You make me feel special. Make my genius appreciated.
Choppy.
Now, Chop, before we let you go, who do you want tonight? Phillies or Diamondbacks?
You know what? I want a fun series. I will be bored out of my mind. They're gonna win. The Rangers are gonna win either way, but I want to win with fun, and I think it's gonna be fun to watch that Philly series. I love Bryce Harper. I want to see it happen. Give me Philly.
You would love Bryce Harper. I love you too, though, buddy. You take care. Have a great night. Go Rangers.
Can I get a chant again one more time?
You want the
Choppy.
choppy.
There we go.
We're going to the World Series, Chop.
Sarah.
Still just girlfriend? Aren't they engaged or something yet?
Fiancé.
Right on.
Fiancé.
Congratulations, RJ. 5:30 to 10 weekday mornings with Sean, RJ, and Bobito Belt there every weekday morning here on 105.3 The Fan.
It is.
Okay. The stick did go boom a bunch of times last night. And it's time now to take your Club Rangers phone calls. And line one is Gerardo. You're in the nation. What do you have to say?
Let's go, Rangers!
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
Amen, dude.
That was great.
That's
the kind of energy we need here in the
That was
club.
thought-provoking, and it was well said.
Drove
Pretty
right
much
over
sums
the
it up.
cliff. Yeah.
Line two is JB. You're in the nation.
Let's go, Rangers!
Yeah.
And ask for a better story than to beat those smug, arrogant cheaters in their own house. Let's go. El Bombi cementing his legacy as a Texas legend. Let's go.
There you go.
JB, I appreciate the call. The only thing that really surprised me last night was how much class the Astros had to defeat. Yeah. I thought they would act the fool, throw stuff on the field. I mean, they got quiet and sat there and then went home.
They were stunned.
Yeah. And you want to talk about really being convinced, like, when speaking of what's his name there, Landry Locker, when the ALCS was about to start, you're hearing from him with Reggie and KG that Friday night, setting the scene like Houston is more confident than ever. They think it's the greatest thing ever that the Rangers and the Astros are facing off because this was going to be so easy for them to do. And then they go up 3-2, and Jared joins us last night, and he says, man, I have Houston people coming up to me right and left congratulating the Rangers on making it a competitive series.
Yeah, they thought it was cute or whatever.
The nerve.
They thought that they were essentially entitled for this trip to the World Series and just could not imagine it in any way. And boy, did it get dunked all over them last night from Garcia with the most ribbies in LCS history. Line three is Kenny. You're in Club Rangers, Kenny. What do you got?
What up?
What up?
Last night was the most fun I had with my clothes still on, bub.
I can believe that.
Yeah.
I get it.
Had your clothes still on?
Mm-hmm.
Our Rangers, man, amazing. MVP, so many, especially Bochy and Chris Young. My God, what a duo. And Rangers with the new Big Papi. And Bochy, quick turnaround, man. What a way to go.
Yeah.
And, Houston sucks. F you, Houston.
Oh.
Sorry, Houston.
Yeah.
Sorry, Houston Landry. Man, you just got it whooped last night. And, last night, LBJ, our ex-president, he used to take out his Johnson and bang it on that wood presidential desk to show everybody how that we were dominant in the world. Well, guess what? I was banging it on the desk last night.
There you go, buddy. There you go.
And I had Woody, and let me tell you something. Last night, my name was Woody Johnson, and F you, Houston, rock and roll.
I knew you were lying when you said you kept your clothes on last night, Kenny.
It's Kenny and Quinlan, a.k.a. Jumbo. Forget my ignorance, however. What is Nolan Ryan's role with the Rangers, if any, says the 903? A legend.
Beef provider.
Yeah. 817 G-Bag Nation, I have something to say. The Tolo event is in section 13. Okay.
I think they meant 133.
Yeah, 133 has been pretty dang good. 817, if I step into the club, I may sports cry for the second time in 24 hours. Got to save number 2 for the big dub in Game 6.
It was a sports cry event.
It's Brandon in Fort Worth. 715, Tail Choppy. They hate us because they ain't us. That's right. Line 4 is Tim. You're in the G-Bag Nation's Club Rangers. What do you think about what's going on, Tim?
I haven't watched baseball like that in the last 5-10 years. I had a blast last night. Had so much fun. I even called a friend up from Alvin. He just got here and he wants to say a few words. Guys, this is Nolan Ryan. I know I've been hard on the Rangers in the past, and I know there's been some hard feelings, and let bygones be gone. On behalf of Osham Foundation, American Standard Air, and HEB, and Brian, I want to say, go Rangers. Let's get us a World Series championship. This is Tim and Nolan. Go Rangers.
Go Rangers.
That a baby,
Tim.
Thanks, Nolan.
Don't worry, Nolan. We got arms wide open for you, baby.
I love that he went to his impression and it was his same voice.
It was the same voice.
Good. Yeah.
It was a 3-second pause.
I got my friend
Hey,
here.
we should have switched the phone real quick.
It's definitely not still me talking. I'm sure you can tell.
That opens a line at 877-881-1053. That's Tim in Carthage, former 6 o'clock sound off winner, a regular in What You Drinking and What You Thinking. We're about 7 minutes now from CY. Chris Young, Rangers GM, is going to join us. Line 5's Jason here. You're in Club Rangers, Jason. What do you think?
Let's go, Rangers!
Yes, sir!
Nolan, keep them hot dogs going, baby, because the World Series is coming to Arlington! Woo! Man, I was at Game 5 Friday night with the War Truck right behind me, and we were talking smack to the Astros fans. It was the best game I've ever been to, even though we took a loss. Best game by far.
Yeah.
Game 7, we were in Houston. Took my dad and my brother. Whoa!
Hell yes, man.
Let's go, dude.
I'm so happy you got to go. I heard you talking about that. That's amazing, man. This guy brought it. He brought the energy. The rest of the section, I got some issues with you, but my guy here brought the energy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I had 2 old geezers sitting behind me Game 7 yesterday, giving me crap because I was standing up the whole game. I said, if you want to sit down, you should have stayed home.
Let him know.
Bring him up, Jason. I love it, man. So much enthusiasm. It hasn't felt like this in a long, long time. You know, Tim in Carthage said he hadn't watched baseball like this in 10 years. I agree, and I miss it, man. Postseason baseball is the best postseason sport because it's every night, and the drama and the twists and turns are gut-wrenching. And you don't know when they're coming. Unforeseeable storylines is what we've been treated to. And somehow Game 5, the game we lost, was the best game, not even close. That game was insane. One of the best games I've ever watched.
Gosh.
I wouldn't give it up for anything, especially now that you end up winning the series.
Oh, I would. Yeah. Woo! I don't want that memory. They almost took me there.
You give it up?
Man, I'd give that up right now. I don't want that memory anymore.
It was heartbreaking.
It was hard. Boy.
It just made the winning so much more sweet because you lose that game and now Houston's convinced they're going home. They're going back to the World Series. And then you took it back from them. It allowed you to even the score, essentially.
I mean, honestly, those fans that were coming up to us and just yelling in our face. I mean, we had one guy who was carrying his baby up and down the steps, just like mother bleeping us. Hey, we went into your house.
Yeah.
We ain't little brother anymore.
Right back
Who's
at
your
ya.
daddy now?
That's right.
That'd be El Bombi.
The dynasty is over. Line 6 is Chase. Final call here in Club Rangers. Chase, what do you have to say?
Let's go! That's what I'm talking about, baby. We them good old boys. The Rangers going to the World Series. I called it. Y'all know this. We doing it. It's a beautiful day today, and it's a sad day for the Astros fans. They literally sent their tears over here. We getting drenched in it, and I'm loving it. El Bombi is the definition of swag. Mattress Mac looks sick. I don't even care, man. Bring on the Silverbacks, the Philly backs, whatever you want to bring them. We going to break their back and go all the way home and get that trophy, dog. Let's go.
Nice, Chase.
I like it. I like it.
Well done.
And that concludes a phone call portion of Club Rangers here on your home of the American League champion, Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. We are so happy to be on this ride with you. World Series starts Friday night. Okay, it's time for CY. Chris Young, Rangers GM. When we return, he's going to be on the horn. We'll talk World Series with him here on The Fan.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and the Get Right.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are going to talk with the Rangers general manager, Chris Young, here in just a moment. Segment is brought to you by Soda. That is state-of-the-art. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It's truckwreck.com. Or you can call them 214 or 817-333-3333. They're for our friends at the Frankels, your car and truck wreck attorneys. As for the first time in 12 years, the Rangers are American League champions. They're heading back to the World Series, and we're talking now with the Rangers GM, Chris Young, here on The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm great. Thank you.
Has it sunk in that you're going to the World Series?
Yes and no. Yes, in the sense of, this is everything that we've strived to do, and it's here. No, that I'm still pinching myself just about the way it's gone, and what a game that was last night, and how the boys responded, and to go into Houston and win 2 games. It's surreal to me, but I don't think we would script it any better than the way it played out.
Well, if it can help it settle in just a little bit more for you, maybe we could help you with one of these.
Oh, you guys screaming that makes my eyes burn, because that means I'm getting champagne in my eyes. So, they're still, my eyes are a little dry today, so I need a little break.
Is this the first time you've done a hit with us with a little bit of a hangover, Chris?
There's no hangover. It's just really the sleep. We got in late last night, and I got up early with the kids. I couldn't sleep at all. I was so excited and just trying to return texts. I have more texts than I've ever received in my life. I'm trying to stay on top of it. I don't get them done today. I'm not going to get them done before the World Series, which means I won't get them done. So I'm trying to stay on top of that and take care of some preparation, planning for the World Series, and enjoy a little bit of family time too.
Now, how is that? Because we'd heard that maybe last night was an anniversary for you that you were missing for the big Game 7. Is that true? Can you confirm that?
Yes, that is true. Last night was our 19th wedding anniversary.
Congrats.
And actually, thank you. And in 2015, when I was a member of the Kansas City Royals, we were in the ALCS, and on the night of our anniversary, we clinched that night to go to the World Series. So I had a pretty good feeling yesterday that it was a good date, a good night to clinch, and had a good feeling about the game, the way the game would go. And my wife, she said, "Look, we're not going to come to the game. If you win, that means there's going to be another series, and we'll celebrate then. And if you lose, I wouldn't want to be there anyway." So she was not there. It was just me and the group, but we had a blast.
What a special day it was. So how does it work after the champagne shower? Do you bring an extra change of clothes, or do you all just get on the plane and you just smell like booze?
No, we all the guys had changes of clothes. In the front office, you normally don't come to the field with a change of clothes. The players are all in their uniforms, so they shower and you get back in their dress clothes. In the front office, normally you don't come with a change of clothes, but because it was a travel night, we did all have a change of clothes. So I was able to shower and freshen up and get on the plane and enjoyed the short flight home.
See why in scouting, they always told me I could never measure a player's heart. Some reason I think you figured it out to measure players' heart. How do you do that? You just let us all know, the scouts, because we can measure 40-yard dashes and vertical jumps and all that, but we can never measure a heart. But you found a way to measure heart in your ball players. You really did.
I appreciate that, and really, I haven't figured it out. I just know that when you get the right group of guys that believe in one another, that put the team before themselves, and are willing to make sacrifices for each other, it elevates everybody. And that's ultimately what we're trying to do, is create an environment that gets the best out of each individual player for the collective group. And that's what this team has done. And we may have projections for each player on paper, but they exceed those projections because the environment allows them to exceed it. And they're put in positions to succeed day in, day out. And if that's the measure of heart, then it's really about just, understanding the environment, understanding people. And that really, a lot of it goes to Bruce Bochy. The credit goes to Bruce Bochy and his staff and the environment that they create. And you get winning players who care about the right things. Good things can happen.
CY with us here in the G-Bag Nation. We talk about the anniversary last night, but I was also reading about how this past Christmas Eve, you were also hard on the phones trying to get some deals done with Evaldi. And a week before that, you had like a little bit of a Zoom sales pitch with him, and he left that meeting with you saying, like, I got to be a Ranger. What was that conversation like to where at the end, Evaldi's like, dude, I have to be a Ranger no matter what, even if it means signing on Christmas Eve?
Well, Nate can probably better answer why he wanted to be a Ranger. From our standpoint, we wanted Nate to be a Ranger for the exact reasons I just kind of said, in terms of the person, the character, the professional that he is, the way he makes his teammates better. We just had heard he's the ultimate teammate, hard worker, unbelievable competitor, thrives under pressure. Those are all characteristics we want in Ranger players. And certainly we felt like it was a match. We didn't know if we were going to be able to sign him. There were, some financial constraints. We had made some big signings with obviously Jacob and Andrew Heaney, and really weren't sure if we were going to have the resources to sign Nate. Nate came here because he wanted to be here, and I'm pretty sure he turned down more money elsewhere to be a Texas Ranger because he believed in what we were building, and he wanted to be a part of it. And it just speaks again to the person, the character, and I'm so thankful he wanted to be here, just like many others.
Well, one of your other big trade deadline acquisitions, Jordan Montgomery, has just been so brilliant for you as a starter. But what about the job he did coming out of the pen last night for Scherzer? And I'm sure every game you're watching him, you're thinking, my gosh, this dude's going to get more and more money from me this offseason.
Monty's been incredible. He's just been, what a gamer, what a winner. Just takes the ball and go gets the job done, and just not afraid of the moment. It's just been so cool to see. I can't say I really anticipated him being this good. And last night, before the game, I was in Boch's office and we were talking about the pitching plan, and Boch said, this kind of reminds me of 2014 pitcher I had named Madison Bumgarner, who came into Game 7 of the World Series and pitched 4 innings or 5 innings to close it out. And he wasn't suggesting that Monty was going to do that, but he was saying that Monty had made it clear he wanted to pitch, he was available to pitch. And Boch said, look, he's one of our best, and we're going to use him if we need him. And Monty came in, got the job done, and we're not here without Jordan Montgomery.
CY, and then another trade you made, though, was for the Max Scherzer, and it just appears like you guys are gathering more data every time that he goes out there. Is there things that, like I say, that you could draw from for the next time out, or is it giving you a clearer picture what you might have?
No, absolutely. Max is getting better and better. I mean, I think that we saw this with Nate Evaldi when he came off the IL. I think there were 4 or 5 starts where he wasn't at his best, but he was making progress each one. And, it's really hard. It's hard to sit out for a period of time and then jump back in. And you're jumping back in the most pressure-filled, intense environment possible. And so for Max, there was no place for him to go do rehab starts. The minor league seasons are over, and we tried to do simulated games the best we could, but nothing prepares you for these types of environments facing the best teams still remaining in Major League Baseball. So Max last night, I thought there was a lot of positive things. I thought his stuff was significantly better. His command was better. His slider was sharper. He really mixed his pitch as well. The Astros are a good team. They got, a few hits off of him, but, really I thought the only true mistake he made was the Bregman home run. But beyond that, Max was really, really good. And I think it's something to build on. We're excited about where he is.
It's American League champion general manager Chris Young here with you on 105.3 The Fan. World Series starts Friday night. How was your time in Houston, considering, what you said going into this series? Were there any tough incidents or anything?
No tough incidents. Our guys went in, and it was a weird series where the visiting team won all 4 games. So, to some extent, we took the crowd out of it in each game in Houston. And, last night, especially really early. And so by the 6th inning, it almost sounded like a home crowd chanting, "Let's go Rangers," which was really, really cool to hear. And then after the game, being down on the field and on the podium and looking out and seeing just the whole lower concourse filled with Ranger fans, they're supporting us. I didn't expect that. It was really, really awesome and very touching.
How special was it watching your ALCS MVP Adolis Garcia, who certainly got the boos there in Houston, and after what happened in Game 5 and the electrifying series he's put out there? For somebody who's been a baseball lifer like yourself, I mean, he had 15 RBIs, 5 home runs. How special and unique is it what Adolis is doing right now?
I'm not sure there are too many better sports stories right now than what Adolis did in that series. And, really, to be thrown at the way he was, and then to respond and to come back and put the team on his shoulders and carry us to the World Series. It's just remarkable. And I've never seen anything like it. It's the loudest boos I've ever heard a player receive. And, it looked like it phased him for a few at-bats, and all of a sudden he just tuned it out. And then from there on, he was in control, and it was really, really amazing. And again, just what a remarkable accomplishment.
The worst thing the Astros did was wake up Adolis Garcia.
Well, wasn't that the quote they said about them at the time? So, I like how you flip that around.
Yeah, and in Houston, they're actually calling him El Daddy now. That wasn't a question. I just want to let you know that.
Do you have a preference on who you... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's Chris Young here, Rangers GM with us. Game 7 NLCS tonight. Do you have a preference?
No, they're two great teams, both great organizations. I have a ton of respect for each front office and their respective managers and coaching staffs, and we're going to have our hands full with either team. I really can't tell you which way it's going to go, but I'm going to enjoy watching it.
Well, Chris, we'll come back around and we can piss off either city here later on if you want. We can just go after it, and we'll talk about respect to the teams, but the fan bases, we'll just go after them. Just hang in there, right?
All right, perfect.
See why with team construction, you guys have made history, even making it to the playoffs with the amount of saves that were blown. And I'm not trying to go back over that storyline. I'm just wondering if you think you have a different philosophy on how important it is to stack up a bunch of relievers you can trust in the late innings compared to the rest of the big leagues, or is it just how it turned out that we got here, like how we got here?
Well, I think that, very frankly, I think every team would stack up leverage late inning relievers if they grew on trees, but they don't. They're hard to find. They're hard to come by. And so, we did have a number of blown saves. There's no denying it. There's no getting around the fact that we didn't pitch great in certain situations. We also had a lot of leads and a lot of saves to blow. So I think it speaks to the quality of the team in some ways. But I think over the course of the season, especially over the last few weeks, we've stabilized. The guys have done a great job. The bullpen's been tremendous. And, I think throughout the playoffs, it's been, really once we've gotten the ball to kind of Sporzy, Chapman, and Leclerc, it's been a strong suit. I think also having guys like Andrew Heaney and Dane Dunning available out of the pen, John Gray right now available out of the pen. I think it lengthens our pen and makes it better. But, in the regular season, it's a challenge. It's an area that we'll focus on this offseason in terms of really stabilizing and solidifying some solid options in the bullpen. But I think ultimately the guys have come together and found a way to get it done when it matters most. And I think that's what we're focused on.
CY, any update on, and I know you're just getting back going and, trying to get your family and stuff together, but any update on Mitch? He took a nasty one in the ribs last night. Is everything okay going forward on that one?
Yeah, I think everything's going to check out. Mitch did get x-rays today. I don't think they found anything there. He's sore, obviously. Anytime you get hit with a 98 or 99 mile an hour fastball and your upper body, it's painful. It's really sore. And so thankfully we have a couple days off to kind of get Mitch some treatment, help him recover. You hate to see him come out of the game. Thankfully we had kind of blown it open at that point, but that was, sort of not a great look at the time. And if that had a significant impact on, the ALCS, it probably would have been a little more magnified. But yes, he's doing well today, and our hope is that he'll come in tomorrow feeling even better.
How awesome was it to see Corey Seager get things going last night, and really just the whole lineup versus Javier? After a few games ago, he was dialed. He's been great in the postseason. And then the adjustments that get made, and then boom, Javier can barely last 5 seconds last night because the offense was just so dominant.
Well, our hitting coaches did a tremendous job of really prepping the players and explaining to them what they needed to do in terms of an adjustment to help them have success against Javier. And really, the guys came out and set the tone. Corey, with that home run, was a statement home run. And I think equally, as much as the home run, the passion and the emotion that he demonstrated when he rounded third and when he came into the dugout, I think that the guys all felt that, and it just fired everybody up, and we didn't look back from there.
You've talked to us about this, growing up in Highland Park, being a Ranger fan. It's been 6 years of losing seasons, and your Texas Rangers are going back to the World Series. I know the job's not done. There's 4 more still to go. But what would you like to say to all the Ranger fans who have stuck with you and are celebrating this today, and some of them watching this for the first time in their lives with their children? Man, this is special.
Yeah. It gives me chills the way you just described it, because this is what it's all about. When I came here and took this job, this was one of the things that I was very passionate about, is that I wanted every kid growing up in this metroplex, in this state, wearing the Rangers tee with pride. I want us to become a model organization and a winning organization where our fans can hold their heads high and with pride and know that they have a winning team to cheer for. And I'm so happy that they have that opportunity right now. Their support has been amazing, but this is for our fans. That's why we do it. I love our fans, our community, and they deserve a championship, and we're intent on making that happen.
Well, we want to thank you as well once again, CY. We've done so much of that this year. And we also want to salute Mrs. Young as well for affording you the time to go out there and get it done for us.
Well, she's happy to do so. She's loving this, as are my kids, and hopefully every Ranger fan in this area. So let's keep going.
Sounds good. Give him hell.
Thanks, guys.
Salute. There he goes. Rangers GM Chris Young with you on 105.3 The Fan, home of your American League champion Texas Rangers, as it's settling in nicely now. We're going back to the World Effing Series.
Yeah.
That's what that's all about. Top
Amazing.
10 with Wolchuk coming up next. What's the theme?
It's National Food Day. I got the most popular foods in America, and if you haven't heard Eric Nadell's final call, we'll give that to you next.
Okay, I want to chat D&M leasing.
Yeah. It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. And like you, grit runs deep, and they're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it is gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. 3 different texters said that was the best interview they've ever heard. We just talked with Chris Young, about 15 minutes worth. Go back and listen with the Odyssey or TuneIn app if you want it.
Chris has been good all year, though.
Yeah.
In my opinion, he has.
Yes.
He's so easy to relate to and be comfortable to. Asking him questions and stuff. Sometimes you're worried about your questions to guys like that or gals, and he makes you feel super comfortable. You can ask any question you want.
But he can't help but sound even better as an American League champion.
Yeah.
That is right.
He is one of those.
World Series
He's a World
starts.
Series champion, too, isn't he?
Yes, he is with the
as a
Royals.
player,
Went back-to-back as a player. Now he's with the 1 year on the job pretty much with the full responsibilities of the gig. He's done it. Baseball's finest coming up at 5 o'clock. Here he is, Zach with an H. Your Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much, General. We are going to rip through the top 10 most popular foods in America, but I've had a lot of people text this in. If you missed Eric Nadell's final call last night with the Rangers going to the World Series,
live,
people wanted to hear it. Here it is for all of you to enjoy the greatness of Eric Nadell.
And the Astros are down to their final strike. Leclerc ready now. 1-2 pitch. Ground ball. Second base. Simeon's got it. On to first to Nate Lowe. And hello, World Series. The Rangers have won their 3rd American League pennant. They stream out of the dugout and are jumping up and down between the mound and first base. For the first time since 2011, the Rangers are going to the World Series after having 6 consecutive losing seasons. What an amazing year this has been.
Man, I love you can hear the emotion in his voice. I love the callback to Mark Holtz with the Hello Win column, Hello World Series. Perfectly timed and perfectly executed by Eric Nadell.
Absolutely beautiful. All right, National Food Day.
Real quick, right? We always kind of were making jokes early that when the Rangers got off to the early great start.
Yeah.
We were always calling CY the general manager of the year.
Executive
of the year. He's got to win this thing.
He's got to win it. And Bruce Bochy's got to win Manager of the Year.
Yeah.
Unanimously.
The turnaround.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Like, we were kind of like, yeah, that's our guy.
They got to get it.
Yeah,
they've got to get it. 100%.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, let's rip through the top 10 most popular foods in America on National Food Day.
Rip it.
Ribs. Ribs are an honorable mention. They did not make the top 10. Is that your go-to? Like, if you had, I know it's probably
I'll tell you what,
right?
I love anything crawfish etouffee. I love stuff like that. But if you like what Derek Holland did the other day, just a burger. Just give me a cheeseburger
and that'll be on here.
And let me make it my own way.
Yeah.
Let me just do it how I want to make it.
You're right on, though. I mean, the barbecue sort are an honorable mention, sort of like potato chips, ice cream, and chocolate chip cookies. Those are the top ones just on the
ice
outside.
Cream and cookie and chocolate chip cookies
and
together.
Pot roast. America loves their pot roast too.
Pot roast.
Yeah, pot roast.
Pot roast done the right way.
Today.
Yes, I smelled that.
Dude,
Yeah.
pot roast was strong.
There you go.
All right, number 10, we've got fried chicken. Number 10, fried chicken.
Absolutely, bro.
Number 9 is steak.
9?
9 at steak.
Wow, that's a low ranking for a steak.
Yeah. Number 9 is steak.
It's a top 3.
Number 8, we've got grilled cheese.
I agree.
Wow, better than steak. I do love a good grilled cheese, though.
Grilled cheese.
Sprinkle some brisket in there, though.
Oh my gosh, the brisket grilled cheese is so good.
Damn, dog.
That's the beauty of the grilled cheese, man.
today.
Very versatile.
Yeah, it's a canvas.
Number 7, we've got mac and cheese.
Okay.
Homemade.
America does
Okay.
love
Like
mac
from
and cheese.
grandma.
Okay, like steak has got to be better than mac and cheese, right?
I mean, I think it would be for you, but this is all of America voting on it.
It's Americans.
Some people
all
don't like
8-year-olds.
steak.
Yeah,
What are they?
7 and 8 year olds
Yeah,
voted
what are
on
we
this.
voting on?
Maybe,
If
but
you tell me chicken strips is next, then I'm gonna.
chicken tenders are
With
very high
ketchup.
on this. I mean, you
What?
got to. Yeah, they're very high on this.
Is this
This
for
list
like,
is sponsored by Sam Howell.
No, this is actually from the government. They polled it, and this is from gov.u.
I don't understand what brought us to doing over there with the steak. Like, what are they like? Steakhouses and stuff. No, it's mac and cheese house when you want to go for a nice fancy dinner.
I tell you what,
But I
mac
hear
and
what you're
cheese.
saying.
Mac and cheese is a side to a steak. Okay.
Hell yeah, let's get it together.
Yeah.
6 is
American.
meatloaf.
As a side.
America loves their meatloaf.
I was anti meatloaf, and then there's a lady at my church who made a meatloaf that blew my socks off, and
Let me tell you
now
what.
I'm like, okay, I guess I'm a meatloaf guy.
There are very bad meatloafs out there.
There are.
And the weird ones when they put the egg in the middle of them.
Well,
I don't mind that. It's
I was
the
a little-
onions that would jam me
Is
up.
it? Yeah,
My mom would be trying to sneak those.
Well, the
in.
egg is for the binder for your breadcrumbs and
No,
stuff.
they usually, but like there was a whole
Like just a
hard-boiled
full-
egg in the middle of this meatloaf.
I was
shocked. I didn't know what was going on here.
That's 4th and 8, man. I'm
punting.
punt it,
Yeah, let's
punt
get out of
that,
here.
The
punt.
secret to the meatloaf, though, a good amount of ketchup, and you got to like caramelize it and have it burn just a little bit. Tell me I'm wrong.
I'm with you on that.
How can I do that? No, you're absolutely right.
Number 5, we got apple pie. Nothing says America like apple pie. Number 4, we got the cheeseburger, the hamburger.
There, yeah.
Till the levee was dry.
I think we have a Panda Express apple pie egg roll situation
No,
that
we
you need to be
don't.
filled in on.
Have they actually brought in the like the burritos there yet, where they're putting whatever you want from Panda Express, but it's a burrito?
I don't know.
I know they were trying this in certain locations. I think in L.A., but I don't know if it's made its way
Panda
to Dallas
Express
yet.
burritos. What?
Yeah. Like you get your fried rice, your chow mein, your orange chicken, whatever you want in there, and boom, it's a Panda Express burrito. It's
That's
an outstanding
not
idea.
a bad
Yes,
idea.
please.
That's not a bad idea.
With the rice.
Number 3, we
Yeah.
got pizza. And number 2
Lots
on
again, by the way.
America's favorite here is the chicken tendies.
So number 1's going to be French fries, huh?
Number 1 is French fries.
Thank you, France.
By the way, McDonald's is giving away free fries every Friday for the rest of the year 2023 if
Wow.
you spend $1 on the mobile app.
Are we back to stealing bases and getting free tacos?
Yes,
by
we
the way?
are, and I
the
can't
Rangers
believe
are
Evan
stealing
Carter's
bases.
about to
Let's
get
go.
one.
Yes,
Let's
we
get
are.
some-
Last night.
Let's get some free tacos.
Even Jonah Heim got in on the fun late.
Yeah.
He's like, you're not going to try to hold me here at all? Okay.
He's just lumbering down. He has to be the all-time slowest to ever steal a base.
For sure, without a pass ball. Okay, we got to run baseball's finest coming up next, Chief. What kind of baseball stuff do you have on deck?
Let's keep celebrating these Rangers. 877-881-1053. What was your favorite moment from last night? Plus more sights and sounds from your AL champions next right here in the nation.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. 817, I was watching the game last night. Went to shower real quick. When it was 4-2, I got out of the shower. It was 8-2. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mother-in-law went out to the garage for like a minute and a half, comes back, saw the score, jumped for joy. 817 says, I went to bed at the end of the 5th inning saying we got this, had to wake up at 3:30. It really did have that feeling. You know, if it would have been at the Globe, I would have been worried they could have put up 6-7 runs before you had time to ask, you know, what the weather was outside. But down there in Houston, it was signed, sealed, and delivered at that point. And it's time now for Eric Chiafon to deliver more baseball commentary in an edition of Baseball's Finest.
The first ever Baseball's Finest here on the G-Bag Nation. 877-881-1053. What was your favorite moment of last night? Because there were so many great ones. And the 817, it says it was the Seager home run to start things off. It was so fun listening to the pregame show on the way home and hearing Sandler and Hicksey breaking the game down and talking about just the importance. And we had talked about it with Sandler, you know, going into the pregame as well, just the importance of the fast start versus Javier. And to get it from Seager, who was kind of a guy that you were wanting to see really, really explode at some point. And to get that quickly, that was awesome. And it set the tone for what was just an extremely special night where you're on the heels of what has been an extremely stressful roller coaster the last half of the season for sure. And to get a relatively stress-free Game 7 is borderline unheard of. I mean, you don't feel like you're going to go into a Game 7 and after 4 innings be like exhaling like we got this thing. And the Rangers allowed for it, and it all started with Corey Seager. So I respect if that was your favorite moment of last night, no question.
And we've been lucky. We got the Mavs who just destroyed the Suns in that Game 7.
It's a great point.
And then now the Rangers did it. We've kind of had a relaxed Game 7 situation here lately.
Hey, and you know what? DFW Sports is coming around finally. I know we'd had some droughts, but we got Mavs and Stars in the West Finals. Cowboys have made the playoffs 2 consecutive years. We're in the World Series. This is going awesome now. Finally.
Stars have another great chance.
And that's one of the funnest things about this Rangers team right now is it feels like this is just the launching point. Right. This isn't like a microwave a championship and then we'll try again, you know, at some point once we get our ducks in a line because we've sold our farm off or whatever. That's not where you're at. And I think that's one of the funnest things thinking about last night as well is you planting the Rangers flag inside of Minute Maid Park and Dusty Baker probably saying sayonara. It feels like the end of a great run there for Houston and being able to be the ones that ended it. And when you look at, like, they traded for Verlander, they traded their 2 best prospects for him, all just to lose to the Rangers.
Yeah.
In the ALCS, and now you wonder, like, what do they have moving forward? Like, big picture, it's like right now it's super exciting because we're 4 wins away from doing the big thing, but also just projecting out big picture here, they are on the decline, and it feels like the Rangers are just getting started.
Like next year, the Astros will still be a threat, but absolutely, Evan Grant was writing an article today. Is this the start of the next American League dynasty potentially with the Rangers because of all the youth that they have?
I could absolutely see it, and the youth the Astros had last night was Brown trying to pitch, and you could just see the difference. You know, you have Carter and Young, the Rangers rookies, and Hunter Brown, yours. Like, normalcy has returned to Houston as far as draft bring these guys up. It's no longer, they got another superstar. What the heck's going on here?
Right.
And now with the Rangers, it's like, oh yeah, you got these 2 studs who could win Rookie of the Year, and Wyatt Langford's coming.
Yes, dude. It's really, really special right now. And the 817 says, my favorite moment, Evan Carter's double down the first base line.
That was awesome.
That's when I knew we would win.
Him stealing one of those bags early in the first inning as well. I mean, you can run on Javier, and the Rangers just hadn't been running a lot. I think that also had a lot to do with Javier falling apart.
I think just the total 180 from Friday's Altuve home run to last night's where there's no drama. It's like, cool, you hit a home run.
Yeah. It was like
no big deal.
It's like the meme that goes around of Chris Paul where and Chris Paul hits a huge 3 to cut the deficit to 42.
Yeah.
That's what it felt when Altuve hit. It was like, cool, man. I'm really happy for you.
I thought Bombi stealing second after pimping the single You know,
that was cool.
Yeah, because that would have been a big play. If
Yeah.
it was close, we'd have been thinking, dude, you've got to run. Like that should have been a double. Instead, you're staring at it. It hits off the wall, but then he made up for it with the stolen bag.
I was wondering how as a manager you handle that. Like the guy is totally going off. He's obviously in a moment in his career. The road fans hate him.
Yeah,
I just give him a pass. Maybe we'll talk about this in the offseason at some point. But if you're a showman, you're going to do stuff like that, and I think you take the good with the bad to some extent.
He just has so much fun playing baseball.
If you're a guy with the gravitas of Bochy, you just got to give somebody a look.
Yeah,
I feel like Bochy just got to look at and it's like, okay, I know, and he obviously knew.
Yeah,
he obviously knew because he's like, okay, I need to make up for this. Not like later in the game, I'll try and do something. I'm going to fix this problem right here, right now, and this guy on the mound is going to do nothing about it. It was a great moment.
Kind of feel like that Boch probably would tell maybe the bench coach or something like that to, hey, go have a word with him about running these things out.
Okay, yeah.
And he goes, yeah, okay, you got it. And then, but he knew, like, as soon as he hit the ball, he's watching, and then he's kind of starts walking, and it's like, that's not getting out of here. So he took off running.
Yeah.
You could see the moment that it's like, oh, wait, this thing's staying in the park.
Yeah.
And then he took off the first. But
it is one of the benefits of not having home run power, which I experienced my entire baseball career. I always had to run out.
Always got to run them.
This is going over the wall.
That's not going out.
So many great moments last night as the Rangers get the victory in Houston. Lucius, what was your favorite?
Chapman on the mound, pegging old boy. What's his name? McCormick or something like that?
Chaz McCormick.
Yeah, I like that.
McCormick.
Doing it for my fellow countrymen.
Because he fell down and did the guitar with his leg. He was
like he caught a cramp.
I got you, boy.
And right in the back of the leg,
Yeah, I
dude.
like that.
Oh, so bad.
I've watched the slow-mo replay of that 100 times today.
I like the confidence of it because Chapman was just chewing his gum or whatever the hell he had in his mouth. Like, you can do all your crying and screaming on the ground, whatever. But I got another pitch to throw in a minute, so you better get back up.
That's right.
Did you see Heim, though, what Heim did? Heim just stuck his glove as far left as he could go, like he's going to try.
Yeah.
He knew.
He knew.
As soon as that left his hand, he just stuck his glove far left, and he was like still 2 feet away from even being anywhere near it.
104, dude, and he
yeah.
yanks that thing.
Oh, yeah, he did.
That was.
There's no doubt. I think if I'm the ump, I consider like just kicking him out. It was that obvious.
That was
to me.
great. Oh, and that's a peg right there, Sean. That's pegging.
That's
a
amazing.
pegging. Yeah.
What do you think that looks like for McCormick today?
Is that swollen, black and blue,
green and all different colors, giant bruise.
Looks
You're
like
kinda
Halloween.
limping around a little bit.
It might have
Halloween.
There might be some seams. There might be some
baseball marks.
There might be some seams. Maybe some lettering. Manford.
Yeah.
It might because like Manford signs all the ball. Might have a little autograph on his.
Whoever's seen this definitely described it as gnarly.
Yeah.
Man, that's gnarly right there, bro.
Gnarly.
Jeez.
Dude, if you're McCormick, though, you get up and you think about charging the mound, you're like, this guy's got me outweighed by 80 pounds.
Yeah.
And obviously,
You're not charging all this chap.
There's dynamite in his fist. I want nothing to do with this guy. I want nothing to do with Heim, who's towering over me. You got Lowe, you got Simeon, Seager, and freaking Young. There's nobody to storm.
Yeah.
I'm just McCormick at 180 pounds taking my base.
Well, the poor guy I don't think could have
staring at my shoes.
No, he could have. It was very Monty Python.
Up there.
He's like,
There's nobody on the team I can whoop.
Yeah.
What's going on here? Why?
Yeah, that's a pegging he will never forget. 9:04, my favorite moment of the game last night was when Leclerc just grinned after Altuve hit that homer in the ninth inning.
Yeah.
I just thought that was a good moment.
Yeah.
Good
moment.
closure for him.
It was.
I want Leclerc to be the seventh inning guy next year, and I never want him to face the Astros for the rest of his career. But yeah, great job, Leclerc.
Hey, we got out of it, baby.
979, favorite sight, empty seats towards the end of the game, and the favorite sound was the "Let's Go Rangers" chant that you could hear, and that was
You
really
could hear it
great.
over the radio.
Incredible.
Yeah, quite
It's
well.
incredible.
We have completely taken over your house.
Yep.
And now your house is not your house. It's Adolis's.
You thought you took ours, but we actually took yours. Stole your
Yes,
souls.
dude. And this is another great moment, too. I don't know if you guys have thumbed through the memes of this, but the 682 says their favorite moment from last night was when they showed the two Astros fans that were wearing full-on
Space suits.
astronaut
Oh, yeah,
space
it's become a
suits.
meme.
Yes,
It's
it's a
amazing.
great meme. And
So
seeing their
great.
sad faces, I'm like, they had why wouldn't you keep your little visor thing down? Why would you throw that up so
Oh, that's a
America
great
could see your
point.
sad face? I would have just,
So you
I
can
would have
breathe. That helmet, you probably can't breathe in that helmet. You know, don't you think?
It's a fair counterpoint,
I'm
Broadus.
closing the mask, I think, if I can.
Why?
Just please don't look at me.
It's just like
It's like the brown bags
you're
the Lions fans
both-
and Saints fans used to wear.
Both guys are sitting there with their the shields
Yeah.
closed, And now you're wondering if they're even alive because they've suffocated in the suits.
Maybe they were worried about getting hit by a home run ball like all the other Astros fans.
How about the dude? He brought a glove to the game.
And he took it to the
took
cleavage.
it right to the chest.
Right in the man boobs.
224. Casey Hudgens, our guy from Tyler here, divided house and family. So his best moment last night as a Ranger fan was listening to his wife and her whole side of the family go quiet after Bombi hit his first home run.
That's amazing.
And then he said he got to talk bleep and will get to talk bleep for the rest of time now.
Oh, yeah.
Can you imagine that? I saw a couple of those at Globe Life Field last week when we were out there.
Sure did.
Where it's a couple. And there's, one's in a Ranger jersey, one's in an Astros jersey. I don't know how that works.
So my former college roommate, one of my best friends, Jared, his wife is from Houston, also an Astros fan. So we went to one of the Astros games July 1st, the one that we won with Nathan Eovaldi, and we were talking smack the whole time. She gives it right back. So game 5, she was blowing up my phone. Like, oh yeah. Guess what? It's over. Last night, we got to return the favor.
We ain't done
Shut
yet.
it, Maddie.
Gosh, so many great texts coming in right now. 877-881-1053. What was your favorite moment from last night? Mattress Mac, seeing his sad face.
He got
now sort of a friend of the show.
Some Ranger fans that were talking crap to him.
Okay, I was trying to figure
that's
out.
last year. That was in Philadelphia.
I don't think that was. I think that was because there were Ranger fans in the video.
I couldn't because I thought it was from last night.
I've seen last year's video, and this looked like a different video to me.
Okay, cool. Well, I love it.
Well, I think last night he was wearing his Space City jersey.
He was. Oh, was he? I don't
think
know.
they showed him behind the dugout when
I never saw him on TV.
When Garcia hit the home run.
He was wearing the same thing that he wore when we saw him.
That video that you saw, that clip, I believe that was in Philadelphia last year because he took a lot of crap.
He took a lot of crap there.
He took a lot of crap in Philly, and there was thought he wasn't going to go back.
I wouldn't if I were him.
He wasn't going to go back, but he went back to get his money, is what he did.
Well, that would make sense.
Yeah.
You want to get your money.
I think he was wearing Space City last night.
If he was wearing Space City, he was not wearing Space City in this video, but I saw Ranger fans in this. So I don't know.
Philly fans were red
stuff,
too.
But this was blue.
I don't know. I think that was from last year. I think he got in trouble for dropping F-bombs on people.
He did. And he did it again.
Yeah.
Shout out to our guy Bruce Bochy, now 6-0 all time.
He's dropping F-bombs.
In winner take all games. That's the most in MLB history. He's the first manager in MLB history to win 3 LCS with 3 different teams, and now 5th most all time with 53 career playoff wins. So shout out to our guy Bochy, he's a super stud. And I loved in the when they were doing the celebrations and stuff, and these guys were partying, and it was so fun to see them excited and just celebrating the way they did. But I liked what Dane Dunning did, where he took one of the beer buckets and poured a bunch of beer into the bucket, and then used the bucket as sort of like a Gatorade bath.
Ooh, a beer bath.
Yeah, like
That's
a beer
awesome.
bath on individual players and stuff like that. I was like, that's a really nice job by you, Mr. Dunning.
Florida
Very
Gator
resourceful.
thinking right there.
Yes, that's a guy who knows how to party, man.
972 is Victor from Corinth. Favorite moment was when the left fielder dove for the ball and it bounced off his face and Garcia scored.
Remember we were talking about that across with Jared, that he was mentioning that playing Brantley out in left field would be a problem for them, and to give up some defense out there.
He's old.
And Brantley couldn't get to the ball.
Couldn't get there.
No.
Couldn't get there. And that Kyle Tucker is just
do it.
lifeless. When you watch him play baseball, it's like for as energetic as a guy like Adolis Garcia is, you're talking about the polar opposite for a guy like Kyle Tucker. I was like, dude, do you even want to be out here?
No,
he's in an absolute rut.
He does a lot of stretching out in the outfield. I was like watching, he's playing in front of you really the whole night. And all he does is stretch the whole game.
Dude,
he's like
he was in a slump, man, big time.
We got a text from former fan, producer, and host Nate Wood. This is not from last night, but from Game 6. I was in the building to see Adolis hit the grand slam and quiet the entire stadium. I think all the Astros fans lost all confidence for the rest of the series when that happened.
Yeah,
you're right. There was nothing you could do, after seeing it turn so significantly, so totally in Game 6. To me, that just locked in the narrative and the power of the story, and there was nothing that could be done about it from that point forward.
I think this might be the winner here from the 214 favorite moment. my company is a corporate sponsor of the Astros.
Oh, no.
Best moment for me was sending our president a photo of the Rangers celebrating directly in front of our company logo after all the bleep they talked all year.
That is awesome.
Ouch.
Good for you.
I might fire your ass, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's a dangerous game, but gosh dang it, it's worth it, man.
The guy,
Go to the World Series.
Guy's already cleaned out his office. He's ready to leave anyway, right?
We're about to go to the World Series and have our brand and logo plastered all over television in the biggest sporting event in American sports history, and you're celebrating. Okay, Mr. Ranger fan. Looking forward to discussing this in your yearly review.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting face-to-face come Monday morning.
But it's cool that apparently your boss is a big sports fan. He
Yeah.
probably gets it.
Sports hate going on there.
Indeed. Okay, they've had their time, and their time is over. You know, it was impressive. Maybe
Tonight, we're the best team in baseball.
that is correct. And Minute Maid Park is our house. We got to get Chuck Morton recording that. That'd be fun. Let's hit the expressway. What did Jerry Jones tell the guys this morning about making a trade? We have Rangers audio for you as well. And then LA Live's coming up at 5:40 right here, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat about my friends at Diamonds Direct with you, though. Diamonds Direct, the best way, the only way to get new jewelry here. If you have any jewelry needs in the Metroplex, just give my friends at Diamonds Direct a visit. 2 locations.